Chapter 728. Setting a trap. This honey is remarkable, dear sister. You must keep it safe to prevent others from stealing it, remarked the Princess of Zhao, as she delightedly stuffed a morsel into her crimson lips. This honey is a rare treasure, crafted by my own hands. Naturally, I must safeguard it, Yun Ruoyue replied. For now, sister, accompany me in selecting a dance costume. With that, she placed the cloth bag upon the table, carefully stowing the jar of honey inside, leaving its rim slightly exposed. She then tugged at the Princess of Zhao, saying, "What do you think of this purple dance attire? Does it suit me? Sister, this honey is far too precious to be carelessly placed about. You should carry the bag and put it away," the Princess of Zhao urged. Observing Yun Ruoyue's reckless handling of the honey, a note of anxiety in her voice. "There's no need for concern. It's just you and me here." With no one else around, Yun Ruoyue replied boldly, pulling the princess along with her. Glancing outside, the princess noted the absence of others, which eased her worries. "Sister, I'm quite adept at wearing this garment. Could you assist me?" Yun Ruoyue asked as she removed the dance costume from the rack and stepped into the changing room. "Of course, I shall help you dress. You are so beautiful, sister. Anything you wear looks splendid," the Princess of Zhao chirped, playfully taking a bite of a drumstick hidden in her sleeve and hastily wiping her mouth before following her inside. Once in the changing room, Yun Ruoyue deliberately left her sash untied, seeking the princess's help to loosen it. However, her gaze wandered through a small lattice, peering outside. To her surprise, a handmaiden of Su Changxiao stealthily entered, immediately rummaging through her cloth bag. Meanwhile, Su Changxiao stood outside, her eyes darting about nervously. Should she shout now? It would surely terrify both women. Before long, the handmaiden seized the jar of honey and hurriedly exited, her steps brisk and anxious. Shortly after, a sly smile crept across Su Changxiao's lips as she departed with the handmaiden. Witnessing this scene, a smile graced Yun Ruoyue's face. Soon after, she whimsically selected a simple pink dance outfit to wear. The Princess of Zhao, noticing the garment's plainness, remarked, "Sister, there are splendid costumes over there. Why do you not choose one of them? I have no fondness for ostentatious attire. Something modest will suffice." "Let us be on our way," Yun Ruoyue replied, glancing at the so-called extravagant costumes adorned in vibrant hues, resembling a flamboyant peacock. With a striking lip color, one could easily portray a courtesan. In no time, Yun Ruoyue and the Princess of Zhao returned to the Grand Hall, just in time to see Su Changxiao emerging. Upon spotting them, Su Changxiao smiled and greeted, "Princess Li, have you finished changing?" "Perfect timing. I shall go in to change as well." "Are you going to dance too?" Yun Ruoyue inquired nonchalantly. "I hadn't intended to dance, but my aunt insisted, urging me to give it a try for good fortune. Thus, I find myself obliged to participate," Su Changxiao explained. "I mustn't delay any longer. I shall go change into my dance attire." With that, she hurried away with her handmaiden. She had to swiftly change into her dance attire, apply the floral nectar, and perform before Yun Ruoyue in order to attract the butterflies and secure victory. If she danced after Yun Ruoyue, even with the floral nectar, it would be in vain. Chapter 729. The Proud Man. People would merely say she was imitating Yun Ruoyue, lacking any originality. While others were still performing and it was not yet Yun Ruoyue's turn, she hurriedly went and returned, striving to dance before Yun Ruoyue, making her the one who imitated. Yun Ruoyue saw through Su Changxiao's scheme at a glance. She truly wished to inform Su Changxiao that there was no need for haste, as she would wait for her to perform first. Soon, Yun Ruoyue returned to the Grand Hall with Princess Zhao. As she sat down, she noticed the virtuous king beside her smiling and nodding in a gesture of politeness, to which she reciprocated with a smile. Just as she was smiling, a hand suddenly yanked her over, causing her to grimace in pain as she turned to face Chu Xuancheng, whose face was filled with jealousy. "Why did you pull me? That hurts." Yun Ruoyue glared at Chu Xuancheng while rubbing her sore arm. "Look at this, king," Chu Xuancheng coldly commanded. Fortunately, their voices were low and the commotion was minimal. With someone playing the lute and singing, their conversation was masked. Otherwise, they would have been a source of ridicule for quarreling in the hall. Yun Ruoyue looked at him speechlessly. "Why should I look at you? Do you think you are that handsome? You are this king's princess and can only gaze upon this king, not any other man," Chu Xuancheng ordered haughtily, filled with indignation. Yun Ruoyue chuckled in disbelief. "Who am I looking at? I merely greeted the virtuous king. Was that really necessary? How do you know him? This king does not recall you two being acquainted," Chu Xuancheng remarked, recalling that she also knew Su Changxiao, deepening his scowl. Why should I report to you how I know him? We met when we were children. Is that acceptable? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Not acceptable. Even if it was in childhood, you should only know this, king. Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly. You are truly exasperating. Yun Ruoyue thought it futile to argue with this narcissistic and proud man. She simply turned away to enjoy the performance. It seemed their commotion had attracted some attention. As someone glanced their way, Chu Xuancheng promptly grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand and revealed a gentle, indulgent smile, showing off his perfectly white and orderly teeth. Yun Ruoyue quickly cast a sidelong glance at him, her face flushing with shyness as she buried her head. On the surface, they appeared to be a perfectly harmonious couple, but in reality, their hands were tightly intertwined. Chu Xuancheng held her hand firmly, and unable to break free, Yun Ruoyue decided to take action. She sharply lifted her foot and stepped on Chu Xuancheng's luxurious golden satin boots, then twisted her foot, firmly pressing down on him. Yet, Chu Xuancheng remained impassive, as if he felt no pain at all. Had it been anyone else, they would have been wincing in agony by now. At that moment, Su Changxiao had already donned a resplendent blue and red dance outfit, gracefully approaching with the palace maids. Yun Ruoyue glanced and recognized the flower peacock dance attire she had previously deemed unworthy. To her surprise, it had been chosen by Su Changxiao. Her taste was indeed difficult to articulate. At that moment, the noblewoman on stage had finished her performance, and as the sound of the guqin ceased, an immediate hush fell over the audience. The princess of Zhao quickly nudged Yun Ruoyue, urging her to take the stage. Sister, go dance. With the honey of 100 flowers, you are sure to secure the top prize. After speaking, she popped a crystal grape into her mouth. Yun Ruoyue released her foot from stepping on Chu Xuancheng, who likewise let go of her hand. Only then did she withdraw her hand, calmly adjusting her dance attire and striking a pose as if to ascend the stage. Chapter 730, Dance of 100 Butterflies. In truth, her hand had been painfully tugged, and yet she had to maintain a facade of composure while displaying affection with Chu Xuancheng, which was quite vexing. Seeing Yun Ruoyue intent on taking the stage, Su Changxiao quickly rose, darting to the front and smiling at the audience. Since the talented ladies have just showcased their skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, allow me to perform a dance of 100 butterflies to enhance the festivities, shall I? Upon witnessing Su Changxiao's audacious advance, the princess of Zhao nearly choked on her grape in indignation. Is she truly so shameless? She knows my sister is ready to take the stage and still dares to go first. Is she in such a hurry for rebirth? Not to worry. I too wish to witness the talents of the princess of Jin, Yun Ruoyue remarked, glancing at Chu Xuancheng. The princess of Jin was none other than Chu Xuancheng's former lover, a memory etched deep in his heart. Surely, her performance would evoke excitement within him. However, much to her surprise, Chu Xuancheng did not cast a single glance at the woman on stage. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon Yun Ruoyue. You need not concern yourself with me. My relationship with her has long since faded. I never claimed you two were still connected, Yun Ruoyue retorted, feeling flustered as Chu Xuancheng discerned her thoughts. Turning her head hastily, she pondered the nature of their connection. After all, ex-girlfriends are often a thorn in a man's heart, capable of inflicting pain at any moment. At that moment, the Prince of Jin swirled his goblet, his countenance reeking of alcohol as he scrutinized Su Changxiao on stage. What is this dance of 100 butterflies? Do you possess the ability to perform it? Su Changxiao shot him an incredulous glance. Is he still my husband? How dare he question me while inebriated? I cannot dance. What need have I to take the stage? The so-called dance of 100 butterflies is one that can attract a multitude of butterflies while performing, Su Changxiao explained. The audience below, upon hearing this, gazed at her in disbelief, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Could the princess of Jin truly perform the dance of 100 butterflies? In the depths of winter, when butterflies were scarce, it seemed almost impossible. If she could indeed summon butterflies, it would be nothing short of miraculous. While winter in the north was devoid of butterflies, warmer locales still hosted them, such as the warm, spring-like waters of the Imperial Garden's hot springs, which nurtured many butterflies. However, I have yet to witness anyone attract butterflies with their dance. Today, I am eager to behold such a spectacle. Hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan expressed his astonishment. Oh, such a dance exists? Who would have thought the princess of Jin possessed such a remarkable skill? Do not delay, perform it for me at once. Indeed, I too wish to witness this, Princess of Jin. Pray, take the stage. Even the empress, who had always despised Su Changxiao, found herself captivated by her words. As the crowd craned their necks to catch a glimpse, Su Changxiao let out a soft chuckle, gracefully flicked her flowing sleeves, and commenced her dance. Earlier, she had meticulously applied an entire bottle of floral honey, determined to achieve the utmost effect. She had even adorned her face and hair with generous amounts of the honey to attract butterflies to her. As she applied it, an enchanting fragrance enveloped her, drawing a small bee from the garden towards her. Surprised by the bee's approach, she realized that, like the butterflies, these bees were typically found near the hot spring. And if one could venture here, surely the butterflies would follow. Chapter 731. The attraction of bees. It seemed that the floral honey concocted by Yun Ruoyue was indeed effective. Fearing the potency would wane, Su Changxiao hurriedly took to the stage to dance. As she began, the musicians nearby played a melodious accompaniment, enhancing the beauty of her performance. With the delightful music and her exquisite dance, it was truly a spectacle to behold. Su Changxiao, a talented lady from a prestigious family, possessed enchanting features and an ethereal grace. Simply standing there, with her every smile and frown, she emanated a gentle elegance that captivated the audience. Yun Ruoyue gave her a thumbs up, recognizing her as the woman once cherished by Chu Xuancheng. Her beauty and dance were indeed unparalleled in the grand hall. The audience eagerly anticipated the arrival of butterflies as Su Changxiao danced, yet after a lengthy wait, none appeared. Growing anxious, she frowned while dancing, glancing toward the outside, wondering why the butterflies had not yet arrived. Did Yun Ruoyue not claim that the floral honey would attract them? Why the delay? If they did not come, she would suffer great embarrassment. Just then, a buzzing sound erupted from outside, and a swarm of bees surged in like a horde of locusts, heading straight for Su Changxiao. Panic ensued in the hall as some shrieked in fear of being stung, creating chaos. How could there be bees? Where did they come from? Su Changxiao, in the midst of her dance, suddenly realized the bees were all flocking toward her, their yellow-brown bodies and sharp stingers buzzing menacingly as they aimed for her. Some even landed on her face, beginning to sting her. Ouch! It hurts. Help! Somebody help! The moment she was stung, Su Changxiao forgot her dance in terror, rolling to the ground with her hands shielding her face, shaking her head in desperation to evade the oncoming bees. Yet there were too many, soon. Her head was covered in stings. What was happening? How had she attracted these bees? Help! Someone, get rid of these bees. Emperor Hongyuan, witnessing the commotion, was equally alarmed and quickly retreated. Courtiers rushed to provide him with garments to shield him, placing them protectively in front of him. The queen and her fellow concubines were all rendered pale with fear, scurrying about in a state of panic. Fortunately, the swarm of bees was presently captivated by Su Changxiao, stinging only her, leaving the emperor and others unharmed. Come quickly, protect His Majesty, shouted Eunuch Lu, his voice rising in alarm as he witnessed the swarm of bees entering the hall. The entire grand hall descended into chaos, with Su Changxiao rolling on the ground, clutching her head and crying for help. At that moment, the bees, as if possessed, suddenly surged towards Emperor Hongyuan. The emperor and his concubines turned ashen with terror. Your Majesty, I have insecticide, let me try? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, retrieving her prepared insecticide from a cloth bag. She dashed forward to the emperor, aiming at the bees that threatened him, and sprayed the insecticide with fervor. As the toxic mist dispersed in the air, several bees, upon catching the scent, fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 732. Utterly embarrassed, Yun Ruoyue continued to spray several more times, and the bees before them dared not approach any longer, hastily fleeing towards the exit of the hall. It seemed these bees were also afraid of death. Simultaneously, Yun Ruoyue remarked, Your Majesty, the bees are attracted by the fragrance of the Princess of Jin. Her scent is overpowering. As long as she remains here, the bees will continue to come. If the insecticide runs out, they may become agitated. Someone, hurry and drag the Princess of Jin away, the farther the better. Ideally, take her to the lake to wash off that scent, lest she brings calamity upon us all. Emperor Hongyuan commanded angrily. At that moment, a few bees attempted to sting the Empress Dowager, and Yun Ruoyue quickly darted forward, spraying the insecticide to eliminate them. The remaining bees, witnessing this, quickly fled the hall. Meanwhile, some eunuchs rushed to drag Su Changxiao away. Seeing her face covered in bees, Yun Ruoyue hurried over and sprayed insecticide on her face, causing all the bees to drop dead at her feet. Su Changxiao was drenched in the insecticide, her eyes barely able to open, engulfed in the noxious scent. It was truly a case of reaping what one sows. Yun Ruoyue looked at her apologetically. She sought no conflict. But Su Changxiao had initiated this trouble by stealing from her, leading to her current predicament. Soon, Su Changxiao was pulled away, her face swollen from stings, and her exposed skin covered in welts, appearing utterly wretched. As she was dragged out, the bees, drawn by her scent, followed her out. And with the aid of Yun Ruoyue's insecticide, they dared not linger in the Grand Hall any longer, all flying out. Once they departed, the Grand Hall was rendered safe, and everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Empress Dowager, still shaken, patted her chest and exclaimed, "I was terrified. I thought the Princess of Jin's dance would attract butterflies. Little did I know it would summon thousands of bees." Thankfully, Princess Li acted swiftly, otherwise we would all have been embroiled in the Princess of Jin's misfortune. Esteemed envoys, Prince Ling Tian, and Princess Wu, are you all unharmed? Once the crisis had passed, Emperor Hongyuan swiftly removed the cloth draped over him, casting an apologetic glance towards Feng Ling Tian and the others. Feng Ling Tian promptly replied, "Thanks to Your Majesty's great fortune, we are all safe." Fortunately, Princess Li acted decisively, displaying both courage and wisdom at a critical moment, truly a heroine among women. As he spoke, he sent a look of admiration towards Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng shot a cold glare at Feng Ling Tian, his eyes fierce like a tempest, causing a shiver to run down Feng Ling Tian's neck. "Are you all unharmed?" Emperor Hongyuan surveyed his royal family and ministers. "We appreciate your concern, Your Majesty. We are all well." The bees had first targeted Su Changxiao, only later attacking others, but by then, Yun Ruoyue had already produced insecticide, resulting in Su Changxiao being the only one stung while the others remained unscathed. Seeing that everyone was all right, Emperor Hongyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The frightened concubines, who had been trembling moments ago, hastily returned to their seats, their faces pale and still shaken from the ordeal. The mother of Prince Zhao, concubine Da, remarked, "I am unaware of where the Princess of Jin procured those items that attracted the bees, which not only disturbed the royal presence, but nearly resulted in the emperor being stung. Truly a case of self-importance." At this moment, the intoxicated Prince Jin had regained his senses and quickly rose, saying, "Father, Changxiao acted unintentionally. I shall go see her at once and check on her condition." Chapter 733. Disfigured earlier, while Su Changxiao had been stung by the bees, he was still inebriated and had not thought to protect his wife. Now that he had sobered up, he realized how unmanly his previous actions had been, feeling that he fell short compared to Yun Ruoyue, a mere woman. He hastily exited the Grand Hall to find Su Changxiao, for they were husband and wife, having shared genuine feelings at their marriage. He was still concerned for her well-being, fearful that she had suffered from the bee stings. Soon, Prince Jin arrived at the lakeside, where he observed that many bees still hovered nearby. While palace servants had already thrown Su Changxiao into the lake, some servants held her hand, using the cold lake water to cleanse her body. Fortunately, the weather was cool, causing the bees to retreat after being drawn in, so they had flown back to the hot spring after freezing for a while. Thus, only a few bees remained, sparing Prince Jin from being stung profusely. Most importantly, the unpleasant odor on Su Changxiao had been washed away, prompting the bees to leave. Otherwise, they would have preferred freezing to death rather than abandon their circling around her. "Changxiao, are you all right? I am so sorry. I was intoxicated and failed to protect you." Once the bees had departed, Prince Jin rushed forward, pulling Su Changxiao up with concern etched across his face. However, upon seeing her face, he gasped and sank to the ground, recoiling in shock, his complexion darkening. "Changxiao, what has happened to your face?" Initially incredulous, Prince Jin then turned abruptly, retching onto the ground. Having recently fallen out of favor and consumed a great deal of alcohol, he expelled a substantial amount of liquor. Upon witnessing his reaction, Su Changxiao's body trembled uncontrollably. She hurriedly touched her face. Oh my! Her visage was swollen and disfigured, resembling a battered surface far worse than a gravel road. Frantically, she turned to the palace maid bestowed upon her by the empress and exclaimed, "Do you possess a mirror? Quickly, fetch me a mirror." "Yes, I have one with me," the maid replied, startled by Su Changxiao's urgency, as she swiftly retrieved a small copper mirror from her pouch. Snatching the mirror from the maid's hands, Su Changxiao gazed into it, only to be met with the sight of a pig-like face with squinted eyes. "Ah, She shrieked in disbelief, casting the mirror aside with a horrifying scream. Her face was entirely swollen, with the upper portion puffed up, turning her once bright and beautiful eyes into mere slits. Her formerly pointed chin had ballooned, while her lips resembled sausages. Her nose was red and swollen, resembling a scallion. She appeared more grotesque than the ugliest person in existence. Unable to accept such a dismal reflection of herself, Su Changxiao let out a piercing scream and smashed the mirror to the ground. Prince Jin had never witnessed Su Changxiao in such an unflattering state. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush to her side and offer comfort. Yet he found his legs weak and unresponsive. To him, she had always embodied an elegant and noble goddess, and it was this celestial beauty he adored, not the wretched figure before him. The sight of her current state repulsed him, instilling a desire to recoil rather than approach. Su Changxiao, always a paragon of beauty, could not bear her unsightly appearance. She hastily requested a handkerchief from the maid, covering her face and leaving only her eyes exposed. Chapter 734. The arrival of butterflies. Noticing Prince Jin's disdainful gaze, her heart felt like a desolate landscape, rife with anguish and simmering rage. If only it were Chu Xuancheng. Had she been his wife, he would never have looked upon her with contempt. No, he would have rushed to her side, shielding her from harm. Just as he had always protected Yun Ruoyue, when threats loomed over her, he would instinctively position himself in front of her, ensuring she never endured such suffering. Prince Jin was not only weak, but also cold-hearted. Alas, she was not Chu Xuancheng's wife. Earlier, he had merely sat by, observing the spectacle, never once contemplating her rescue. Regret washed over her. She lamented her choice to abandon Chu Xuancheng for the sake of the Empress's favor, only to find herself in such a dire predicament. Look, there are butterflies fluttering towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. What could this mean? At that moment, the maid pointed excitedly at the distant butterflies. Butterflies? Su Changxiao followed the maid's gaze and beheld a kaleidoscope of vibrant butterflies soaring towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Her heart skipped a beat, prompting her to declare, "Let us go and see." Without regard for her disheveled appearance or the dampness of her attire, she dashed towards the hall. Prince Jin and the maid, equally curious, followed her lead. As they reached the entrance of Taiha Hall, they beheld a multitude of butterflies fluttering inside. Su Changxiao hurriedly peered in and saw a woman clad in a pink dance attire, gracefully waving her water sleeves as she danced. Although her movements were rather ordinary, she gently beckoned, and a swarm of colorful butterflies encircled her, dancing in harmony with her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, the scene in the center of the hall resembled a celestial realm. Yun Ruoyue, with her water sleeves flowing, delicately glided as she danced, her limited repertoire consisting of slow movements. The exquisite butterflies swirled around her, some perching on her head, shoulders, and arms, elevating her presence to that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. The sight was so extraordinary and dreamlike that many stood up to gaze, craning their necks as if fearing they might miss the spectacle. Heavens! What a marvel it is that the Princess of Li could summon a throng of butterflies. It was simply enchanting. In comparison to the Princess of Jin, who could only attract bees, this was truly a spectacle of divine proportions. It was an unprecedented scene. I must record this event upon my return and even sketch it. The Princess of Li resembled an ethereal goddess, and those butterflies were simply breathtaking. Upon hearing the crowd's praises, Su Changxiao felt a surge of indignation, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Changxiao, what is wrong with you?" The Prince of Jin, noticing her distress, swiftly supported her. With blood staining her lips, Su Changxiao pointed at Yun Ruoyue, trembling as she exclaimed, "I have been deceived by her. That wretched woman set a trap for me. I was led into her scheme, and I fell for it. What transpired? How did she deceive you?" The Prince of Jin looked at Su Changxiao, perplexed. Su Changxiao gritted her teeth and recounted the events that had unfolded, concluding with, "That vile woman orchestrated this deliberately. She knew I was eavesdropping and intentionally spoke of the nectar attracting butterflies, which prompted me to send a palace maid for it. Yet, when I applied the nectar, I attracted bees instead, bringing shame upon myself. This was her premeditated trap designed to ensnare me. Now, I am left humiliated, while she captures the butterflies and is hailed as extraordinary. What a cunning mind that wretched woman possesses." Chapter 735. A quarrel between husband and wife. She felt an intense desire to eliminate Yun Ruoyue. The Prince of Jin, upon hearing this, grasped the situation's intricacies. He abruptly seized Su Changxiao by her collar, dragging her to a secluded area, glaring at her with fury. So it was your own recklessness that led to this mockery. You have brought shame upon the Prince of Jin, compounding my father's disappointment in me. You engaged in your petty schemes, resulting in disgrace for the prince's residence. You have truly brought this upon yourself. Can you blame me? I merely sought a stroke of good fortune to win the emperor's forgiveness. It was an accident. I was deceived by that wretched woman. Why do you not blame her, but instead direct your anger at me? I, too, am a victim and utterly innocent. Look at my face. Su Changxiao retorted, her anger flaring as she faced the prince's reprimand, feeling even more aggrieved by her humiliation. You, truly foolish, have fallen for that despicable woman's trickery. Now that we find ourselves in such a predicament, we must devise a plan to eliminate her, otherwise, the repercussions will be endless. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Prince Jin's eyes as he spoke fiercely. I share the same sentiment. I cannot find rest until Yun Ruoyue is dealt with. Su Changxiao grimaced, biting her teeth in pain. Enough. Look at your current state. Let us return to the manor to strategize and seek a physician. If this continues, your beauty will be irreparably damaged, Prince Jin said, his face contorted with anger. Seeing the disdain and impatience in his eyes, Su Changxiao took a step back in disbelief, her body swaying slightly. Prince Jin, when you first married me, you showered me with affection and care. Now, upon witnessing my disfigurement, you have changed so drastically. How quickly your demeanor has shifted. She spoke through gritted teeth. I have yet to hold you accountable for the troubles you have brought upon me. What more do you wish to say? Do you not feel embarrassed enough already? Prince Jin retorted angrily. Now you find me a source of shame? When you pleaded with my father for my hand, did you think of me this way? In truth, Prince Jin had initially married her solely for the power of the Su family, seeking to elevate himself through their influence. Prince Jin coldly chuckled, his gaze devoid of warmth. Did you not abandon Chu Xuancheng and turn to me for the very same reason? You coveted my power as the son of the empress and the crown prince. Would you have married me had I lacked such a noble lineage? If I were as destitute as Chu Xuancheng, would you still have chosen me? Your intentions were never pure from the outset. Do not feign innocence now. A woman who would forsake her childhood companion for power and status is hardly blameless. Struck by his words, Su Changxiao trembled, disbelief etched on her face. So this is how you truly perceive me. All along, you harbored resentment towards me. I had thought you genuinely cared for me, willing to marry me for love. Yet, it seems you have never loved me at all. Your willingness to wed me was merely a calculation for the Su family's influence. We were merely using each other. Do not elevate yourself to a pedestal of nobility. Oh, finally, you are willing to voice your true feelings. It appears that our union was merely a transaction of convenience. Your heart has never released its hold on Chu Xuancheng, has it? Do you know why I have been drowning my sorrows in drink? It is because your gaze has been fixated on him. You have become mine. Yet your thoughts linger on another. What do you take me for? Prince Jin roared. Do not mention him. When I was stung by a bee, where were you? As my husband, you did not rush to my aid, displaying nothing but disdain as I suffered. Is this truly the man I once knew? Prince Jin, I have misjudged you. No, she had not misjudged him from the beginning. When she first approached him, he was indeed a selfish and unfeeling man. It was merely her enchantment by his power and sweet words that led her to deliberately overlook his darker nature. In her eagerness to ascend the heights of his influence, she had ignored his ruthless ambition and unscrupulous methods. Had she known, she would never have wed him. Regret now envelopes her as she reflects on the abandonment of Chu Xuancheng. Had she married him, she would have basked in greater happiness than Yun Ruoyue. He had once cherished her deeply and would have held her in the palm of his hand. Upon hearing this, Prince Jin stepped forward, seizing Su Changxiao by the throat. His eyes ablaze with jealous fury. Are you now regretting your marriage to me? Do you still harbor thoughts of Chu Xuancheng? I knew it. You have not forgotten him. You fickle and capricious woman. Release me, you beast. How could you treat me thus? Had I known you were such a man, I would never have married you. I was blind to your true nature. Su Changxiao's eyes widened in fright as he tightened his grip, but she mustered her anger to voice her disappointment. My lord, my lady, this is the imperial palace. Please cease your quarrel lest you attract the imperial guards, urged a nearby maid in a flustered tone. Hearing this, Prince Jin quickly relinquished his hold, allowing Su Changxiao to gasp for breath, clutching her throat. This man, Prince Jin, was utterly useless. His own inadequacies, compounded by the emperor's neglect, led him to unleash his fury upon her. He had already been cold towards her, and to resort to violence today was unbearable. She wished she could rid herself of him entirely. Meanwhile, in the Taiha Hall, Yun Ruoyue was surrounded by a myriad of butterflies, a sight so enchanting that it left the onlookers in awe. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her in astonishment, not expecting such a talent from her. She radiated brilliance on stage, captivating him, as if she harbored many secrets he yearned to uncover. From the audience, a voice praised, "Her beauty is unmatched, and a fragrance wafts through the air. Intoxicating and delightful, no wonder it attracts butterflies." Curiosity swirled around as people wondered what fragrance Yun Ruoyue had employed to entice the butterflies. Only Yun Ruoyue knew that she had applied genuine floral nectar, a concoction she had previously developed in her laboratory, initially intended for attracting insects for medicinal experiments. To her surprise, it proved advantageous today. The vial that Su Changxiao had pilfered was mere imitation nectar, designed specifically to attract bees, commonly known as bee lure powder. This powder, when smeared on an old beehive, would invite bees to settle within. Su Changxiao, having unknowingly slathered herself with bee lure, would naturally attract a swarm of bees. In contrast, Yun Ruoyue's unique and fragrant floral nectar was bound to draw butterflies. The Empress, witnessing this scene, was incensed. She had compelled Yun Ruoyue to dance, intending to humiliate her, yet the outcome was quite the opposite, leading to her unexpected brilliance. And thus, the Princess of Jin unwittingly became the fool of the tale, provoking the Empress's ire further still. Soon, Yun Ruoyue's dance came to an end, and the fragrant aura surrounding her dissipated, causing the butterflies to flutter away gracefully. As she stood in place, she noticed that the audience was gaping at her, seemingly entranced. Feeling a bit awkward, she glanced at them, puzzled by their silence. How curious. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting a thunderous applause to erupt from the crowd, which left Yun Ruoyue feeling quite out of her element. She had no desire to be the center of attention. It was the Empress who had compelled her to perform. However, being the admired focal point was certainly preferable to being ridiculed. After all, she had traversed realms with her medical expertise and wished to leave an indelible mark. One could not afford to bring shame upon a time-traveling heroine. How remarkable it was. The Princess of Li had indeed captivated 100 butterflies. Is there anyone else who wishes to perform? Emperor Hongyuan inquired, having regained his composure from the initial shock. Upon hearing this, the noble ladies who had intended to showcase their talents hesitated, retracting their instruments and lowering their heads, deciding against taking the stage. With the Princess of Li's exceptional performance as a benchmark, they felt too intimidated to follow suit, fearing they would be met with derision. Is there anyone left? If not, we shall proceed to the voting to determine the winner, the Emperor declared with authority. Your Majesty, there are none, a noble lady replied softly, her voice tinged with apprehension. The other would-be performers also shook their heads, unwilling to step forward. In truth, Emperor Hongyuan secretly hoped no one else would take the stage, as he had grown weary of the ordinary performances. In his heart, he had already designated Yun Ruoyue as the victor. Seeing no one else approach, he announced, "Very well. Since there are no further performances, let those who have already performed come to the stage to begin the voting process. The one with the most votes shall be declared the winner." The noble ladies lined up, and Yun Ruoyue positioned herself among them. At that moment, the princes who had previously critiqued the other ladies suddenly ascended the stage, casting their ballots into the box before Yun Ruoyue. The Princess of Li's ability to attract butterflies is akin to the descent of a celestial maiden. It is truly wondrous. Thus, I cast my vote for her, proclaimed Prince Feng. Princess of Li, how did you manage such a remarkable feat? I too wish to try, inquired Prince Bao, his curiosity piqued. Yun Ruoyue smiled apologetically, explaining that it was merely a simple trick, devoid of any profound skill. Implicitly, she wished to keep her secret to herself, revealing it would jeopardize her unique allure. Prince Bao's wrinkled visage fell. Humph, I have cast my vote for you, yet you refuse to share your secret. If you choose not to disclose it, so be it. How stingy. Indeed, Prince Bao, you are quite the treasure. It is akin to a magic trick, and there are always underlying methods to such feats. If one divulges all their secrets, how might they continue to thrive? Sometimes, retaining a hint of mystery is preferable. There is no need for complete clarity. At times, ignorance can be more beautiful. Once the truth is revealed, it may shatter that beauty, Prince Feng advised. You make a valid point. Perhaps it is fortunate that I remain in the dark, Prince Bao conceded. At this moment, Others rushed to the stage to cast their votes. Those noble women with relatives present all voted for their own kin, while nearly all the rest cast their ballots for Yun Ruoyue. In Chapter 738, An Embrace, the Xianwang handed his voting token to Princess Zhao, politely requesting, "Princess Zhao, would you kindly assist me by casting my vote for Princess Li?" "Of course. No problem at all. I didn't expect we share the same sentiments. I too hold great admiration for Sister Li," replied Princess Zhao, her face alight with a smile as she took 3 tokens and deposited them for Yun Ruoyue. Among these were the votes from the Xianwang, from her, and from Prince Zhao. After casting her votes, Yun Ruoyue embraced her warmly. Seeing this, Chu Xuancheng suddenly turned to the Empress Dowager behind him, inquiring, "Grandmother, would you like me to assist you in casting your vote?" "Indeed, do help me. Please vote for Ruoyue. I simply adore her dance. Those butterflies were exquisite. Having witnessed such a spectacle in my lifetime, I would have no regrets," the Empress Dowager exclaimed with delight. "And what of the Defei?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. The Defei quickly handed her token to Chu Xuancheng, stating, "I too shall vote for Princess Li. Please assist me with this." "Are there any others who wish to cast their votes for her?" "I am more than willing to assist," Chu Xuancheng replied with calm composure. One of the concubines teased with a smile, "Oh, Prince Li is personally soliciting votes for his wife? Such affection. Then I shall give you mine as well." "Indeed. How sweet. I will offer mine too," chimed in another concubine. Observing this, many others followed suit, handing their tokens to Chu Xuancheng. "Thank you," he said, beaming as he held a substantial stack of tokens. "Prince Li, please cast my vote for Princess Li." Zui Xiangxiang stood up, her gaze lingering deeply on Chu Xuancheng as she solemnly presented her token to him. "Thank you," he responded, his attention resting on her for but a fleeting second before he stepped back, clutching the tokens. Zui Xiangxiang wished to say more, but upon noticing Emperor Hongyuan's stern gaze upon her, she hurried back to her seat, feigning interest in her tea. Had she not spoken to Chu Xuancheng, surely the emperor would not suspect her? The other concubines and ministers, witnessing the exchange, also entrusted their tokens to Chu Xuancheng, requesting he cast their votes for Yun Ruoyue. Before long, his hands were brimming with tokens, nearly too full to manage. Fortunately, the tokens were affixed with cords, allowing him to simply grasp the strings. Finally, he cast a sweeping glance over the women on stage, then approached them directly, holding the large bundle of tokens. The noble women watched him eagerly, hoping he would bestow his votes upon them. Even if they did not win, receiving his vote would be a lifetime treasure to cherish. Rumors suggested that Prince Li harbored disdain for Princess Li and showed her no favor, leaving uncertainty as to whom his votes would go. Just as the noble women's anticipation reached a peak, Chu Xuancheng strode directly to Yun Ruoyue, depositing all the tokens into the box before her, and gazed at her with profound affection. Around them, the sounds of sighs and disappointment echoed among the noble women. Yun Ruoyue, noticing that Chu Xuancheng had cast his vote yet remained, was momentarily taken aback and whispered, "Why are you looking at me like that? Have I not received any acknowledgement for the multitude of tokens I have bestowed upon you?" Chu Xuancheng spoke coldly, his expression as frigid as ice. Yet his heart burned with fervor. "Oh, thank you, and please extend my gratitude to the concubines as well. I am truly appreciative," Yun Ruoyue replied, feigning the act of wiping away non-existent tears, her face a mask of heartfelt emotion. "Is that all?" The look in Chu Xuancheng's eyes darkened with irritation. "Is it not sufficient? What more do you desire?" Yun Ruoyue queried, perplexed. Chapter 739. A diplomatic provocation. Just moments ago, the Princess Zhao gifted you 3 tokens, and you returned her affection with an embrace. Yet, after I have given you so many tokens, you offer me no response. Chu Xuancheng expressed his displeasure. "Is that how it is? Very well, I shall grant you an embrace as well." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by his audacity to act petulantly in public. 3 tokens for 1 embrace. I possess 12 here. Surely 1 will not suffice? Chu Xuancheng stood tall, his voice icy. "Shall I give you 4? Buy 4, receive 1 free. And let us add 1 more for a total of 5. Is that adequate?" Fearing the attention their dialogue might attract, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly leaned toward Chu Xuancheng and quickly embraced him 5 times. She then withdrew, her cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed upon her own toes. This scene undoubtedly caught the eyes of onlookers, and she imagined they would mock her inwardly. "Now that is more like it," Chu Xuancheng declared, satisfied, before he turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. Ultimately, Emperor Hongyuan himself rose to solemnly deposit his own token into Yun Ruoyue's box. With the emperor's endorsement, She was undeniably the first among them. Emperor Hongyuan proclaimed, "The Princess of Li possesses wisdom and grace, her skills unparalleled. Thus, she is the rightful first. This jade pendant, a personal treasure of mine, I bestow upon her from this moment forth." Having spoken, he placed the pendant upon the tray held by the eunuch. After expressing her gratitude, Yun Ruoyue accepted the pendant. The identities of the second and third place winners became inconsequential to the crowd. Once again, Yun Ruoyue captured the attention of all. Upon returning to her seat, she pretended to be engrossed in peeling pine nuts, wishing to evade the spotlight. Otherwise, the queen's faction would surely be consumed by jealousy. Earlier, during the voting, the queen's supporters had cast their votes for a niece of the queen, and the glares from concubine Shu and concubine Hui had been as though they wished to devour her whole. Thus, she resolved to maintain a low profile. As the competition among the noble ladies reached a conclusion, a group of foreign envoys, clad in distinct attire, abruptly rose from their secluded corner. The foremost envoy, adorned with a bushy beard and draped in a woolen cloak, provocatively addressed, "Your Majesty, since my great nation has become a vassal of the state of Chu for over a decade, we have paid tribute annually and acknowledged your sovereignty. This prolonged tribute has led to the depletion of our national strength and the emptying of our treasury, leaving our people discontent. Today, I present a challenge to all present, within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If anyone can retrieve our sacred pearl from a boiling cauldron of oil with their bare hands, my nation shall continue to pay tribute and acknowledge the state of Chu. If the duration of an incense stick elapses and no valiant warrior can extract the sacred pearl, may the state of Chu exempt my great E from its tributes." Upon uttering these words, the assembly erupted into chaos. Such diplomatic gatherings often invite disorder, typically arising from the vassal states resisting tribute or seeking to diminish their offerings while reaping greater benefits, or from provocations by rival nations. To everyone's astonishment, this instance was no different. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan's countenance darkened to a blood-chilling extent. 15 years prior, it was your great E that willingly bowed to our state of Chu, repeatedly offering tributes. In return, we, the state of Chu, committed to safeguarding the security of your great E. For over a decade, your nation has enjoyed peace, free from external disturbances and oppression, all thanks to our protection. What, then, do you now wish to forego our guardianship? Chapter 740. The desire to renounce the treaty. Upon hearing this, the bearded envoy scoffed coldly, asserting that it was not the state of Chu that protected Great E, but rather that Great E had been compelled to pay tribute annually to avoid the state of Chu's aggression, rendering the arrangement an inequitable treaty. Great E has never feared the surrounding minor states and does not require the state of Chu's military protection. Today, I bear the mandate of my sovereign and have come to negotiate with your state of Chu. Our repeated acts of fealty and tribute have been a humiliation for the citizens of Great E. If there exists talent within your state of Chu capable of resolving this challenge I present, then we shall continue our homage and offerings. If not, we implore the state of Chu to withdraw its forces stationed in Great E, annul our subservience and tribute, and restore peace to our nation. The bearded envoy, a native of Great E, was accustomed to speaking bluntly, yet this was relatively refined for him. He longed to declare that the notion of tribute in exchange for protection merely served as a guise for the extortionate fees Great E paid to prevent the state of Chu from launching an assault. Ultimately, the narrative remains that a weaker nation possesses no diplomatic leverage. However, in recent years, the new monarch of Great E has diligently sought to strengthen the nation, training its military and enhancing its might, while conversely, the state of Chu, under the leadership of Chu Yao, has seen its power wane, nearly succumbing to the neighboring state of Tianqing. Had it not been for the war god Chu Xuancheng, the state of Chu would have long been consumed by Tianqing. Currently, the state of Chu is under the watchful eye of Tianqing, and since Emperor Hongyuan ascended the throne, its national strength has diminished, leaving the treasury nearly empty. The people of Great E, descended from a nomadic heritage, have always been robust and valiant, thriving in battle, and have grown unafraid of the state of Chu. Thus, they no longer desire its protection, nor do they wish to continue their tributes. Yet, 15 years ago, the late king of Great E and the previous emperor of Chu, Emperor Qingyun, entered into a 50-year tribute agreement. At that time, the people of Great E were impoverished and weak, and the old king, consumed by fear for his life, found himself compelled to sign this unequal treaty, fearing the might of the powerful state of Chu. Not only were they subjected to a military presence from Chu, living under constant threat, but they were also obliged to annually present substantial tributes of pelts, livestock, silk, red cedar, and horses. After the young king ascended to the throne, he demonstrated both courage and wisdom, diligently striving to govern effectively, bolster military strength, and cultivate economic growth. Over the past decade, the kingdom of Dai has emerged as the dominant power in the northwest, instilling fear even in the neighboring smaller states. As Dai grew stronger, the kingdom of Chu, under the reign of Emperor Hongyuan, found itself in decline. Thus, the latter was reluctant to continue its subservient tribute. However, they dared not outrightly abrogate the treaty for fear of being labeled as untrustworthy. So they devised a cunning strategy to compel Chu to withdraw its garrison and cease its tributes. It was, indeed, a trivial farce. The obligations of tribute and vassalage were enshrined in the treaty between the two nations, and how could they be discarded over such a trivial matter? Emperor Hongyuan remarked coldly. Now, with Chu's diminished power, even a minor nation like Dai had the audacity to act insolently before him. The bearded envoy cast a disdainful glance at Emperor Hongyuan, stroking his beard as he proclaimed, "The treaty signed between our Dai and Emperor Qingyun did not involve you, Your Majesty. Since Emperor Qingyun has passed away and so many years have elapsed, there is no longer a necessity to uphold this agreement. Emperor Qingyun was the former sovereign of Chu and represented the kingdom. Thus, the treaty you established with him is tantamount to one with Chu itself. How can you attempt to separate him from the kingdom?" In essence, it was Dai's lack of integrity that prompted them to seek such an excuse to evade tribute. The people of Chu have always honored their commitments and would never engage in such fickleness, Emperor Hongyuan replied with solemnity. Chapter 741. Retrieving the sacred pearl from the oil pot, a profound glow emanated from his eyes. He harbored a deep desire to devour this envoy whole. Yet now that Dai had become the most formidable nation in the northwest, their people were inherently wild and unruly, relying solely on brute force. With a strong desire for vengeance and camaraderie, he refrained from acting against the envoy, as doing so would likely provoke severe retaliation from Dai. This conundrum was indeed difficult to resolve. Did the solid foundation and deterrent established by Emperor Qingyun waver in his hands? No, he must preserve this realm and this deterrent, ensuring that a petty nation like Dai would not dare to instigate turmoil within Chu. Your Majesty, ultimately, it appears that the people of Chu lack courage. I merely posed a single question, and you are reduced to such fear. A sovereign of a nation cannot even find one capable individual to solve a problem. How can you expect my Dai to bow in submission and be genuinely convinced? The bearded envoy sneered triumphantly. Oh, if the people of Dai are so formidable, can your hands reach into that cauldron of oil to retrieve the sacred pearl? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a grave tone. His gaze was icy, surveying the world with an air of superiority, emanating an aura that deterred approach, making it difficult for others to meet his eyes. The bearded envoy felt an involuntary shiver at the sight of the renowned Li Wang, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Of course we can. If we could not, would we have posed such a question? The citizens of Dai are known for their bravery and cunning. This mere cauldron of oil cannot thwart us. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly leaned towards Chu Xuancheng, unable to contain herself, and whispered, "Do not heed his nonsensical claims. There is a trick to this oil pot. If he dares to plunge his hand in, I can do so as well. It is merely an illusion, a sleight of hand meant to deceive the uninitiated. But it cannot fool me. I have encountered such tricks in ancient texts before." In truth, from the moment Yun Ruoyue first heard the bearded man's bluster, she had already discerned that the pot contained primarily vinegar with only a small amount of oil. Such tricks are commonly seen on television and in modern streets. But these ancient individuals were oblivious to the principles of vinegar and oil, which is why they found it so astonishing. The boiling point of vinegar is 60 degrees Celsius, while that of oil is 287 degrees Celsius. When vinegar and oil are heated together, the vinegar, having a lower boiling point, quickly reaches a boil, while the oil remains cool. Thus, when one reaches in, they are not burned, as the vinegar is only moderately warm. However, to the onlookers, the pot appears to be boiling, naturally deterring anyone from reaching in. The bearded man must have mastered this method to intimidate others. He may have frightened these unknowledgeable ancients, but he could not intimidate her, a postdoctoral researcher in medicine. Do you understand this trick? Chu Xuancheng inquired, leaning closer to Yun Ruoyue and speaking softly. She nodded promptly, saying, of course. No one would dare to thrust their hand into a truly boiling pot of oil. It is the vinegar that makes it possible to reach in. Haven't you seen such sleight of hand before? Chu Xuancheng shook his head. I have traveled to many places in my years of warfare, yet I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the astonished crowd, contemplating that they likely had never witnessed anything like it. Do you truly dare to reach in? Won't the oil scorch you? Chu Xuancheng regarded her with skepticism. Do I appear to be someone with a broken mind? If I were incapable, would I speak so confidently? Yun Ruoyue replied, gesturing to her head with an air of calm assurance. Chapter 742. Another provocation. Chu Xuancheng, reflecting on Yun Ruoyue's transformation over the past months, found himself instinctively inclined to trust her. After all, she had managed to reattach a severed arm. Perhaps she indeed possessed a way to resolve this dilemma. However, he refrained from making any absolute statements. Meanwhile, the spectators below had begun to voice their indignation. This is a pot of boiling oil, so scorching that even a slight approach would result in burns. How could one dare to plunge an entire hand in? The people of the Dai Kingdom are clearly trying to embarrass our Chu state. They are doing so deliberately. Perhaps the hunters from the Dai Kingdom have calloused hands from years of toil, allowing them the audacity to reach in. Our people, with their delicate skin, would never dare to do so. Nay, I have trained in martial arts for decades, and my hands are calloused enough to serve as gloves. Yet I would not dare to reach in. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, one still fears the kitchen knife. I have trained my iron sand palm for many years and slain countless foes on the battlefield. Yet I would not dare to thrust my hand into the pot of oil. I refuse to believe that those from the Dai Kingdom would have the courage. This is likely a trap, and we must not fall into it. Upon hearing the remarks from the civil and military officials, the bearded man erupted into a raucous laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, you truly are a bunch of the uninitiated. Just because you cannot do it, do you assume others cannot either? There are always those beyond your ken, and realms beyond your reach. If you dare to wager, wait a moment while I prepare the oil pot. I shall demonstrate to you my unparalleled skill in retrieving the sacred pearl with my bare hands. On what grounds should we gamble with you? Your nation and mine have long since entered into a tribute agreement, signed for a duration of 50 years, of which 35 years remain unfulfilled. Are the people of your great nation truly so faithless and dishonorable?" Prince Feng exclaimed, tugging at his pristine white beard in indignation. The bearded man, filled with disdain, retorted, "There is no need for such superfluous words. Not daring is simply not daring. Do not fabricate excuses. How shameful it is for the illustrious state of Chu to be unable to produce a single formidable talent, falling short even of our great E. It seems we no longer require tribute. Our great E shall only bow and pay homage to truly powerful nations, never to petty upstarts. Are you implying that if a person from the state of Chu can plunge their hand into the oil pot and retrieve your sacred pearl, you shall continue your tribute to Chu and fulfill the remaining 35 years of the homage agreement?" At this moment, Chu Xuancheng rose coldly to his feet. He gazed down upon the bearded man, speaking deliberately, yet his voice resonated with an undeniable authority. The bearded man was taken aback by his words, incredulous as he exclaimed, "Of course, is it possible that your state of Chu possesses such talent? That cannot be." This was a secret he had stumbled upon during an experiment of his own, a secret known solely to him. He doubted anyone else could comprehend it. Initially, he intended to heat a pot of oil to fry pork chops, but an inattentive servant had mistakenly poured in an excessive amount of vinegar. Fearing discovery, the servant hastily added more oil to cover up the mistake. When he detected the unusual scent from the pot, he went to investigate, but the servant, in a panic, overturned the pot with a wooden stick, attempting to destroy the evidence, splattering oil all over himself. He expected to be scalded, yet to his surprise, the oil was merely warm, despite seeing the pot bubbling. How could this be? Upon further reflection, he discerned the remarkable secret. He had conducted an experiment, presenting such an oil pot before others, waiting for it to boil, and observing who would dare to reach in. None did. Chapter 743. Heads will roll. Everyone was unaware of the vinegar inside, fearing burns. Thus, he devised this method to challenge the state of Chu. Unexpectedly, Chu Xuancheng had the audacity to accept. He was genuinely intrigued to see the outcome. With a cold smile, radiant with elegance, Chu Xuancheng declared, "My state of Chu is teeming with talent. Why must we dispatch true talents for such a trivial matter? Instead, I shall send my royal consort to attempt this feat should she hesitate to reach into the oil pot and retrieve the sacred pearl. We shall absolve your great E of the obligation of tribute and withdraw our forces, granting you your freedom." As these words fell, all present gazed at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief. Prince Feng rebuked him directly. "Li Wang, this is a matter of state. You cannot treat it lightly. With the emperor present, how dare you presume to act on his behalf? Are you seeking to overstep your bounds?" Prince Bao added, "Li Wang, should your consort fail, can you bear the responsibility? Do you not regard the emperor or the state of Chu? The matters of the state are treated frivolously by you. According to the treaty, the Great E Kingdom is obliged to pay tribute to us annually. They cannot evade this obligation. Even if we do not resolve this conundrum, they cannot take any action against the state of Chu. Li Wang, you youngsters are all too fond of acting on impulse, lacking in foresight. Do you truly believe that if we retreat and refuse to gamble, the Great E Kingdom will continue to pay tribute to Chu? Do you genuinely think they will not resort to deceit?" Chu Xuancheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke calmly. Despite the evident anger of the princes, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance that disregarded their presence entirely. Upon hearing him, the princes were momentarily taken aback. The implication of this bearded fellow's words was clear. If the state of Chu refrained from gambling, it was indeed plausible that the Great E Kingdom might resort to trickery and cease their tribute altogether. In such a case, it would be better to take a gamble. If fortune favored them, the Great E Kingdom would be compelled to adhere to the agreement and continue their tribute, thereby silencing any dissent from the populace of Great E. However, could the unskilled Li Wang Fei truly emerge victorious? They remained skeptical, viewing Li Wang's actions as mere folly. Emperor Hongyuan's gaze bored deeply into Chu Xuancheng. For in this grand hall, it was not the place of a mere prince to make decisions on behalf of the emperor. His eyes glimmered with a murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Li Wang, very well. I permit you to send Li Wang Fei into battle. However, let me make this clear. Should Li Wang Fei fail, and if she dares not plunge her hand into the oil pot to retrieve the sacred pearl, resulting in the loss of our tribute from the Great E Kingdom, then your entire Li Wang Fu shall pay with your lives." This was the wrath of the Son of Heaven, a furious storm. Everyone present was taken aback by these words. They sensed the terrifying murderous intent in the emperor's eyes, causing them to grow tense, fearing for the lives of Li Wang and Li Wang Fei. The Empress Dowager looked at Emperor Hongyuan in disbelief, feeling his demeanor was ominous and laden with menace. Could it be that he could no longer restrain himself and intended to act against Xuancheng? The faction supporting the Empress was in a state of exhilaration, each one wearing a smug smile, barely restraining their applause and celebration. This time, the Li Wang couple was undoubtedly doomed. Feng Ling Tian watched this scene with a sneer. Internal strife had emerged within the state of Chu, which was quite favorable for him. It was simply unfortunate to see such talented individuals as Li Wang and his wife in such a predicament. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that they were attempting to resolve the dilemma for the state of Chu, only to face such threats from the emperor. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking up. After all, the prestige gained was not hers, and losing would cost her her head. This illustrates the emperor's true cold-heartedness. Chapter 744. Bluster now, she and Chu Xuancheng felt as if they were being roasted over a fire, walking on a razor's edge, every step fraught with peril. "Are you afraid?" Chu Xuancheng asked with a smile as he took her hand. Yun Ruoyue replied with an equally calm smile, "I am afraid. But as a citizen of the state of Chu, when my country is in peril, I would gladly offer my life to stand in its defense." "Very well then. Royal Minister, please prepare your oil pot," Chu Xuancheng stated. Witnessing the fortitude and fearlessness of the Li Wang couple, the bearded man felt a deep sense of astonishment. Were it not for the historical enmity between their nations, he would have been quite willing to befriend them. He admired the courageous and resourceful champions of justice. After all, the sinister Emperor Hongyuan was rumored to have usurped the throne by fratricide, which he found utterly disgraceful. The bravery exhibited by the couple, the king and queen of Li, left others in awe. They had never anticipated such noble sacrifice, willing to lay down their lives for the sake of the kingdom of Chu. Some expressed concern for their safety, while others raised their thumbs in admiration. In that moment, no one had the courage to step forward, save for the couple. They truly were dragons among men, destined for greatness, yet faced with the grim prospect of execution at the hands of Emperor Hongyuan. as she observed their smiles. A sense of melancholy underpinned their expressions. Soon, everyone shifted their attention outside the hall, where a bearded man had his men prepare a cauldron of oil. With wood placed beneath it, the cauldron filled to the brim. At least, to the onlookers, it appeared to be brimming with oil. However, Yun Ruoyue's keen sense detected a strong scent of vinegar. Indeed, the bearded man's method aligned with her suspicions. At that moment, the bearded man produced a fist-sized sacred pearl from his possession and dropped it into the cauldron. He then coldly commanded his subordinates to ignite the fire and heat the oil. In no time, the flames roared to life, blazing fiercely. The sight of the vibrant red flames terrified the crowd, who hesitated to approach the cauldron, fearful of being splattered by the scalding oil. The bearded man reveled in their fear. The greater their trepidation, the less likely anyone would dare to approach. Emperor Hongyuan coldly fixed his gaze upon the cauldron, contemplating that if Yun Ruoyue were to fail, he would spare no effort in ensuring the couple's demise. Should the kingdom of Tianxing contemplate an attack on Chu, he would seek an alliance with them, especially with Feng Ling Tian present. If an alliance proved unfeasible, he would detain Feng Ling Tian as a hostage to deter any aggression against Chu. In this way, he could eliminate Chu Xuancheng entirely, without needing to contend with him. Alas, it was a pity to lose such talent as Yun Ruoyue. He held a certain appreciation for her. Fortunately, the couple had no offspring, rendering his task of eradicating them simpler. At that moment, the fire blazed even more fiercely, and soon the oil in the cauldron began to bubble vigorously. Someone exclaimed, "It's boiling. The oil is boiling." The crowd instinctively retreated, wary of being splattered by the scalding oil. For such heat was no trivial matter, the bearded man cautioned. They all quickly stepped back, no longer daring to observe the spectacle, their hearts racing with anxiety. Only Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue displayed no sign of fear. He held her hand, accompanying her as they approached the cauldron. Yun Ruoyue carefully inhaled the aroma emanating from the cauldron, scrutinizing its structure. She recognized that this cauldron resembled the large one she had encountered during her travels in Thailand, noting its thick base, indicating it was indeed double-layered. After numerous inquiries, she discovered that the pot was double-layered, with a layer of separation between the top and bottom. Additionally, it contained white vinegar and oil, rendering it not hot at all. To her surprise, this bearded man was quite clever, having modified the pot into a double-layered design. With the insulating layer in between, it was even less likely to burn. "You, Xinshin, perhaps you should reconsider? You need not go. I am reluctant for you to suffer burns," the Empress Dowager observed, her heart heavy with sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks, her form trembling. She wiped her tears and gazed at her grandson and granddaughter-in-law with reddened eyes, lamenting her own inadequacy in protecting them. "Do not worry, Empress Dowager. Since we have made a promise, we shall not go back on our word. We also hope that the kingdom of Dei will honor its commitments," Yun Ruoyue replied with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, while the people of Dei may be a bit straightforward, they are steadfast in their promises," the bearded man added, stroking his beard. Yun Ruoyue shot him a speechless glance, thinking how ironic it was for him to speak of promises when they had signed a 50-year contract. Surely, that was tantamount to breaking faith if they sought to retract it. "Princess Li, be cautious of this boiling oil. Allow me to demonstrate how to retrieve the sacred pearl from this scalding pot," the bearded man declared, purposefully feigning fear as he blew on his hands, appearing as if he wished to plunge them in yet hesitated. Yun Ruoyue understood that he was merely attempting to frighten her. Such theatrics were primarily about instilling fear. Those with weaker psychological fortitude, like the Empress, had already fled in terror, let alone daring to immerse their hands in the boiling oil. The bearded man sought to further complicate matters, attempting to showcase his martial prowess and inner strength to intimidate this young woman. "Indeed, Princess Li, do not attempt to put on a brave front. Only those of exceptional skill dare to plunge their hands into this pot. I, having trained for over a decade, only do so with the aid of my internal energy. You lack martial arts. Thus, exercise caution and do not ruin your delicate hands. The sensation of being fried in that oil is quite unbearable," he warned. Upon hearing this, others trembled in fear, their bodies shaking at the mere thought of the searing oil. "Whom do you think you are frightening?" Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly, pushing his hand aside. "I do not require your demonstration. I can manage on my own." With that, she cautiously placed her hand above the oil, testing its temperature. Finding it deceptively mild, she gradually extended her hand into the pot. Oh my! She truly went in. How terrifying! Will her hand be cooked? Goodness, this is too frightening. I cannot bear to watch. I shall close my eyes. This is too gruesome. Surely, Princess Li's hand is ruined, murmured the onlookers in horror. Wait. Why isn't Princess Li crying out? How is she so composed? At that moment, Yun Ruoyue had firmly submerged her hand into the pot, retrieving the sacred pearl effortlessly. This was indeed a modern trick. The pot was filled with vinegar, hardly any oil, and the temperature was akin to warm water. The pungent smell of vinegar clung to her, overwhelming and unbearable, yet the onlookers remained oblivious, mistakenly believing it was merely oil. Chapter 746. Where is your courage? The man with the bushy beard gaped in disbelief, his eyes widening as if struck by a thunderous blow that left him dizzy and disoriented. How could this be possible? How could this happen? Emperor Hongyuan also stared in astonishment, his eyes bulging like brass bells. Meanwhile, Chu Xuancheng regarded Yun Ruoyue with admiration. Realizing she had once again astonished him, the outcome was truly unexpected. It turned out her claim of having a solution was genuine. He suddenly perceived her standing there, radiating a divine glow that captivated the audience. Yun Ruoyue, amidst the turmoil, feigned discomfort, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The oil was scorching hot. It could burn me alive. Please, keep your distance, or you might get scalded. Having said that, she slowly and steadily retrieved the holy pearl from the pot. Her hands remained unscathed, only her sleeves dampened. My goodness, the princess consort of Li is extraordinarily formidable. She single-handedly retrieved the holy pearl from the boiling oil. Truly a heroine among women. As a man, I feel utterly inadequate. Someone exclaimed in excitement. Heavens! I admire the princess consort of Li so much. I wish to become her disciple and revere her. Another cried out in excitement. The princess consort of Li not only plays the zither with no strings, but also dances to attract countless butterflies, undeterred by the oil pot. If she were not married, I would wish to take her as my wife. Chu Xuancheng shot a cold glare at the onlookers, causing one to hastily silence himself. What do you think, Ambassador Wang? I plunged my hand into the scalding oil pot and retrieved the holy pearl. Are you still prepared to honor the allegiance and tribute agreement? Yun Ruoyue, holding the holy pearl aloft, calmly surveyed the bushy-bearded man. After recovering from his astonishment, the man reluctantly bowed his head, his face flushed as he acknowledged. The princess consort of Li is indeed a remarkable woman. I am in awe. With her victory, the Dai kingdom would certainly uphold its word and continue to honor the allegiance and tribute agreement, never to renege. It is reassuring that the Dai kingdom will adhere to the treaty. Ambassador Wang, isn't my niece-in-law impressive? I can send anyone to resolve your dilemma effortlessly. Witnessing the turn of events, Emperor Hongyuan promptly changed his stance. He then turned to Yun Ruoyue with concern. Princess consort of Li, I hope the oil did not harm you. Remember to check your arms when you return home. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, Yun Ruoyue replied, bowing respectfully. The bushy-bearded man, consumed by anger and anxiety, regretted devising a plan that had been so easily unraveled by a mere girl. It was truly humiliating. Fortunately, she was tactful enough not to expose him. Otherwise, his deceit would no longer intimidate anyone. Several other envoys from the Dai kingdom cast furious glares at him, while he felt too ashamed to meet their eyes, having disgraced his country. Just as he intended to turn and leave, a hand grasped his arm. Ambassador Wang, do not depart just yet. Did you not say you would demonstrate this for me? Now, extend your hand into the pot, and let us witness your courage. The person who held him was Yun Ruoyue. The bearded man turned around and cast a glance at the boiling oil. Feeling a sense of helplessness as he looked at Yun Ruoyue, he dared not approach it. For the oil, after being heated for such a long time, had become scalding hot. He was well aware that the oil was only tolerable during the initial minutes, after which it would become dangerously hot, and thus he could not muster the courage to thrust his hand into it. Chapter 747. Scared away, it dawned on him that the little girl was exceedingly clever. She had intentionally obstructed him earlier, preventing him from demonstrating, merely waiting for this very moment. With a woeful expression, he gazed at her, his smile more lamentable than a frown. Princess Li, I am in dire need. I must attend to the restroom before returning. Absolutely not. Are you not a warrior of the Dai kingdom? This dilemma was posed by you. I have already thrust my hand in. Why do you hesitate? Are you frightened? Or is it that you have never dared to attempt it? Was all of this merely to provoke the people of Chu? Yun Ruoyue laughed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, her mirth innocent and unblemished. I am not afraid. I truly need to relieve myself. Princess Li, please let me go. The bearded man, drenched in sweat, pleaded. He continued to wipe the perspiration from his forehead, terrified that the princess would expose the truth. For how then could he continue to intimidate others? He would rather be branded a coward than have his secret unraveled. Should the sovereign of the Dai kingdom discover his deception, he would be charged with treason. For he had once performed the feat of retrieving the sacred pearl with his bare hands before the king, astonishing both the monarch and his ministers, leading to his promotion and appointment as an envoy to the Chu kingdom, a secret he had not divulged to the king. Yun Ruoyue coldly smiled. Did you not claim to possess this ability? Come now, stretch out your hand, and let us witness the courage and valor of a Dai citizen. I lack such prowess. I am afraid. I possess no courage. My dear lady, you know this well. Please spare me. The bearded man clasped his head with both hands, pleading pathetically with Yun Ruoyue. At this moment, everyone erupted in laughter at his expense. They had assumed the people of Dai to be formidable. Yet he was revealed to be nothing more than a coward, audacious enough to provoke the Chu kingdom. Thankfully, Princess Li was formidable, otherwise, they might have been deceived by him. After uttering these words, the bearded man hastily turned to Emperor Hongyuan. Your Majesty, I just recalled that we, the Dai kingdom, have urgent matters to attend to. We shall take our leave and return home. Until next time. With that, he led several envoys in a hasty retreat. His secret had been uncovered by the people of Chu, yet he could still bluff the people of Dai. He could not allow this secret to be discerned by the emissaries of Dai, otherwise he would truly be finished. Emperor Hongyuan inquired, what about the tribute? Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Dai kingdom will adhere to the previous treaty, paying tribute to the Chu kingdom annually. The bearded man's voice had scarcely faded when he slipped away, disappearing without a trace. Was he not in urgent need? Why did he not relieve himself before departing? The empress queried, perplexed. Chu Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue and quietly asked, could you possibly explain to me what just transpired? He is now fervently eager to unravel this mystery, and not just him. Everyone present here gazes at her with anticipation. Yun Ruoyue, however, does not wish to be perceived as a celestial being or a monster, for she is merely an ordinary person with no extraordinary abilities, lest she attract future troubles. Thus, she boldly elucidated the principles behind vinegar and oil in public, concluding, it is not that I possess courage or extraordinary skills. Rather, I am aware that he is merely playing tricks. If you don't believe me, you may return home and conduct an experiment with vinegar and oil. Since this is his ruse, why then does he ultimately refrain from reaching into it? Prince Feng inquired, perplexed. Because, in the end, all the vinegar in the pot vaporizes and burns away, leaving only oil, which naturally becomes scalding hot. Thus, he certainly dares not plunge his hand in, Yun Ruoyue explained. Ah, I see now. It was merely a trivial trick. I had assumed that the envoy possessed some remarkable abilities. It turns out he was engaging in mere theatrics, which did not escape the discerning eye of Princess Li. She is indeed formidable, remarked Prince Bao, giving Yun Ruoyue a thumbs up. At this moment, it became clear to all that it was merely a small trick, unveiled by Princess Li. Although her martial prowess may not be impressive, her intellect commanded great respect from the crowd. Observing the admiration directed towards her, Emperor Hongyuan's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with malevolence. Before long, the gathering resumed within the hall, where melodies and dances filled the air, and cups were exchanged in revelry. Feeling a pang of hunger, Yun Ruoyue partook of some food and consumed copious amounts of tea. After finishing her tea, she felt a pressing need to relieve herself and requested a palace maid to escort her to the adjacent lavatory. Upon completing her business and washing her hands, she prepared to return to the Taiha Hall when she noticed, at a distance, a group of palace attendants surrounding a graceful figure clad in white, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Is it Princess Li? My lord wishes to meet you. Would you grace us with your presence? As Yun Ruoyue approached, she discerned that the ethereal figure enveloped in moonlight was none other than the Xianwang. Standing beside him was the young attendant who had cared for him when she rescued him previously, and it was this very attendant who had spoken to her moments ago. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue approach, the Xianwang's pale, handsome face suddenly flushed crimson, and he took a shy step back, shielding the expansive hem of his attire with his hand. His lips were a vibrant red, akin to splendid peach blossoms. My apologies, Princess Li. I did not intend to intrude upon you, but a question has lingered in my mind, and I yearn for an answer, which compelled me to call out to you. The Xianwang spoke softly, his voice unexpectedly melodious, akin to gentle whispers, rich with magnetism. Seeing him in such a flustered state stirred a sense of intrigue within Yun Ruoyue. She smiled warmly at him, saying, "Greetings. I must thank you for calming that startled horse on the street last time and for catching me just in time. It seems we are indeed fated." Having crossed paths outside the palace before, the Xianwang chuckled lightly. "Princess Li, I have a peculiar feeling that we have met on more than one occasion. Might I inquire if you have a brother or younger sibling who bears a striking resemblance to you?" In my household, there is no elder brother. I am the eldest, with only a younger brother of 5. Yun Ruoyue expressed surprise at this. Was he inquiring about the last time he donned male attire? "How old is your younger brother? Can he practice medicine?" the benevolent king asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Could he be on the verge of finding his benefactor? "I apologize. My younger brother is merely 10 years old, still a child, and he cannot practice medicine." "Your Highness, perhaps you have mistaken someone?" Yun Ruoyue inquired innocently. "Oh, he is only 10. It appears I have made an error, a misunderstanding." "My apologies," the benevolent king replied, his face falling in disappointment. He lowered his gaze, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips, with an air of despondency enveloping him. His attendant interjected, "Princess Li, last time at the market, our lord fainted, and he was rescued by a handsome young gentleman passing by. To be honest, that young man bears a striking resemblance to you, especially when your hair is styled this way, revealing your entire face. Our lord has been searching for that savior, believing he might be your relative, hence the inquiry." "Ah, I see. I apologize, but it seems my family does not have any relatives resembling me. You must have mistaken someone. However, if I encounter a man who resembles me in the future, I shall certainly inquire if it is he." In truth, there was no one in the entire Yun clan who shared her appearance, neither male nor female. This peculiarity had always puzzled Yun Ruoyue. How could she, born of the same father, look so different from her sisters within the household? "Then I must beg your pardon for intruding. My health is not well, and the emperor has graciously permitted me to return home early. Princess Li, until we meet again," the benevolent king concluded, dragging his weary steps, supported by his attendants. His complexion was pale, glistening with cold sweat, resembling a delicate flower, yet he exuded an undeniable beauty. Such a handsome figure truly tugged at Yun Ruoyue's heartstrings. She gazed at his retreating silhouette, contemplating, "Just hold on a little longer. I shall soon come to your aid." As the palace banquet neared its conclusion, Emperor Hongyuan suddenly questioned Chu Xuancheng. "I dispatched eunuch Su to fetch the eldest princess, but the young eunuch accompanying him returned to report that the eldest princess is unwell, and eunuch Su must remain at the Li Wangfu to care for her for a few days before bringing her to the palace. What ailment afflicts the eldest princess? And is it severe? Should I send a few imperial physicians to check on her?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My elder sister has merely caught a slight cold, and I fear she might transmit her illness to the Empress Dowager, so I advised her to recover before returning." Chu Xuancheng replied, "I see. Tell her to take care of her health and return once she is well," Emperor Hongyuan stated solemnly. It was merely a cold. He had feared it might be something grave. The Empress Dowager, too, expressed her concern. "Has Jiyu caught a cold? Make sure you tell her to prioritize her recovery. A cold may seem trivial, yet it can be fatal. If she finds comfort outside the palace, she may stay for another year or so before returning. There is no hurry." "Thank you, Empress Dowager. I shall convey your words to my elder sister, urging her to rest well at the Li Wangfu for a year or so before discussing her return," Chu Xuancheng promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan cast a profound gaze upon the two. The two of them harmonized so well that they inadvertently settled the itinerary for the princess. He had never permitted the princess to reside in the Li Wangfu. In fact, he wished for her to return to the palace sooner, where she could be kept under control. Yet, the Empress Dowager boldly stated otherwise. She was fully aware of his intentions and deliberately spoke in opposition to him. Her own son, however, with so many foreign envoys present, as well as Feng Ling Tian and Feng Wu, he could not afford to express his anger and had to swallow this bitter pill. "Rest assured, I believe you will take good care of your elder sister. She is of an age now, and I hope you can assist her in finding a suitable match outside the palace. She cannot remain unmarried forever." The Empress Dowager's gaze drifted indifferently towards Emperor Hongyuan. She had sensed the murderous intent he harbored towards Chu Xuancheng, and thus, she was determined to protect these two siblings at all costs. After all, she was merely an old woman with little time left. She might as well seize this opportunity to advocate for the princess's freedom and right to marriage. This time, she would confront Emperor Hongyuan directly, insisting that the princess be wed and ensuring her beloved granddaughter would not become an unwanted old maid. Before Emperor Hongyuan could speak, Chu Xuancheng had already interjected. Grandson expresses gratitude on behalf of my elder sister for grandmother's grace. Please rest assured, I will certainly find her a good match and ensure her happiness. The emperor's emotions were tangled. What more could he say after they had spoken? Chapter 750. Heartache for an ex? After the palace banquet concluded, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue prepared to leave the palace. They shared the same crimson sedan chair, and as they sat inside, Yun Ruoyue, feeling a bit fatigued, leaned against the side of the chair to rest. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying with it a delightful fragrance of wine emanating from Chu Xuancheng. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into his starry eyes. Noticing his intense gaze upon her, she felt a flutter of nerves. Why do you look at me like that? If I do not look at you, how would I know that I am looking at you? Chu Xuancheng's voice was deep and alluring, rich with magnetism, igniting a sense of yearning within her. Of course, if I do not watch you, I would not realize you have been secretly observing me. How do you manage to attract so many butterflies? Just now, when you danced back to your seat, I caught a whiff of an enchanting scent from you. What fragrance is that? Chu Xuancheng asked, his curiosity piqued. Today, she continued to astonish him, and he found himself increasingly perplexed by her. He remained oblivious to the fact that throughout the day, he had gazed at her with the infatuated look of a love-struck fool. Yun Ruoyue, not wishing to keep secrets from Chu Xuancheng, retrieved a vial of genuine floral honey from her cloth bag. It is because I applied floral honey on myself. With it, I can attract butterflies. But it requires butterflies to be present nearby. Fortunately, there were butterflies around the hot spring pool. Chu Xuancheng took the floral honey and, after toying with it for a moment, abruptly tucked it into his sleeve. You are cheating. I am confiscating this. Hey, I am not cheating. Give it back to me. Yun Ruoyue feigned an attempt to snatch it back, but alas, Chu Xuancheng had already firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from reaching into his sleeve. You are so skilled. Surely you have more of this. This one shall be a gift to me. Shameless. Moreover, I did not cheat. I am merely clever and capable, unlike certain individuals who, having stolen my concoction, ended up embarrassing themselves. Yun Ruoyue stated. Chu Xuancheng suddenly leaned in closer, gazing at her. Was it you who orchestrated the incident involving the Princess of Jin? Indeed, it was I. What of it? Are you concerned? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Had she not been of ill intent, eavesdropping on my conversations, I would not have set a trap for her. She pilfered my phone nectar, believing she could attract butterflies. Yet instead, she drew bees. This is a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Indeed, one who brings about their own suffering cannot expect to live. Chu Xuancheng nodded in agreement. Yun Ruoyue shot him a silent glance, perplexed. Wasn't Su Changxiao his former love? He seemed utterly unfazed. She had expected him to express some concern. You are not angered by my words regarding her? Yun Ruoyue leaned toward Chu Xuancheng, unable to believe her ears. After all, he was the type of man who, when she had caused a scene at his wedding, had sent someone to whip her 20 times. You have already played her, letting her be stung by bees. Why would I be angered by your remarks? Chu Xuancheng replied. Is that so? She was your past love, your former girlfriend, a thorn nestled in your heart. Yun Ruoyue remarked. Is that so? I had forgotten. It seems there exists someone named Su Changxiao in this world. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have recalled. Chu Xuancheng said nonchalantly. You may continue to feign ignorance. Oh look, the palace gates are so beautiful, adorned with lanterns, truly splendid. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed as she caught sight of the scenery outside. Chu Xuancheng regarded her intently. Do you enjoy viewing lanterns? Today is the Lantern Festival. And since there is no curfew, I shall take you to the Lantern Fair. Chapter 751. Taking her to the Lantern Fair. Is there truly a Lantern Fair? That sounds wonderful. I adore lively festivities. Let us go. At that moment, the palanquin had reached the palace gates, and Yun eagerly leapt down, joyfully leading the way. It had been ages since she had ventured out to admire the lanterns. She longed for the vibrant nightlife of the modern world, bustling with lights and traffic. Having been here for several months, she had yet to explore the night market. Upon exiting the palace, they were greeted by Mo Li and Mo Zhu, who had been waiting outside the Li Wangfu. Chu Xuancheng intended to lead Yun Ruoyue toward the most bustling street, but Mo Li hesitated, saying, My lord, have you completed your banquet at the palace? Yes, I wish to take the princess to the Lantern Fair. You may accompany us, Chu Xuancheng replied. However, Mo Li glanced at a small azure palanquin nearby and noted, the concubine Ro has arrived. She has been waiting here. No sooner had he spoken than the curtain of the palanquin was lifted, revealing Nangong Ro, clad in a luxurious white fox fur cloak, her makeup exquisitely done. My lord. Sister, Ro has been waiting for you for quite some time. My lord, will you take my sister to the lantern fair? May I join you? I long to accompany you both, Nangong Ro said, stepping down from the palanquin, her expression one of innocent yearning. Her attire was regal and elegant, indicative of careful preparation. Yun Ruoyue understood that a woman so adorned would feel reluctant not to stroll through the streets. She quickly suggested, why not all go together? I can join Fenger and the others. Yun Ruoyue, having finished her words, walked towards the waiting Fenger and Jior. You shall accompany this prince, Chu Xuancheng suddenly interjected, domineeringly grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand and leading her through the throng. Your Highness, wait for me. Nangong Ro hastily followed suit. The prince's lack of refusal indicated that she could join them. As if oblivious to Nangong Ro's presence, Chu Xuancheng hastened forward, pulling Yun Ruoyue along, who struggled to keep pace and ultimately released his hand. Slow down a bit. Why are you in such a rush? Even concubine Ro can't keep up. This prince only wishes to be with you. Chu Xuancheng turned, gazing deeply into her eyes, a shadow of sorrow evident within them. He had made his feelings clear to Nangong Ro previously. He would rather perish by her sword, repaying her life-saving grace, than father a child with her. What did you say? I don't understand. Yun Ruoyue feigned ignorance and turned away. What I mean is, I have fallen for you, and only wish to be by your side. Chu Xuancheng turned her back towards him, looking at her with profound tenderness. Your Highness, Nangong Ro's ill-timed appearance allowed her to overhear your confession to Yun Ruoyue, causing her heart to freeze in disbelief. He actually loves Yun Ruoyue. She could scarcely comprehend it. In just a few months, he had fallen for her. Are you jesting? Concubine Ro is right here. Do not say such things, lest she misunderstand. Yun Ruoyue glanced awkwardly at Nangong Ro. Had Chu Xuancheng lost his senses? How could he declare his love for her when he had already consummated his relationship with Nangong Ro? Chu Xuancheng's gaze remained fixed upon Yun Ruoyue, his dark pupils shimmering with intensity. What I say is true. I have never felt this way for anyone before. Feel my heart. It beats for you. And it is still warm. Chapter 752. Are you a fool? Whose heart does not beat? Whose heart is not warm? Yun Ruoyue replied, rather unromantically. Are you a fool? Chu Xuancheng retorted through clenched teeth, suddenly cupping Yun Ruoyue's face and fiercely kissing her lips. Your Highness, came Nangong Ro's heart-wrenching cry from the side. Yet, he appeared not to hear, closing his eyes, disregarding all else, consumed solely by thoughts of Yun Ruoyue. He yearned to kiss her, to fervently express his affection in front of the world. He wished to proclaim to all that she was his, and none could take her away. Yun Ruoyue gasped for air amidst the kiss, feeling the weight of so many eyes upon them. She desperately wished to kick Chu Xuancheng away. While he seemed unfazed by the embarrassment, she certainly felt it keenly. Around them, the cacophony of Nangong Ro's anguished sobs mingled with cheers from onlookers and disapproving murmurs about decorum, creating a chaotic yet distant soundscape. After a lengthy moment, Chu Xuancheng finally released Yun Ruoyue. She squinted, the distant lights blurring before her, gasping for breath. Then, with a clenched fist, she struck his chest, exclaiming fiercely, What do you take me for? What is it that comes when summoned and departs at a whim? You bully me whenever you desire, and when it pleases you. You draw near. Who do you think you are? I might as well consider myself bitten by a dog. Having said that, she furiously dashed into the crowd, with Fenger and Jior hastily following her. Just as Chu Xuancheng intended to pursue her, he was halted by Nangong Ro. Your Highness, I apologize. It is all my fault for being present and causing my sister distress. It is not your concern. Chu Xuancheng forcefully removed Nangong Ro's hand, eager to chase after Yun Ruoyue, only to realize she had long since vanished into the festivities. It is because of my presence that my sister has left. How can it not be my concern? Nangong Ro implored, clinging to him like an octopus. I declare that matters between me and the princess are of no concern to you, Chu Xuancheng uttered coldly. Nangong Ro mistakenly believed his words pertained to her involvement in the princess's anger, not realizing he meant that their affairs were irrelevant to her, rendering her an outsider, superfluous. With little time to spare for Nangong Ro, Chu Xuancheng, anxious for Yun Ruoyue's safety, instructed Mo Li and Mo Zhu, quickly gather men to search for the princess. If you find her, do not disturb her. She enjoys the Lantern Festival. Your duty is merely to ensure her safety. Ultimately, out of gratitude for her previous act of saving him, he did not dismiss Nangong Ro or send her back home, but rather stated, "Should you wish to live in peace, I shall provide you a place in the royal residence. Conversely, if you dare to cause further trouble and endanger the princess, do not expect to remain in the Li Wangfu. I understand, Your Highness. If you are willing to forgive me, that is wonderful. Thank you." Nangong Ro nodded excitedly, as if hope had dawned upon her. It seemed her life-saving favor bore fruit, for the mere thought of her brought him reluctance to cast her away. Yet, recalling the domineering and passionate kiss he had shared with Yun Ruoyue stung her heart like a thorn. Chu Xuancheng, though appearing cold and unfeeling, was not a cruel man. He merely allowed Nangong Ro to remain in the Li Wangfu out of consideration for her previous act of throwing down her sword. However, this did not signify that he harbored feelings for her. Chapter 753. A mother-son conversation at night in the palace. Although the Empress Dowager had largely recovered, she still required rest. Therefore, after the banquet concluded, she returned to the Shokong Palace without even glancing at the fireworks. As she prepared to rest, she heard the voice of Granny Shui. "Your Majesty," she announced urgently, just as Emperor Hongyuan, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, entered with Eunuch Lu. "You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with the Empress Dowager," the Emperor instructed Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu promptly retreated with Granny Shui, standing guard outside the hall. Once the servants had departed, the Empress Dowager regarded Emperor Hongyuan with a calm demeanor, saying, "Your Majesty has come to see me at such a late hour. It must pertain to the matter of the eldest princess. Do you blame me for taking the liberty of releasing her from the palace?" Understanding his mother's insight, Emperor Hongyuan did not beat around the bush. "Mother, you are well aware that their sibling relationship poses a significant threat. Why did you choose to let her go? The eldest princess remaining in the palace is undoubtedly the best for my reign, as well as for the empire itself. Yaoer, are you afraid that the eldest princess will join forces with Xianchen and pose a threat to your kingdom? However, was this empire not originally her family's?" The Empress Dowager spoke with a tone of despair. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan's body swayed slightly. "Even you believe this, mother? Have you always thought that I seized the throne from my elder brother? Have you held me in contempt all along? Both your palms and backs are flesh. You are all but pieces of me. How could I possibly look down upon you? No, you have looked down upon me since childhood. You have always favored my elder brother, believing him to be superior and more capable than I. You and father have nurtured him as the rightful heir, placing your hopes in him while completely disregarding my existence as your son. I have always been extraneous in your eyes, have I not?" Emperor Hongyuan said, his discomfort palpable. The Empress Dowager felt a piercing pain at his words, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. "Now that you are a parent yourself, you should understand that you are all my children. How could I show favoritism? The state of Chu requires a suitable ruler to ensure its continuity. Your father and I believed your elder brother had the capability to fulfill that role, which is why we focused on his cultivation. The imperial family is different from ordinary households. If we do not properly prepare the heir, what will become of the future of Chu and its people? Am I not capable? While you were diligently nurturing my elder brother, why could you not spare a glance in my direction? Now, under my leadership, the state of Chu thrives, enjoying peace and prosperity, all of which is my merit. In what way am I inferior to my elder brother?" Emperor Hongyuan's eyes glowed a furious red, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Upon the mention of her eldest son, the Empress Dowager immediately closed her eyes, tears cascading like a fountain, her sorrow overwhelming. The current prosperity of the realm was established during the era of her eldest son. Emperor Hongyuan was merely living off past glories. Now, under his reign, the state of Chu had begun to decline, though his obstinacy blinded him to this reality. Yet, as the Empress Dowager, she dared not voice this truth. With tears in her eyes, she nodded. "Now you are the sovereign, the pinnacle of power. The entire state of Chu belongs to you. To speak further is futile. However, I never anticipated that after all these years of maternal affection, you would perceive me as biased. You are 2 years younger than your elder brother. From a young age, your health was not as robust as his. He has always taken care of you, cradling you in his arms and taking you on adventures. He is the one who cherishes you most in this world. I remember vividly the year you turned 3, when you fell gravely ill, suffering from high fevers night after night. Your elder brother was so anxious he could not sleep. Upon hearing that placing ice on your forehead could bring your fever down, he stealthily ventured to the lake in the dead of winter, intending to break a piece of ice for you. Alas, he accidentally fell in, but fortunately, a palace servant passed by and rescued him. After being pulled ashore, he caught a cold himself and endured a fever for quite some time. In his illness, he never cared for his own suffering, continually murmuring your name. He once said something that remains etched in my memory. He would rather endure your suffering than see you ill. He would willingly trade his life for yours. The Emperor Hongyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that his elder brother had been so kind to him during their childhood. His impressions of his brother were marred by resentment, stemming from the high expectations placed upon him, which he loathed. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated discontent, leading to frequent quarrels between the two siblings. As time progressed, his animosity towards his brother intensified, compounded by his own ambitious nature, ultimately resulting in him usurping his brother's throne. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager was overwhelmed with emotion, tears staining her garments. In just 1 year, due to your frail health, you were looked down upon by Prince Feng. When you confronted him, you were met with violence. Upon learning of this incident, your brother sought revenge alone, confronting Prince Feng and leaving him battered, while also sustaining injuries himself. By then, you were both grown, and you often blamed your brother for his overbearing nature, accusing us of favoritism, which led to frequent disputes. Thus, upon his return, he implored me not to disclose this matter to you, fearing you would accuse him of insincerity. This is why I have kept it from you all this time. There are countless such instances. I could recount them endlessly. Your brother has always held a deep affection for you, and his strictness in your upbringing was a reflection of his desire to cultivate your potential. However, during your rebellious years, you could never appreciate his intentions, leading to an accumulation of misunderstandings. You must have felt that we favored him and overlooked you, a misjudgment on my part. I believe that the state of Chu required a steady prince, and thus I devoted myself to nurturing your brother, neglecting the companionship you needed. If only it were possible, I would wish for us to lead a life of simplicity, where I could cherish both of you equally. Now that your brother has passed, all that remains are these two seedlings. I fervently hope that the eldest princess may find happiness and freedom, and I long for her to secure a commendable marriage. Can you promise me, dear son, to allow the eldest princess to remain outside, for her own well-being? The Empress Dowager spoke with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, outside the door, the wet-eyed Lady Xue, who had been listening, was also overcome with sorrow. Gathering her courage, she entered and knelt before Emperor Hongyuan, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, allow me to speak a word. You believe that the Empress Dowager favored the late Emperor more? You are mistaken. She has always held a deeper affection for you. Due to your frail health in your youth, which brought you perilously close to death on several occasions, the Empress Dowager has been ever vigilant in her protection of you. She has never devoted such care to the late emperor. During your childhood, when illness struck, you would weep endlessly, and despite her own poor health, she would forego sleep to comfort you, a tenderness she never extended to the late emperor. On one occasion, assassins infiltrated the palace, dispatched by the favored consort, with the intent to murder both you and the late emperor. As the assailants breached the palace, they slaughtered the guards and aimed their swords at you, the youngest. It was the late emperor who shielded you, nearly succumbing to the blade himself. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager rushed in, pushing you aside, only to have the sword pierce her chest. Even after sustaining such a grave injury, she instructed me to protect you both. I managed to carry you to safety, while she held the assassin at bay, sacrificing herself to shield the entrance, enduring several wounds to ensure your survival. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards arrived in time to eliminate the assassin. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. In Chapter 755, the prince has confessed his feelings to you. Your Majesty, you often lament that the Empress Dowager does not care for you. As a mother, how could she neglect her own child? She bore the brunt of those few attacks for your sake, which depleted her vitality. It took her half a year to recuperate. At that time, you were merely 3 years old, too young to comprehend such matters. The incident was exceedingly gruesome, and the Empress Dowager wished not to frighten you. Thus she instructed us never to speak of it again. However, after all these years, you must have heard whispers of it. In truth, the Empress Dowager has always held deep affection for you and has been profoundly concerned for your well-being. Tears streaming down her face, Nurse Xue beseeched the Hongyuan Emperor with her gaze. She then prostrated herself heavily on the ground, bowing her head. "Nurse Xue, please rise. it is of no consequence. If His Majesty insists on summoning the eldest princess back to the palace, that is her fate. The Empress Dowager, with reddened eyes, stepped forward to assist Nurse Xue. Observing the two of them, both with graying hair, the Hongyuan Emperor felt a pang in his heart. Nurse Xue had been his wet nurse, nurturing him with care throughout his childhood, providing him with love that, though not of blood, was nonetheless profound. The Empress Dowager had given him both life and nurture. Witnessing their trembling forms, the wrinkles etched upon their faces, and their frail bodies, he realized how they had aged. It felt as though his heart had been ruthlessly torn open, a pain akin to 1,000 mosquitoes gnawing at him. These were his kin, who had raised him and shielded him from calamity, yet he had caused them sorrow and disappointment. Reflecting on those past events weighed heavily on his heart. Deep down, he understood that in this political struggle, he was the perpetrator, while the late emperor was the victim, and he was the one who had benefited. However, he frequently found himself plagued by nightmares, unable to find peace, tormented by the guilt of his actions. He gazed upward, exhaling a heavy sigh, and stepped forward to personally help the two elderly women to their feet. With a solemn tone, he declared, "Mother, nurse, please rise. I promise you, I shall grant the eldest princess her freedom, allowing her to marry whomever she chooses. Should she find a suitable husband, I will provide her with a dowry, ensuring her peace of mind in her marriage." "Really?" The Empress Dowager replied. "In that case, I express my gratitude on behalf of the eldest princess, Your Majesty." Tears gleamed in her eyes as she looked at the Hongyuan Emperor. Thankfully, she had finally moved the emperor with her nurturing love, securing freedom for the eldest princess, bringing her solace. After parting ways with Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue ran a considerable distance, with Feng Ling and Jiu trailing behind, struggling to catch up. "Your Highness, why are you running so fast? Slow down a bit. Otherwise, the prince will be unable to find you and will worry," Feng Ling panted, clutching her abdomen. "How could he possibly worry about me? You are overthinking it. If he were to be concerned, it would be for concubine Ro," Yun Ruoyue thought, her heart burdened by thoughts of their consummation. "How could that be, Your Highness? Just now, the prince confessed his feelings to you. He said he has fallen in love with you and only wishes to be with you. I could sense the sincerity of his love." His voice trembled as he spoke, and his eyes sparkled with light when he looked at you. "I have never seen the prince like this before. I heard from Mo Li that he married concubine Ro out of a debt of gratitude for saving his life, and he does not truly love her. His marriage to her was solely a matter of obligation. Otherwise, why would he not visit the Rainsoft Pavilion every day, but instead yearn for the Crimson Moon Pavilion?" Feng Ling remarked. Yun Ruoyue had heard from the servants in the mansion about Nangong Ro saving Chu Xuancheng, yet at the time, she was indifferent to their relationship and did not investigate further. She had once believed that the two were genuinely in love, only to discover that it was merely to repay a debt of gratitude. Chapter 756. The prince is also pitiful. Moreover, I heard from Mo Li that a few days ago, the prince told concubine Ro that he would no longer grant her any children. If she had not conceived during their last union, then so be it. He allowed concubine Ro to propose 3 conditions, promising to fulfill them as long as they were not improper. Should she present her conditions, he would no longer approach her. Concubine Ro, however, refused to acquiesce, insisting on leveraging her life-saving favor to compel the prince into granting her a child. The prince, unwilling, suddenly drew the sword of a guard, urging concubine Ro to end his life. He declared that the debt he owed her would be settled if she took his life. Then, he would owe her nothing further. At that moment, concubine Ro wept bitterly, casting aside the sword in despair before fleeing. Feng Ling continued. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She never imagined that Chu Xuancheng would go so far as to demand his own death to avoid further contact with Nangong Ro. Her heart felt as though a stone had been tied to it, plummeting rapidly and rendering her breathless. She stood frozen, her eyes stinging. Did Mo Li truly say such things? Absolutely, Mo Li shares everything with me. He mentioned that the prince bears the weight of national grievances and familial sorrow, having lost both parents, and has been oppressed for the past decade. His background is truly pitiable, and his survival until now has required immense effort. After being abandoned by the Princess of Jin, he drowned his sorrows in taverns, and on a snowy night, he collapsed in the snow, only to be rescued by Nangong Ro. Initially, he had no desire to marry her, but she implored him, stating that she was unhappy in the Nangong residence and wished to accompany him. Disheartened by the Princess of Jin, and finding a resemblance between Nangong Ro and her, he married her, Despite his lack of love for her, it was merely to offer her protection and shelter. Emily noted that after marrying Nangong Ro, the prince fell in love with you, yet you are the daughter of his father's murderer, creating a profound conflict within him. Indeed, when one reflects upon it, our prince is rather pitiable. Feng Ling sighed deeply, overwhelmed with sympathy. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that there were so many untold stories between Chu Xuancheng and Nangong Ro. The confession she had just heard, along with that fervent kiss, made her heart race uncontrollably, and it had yet to settle. She dared not contemplate the possibility that she might be falling for Chu Xuancheng. It was inconceivable. She held strict standards in matters of the heart and would never allow herself to love someone like him. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted ahead, accompanied by someone cursing, "Who is this impoverished scholar? Away with you. You dare to peek at my riddle's answer, and then attempt to solve my lantern riddle? You are cheating. It does not count. When did I ever peek at your answer? You just said that anyone who pays a couple of taels of silver and correctly guesses 10 lantern riddles would win that jade hairpin above. I have discerned everything. Yet why do you fail to uphold your word?" As Yun Ruoyue and her companions approached with curiosity, they beheld a shop front adorned with lanterns, where stood a gaunt shopkeeper resembling a monkey and a slender scholar clad in a coarse blue robe. Upon closer inspection, Yun Ruoyue recognized the scholar as Jiang Muyu, the former fiancé of Yun Wanner. Despite his humble attire and slender frame, his countenance was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. It was unclear what transpired between him and the shopkeeper. Chapter 757, Standing Up for Justice Indeed. Our junior Jiang has just accurately solved 10 riddles. Shopkeeper, you wouldn't be reluctant to part with that exquisite jade hairpin, would you? Jiang has paid to participate, and surely you do not intend to deceive him? A scholar dressed in finery, standing beside Jiang Muyu, crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Observing him closely, Yun Ruoyue noted his extraordinary demeanor and opulent attire. Identifying him as Zi Shuqing, the son of the president of Ingtian Academy, whom she had encountered at a banquet hosted by the Lady of Wei. Several other students accompanied them, all evidently from Ingtian Academy. Am I being deceitful? Clearly, it is this impoverished scholar who cheated. He covets my exquisite jade hairpin and dared to sneak a glance at the answers I had inscribed on the table. My answers were concealed beneath a book. But when he approached, the book shifted unexpectedly. I was unaware of the alteration until he solved 10 riddles in succession. Realizing then that he had surreptitiously peered at my answers, the gaunt shopkeeper pointed at a book on the table and the answer inscribed beneath it. You speak falsely. I was entirely unaware that you had written the answers down, and I certainly did not touch your book. I care not for your jade hairpin. I seek merely justice. My reputation must not be tarnished by you. Jiang Muyu replied, his face darkened with anger. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper sneered. You are from out of town, aren't you? You think you can cause a ruckus in my shop? I declare you cheated, and that is that. Leave my premises at once, or if you do not, I shall ensure that your presence disrupts my business. With that, he signaled to several thugs behind him, who promptly brandished their clubs, their eyes fixed menacingly on Jiang Muyu and his companions. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, what do you intend to do, shopkeeper? Are you so audacious as to refuse accountability for your defeat and resort to violence? Jiang Muyu stared incredulously at the shopkeeper, feeling a twinge of fear, yet still embodying an air of righteousness. Indeed, do you not fear the laws of the state of Chu should you commit violence in public? Zi Shuqing and the others stood resolutely, their brows raised in defiance, unyielding in their stance. Though these scholars felt trepidation towards the thuggish demeanor of the hired hands, they glared at the shopkeeper with unwavering courage. What is law? Ha ha ha. Here, I am the law. The gaunt figure wore a sinister expression, and after a cold chuckle, he commanded the thugs behind him, clearly indicating that these deceitful cheaters were asking for trouble. Come forth and break their legs. Hold on. Let us see who dares to make a move. A clear and chilling female voice interjected, rising in defense. The crowd turned to witness a woman clad in pink, who approached with an air of icy composure. Jiang Muyu glanced back and immediately clasped his hands in respect, addressing her. Miss Xiaoya, it has been a while. You may call me Jiang Gongzi. Yun Ruoyue moved closer, casting a discreet glance at Jiang Muyu, wishing to keep her identity concealed. Very well, Miss Xiaoya. This matter does not concern you. You and your companions should leave to avoid any entanglements, Jiang Muyu observed, noting that Yun Ruoyue was accompanied by only 2 maidservants, which heightened his concern for her safety. After all, These were ruthless individuals, skilled in gambling and jade trading, undoubtedly possessing their own cunning. Indeed, Miss Xiaoya, you should depart. I refuse to believe he would dare to act violently in public. I have already sent my junior to report this to the authorities, Zishu Qing added. Worry etched on her face as she looked at Yun Ruoyue. Fear not. A respectable owner of a jade shop would not stoop to intimidate a young lady. Only those lacking true manhood would resort to violence against a woman. Moreover, this is a civilized society. Such brutish behavior is unbecoming, is it not, shopkeeper? Yun Ruoyue approached, unperturbed, fixing her gaze on the gaunt figure. The gaunt figure had never encountered such a captivating beauty. His previously fierce demeanor transformed into a sly grin upon seeing Yun Ruoyue. He leered at her, thinking how delightful it would be to have her at his disposal. What the fair maiden says is indeed true. Violence is undesirable. I, for one, am fond of reason and never resort to brute force. Pray, do you know these scholars? My little beauty? Indeed, we are friends. However, you are mistaken. They are not impoverished scholars. This one is the son of the governor of Jiangzhou, and that one is the son of the president of Ingtian Academy. How is it that these scions of officials and scholars have been reduced to mere impoverished students in your words? Furthermore, they are all Jinshe, soon to participate in the spring examinations. They are erudite talents, coveted by the emperor himself. It is quite possible that one among them will achieve the highest honors this year. Do you dare to look down upon talents sought after by the emperor? Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. The mention of the emperor deflated the gaunt figure, who could hardly afford to scorn individuals esteemed by the emperor. This little girl has quite the sharp tongue, he mused. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur in astonishment. Who would have thought these scholars hail from Ingtian Academy, each possessing substantial backgrounds? One is the son of the governor of Jiangzhou, and the other the son of the academy's president. All of them have achieved Jinshe status. To claim they are cheaters is a blatant slander. Indeed, without true merit, could they possibly have attained such honors? What do his mere riddles amount to? It appears that the proprietor of the shop, unable to bear the consequences of his actions, has resorted to slandering others. I have faith in these scholars. Their admission to the prestigious Ingtian Academy surely attests to their exceptional talent and vast knowledge, making it improbable that they would resort to deceit, even in a trivial riddle. Yun Ruoyue concurred, noting that in ancient times, scholars often engaged in riddle-solving and poetry composition during their leisure, activities that were their forte. Given that Ingtian Academy is the foremost institution in the state of Chu, no one would believe the shopkeeper's unfounded accusations against the students. This situation is akin to modern-day allegations that students from Tsinghua or Peking University plagiarize elementary school essays. When criticized, the shopkeeper's face flushed with embarrassment, especially with such a crowd gathering. The scholar had gone to report the incident to the authorities and to avoid escalating the matter further, which could jeopardize his business. He decided to bide his time. In a cold tone, he remarked, "How could I ever look down upon these students? My dear lady, while not every student at Ingtian Academy may be remarkable, it is possible that a few are merely mediocre." If he did not peek at the answers, how could my concealed answer book have been moved? In his desperation to regain face, he contemplated further slandering Jiang Muyu. The jade hairpin, worth no less than 3,000 to 5,000 taels, was intended to draw customers and generate profits from riddle solving. He had hoped to earn a little from it. But now that the scholar had guessed correctly, he was reluctant to part with it. Chapter 759, Encountering the Master as Jiang Muyu faced yet another accusation. Fury surged within him, ready to defend himself, but he was halted by Yun Ruoyue. She stepped forward and addressed the shopkeeper. "Sir, no one witnessed the earlier incident, and there are no testimonies. You claim to be justified, and he claims the same. Therefore, if you wish to ascertain whether young Master Jiang cheated, why not pose 10 additional riddles for him to solve? If he succeeds, it would indicate his honesty, and you would then adhere to the rules and present him with the jade hairpin. What if he fails then? Would that not imply he cheated earlier, and thus the hairpin would remain mine?" The shopkeeper, realizing he had no other recourse, agreed reluctantly. He planned to present the scholar with 10 of the most challenging riddles, determined to bring him to his knees. "Very well, I am willing to take on the challenge once more. Should I fail, I shall leave my fate to your judgment." Jiang Muyu declared confidently, for he had long been enamored with the art of riddle solving, evidenced by his willingness to spend a tael of silver on such pursuits. Let us begin then. The first riddle, civility and martial virtue. What character does it represent? The shopkeeper recited, eyeing the riddle he had prepared in advance. Bin. Jiang Muyu answered without hesitation. Indeed, you possess considerable skill. The second riddle, meeting by the riverbank. What character does it represent? The shopkeeper gritted through clenched teeth. Xiong. Jiang Muyu replied coolly. Daring to be the first under heaven. What character does it represent? 1. To be the first, is it not synonymous with 1? Jiang Muyu answered. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the riddle book in the shopkeeper's hand, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the blue cover adorned with elegant calligraphy. It was indeed his own work. He recalled that this was a riddle book he had published at the age of 10, having printed hundreds to sell on the streets. To his astonishment, one had found its way into the hands of the shopkeeper. From a young age, he developed a profound passion for the art of lantern riddles, leading him to author numerous books filled with puzzles for the enjoyment and entertainment of the public. Unexpectedly, this lean monkey spirit decided to use one of his books to test him. It was no wonder that the riddles felt incredibly familiar, with their answers being rather straightforward. Witnessing Jiang Muyu correctly solve 3 riddles in a row caused the monkey spirit's face to turn an ashen shade. He proceeded to pose 7 more riddles, each increasingly challenging. Yet, Jiang Muyu effortlessly deciphered them all without a moment's hesitation. After 10 riddles were posed, the monkey spirit was seething with rage. His face darkened with disbelief as he stared incredulously at Jiang Muyu. You are truly remarkable. How can you answer without even contemplating the questions? Other scholars at least take a moment to ponder before guessing. Yet you, before I even finish reading the riddle, the correct answer is already on your lips. Jiang Muyu, calm and composed, replied, It is because the book you are using to pose these riddles is authored by me, and I personally crafted each of these puzzles. What do you think? What? This book is your work? The monkey spirit was nearly apoplectic, almost choking on his anger. Though it was ultimately the wine he had consumed that evening that was at risk of being expelled. Today, he felt as though he had encountered his nemesis. Boss, he has answered all the riddles correctly. So what do you say? Will you honor your word? Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly. This exquisite jade hairpin, likely worth several thousand taels, was surely sufficient for Jiang Muyu's sustenance. Others chimed in, indeed. He even wrote this book. How can you still accuse him of cheating? With such talent, does he even need to resort to deceit? He is a true genius. Shopkeeper, you must not go back on your word. You must present him with this jade hairpin, for he has rightfully earned it. I cannot part with this jade hairpin valued at 5,000 taels when he has only wagered a single tael in return. It pains me greatly. The monkey spirit lamented with regret. His intention was to attract attention and profit from the jade hairpin. Yet he had lost before he could gain a single tael. Today, he faced a significant loss. A bet is a bet. You established this rule. You cannot renege on your word upon losing, or we shall report you for deceit, Yun Ruoyue asserted. Yes. If he does not hand over the jade hairpin to young Master Jiang today, we shall smash his shop. A hot-blooded bystander shouted in indignation. Very well. I shall give it to him. Please, do not destroy my shop. The monkey spirit, now wiser, realized he could not afford to incite the crowd. With so many citizens gathered to witness the spectacle, he dared not employ thugs to intimidate them. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Once the crowd dispersed, he would send someone to follow Jiang Muyu and seize the hairpin back at an opportune moment. After making this decision, he reluctantly retrieved the jade hairpin from its display, his face contorted with anguish, and carefully handed it to Jiang Muyu. Young master, you have won. This jade hairpin now belongs to you. His expression was one of acute distress. Jiang Muyu accepted the hairpin, admiring its smooth texture and translucent quality, the tail intricately carved with a cloud motif. Suddenly, he presented the hairpin to Yun Ruoyue, saying, Miss Xiaoya, without your presence, I would not have triumphed. As a man, this hairpin holds no practical use for me. It is far more suited for a lady. To keep it would be a waste. Hence, I would rather gift it to you. Upon finishing, his handsome face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, standing there nervously. She is indeed the esteemed Princess Li, a married woman, yet he admires her so profoundly that he wishes to bestow this exquisite hairpin upon her. He believes her elegance is perfectly suited to this auspicious cloud design. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, never expecting Jiang Muyu to willingly gift her the hairpin. However, such a jade ornament is typically reserved for lovers, and as a married woman, it would be inappropriate for her to accept it. Thus, she replied, No need. You should keep it. If you do not fancy it, feel free to sell it. Such a fine jade hairpin should not be squandered. It complements your grace beautifully. Please accept it, Jiang Muyu insisted. He was not one to be overfond of wealth. He felt grateful for Princess Li's previous gesture of offering him a ride home and wished to repay her kindness. Dear lady, since this gentleman has expressed his sentiments, you ought to accept his gift. Look at him, a strikingly handsome young man. This is truly a token of his sincerity. Do not refuse him, urged a well-meaning bystander. Indeed, you two are a match made in heaven. This gentleman's affections are deep. Do not let them go to waste, chimed in a matronly figure, holding a floral handkerchief and sporting a beauty mark that resembled a matchmakeress. With her extensive experience in matchmaking, she believed this couple was well suited for each other, and if she were to act as their matchmaker, it would be quite lucrative for her. Apologies, but we are not in such a relationship. You are mistaken. Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected, waving her hands. Jiang Miyu hastily joined in to clarify, asking the crowd not to misinterpret their bond. Miss Yun and I are merely friends. I implore you to be mindful of your words and not tarnish her reputation. I simply have no use for this hairpin and wish to avoid waste, which is why I offered it to her. At that moment, he began to regret offering the hairpin. His admiration for Princess Li had led to unintended complications. Just then, Yun Ruoyue caught sight of a distinguished figure shrouded in dark attire, coldly observing her from the corner of the crowd. Upon seeing this towering presence, her heart raced, as if she had been caught in a misdeed. Chapter 761. The Prince's Riddle. What was Chu Xuancheng doing here, and when had he arrived? Accompanying him were Nangong Ro and Mo Li, among others. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng's gaze was fixed on her, icy and unyielding, while Nangong Ro stood closely by his side. Suddenly, as if losing her balance, Nangong Ro leaned into Chu Xuancheng's embrace. He coldly steadied her and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Forgive me, Your Highness. I felt a bit dizzy, perhaps from not having dinner. I am much better now. I assure you I am fine," Nangong Ro replied gently. "Then you should eat," Chu Xuancheng remarked, adjusting her posture with a cool demeanor. From a distance, Yun Ruoyue was unaware that Nangong Ro had swayed into his arms due to dizziness. All she could see was the blissful expression on Nangong Ro's face as she leaned against him, making it appear as though they were quite affectionate. Feeling a surge of irritation, Yun Ruoyue seized the hairpin and declared loudly, "Master Jiang is my friend. He is a man and has no need for this hairpin. If he offers it to me, I will cherish it dearly. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your generosity." With this display of candor, no one in the crowd doubted her relationship with Jiang Miyu any longer. It was perfectly reasonable for him to bestow a gift upon a lady, especially since he had no use for it. She received a hairpin and intentionally adorned it in her hair, wearing a satisfied expression. However, someone was displeased. Upon seeing the jade hairpin, Chu Xuancheng's eyes ignited with an overwhelming fury, his demeanor chilling as ice, exuding a palpable aura of menace as he approached. Casting a cold glance towards the thin monkey spirit, "Is it still possible to win a hairpin by solving riddles here?" he inquired, before coolly placing a gold ingot on the table, taken from Mo Li's hands. The thin monkey spirit felt a wave of dread upon encountering Chu Xuancheng. His presence was foreboding, and his aura was formidable. Noting the armed guards behind him, his luxurious attire, and the exquisite jade crown adorning his head, alongside the jade pendant at his waist, which only the affluent or noble could possess, he deduced that this was no ordinary individual. He must not offend him. Hastily, he replied, Wait. I also have a treasured emerald orchid hairpin, crafted from high-quality jade, as green as lake water, shimmering and radiant, worth a fortune. If the gentleman can solve a riddle, I shall gift him this hairpin." Flatterer. Yun Ruoyue inwardly cursed the thin monkey spirit. He truly knew how to ingratiate himself, likely having discerned Chu Xuancheng's true identity. A single riddle for a jade hairpin? When did the rules change? Someone questioned. "I don't know. Earlier, young Master Jiang solved 10 riddles before obtaining a hairpin. The shopkeeper must be trying to curry favor with him due to his splendid attire," another speculated. "Regardless, if it's just one riddle, perhaps we too may have a chance. Can others participate as well?" Yun Ruoyue suddenly asked, echoing the thoughts of many. Chu Xuancheng, intent on acquiring the hairpin, undoubtedly wished to present it to Nangong Ro, and she could not allow him to succeed. Certainly, everyone may try, relying on their own abilities. However, this esteemed young gentleman in black shall have the first opportunity, as he inquired first. Should he fail, then it will pass to others. The thin monkey spirit replied through gritted teeth. His intent was clear, to ensure that Chu Xuancheng would guess correctly and thus secure a connection with this royal figure. He hoped that this noble would be astute enough to guess the answer swiftly, lest others benefit from his miscalculation. However, should another guess correctly, he planned to dispatch thugs to reclaim it. Very well, you may pose the riddle. All may guess, relying on their own prowess. Chu Xuancheng declared with a voice laced with arrogance. Everyone may guess? At once, the crowd perceived that this noble young man, though his expression was icy, possessed a generous spirit. The thin monkey spirit was taken aback. This noble seemed too magnanimous. He had intended to restrict the guessing to Chu Xuancheng alone, providing him with the simplest riddle as a means of assistance. Instead, the noble had proclaimed that all could participate. Determined that his precious hairpin would not fall into the hands of those impoverished scholars, he resolved to pose the most challenging riddle to test everyone. If this noble could not succeed, he would ensure that none of the others would either. He cleared his throat and said, "In that case, I shall pose a riddle. A conundrum of an ancient poem that remains unsolved. Those who have studied lantern riddles should be familiar with it, yet it has eluded resolution until now. The riddle is as follows. The emperor possesses it. The minister does not. The marshal possesses it. The general does not. The master possesses it. The disciple does not. It exists in the market, yet is absent in the gathering. The young lady has it within her embroidered drapery, while the scholar lacks it in his study. What is the character?" Having also delved into lantern riddles, he presented an enigma that, to this day, remains unsolved, thus ensuring that his hairpin would not be guessed away by others. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. "Young Master Jiang, can you decipher it?" Yun Ruoyue glanced at Jiang Muyu, offering him an encouraging gaze. She hoped he would succeed in solving it, wishing that Chu Xuancheng, a martial figure, would falter in the literary realm. Jiang Muyu pondered intently, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes, yet he sighed and shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot guess. It was best not to meddle in the quarrels between couples." Others also shook their heads, unable to unravel the mystery, only to lament the beauty of the hairpin. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at the magnolia flower hairpin and remarked coolly, "The answer is the character, as in Tao." Upon the revelation of this answer, the onlookers collectively sighed in regret. "Oh, how did I not think it was? The character for emperor contains, the character for marshal contains, the character for master contains, the character for market contains, and even the character for embroidered drapery includes. The answer is indeed. I was fixated on tangible objects. This young master is truly clever. One would not expect a wealthy gentleman to possess such wit. As I presumed that affluent young lords were solely occupied with indulgence and frivolity. Just look at him. Does he appear uncultured? He has deciphered an unsolvable riddle, proving his true erudition." Upon hearing this, the slender monkey's spirit beamed with excitement, hastily presenting the hairpin to Chu Xuancheng with an obsequious demeanor. "Congratulations, young master. You have guessed correctly. This magnolia flower hairpin is yours. I am Qin, the proprietor of this jade shop. May I inquire your esteemed name? Would you do me the honor of sharing a cup of tea at my humble abode? They say one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. In their line of work, the greatest fear is authority. Having a royal connection would ensure a steady stream of wealth, easily compensating for the modest cost of the hairpin." Chu Xuancheng coldly accepted the hairpin, disregarding the shopkeeper entirely. He approached Yun Ruoyue and, unexpectedly, lifted the auspicious hairpin from her head, coldly placing it into Jiang Muyu's hands, declaring that such a hairpin was unworthy of her. Chapter 763. So they are a couple. Having said this, he adorned Yun Ruoyue's hair with the magnolia flower hairpin, then clasped her hand tightly, pulling her into his embrace with a possessive air. "I apologize. My wife has been disobedient and has fled in a fit of temper. I shall take her home and make amends." With that, he bent down slightly and, in a swift motion, hoisted Yun Ruoyue into his arms, striding coldly into the depths of the lantern-lit scene. The crowd was left in disbelief, exchanging astonished glances. So they are a couple? It turns out they were merely having a quarrel. No wonder that young man gazed at the girl with such fervor. It turns out they are indeed a family. Jiang Shidi, it is fortunate that you ceased your actions early. Otherwise, it could have resulted in grave consequences. Zishu Qing chuckled as he patted Jiang Muyu's shoulder, shaking his head. Jiang Muyu felt a wave of apprehension. Had he continued to solve riddles, he might have inadvertently sown discord between the couple, which would have rendered him irredeemable. As it stands, everything is quite well. Who could have predicted that Nangong Ro would become envious? She coldly marched over, forcefully pushing the two apart, and exclaimed, Useless, step aside. After her outburst, she hurriedly pursued Chu Xuancheng. Initially, she felt a sense of pride, believing that the hairpin Chu Xuancheng was guessing was meant for her. And she was eager to provoke Yun Ruoyue. To her dismay, it was intended for Yun Ruoyue instead. Jealousy consumed her, and her heart burned with fury, nearly leading her to explode. She dashed forward, hoping to catch up with the two. Zhang Muyu and Zishu Qing exchanged glances, both expressing their disbelief. Is this the quality of a concubine from the Li Wangfu? The one who regretted the most was that boss Qin, who thought that by contributing a single hairpin he could mingle with royalty, only to find himself utterly ignored. He did not dare to create trouble with them. This group appeared formidable, especially that noble young master, radiating an aura of dominance and arrogance so profound that even when concealing his identity, his presence was enough to intimidate. He wouldn't dare provoke him. With his beady eyes narrowing towards the hairpin in Zhang Muyu's hand, it seemed he would have to reclaim it to recuperate his losses. Zishu Qing, being well-versed in such matters, recognized the avaricious glint in Boss Qin's eyes and sensed mischief was afoot. After the crowd dispersed, he nonchalantly draped an arm over Zhang Muyu's shoulder in front of Boss Qin, saying, "Jiang Shidi, I didn't realize you were friends with the princess. However, next time, you must exercise caution. It's fine to admire her since she has aided you, but be mindful of appearances. A hairpin like this should only be gifted to a woman of affection. You must never bestow it upon her again. You might provoke the princess' displeasure, and he could very well shatter the pin." Zhang Muyu nodded earnestly, acknowledging the wisdom in his senior brother's counsel. Indeed, he had acted recklessly. Should he incite the prince's wrath, he might consider the shop responsible and demolish it. Upon concluding his advice, Zishu Qing took Zhang Muyu and departed. Boss Qin, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. What? This impoverished scholar is a friend of the princess? Were that couple truly the prince and princess? It's uncertain which family they belong to. Never mind. He dared not send thugs to reclaim the hairpin. He could not afford to provoke a friend of the princess. From the tone of this scholar, the princess' temper also seemed quite volatile. If his shop were to be destroyed, it would be a most regrettable loss. It appears he will only suffer the loss of 2 hairpins tonight. Truly, a case of losing the chicken and gaining the rice. He has incurred a significant loss this evening. Chapter 764. The male deity in a dream. Zishu Qing felt a sense of relief upon noticing that Boss Qin did not send anyone to follow them. It seems his threat had succeeded. How dare a merchant provoke a prince? He leveraged the names of the Li Wang couple to safeguard Zhang Muyu's life, yet refrained from disclosing their titles to maintain their confidentiality and protect the reputation of the princess. In order to prevent malicious individuals from spreading detrimental rumors about her concerning Zhang Muyu's gift of a hairpin, this action not only salvaged Zhang Muyu's reputation, but also safeguarded the secrecy of the Li Wang couple. Chu Xuancheng, with a swift motion, carried Yun Ruoyue to the shade of a solitary large locust tree. Yun Ruoyue, in a fit of defiance, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, demanding, "What are you doing? Put me down. There were so many witnesses just now. Aren't you ashamed?" With that, she struck him with her small fists, though regrettably. Her blows failed to inflict any pain upon him, while her hands quickly began to swell. Chu Xuancheng set Yun Ruoyue down, his eyes ablaze with fury. "How dare you accept Zhang Muyu's hairpin? Do you understand what receiving a jade hairpin signifies? It symbolizes a token of affection, an emblem of love. How could you accept it?" His gaze was as frigid as ice, chilling to the bone. "You used to bestow countless ornaments and treasures upon Nangong Ro, lavishing her with affection. Why can't I accept a friend's hairpin?" Yun Ruoyue's eyes blazed with indignation, for she was not one to be trifled with. Chu Xuancheng's body stiffened abruptly. "That was a different time. I had not yet fallen for you then. And now? If I have not fallen for you either, does that mean I can accept gifts from others?" Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. "You are forbidden to do so. Aside from my belongings, you may not accept anything from anyone else. They are unworthy." A glaring crimson flickered in Chu Xuancheng's dark eyes. Her words, claiming she had not yet loved him, pierced his heart like a sharp hook, leaving him wounded and bleeding, staining his profound gaze. Yun Ruoyue looked at him with amusement. "Li Wang, spare me. You already have a beautiful concubine by your side. Please do not torment me any further. Would it not be better for us to live our lives separately from now on?" "Absolutely not. In this life, only you can accompany me. I will find a way to issue her a divorce decree, allowing her to seek another husband. She will leave the Li Wang residence sooner or later." She has never been an obstacle between us. But she is. Her lack of love for you is the greatest hindrance. A divorce decree? Even if you provide her with one, does that erase the history you two share? I have a certain fastidiousness when it comes to emotions. I cannot bear to be with a man who has touched another woman. Moreover, your heart harbors more than just her. Yun Ruoyue smiled bitterly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Those are all matters of the past, things that have already transpired. I do not wish to argue. What has happened cannot be undone. My heart now holds only you, and it shall remain so. Did you not, before marrying me, have affections for other men? Everyone possesses desires and emotions. Chu Xuancheng could not believe that Yun Ruoyue had never harbored feelings for other men. However, Yun Ruoyue found herself at a loss for words. The original owner of this body seemed to have only ever loved Chu Xuancheng, while her own soul, from her modern life, had admired many. Celebrities like Qian Shi, Jay Chou, Yi Bo, Uncle Tong, and Brother Xuanzheng were all her dream lovers. Though it seemed somewhat inappropriate, she could not help her affections. It was beyond her control. Chapter 765. Cheesy love words. She admitted that she once had a crush on her idol, Chu Xuancheng, who, prior to meeting her, had feelings for Su Changxiao. This was entirely normal, considering he was a man of flesh and blood. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness knowing he had loved Su Changxiao. Never mind, she thought, casting aside thoughts of him and Su Changxiao. Her mind drifted to her beloved older brothers, particularly Xinting. The mere thought of Xinting made her smile. What a curious sensation. As she reminisced about his charming and humorous demeanor, an involuntary smile crept upon her lips. Noticing Yun Ruoyue lost in thought, seemingly recalling someone, and sporting a goofy grin while drooling, Chu Xuancheng's anger intensified. He grasped her chin firmly, gazing at her with mischief. Who occupies your mind so thoroughly that it elicits a smile? Is it a man you fancy? The slight pain in her chin jolted Yun Ruoyue back to reality. She realized she had been daydreaming about Xinting to the point of drooling, and she had even chuckled absent-mindedly. Hastily, she wiped her mouth and looked apologetically at Chu Xuancheng. I'm sorry, I just remembered something amusing. Please, continue. The stage is yours. Chu Xuancheng's eyes burned with crimson fury. He was confessing his feelings. Yet she appeared to be lost in laughter. How utterly dismissive of her. Taking a deep breath to suppress his simmering rage, he glanced at the star-studded sky and suddenly remarked, "The stars tonight are resplendent. I have never seen such brilliant stars, and I long to pluck them from the sky and fashion a galaxy for you to traverse." Yun Ruoyue paused, baffled. Was this truly a cheesy pickup line? Isn't that rather ominous? I've heard that the Milky Way separates the cowherd from the weaver girl, allowing them to meet only once a year. I certainly wouldn't wish to walk upon it. Chu Xuancheng's expression stiffened before he continued. What of the clouds above? By day, I see the warm, soft clouds. Their colors exquisite. I yearn to gather them and create a carpet for you to tread upon. I have a slight fear of heights. I dread falling, Yun Ruoyue replied, momentarily taken aback by the clumsiness of his sentiment. And the flowers? Chu Xuancheng persisted. I wish to pick every bloom across the land, heap them together, and roll with you upon them. It would surely be a joyful experience. Rolling upon flowers? How lovely they are when in bloom. If you pick them, they will wilt and fade, depriving others of their beauty. Can you not feel a semblance of sympathy for the flowers? Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed they were speaking different languages, one expressing clumsy affection while the other remained oblivious to the romance. Yet, did this not suggest they were destined for one another? What must I do for you to comprehend my intentions? Chu Xuancheng thought, unwilling to jest any longer. Tonight, he intended for her to understand his heart. He had never wooed a woman before, as others had always courted him. He lacked the art of sweet words, yet his passion for her burned fervently. I'm sorry, but I have no desire to grasp your intentions, Chu Xuancheng. Please, cease your games. You should abandon this notion. I will not be deceived. As she recalled the sight of him with Nangong Ro, a lump formed in her throat. The presence of Nangong Ro between them rendered reconciliation impossible. She found it hard to believe his words. Could a man who cherished a concubine truly love her? Even if he did, could he guarantee that he would love her exclusively throughout his life, without ever developing affections for others? After all, in his mindset, it was only natural for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Yun Ruoyue, what do you truly wish for me to do? The crimson hue in Chu Xuancheng's eyes intensified, his gaze penetrating and filled with profound sorrow. Not wanting to witness the anguish in his eyes, Yun Ruoyue coldly turned away from him. There is no possibility for us, even setting aside the truth of your words. The people and matters that stand between us are insurmountable. We are not of the same path, and I will eventually depart. You dare. Chu Xuancheng clenched his fists tightly, feeling as though his heart were being pierced by needles. Suddenly, he embraced her from behind, kissing her neck fervently, closing his eyes as he asserted his dominance with the kiss. A wave of masculine warmth enveloped Yun Ruoyue's neck, sending shivers through her body. Her heart fluttered, and she trembled involuntarily. His kiss was both forceful and passionate, yet tender. The stars above twinkled beautifully, while the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, casting a silvery veil over the earth, with a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers, intoxicatingly delightful. Yun Ruoyue felt her heart begin to quiver. His lips explored hers with reckless abandon, while his hands held her captive, and despite her desire to escape, she found herself utterly helpless. His movements were gentle, and his breath was soft, laced with sweet murmurs that melted her resolve, compelling her to surrender. As Chu Xuancheng kissed her, he gazed deeply into her eyes. Letting out a helpless sigh, "Yun Ruoyue, what am I to do with you?" Finally, he gently cupped her face, urging her to meet his gaze. Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not anticipated such tenderness from Chu Xuancheng, and in that moment, she found herself ensnared. As she lifted her eyes to meet his deep, penetrating gaze, she felt as though he could see right through her, causing her to timidly lower her head. His stare was too intense, too fiery. She dared not hold his gaze. Her heart raced, pounding like a frightened deer, and her face burned with embarrassment. "Your Highness, sister, I finally found you here." At that moment, an unexpected voice interrupted the tender scene, shattering the warmth and intimacy. Upon hearing Nangongro's voice, Yun Ruoyue hastily stepped back from Chu Xuancheng's embrace. Chu Xuancheng, meanwhile, brushed his lips with his hand, seemingly savoring the taste of the moment. He stood there coldly, resembling a towering statue. His displeasure was evident as he asked, "What brings you here?" "I was worried for your safety, so I came to check on you. Now that I see you are both unharmed, I can rest easy," Nangongro replied with a seemingly understanding demeanor, deliberately ignoring the scene she had just witnessed. She had just hidden in the shadows, witnessing the tender kiss shared between the two, her heart aching beyond measure, wishing she could wield a sword against Yun Ruoyue. Yet, she restrained herself, feigning ignorance as if nothing had occurred. Her heart was already riddled with wounds, trembling with jealousy, but what could she do? If she continued to act thoughtlessly, she might even lose the right to feel jealousy. "We are fine, do not worry," Chu Xuancheng coldly remarked before suddenly turning to Yun Ruoyue. "Are you hungry? I shall take you to eat something." He recalled how little she had consumed during their time in the palace, and his concern for her hunger prompted his inquiry. Chapter 767. The thoughts of a concubine. Yun Ruoyue gently touched her flat stomach. "Now that you mention it, I am indeed a bit hungry. Is there anything delicious on the street? Let us go eat. There are numerous delectable snacks along the street. I will take you there," Chu Xuancheng replied, taking her hand and leading her away. "Your Highness, sister, wait for me. I am hungry too, and I wish to join you." Nangongro hurriedly lifted her skirt to follow, for her task had yet to be completed, and she could not afford to fall behind. Su Changxiao had assigned her a mission that she must fulfill, and her heart ached even more than before. Earlier, she had informed the prince that she had not eaten dinner, which caused her dizziness and nearly led to her fainting, yet he had completely disregarded her plight. His concern was solely for the princess's hunger, showing a stark contrast in his treatment of them. Soon, Yun Ruoyue spotted a street vendor selling late-night snacks, where dumplings, wontons, and noodles were on display. The sight of a large, fragrant wonton in someone else's bowl made her swallow hard. "Do you wish to eat wontons? I shall order some for you." Chu Xuancheng discerned her thoughts and led her to sit on a weathered bench. "My lord, this place is so dirty, and this table is so old. How can we eat here? Let us find an inn instead." Nangongro disdainfully glanced at the stall, for she had never dined in such establishments. Unbeknownst to her, the wonton seller's wife heard her words, and her expression fell. "Madam, although we are a small stall, we take great care in our cooking. Look, the pork is freshly chopped right here, and the skins are rolled out by my son. The wontons are hand-wrapped by my daughter. We have been here for over a decade, and the locals adore our food. Our hands are clean. Why do you perceive this place as dirty?" Yun Ruoyue interjected, "I actually love street food. Sometimes it is even more delicious than that found in inns. Madam, please bring us a few bowls of large wontons." Fenger, Jiuer, Mo Li, Mo Zhu, have a seat and eat together. We shall not eat, Mississippi. You and the young lord enjoy your meal. They automatically change their titles in public to prevent anyone from discerning the identities of the prince and princess. The prince was referred to as young lord or young master, while the princess was called Mississippi. Indeed, sister, how can the servants dine with their masters? You must not disrupt the hierarchy. Only after the masters have finished can they eat. After Nangong Ro finished speaking, she suddenly turned to the proprietress and said, Madam, could you please bring me a bowl of wontons? She had been sulking all evening and had not had dinner, leaving her extremely hungry. Now, seeing the wontons wafting with the fragrance of scallions and oil, her stomach growled eagerly. She had longed to taste them. Her earlier words were deliberately spoken to provoke Yun Ruoyue. Her current mission was to drive Yun Ruoyue away, thus separating her from Chu Xuancheng, which would be advantageous for Su Changxiao's plans. With Chu Xuancheng present, those individuals could not harm Yun Ruoyue. Unexpectedly, Yun Ruoyue turned to Nangong Ro and coldly remarked, Did you not say that this place was dirty? Why do you wish to eat now? Sister, that was not my intention. I was concerned about your esteemed status and feared to dirty you. In a moment of panic, I misspoke. I hope you will not hold it against me. Now that I see this stall is indeed quite clean, I wish to eat. Nangong Ro lowered her head, feigning innocence. You mentioned that one must wait for the master to finish before the servants can eat, did you not? Although you are not a servant, you are still a concubine of the household. Allow me and my husband to finish before you indulge, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. These words caused Nangong Ro's expression to stiffen, her lips trembling as she fought back tears, nodding in agreement. Very well, I will do as you say, sister. I will serve you while you eat. With that, she rose to assist Yun Ruoyue in bringing the wontons. However, Feng Ling swiftly snatched the wontons and placed them before Yun Ruoyue. No need for you to trouble yourself. I will take care of this. Miss, please eat. How could Mrs. Food be handled by Nangong Ro? What if she were to poison it? Feng Ling thought, wary of the woman's cunning nature. Yun Ruoyue cast a grateful glance at Feng Ling and instructed the proprietress, Please bring a few bowls of wontons for my companions as well. Remember, they should be large bowls with extra scallions and oil, as they enjoy it. Miss Feng Ling and the others hesitated, but the proprietress laughed and said, Dear friends, your lady is truly kind. Since she has invited you to dine together, please come and sit here. The wontons will be ready shortly, and I assure you, after one taste, you will desire a second. I would like extra peanuts and more chili oil, as it smells delightful, Emily exclaimed. Having waited outside the palace gates for quite some time, and now ravenous, Zhu shared the anticipation, reasoning that if even the princess did not disdain this stall, they certainly would not. What the lady says is true. The food from this stall might be more delectable than the fine dishes from the tavern. As they gathered around a table to eat, Nangong Ro exchanged glances with the silent Dan, both of their faces contorted in anger, yet they dared not speak. Soon, the wontons for Mo and the others were ready, and the proprietress quickly served them. The group, inhaling the enticing aroma of oil, began to eat heartily, devouring the wontons with great enthusiasm. Yun Ruoyue closed her eyes, greedily savoring the fragrance of the wonton skin. Just as she was about to take a bite, a cold voice from the man beside her interrupted her. Yun Ruoyue quickly turned to face Chu Xuancheng, only to find him wearing a cold expression, his displeasure evident as he stared at her. Before him lay an empty table, devoid of any food. It was then she realized he had no wontons. Hastily, she inquired, My lord, would you like a bowl as well? The term my lord felt somewhat awkward on her tongue, yet she could sense a flicker of joy within Chu Xuancheng. With a haughty tilt of his head, his face was etched with the displeasure of being overlooked. Do you not acknowledge me as your lord? Even they have wontons. Why did you not order a bowl for me? He had intentionally remained silent earlier, wishing to gauge whether she held him in her thoughts, hoping she would take the initiative to order for him. To his dismay, she had completely forgotten about him. My apologies, your status is so esteemed, and you are quite particular about your food. I assumed you would not fancy street food, hence I did not order for you, Yun Ruoyue whispered as she leaned closer to Chu Xuancheng. Afterward, she promptly addressed the proprietress, Madam, could you kindly prepare another bowl for us? Please refrain from adding chili, as my husband does not enjoy spicy food. Certainly, the proprietress cheerfully replied, her smile illuminating the atmosphere. It was evident that this couple shared a harmonious bond. The young lady seemed to know her gentleman's tastes exceptionally well, as if they were a match made in heaven. The proprietress then turned to prepare the wontons. Chapter 769. Teasing him, Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly. dismissing the notion of their affection as mere fantasy. The fact that Chu Xuancheng disliked chili was common knowledge throughout the estate. Everyone in the royal household was aware of it, and she certainly did not know his preferences well. After placing the order, Yun Ruoyue picked up a spoon to serve herself a wonton. Just as she was about to take a bite, her arm was abruptly tugged by him. "I want to eat too. You shall serve me." "I serve you? Do you not have hands of your own? Besides, this wonton has chili, which you cannot tolerate." Yun Ruoyue retorted, rolling her eyes at Chu Xuancheng. "Who says I cannot tolerate it? If you feed me, I shall manage," he declared, leaning toward Yun Ruoyue, slightly parting his lips. His handsome visage, with its rosy lips and white teeth, could not disguise the fact that he was being rather shameless. Onlookers were rendered speechless at this scene. What had become of their prince? Had he regressed to an infant, demanding the princess to feed him? Strangely enough, this moment appeared quite harmonious. Nangong Ro clenched the handkerchief tightly in her grip, her heart brimming with frustration. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh and suddenly scooped a generous spoonful of chili into her own bowl, mixing it well before preparing a wonton to present to Chu Xuancheng. "Very well, I shall serve you. Now, open your mouth." Upon seeing the vibrant red chili oil, Chu Xuancheng's brows furrowed instinctively, yet he still opened his mouth to allow Yun Ruoyue to feed him. With a forceful shove, she thrust the steaming wonton into his mouth. "Ah, it's scalding, so spicy," Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, instantly feeling the heat and spice threatening to make him spit it out. However, remembering it was Yun Ruoyue who had fed him, he steeled himself, maintaining his composure as he swallowed. The chili seemed to explode in his mouth, setting his tongue and throat aflame. Yet he managed to say, "What my wife feeds me is delicious. Do continue." "My dear sir, might you consider wiping away the tears from your eyes before continuing?" Mo Li inquired with utmost sincerity. It was only then that Chu Xuancheng realized that he had been brought to tears by the overwhelming spiciness. For one unaccustomed to such fiery flavors, it was hardly surprising to be caught off guard by such intensity. "Perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from eating any more. This is far too spicy for you," Mo Zhu remarked, her lips twitching slightly. "Isn't this akin to putting on a brave face, my lord? Never mind. This little bit of chili cannot possibly faze me. Continue to feed me," Chu Xuancheng declared with an air of arrogance. As he had always been a man of considerable pride, if they could endure it, so could he. Alas, he had forgotten that consuming chili peppers was not akin to engaging in battle. One's capability did not merely derive from the prowess of others. After indulging in a wonton herself, Yun Ruoyue coldly offered Chu Xuancheng a second one, doubting his ability to continue. Observing his flushed face, brimming with tears yet feigning composure, she resolved to unmask his pretense. As she fed him, she deliberately piled on the chili, coldly thrusting it into his mouth. The moment the chili hit his palate, in an effort to minimize the fiery sensation, he chewed hastily before swallowing. Little did he know, his insides were ablaze, his stomach feeling as though it might explode. Akin to a furnace engulfed in flame, he longed for water, yet his pride forbade him from appearing weak. Unwilling to let anyone perceive that a prince could not even withstand a mere chili. Thus, he resolutely suppressed his desire for relief. Chapter 770. The considerate concubine outwardly. He managed a calm smile, gazing at Yun Ruoyue with a flowery expression. "Delicious, indeed, my dear. Your feeding is unrivaled." A man who could not handle even a chili was hardly deserving of his title. "Is it truly delicious? Yet, my lord, why do your lips quiver?" Mo Li observed with a raised brow. The princess' lips were visibly affected by the spice, yet he insisted it was delightful, clearly putting on a facade. "My lips are quivering? I hadn't noticed," Chu Xuancheng stammered, his lips trembling. "If you relish it so much, allow me to add a touch more spice," Yun Ruoyue declared, generously adding a hefty spoonful of chili and a substantial scoop of Sichuan peppercorns to the wonton. She aimed to not only set him ablaze, but to render him utterly numb as well. Would he dare command her after this? Upon seeing the yellow-brown peppercorn powder, Chu Xuancheng's pupils widened in alarm. Yet he reassured himself that it was his beloved feeding him. Even if it were poison, he could not falter. "Open wide," Yun Ruoyue commanded coldly. "Thank you, my dear. I am deeply honored," Chu Xuancheng replied, closing his eyes and swallowing the wonton in one gulp. Instantly, the fiery and numbing flavors surged through him, making him wish to drink all the water in the kingdom. It felt as if firecrackers were exploding in his mouth, his tongue dancing fervently, his heart ablaze, and his face flushed. The searing heat clawed at his throat, leaving him contemplating a desperate plunge into a lake. Sister, how can you treat your husband this way? You've made him suffer. You are being far too cruel. Husband, quickly drink some chilled sour plum soup. It will alleviate the heat. Here. As Nangong Ro finished speaking, she hurriedly took a jar of sour plum soup from the stall run by the proprietress. Chu Xuancheng was indeed suffering from the spiciness. He could no longer pretend to endure it. Grabbing the jar, he gulped down the soup. After the sour plum soup settled in his stomach, he finally felt a semblance of relief. Nangong Ro quickly patted his back, her face etched with concern. My lord, are you all right? Is it still spicy? If it is, you should drink more. I'm fine now, Chu Xuancheng replied nonchalantly. Here, drink some water. If we hadn't acted quickly to alleviate the spiciness, it could have caused you stomach pain, Nangong Ro said, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto Chu Xuancheng's hand. As the warm tears touched the back of his hand, Chu Xuancheng glanced at Nangong Ro and then averted his gaze with indifference. Turning to look at Yun Ruoyue, he found her wholly absorbed in her bowl of wontons, oblivious to their plight. Witnessing her carefree demeanor, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. Despite his earlier discomfort, she showed no concern for him, while Nangong Ro was moved to tears. Did Yun Ruoyue truly harbor such disdain for him? It was, after all, expected. He had treated her poorly in the past, and her indifference was justified. With a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged that he had been the one at fault first, and he held no illusions of receiving her affection. Yet, despite his sincere feelings for her, he was met with her coldness and indifference. Even the warmest of hearts could grow cold under such circumstances. My lord, here, this bowl of wontons contains no chili. Please have this, Nangong Ro said as she slid a bowl of wontons towards him. Chu Xuancheng lifted his gaze, taking in the considerate expression on Nangong Ro's face. He had not anticipated her kindness towards him, despite his earlier treatment of her. Setting aside any ulterior motives she might have, it was evident that she truly cared for him. It was merely that his heart did not belong to her. Chapter 771. If you can't stand it, leave. He pushed the bowl of wontons back towards Nangong Ro. His voice softened considerably. Did you not say you wouldn't dine this evening? Please eat. I am not hungry. Thank you for your concern, my lord. How about we eat together? I will serve you, Nangong Ro replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. It had been a long time since Chu Xuancheng had shown her such tenderness. In that moment, he seemed as if he had emerged from another world. And as she gazed upon his handsome visage, tears blurred her vision. No need. I truly am not hungry, Chu Xuancheng said, his tone still cool and distant. His gaze lingered on Yun Ruoyue, hoping to catch a glimpse of sorrow or jealousy on her face. Alas, she remained absorbed in her wontons. After a moment, Yun Ruoyue calmly set her chopsticks down and stood, saying, You two enjoy your meal. Feng let us go check out the candied hawthorn skewers. With that, she walked away with an air of indifference, followed closely by Feng and Jior. My lord, should we follow her? I worry for her safety, being a woman alone, Nangong Ro asked, her expression reflecting concern. On the surface, she appeared anxious, but inwardly, she felt a surge of delight. Emoli, go protect the lady. Ensure her safety, Chu Xuancheng commanded in a low voice. Upon finishing her words, she gently added, Moreover, do not disturb her. Emoli hastily set down his chopsticks and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. He cast a profound glance at the prince. Despite the princess's indifference towards him, the prince was visibly disheartened, yet he still held the princess's well-being in high regard. However, with the gentle consort Ro by the prince's side, offering him warmth and care, it was likely that the princess felt a pang of sorrow as well. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to silently withdraw. Nevertheless, after scouring the area where the candied hawthorn skewers were sold, Emoli found himself at a loss. For the princess and her companions were nowhere to be seen. He scratched his head in confusion. He distinctly recalled hearing that they were heading this way. Had they departed without him noticing? A wave of anxiety washed over him as he began to search frantically, fearing for the princess's safety. Once Emoli dashed away in his distress, three heads peeked out from behind a cabinet situated behind the candied hawthorn stall. Your Highness, Emoli has left. He must have been sent by the prince to locate us. Why are you hiding from him? Feng inquired, her brow knitted in confusion. I merely wish to wander the night market freely, without being followed. Most importantly, as long as Emoli is here, Chu Xuancheng will inevitably come after us. I do not wish to witness him with Nangong Ro, which is why I sought to evade them. They were so affectionate just now, sharing a bowl of wontons. It made my heart uneasy, prompting my departure. Hence, I am even less inclined to be in their company, the princess replied. Your Highness, you should not have fed the prince so many chili peppers. You know he cannot tolerate spicy food. Look at the trouble it has caused with Consort Ro, Feng said, her expression laden with concern. Indeed, the prince had already begun to harbor disdain for Consort Ro, but your 3 wontons have altered his perception of her. Now, he likely believes she has treated him well and views you as heartless, Joer added, equally troubled. Is this not the truth? They are indeed a loving pair. I merely gave them a gentle nudge towards their destined union. What harm is there in that? It is Chu Xuancheng who wishes to manipulate me, and I have no desire to be at his beck and call, hence my little prank, she explained. Chapter 772, Abducted. Moreover, given that Chu Xuancheng had just forcefully kissed her, she felt a surge of resentment towards him. Seizing the opportunity, she sought revenge by adding chili to the wontons. If he did not wish to partake, he could have abstained. It was his own decision to indulge, and it was of no concern to her. A mere touch of chili could easily be remedied with a bowl of sour plum soup. Compared to the 20 lashes he had ordered for her, this was hardly significant. When she had been beaten nearly to death, she had vowed to seek vengeance. Now, having merely spiced his food, she still felt unsatisfied. But your Highness, the prince looked so pitiful just now. Did you not see the tears streaming from his eyes due to the spice? The naive and kind-hearted Feng remarked. He chose to eat it willingly. Compared to the 20 lashes he ordered for me, who do you think deserves more sympathy? Yun Ruoyue questioned. Of course, your Highness is the more pitiable one. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that the prince is not deserving of sympathy at all. Your Highness, you should have fed him an entire bowl, Feng suggested. As Feng recalled the harrowing memory of her mother being mercilessly whipped, her eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could exact vengeance upon the executioner. However, dear sister Feng, I have heard whispers that it was due to the princess disturbing the wedding night of the prince and the favored concubine, nearly instilling a lasting fear in the prince, which led him to command that the servants punish her. The timid Joer, trembling, spoke in defense of her prince. Feng scoffed. Had it not been for the machinations of the favored concubine, the prince would never have summoned the princess to attend to their intimate affairs, and the princess would not have played her tricks. Ultimately, it was this favored concubine who orchestrated the misunderstandings. Without her, the prince and the princess would not have found themselves in such a tangled web of confusion. Feng, remain composed. The man bears his share of the blame. It is unjust to place all the fault upon a woman. Regardless, I am an irreconcilable enemy of Chu Xuancheng, a man I find utterly detestable. Let us not dwell on them, for it taints our spirits. Look, the lanterns in the streets are exquisite, and there are vendors selling candied figures. I yearn for some candied treats and hawthorn skewers, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Indeed, my lady, let us hasten to purchase some. I too delight in such sweets. Upon catching sight of the delectable foods, Feng momentarily cast aside all troubling thoughts. After a while, the 3 of them, arms laden with an array of snacks and clutching 3 newly acquired rabbit lanterns, strolled towards the street. As night descended, though there was no curfew enforced, fatigue had settled over the populace, and most citizens had returned home for rest, causing the number of people in the streets to dwindle. Suddenly, a carriage came barreling down the street, the horse startled and racing ahead. My lady, quickly step aside. A carriage is coming, Feng shouted, recalling the previous incident with a startled horse. Yun Ruoyue, frightened, hastily moved to the side. Just then, the carriage sped past them, and the curtains were drawn aside to reveal several figures clad in black, who scattered a cloud of powder towards them. Instantly, the 3 women felt drowsy and began to collapse to the ground. Feng and Joer were the first to succumb, but no one came to their aid. Just as Yun Ruoyue was on the brink of losing consciousness, the black-clad figures swiftly leaped from the carriage. 2 of them caught her and forcefully pulled her aboard. The driver, urging the horses onward, sped the carriage down the official road. What a stroke of fortune! The task entrusted by our master was accomplished with such ease. Who would have thought the princess lacks martial prowess? Such a fragile woman is the ideal target for abduction, exclaimed a tall, masked figure with excitement. Indeed, although capturing her was simple, we must depart quickly. If the Li Wang discovers this, it could spell trouble, cautioned a shorter companion. The Li Wang is formidable, skilled in combat, vengeful, and fiercely protective of his own, making him a figure not to be trifled with. Their mission that night was to fulfill their master's command to abduct the Li Wang's princess, having tracked her movements for an extended period. However, they discovered that the Li Wang had been in her company, complicating their plans. Fortunately, their master devised a clever scheme to separate the two, granting them the opportunity to act. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to deliver her to the safe house to alleviate our master's concerns. The tall, slender figure issued a command to the coachman ahead to spur the horses into a faster pace. Look over there, a maiden has been abducted, and 2 others have been rendered unconscious. As Mo Li was searching for the princess, he suddenly overheard discussions from the crowd by the roadside. With so many people around, how brazen must they be to snatch someone in public? I wonder from which family the abducted girl hails. What a misfortune for them. We should promptly report this to the authorities. Perhaps we can still rescue her. First, let us rouse the girl on the ground. Otherwise, she might freeze to death. Upon hearing the voices, Mo Li's heart tightened with dread. Could it be that the abducted one is the princess? Make way, let me see who it is. Mo Li's complexion drained of color as he swiftly parted the crowd, only to find Feng Er and Zhou Er lying unconscious on the ground. His pupils dilated, and a wave of anxiety coursed through him. Feng Er, Zhou Er, wake up. Where's the lady? He gently shook them, realizing they had likely been drugged. In haste, he retrieved a bottle of universal antidote from his pocket and held it to their noses. Instantly, an extremely unpleasant and acrid odor wafted forth. The two recoiled, grimacing in discomfort, and soon regained consciousness. As soon as she awoke, Feng Er spotted Mo Li and, in a panic, exclaimed, Mo Li, it's terrible. The lady has been taken away. You must hurry to save her. Zhou Er trembled with fear. Where's the Lord? Where is he? We need him to rescue the lady, quickly. The master is over there. We must inform him. Come with me, Mo Li replied, leading the two towards the wonton stall. The onlookers shook their heads, lamenting, it's been quite a while. It may be too late. The curfew isn't in effect tonight, and with the darkness so thick, who knows where that woman has been taken by those villains. In no time, the trio reached the wonton stall, only to discover that the prince and the gentle consort were no longer there. A few unfamiliar diners occupied the table. Mo Li hurriedly inquired of the proprietress, Madam, have you seen my master? Where have they gone? The young lady mentioned she wished to buy a lantern for your lady. So your master accompanied her to the East Market. It's quite lively there, with many lantern vendors, the proprietress replied while preparing wontons. East Market? When did they leave? Mo Li's expression turned anxious. He had not anticipated that the gentle consort would lead the prince away. He had assumed the prince would wait for the princess here. It was his fault for losing track of the princess, and now that she was in peril, he felt he could never absolve himself. They left just a little while ago. It's been some time now. Is something wrong, young sir? The proprietress noticed Mo Li's troubled demeanor and inquired. It's nothing. Thank you. We must take our leave. Mo Li responded, quickly setting off towards the East Market with Feng Er and Zhou Er in tow. He certainly could not allow anyone to know that the princess was missing. On the way, Mo Li paused, took out a signal flare, ignited it, and launched it into the sky. This is the signal flare used by him to contact Mo Zhu and his companions. Upon seeing such a flare ascend, Mo Zhu and the others would come to this place to find him. However, at that moment, a multitude of fireworks suddenly erupted on both sides of the street, their vibrant colors ascending into the sky, completely obscuring his signal flare. Upon witnessing this, Feng Er's expression turned anxious. With fireworks being set off, what should they do? What if Mo Zhu and the others couldn't see the signal flare? Indeed, who could be igniting the fireworks at such a crucial time? Could it be a deliberate act of sabotage? If the prince and his party failed to receive the signal, what would become of the princess? Zhou Er grew so distressed that she began to weep. Do not despair. Remain here while I devise a plan. The East Market is vast and crowded. It would be impossible for Mo Li to seek them out directly. The quickest method is to launch the signal flare. He coldly raised his head and spotted several ruffians clad in coarse long robes across the street, setting off fireworks. Before them lay an abundance of fireworks, enough to last at least half an hour. These fireworks were exceedingly expensive. Ordinary families could scarcely afford them, and these ruffians, appearing so unremarkable, certainly did not seem like individuals of wealth. Their act of igniting fireworks at this moment must surely indicate foul play. Seeing this, Mo Li sprang into action, leaping across to the opposite side. The cacophony of the fireworks was so loud that he knew his voice would be inaudible to them. Thus, he soared over, swiftly kicked the ruffians down, and drew his sword, pointing the blade at them while coldly demanding, "Who authorized you to set off fireworks here? Speak." At last, the sound of the fireworks ceased. The ruffians, confronted by the murderous intent on Mo Li's face and the sharp sword in his hand, were instantly filled with dread. "Do you have any regard for the law? Are we not allowed to set off fireworks here? What do you intend to do?" They stammered. "With your appearances, could you even afford such an extravagant display? These fireworks must cost at least several hundred taels. If you do not speak the truth, I shall send you to meet the king of hell." Mo Li's voice resonated with overwhelming fury. As his words fell, he swiftly drew his sword across the neck of one ruffian, leaving a thin line of blood. Terrified, the man immediately pleaded for mercy. "I'll tell you. A veiled woman instructed us to set them off. She purchased the fireworks from the shop over there and offered us 2 taels of silver each to bring them here. She also promised us 50 taels each once the display concluded, but we had to keep it a secret. We thought it was easy money, so we agreed." Indeed, someone was scheming. What manner of woman was she? What did she wear? Did you see her face? Mo Li inquired coldly. She wore a pale green garment and always kept her face veiled. She was in a rush when she arrived and left hastily. We had no chance to see her face. The ruffians trembled as they spoke. The woman had only given them 20 taels each, and they had no desire to lose their lives over such a paltry sum. Thus, they hastily divulged the truth. "Stay put and remain honest here. Without my command, do not rise," Mo Li ordered, standing tall as he launched another signal flare. At this moment, Fenger and Jiuer also hurried over. Chapter 775, The Best Gift He Gave. In the East Market, the sky had already darkened considerably, yet due to the absence of a curfew that night, the main street remained bustling with people. Merchants filled the market, selling lanterns and trinkets. Nangong Ro walked at the forefront, embodying the innocence of an unworldly maiden, occasionally gazing at the lanterns from one stall and then touching the jewelry from another, exuding an undeniable charm. Unfortunately, Chu Xuancheng had no interest in her. His eyes wandered restlessly, searching for Yun Ruoyue. Despite their lengthy stroll through the streets, she remained elusive amidst the crowd, leaving only disappointment in his gaze. Had it not been for Nangong Ro's desire to purchase a lantern as a gift for Yun Ruoyue, he would not have accompanied her. He had heard that the East Market was the most vibrant and lively street, and his intentions were twofold: to select a lantern for Yun Ruoyue and to find her. Yet he had failed in both pursuits. "My lord, look at this lantern. It is both grand and beautiful, perfect for my sister. Shall we buy this one for her? She will surely adore it," Nangong Ro suggested, pointing to a square, opulent lantern. "That is not suitable for her," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. "Then which one is?" A flicker of jealousy crossed Nangong Ro's eyes. "This one." Chu Xuancheng stepped forward and picked up the only pink mushroom lantern in the shop. The lantern was designed in the shape of a mushroom, appearing adorably plump and charming, rendered in the soft pink hue that Yun Ruoyue cherished. It was irresistibly cute and exceptionally endearing. "Young master, your taste is impeccable. This is our only mushroom lantern, crafted after several days of diligent effort. Currently, it is the sole piece. If you wish to purchase it, I can offer it to you for just 2 taels of silver." The shopkeeper approached with a sincere expression. "I shall offer you 1,000 taels of silver, on the condition that you refrain from creating such lanterns for others. I desire this mushroom lantern to be the only one of its kind in existence," Chu Xuancheng declared, gesturing to Mo Zhu to prepare the payment. Mo Zhu's lips twitched. The prince was indeed generous for the sake of the princess. He swiftly retrieved 10 100-tael banknotes from his pocket and handed them to the shopkeeper. "Did you hear my young master's words?" The shopkeeper, having never encountered such a sum, was instantly overwhelmed with disbelief, exclaiming, I heard. The young master wishes to acquire the design rights for this mushroom lantern. Rest assured, I will not produce any more mushroom lanterns. This one shall be unique." Thus, the mushroom lantern transformed into a rare treasure. Chu Xuancheng picked it up with a smile and inquired of Mo Zhu, "Do you think the lady will appreciate such a lantern?" He remained unaware of Yun Ruoyue's preferences, but found this mushroom lantern's charm and rarity compelling enough to purchase it. After all, whatever he gifted must be the most unique and exquisite. "She will undoubtedly love it, as long as it is chosen by you, my lord." Mo Zhu replied with a grin. "My lord, look over there. Someone is launching a signal flare, just like the ones we usually use. Could it be Mo Li is searching for us?" Following closely behind was Li San. When Chu Xuancheng turned around, he failed to spot the signal flare. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of fireworks erupted from the opposite side, with a multitude of fireworks bursting into the night sky. Are they setting off fireworks? Did you misinterpret it? Li San, I see only fireworks being launched, Mo Zhu remarked, filled with confusion. Chapter 776. Discovery of the signal flare. I swear, I did not miss-see. I truly witnessed it just now. Could it be that Mo Li has located the princess and is signaling us to gather? Li San asserted with a cautious expression. If it were not of utmost importance, Mo Li would not have signaled them. I did not see anything either, Li Guardian. Perhaps your eyes are deceiving you? Those fireworks appear akin to signal flares. Surely you are mistaken. The prince is currently selecting lanterns for his sister. Do not disrupt his enjoyment, Nangong Ro interjected coldly. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue had already been abducted. She had ordered Danner to set off fireworks to obscure Chu Xuancheng's vision, preventing Mo Li from communicating the situation to him. The longer it took for Mo Li to locate them, the slimmer the chance of rescuing Yun Ruoyue within the next quarter of an hour. Earlier, while they were enjoying wontons, Danner had taken the opportunity to inform her that Su Changxiao's associates had made contact, stating they were already monitoring Yun Ruoyue and were preparing to act. They instructed her to distract Chu Xuancheng so that Mo Li would not find him. Thus, she concocted an excuse of purchasing lanterns for Yun Ruoyue, leading Chu Xuancheng into the bustling East Market. Had it not been for the pretext of Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng would certainly not have come. Later, Danner received news that Yun Ruoyue had been captured by Su Changxiao's men. The contact had relayed that they had seen Mo Li searching for Chu Xuancheng. They anticipated that Mo Li would deploy a signal flare to communicate, so they had instructed Danner to bribe several street ruffians to set off fireworks, thereby obscuring Mo Li's signal flare. Unexpectedly, Li San had managed to catch sight of it. With the concubine Ri Ro also expressing doubt, Li San scratched his head, conceding, "Perhaps my subordinate misjudged. It must indeed be fireworks. Prince, you have purchased lanterns for my sister. Could you also procure one for me? I am not particular. As long as it is your selection, I shall be pleased," Nangong Ro cooed, clinging to his arm to divert Chu Xuancheng's attention. Chu Xuancheng now found her presence distasteful. He coldly brushed her hand away and replied in a low voice, "Choose for yourself. Let Mo Zhu cover the expense." Rejected and feeling despondent, Nangong Ro's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression, contemplating that once tonight passed, Yun Ruoyue would be tarnished. Even if she survived, she would bear the shame of being defiled by many. A Yun Ruoyue in such a state would surely not attract Chu Xuancheng's interest. She would bide her time, waiting for Yun Ruoyue's downfall, for Chu Xuancheng would ultimately belong to her. "Your Highness, look, the fireworks have ceased. And there are indeed signal flares, 2 in total. Mo Li must be in urgent need of us," Li San exclaimed upon spotting the signal flares once more. Chu Xuancheng and Mo Zhu quickly looked up to see the distant signal flares, prompting them to hasten towards Mo Li for a reunion. Chu Xuancheng clutched the lantern tightly and leaped into the air, soaring like a dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly heading towards the direction of the signal flares. Mo Zhu and the others hurriedly followed suit, employing their lightness skills. Mo Li had released 3 signal flares in quick succession, undoubtedly indicating an urgent matter. Could it be that something had happened to the princess? They dared not entertain the thought. Not long after Mo Li had dispatched the flares, a figure clad in deep black swept through the air, and soon Chu Xuancheng had landed before them, his gaze urgent as he scanned their faces. "What is it, Mo Li? I commanded you to watch over the princess. Where is she?" "My lord, there is grave news. The princess has been abducted by thieves," Mo Li replied, hastily recounting the events that had transpired. Chapter 777. The enraged prince. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's heart tightened, and the lantern in his hand fell to the ground. Raising his eyes once more, he was engulfed in a tempest of fury. "Was I not clear in instructing you to follow her? How could you lose her? Who took her, and what was the route? It is my incompetence that has led to the loss of the princess. I beseech your punishment, my lord," Mo Li said, kneeling with a face full of remorse. "The princess was taken on Donghua Street. By the time I arrived, both she and the thieves had vanished. I only found Fenger and Jiu unconscious on the ground, which compelled me to seek you. My lord, those thieves approached in a carriage. While we were evading them, they threw some toxic powder at us, causing us to fall unconscious. Before losing consciousness, I witnessed the princess being taken aboard the carriage, which then headed towards the official road out of the city," Fenger lamented. "The official road out of the city? No, even if there is no curfew tonight. The city gates remain closed. They cannot have left the city. They must still be within its confines. My lord, we must procure some hunting dogs. Their tracking abilities are formidable, capable of following scents even over a span of more than half a month, and they can trace a distance of several hundred miles. Let them scent the princess's belongings and assist us in locating her, envoys suggested. At that moment, the sword at Chu Xuancheng's waist clanged ominously, echoing like a roar of fury. He tightened his grip around the scabbard, his eyes ablaze with rage, as if he were ready to unsheath his sword and slay at any moment. The onlookers instinctively shrank back, for the prince's countenance was etched with a cold, violent glimmer, and the sound of his sword was terrifying. Summon orders. Dispatch 500 shadow guards to search for the princess. If those thieves are located, let them face no mercy. envoys, hasten to the magistrate's office to procure hunting dogs. If the princess is not found, I shall hold you accountable. Seeing the wrathful man in black, his face a mask of fury, the ruffians finally comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Although they were oblivious to the role they had inadvertently played by merely setting off fireworks, they sensed that their lives were in peril. Soon, envoys returned from the nearest magistrate's office with several hunting dogs, with the cloak and handkerchief previously used by Yun Ruoyue in hand. envoys presented these items for the dogs to scent, then followed them in their pursuit. Chu Xuancheng gripped the hilt of his sword with an icy demeanor, his face as cold as frost, and his eyes burning with unbridled fury. His voice thundered, filled with an intimidating rage. Everyone, why are we not departing at once? The guards and hidden sentinels, upon hearing his command, hurriedly dispersed in search of the princess. After years of service to the prince, they had never witnessed him so anxious over a single individual, nor had they seen him exhibit such a chilling wrath. It was evident that he held the princess in deep regard. At that moment, within a dilapidated villa outside the imperial city, several figures cloaked in black had infiltrated the premises. These individuals, bearing lanterns, led a woman draped in a black robe and veiled countenance. Upon reaching a forsaken woodshed within the villa, the tall and slender guide announced, "Princess, we have arrived. Princess Li is within." Su Changxiao let out a cold snort, her eyes ablaze with wrath. After today, she shall no longer be titled Princess Li. Open the door. The guide swiftly unlatched the door, casting the lantern inside, illuminating the shed as if it were day. As Su Changxiao entered, a foul stench assailed her senses. The woodshed was shrouded in dust, with cobwebs festooning the corners. She disdainfully brushed her sleeves, attempting to dispel the dust that clung to her. Feng and Yun promptly stepped forward, clearing away the obstructive webs. Upon entering, Su Changxiao beheld Yun Ruoyue lying unconscious on the ground, her hands bound behind her back and her mouth stuffed with a cloth, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Yet, her visage remained strikingly beautiful, even in such dire straits. "Awaken her," Su Changxiao commanded, her voice laced with fury. "Yes, princess," replied Feng, who then fetched a bucket of water from a broken cistern outside. Using a dilapidated gourd ladle, she scooped a handful of water and splashed it forcefully onto Yun Ruoyue's face. Startled by the sudden deluge, Yun Ruoyue gradually stirred, her eyes fluttering open, only to be met with a throbbing headache and a chill enveloping her dampened form. "Princess, I recognize her. This is the very swindler who sold me the parrot," exclaimed Yuan, who had never seen Yun Ruoyue before, and thus had no knowledge of her appearance. Now, as she beheld her awaken, she realized that the woman's face mirrored that of the handsome young man who had previously duped her. In shock, she smote her thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is her. She sold the parrot to me, not only causing harm to the princess, but also deceiving her out of 50,000 taels of silver. How could this vile woman orchestrate such a scheme against me? Yun Ruoyue, you wretched creature. So it was you who plotted with that Xianfeng parrot." Su Changxiao berated, suddenly raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap across Yun Ruoyue's face. Caught off guard, Yun Ruoyue felt the sting of the blow, her cheek ablaze with pain. It was then that she recognized Su Changxiao, along with her maidservants Feng and Yuan, as well as several cloaked figures. Memories flooded back of the day she was ambushed while shopping with Feng and her companions, when these dark-clad figures had charged towards them, casting powder that ultimately led to her abduction. It became clear that it was Su Changxiao who had orchestrated her capture. She glanced at the dilapidated woodshed and the imposing figures of several burly men, a flicker of fear surging within her heart. Today, she thought, would she meet her end here? "Yun Ruoyue, did you ever imagine you would fall into the hands of this princess?" Su Changxiao declared, suddenly producing a dagger in her hand. She approached Yun Ruoyue, coldly waving the blade before her. The dagger gleamed with a chilling light, sending a shiver down Yun Ruoyue's spine. "Su Changxiao, Do you dare to abduct me here without fear of being discovered? I still have to attend to the Empress Dowager's health. If you lay a finger on me, do you not fear her wrath? Yun Ruoyue had no expectations of relying on Chu Xuancheng, hence she did not even mention him. Are you trying to intimidate me with the Empress Dowager? Am I so easily frightened? Rest assured, the Empress Dowager will never know it was I who took you. And you will never have the chance to leave this manor alive. Su Changxiao laughed sinisterly as she tapped the dagger in her palm. What do you intend to do by abducting me? Yun Ruoyue asked, her face turning ashen. Do you not sense the impending doom? Yun Ruoyue, you dared to use the Xianfeng parrot against me, even employing counterfeit honey to deceive me. This face of mine, marred by your actions. How do you think I will respond? Su Changxiao spoke through clenched teeth, consumed by rage. Recalling her swollen face, she felt an overwhelming desire to dismember Yun Ruoyue. Observing Su Changxiao's visage, even with a veil, it was evident that her face had swollen considerably, and her eyes were mere slits, revealing the depth of her suffering from bee venom. However, this was merely the sting of a common bee. With the right treatment, she would eventually recover. You are merely stung by a bee. With medication, you will heal in a few days, and your face will return to its former glory. Therefore, there is no need for such hatred towards me. Had you not harbored ill intentions and sent someone to steal my bee-attracting medicine, you would not have ended up in this predicament. Ultimately, this is your own doing. Do not blame others. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. You vile creature. Even now you dare to speak defiantly. You are the cause of my suffering. I shall ruin your appearance and see how you entice Chu Xuancheng then. Su Changxiao exclaimed, raising her dagger and slashing at Yun Ruoyue's face. Yun Ruoyue swiftly dodged, but alas, despite her speed, the blade still left a shallow cut on her cheek. Though the wound was not deep, it drew blood, and a wave of pain surged through her face like a swarm of ants. Fear gripped her heart, and she glared furiously at Su Changxiao. Su Changxiao, do you not fear that Chu Xuancheng will learn of your actions? Do you not fear his hatred towards you? Mentioning Chu Xuancheng caused Su Changxiao's expression to contort with rage. How dare you mention Chu Xuancheng? He once loved me, but in an instant, you ensnared him. You seductive vixen, what is it about you that he finds so appealing? If I were to have them destroy your purity, subjecting you to the advances of 4 or 5 men, do you think Chu Xuancheng would still desire you? Su Changxiao, you possess audacity beyond measure. Do you not fear the justice of heaven and the law? Your actions are criminal. Yun Ruoyue roared in fury as she directed her consciousness into the spatial realm, seeking the electric shock device she had previously employed. Ever since that device had run out of power, she had promptly recharged it within the system, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Little did she anticipate that today it would indeed prove useful once more. With a mere thought, she transferred the electric shock device into the cloth bag slung over her shoulder. However, her hands were bound behind her, rendering her unable to retrieve the device. She needed to devise a plan. Do you truly believe I fear the laws of heaven and earth? Su Changxiao mocked. I had you abducted here, and I personally came to escort you on your journey. Do you think I would allow anyone to discover my involvement? Once you are dead, no one will know it was I who orchestrated this, and what could they possibly do to me? What do you intend to do with me? Yun Ruoyue resolved to buy time, seeking a way to persuade Su Changxiao to untie her hands. I have come personally to first ruin your beauty, then allow these 5 men to violate your purity, and finally, I shall take your life. When Chu Xuancheng sees your lifeless body tomorrow, I doubt he will still harbor any affection for you. Su Changxiao sneered coldly. Must we remain adversaries? Cannot we collaborate for mutual benefit? If you release me, I am willing to assist you in any endeavor, provided it does not contravene the principles of chivalry. Yun Ruoyue attempted to stabilize the situation with Su Changxiao. Do you think I would be deceived by your sweet words? Do you take me for a child? Su Changxiao scoffed, her resolve unyielding. Having already captured Yun Ruoyue, she had no intention of releasing her. Revenge consumed her thoughts, eclipsing any other considerations. I can assist the Prince of Jin in seizing the throne. You shall become the Empress. I speak with sincerity, and my words are not to be taken lightly. Yun Ruoyue maintained her composure. Su Changxiao shot her a cold glance and retorted, I would never believe your fabrications. With your meager capabilities, how dare you utter such things? I grow weary of your prattle. If you wish for me to mar your beauty, I shall gladly reciprocate, allowing you to experience a fate worse than death. Having merely suffered a bee sting, her condition would eventually improve. However, Yun Ruoyue's visage, once it fell into Su Changxiao's hands, would be beyond salvation. With that, Su Changxiao, resembling a madwoman, brandished a dagger aimed at Yun Ruoyue's face. "Wait, my lady." A tall, slender figure hastily approached, pulling Su Changxiao back with a sycophantic smile. "Did you not say that if we helped you capture her, you would reward us with her for our amusement? If you ruin her face, it would no longer be entertaining. Why not allow us to have our fun first, and then you can disfigure her?" "Indeed, my lady," a shorter man chimed in eagerly. "A woman who has lost her beauty is of little amusement. Perhaps you could let us have our way with her before you mar her features?" Su Changxiao cast a frosty glance at the 5 men, the dark guards of the Prince of Jin, who displayed such disgraceful behavior. She had orchestrated their actions tonight without the prince's knowledge, and it would be wise to avoid offending them. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor," she replied coldly. "You may indulge in your entertainment first, and I will disfigure her afterward. All 5 of you, ensure that Lady Li is well taken care of." "Rest assured, my lady." "We will," the tall man said, rubbing his hands together with a face full of eager malice. "Your Highness, do you wish to depart first?" inquired the short man with a wicked grin. Su Changxiao had initially intended to leave, but her desire to witness Yun Ruoyue's humiliation compelled her to respond. "There is no need. This princess shall remain here to observe. You would do well to end her life swiftly." Upon hearing this, the 5 men felt a chill run down their spines. The Princess of Jin was far more ruthless than any man could be. Moreover, her lack of shame in wishing to witness the spectacle was astonishing. "My dear, we have arrived. Tying you up is rather dull. It is your struggle that will provide the true entertainment," the tall, lean man said with a sinister smile as he stepped forward and severed the ropes binding Yun Ruoyue's hands. Su Changxiao instinctively took several steps back, positioning herself by the door to keep a safe distance, lest the sight of the men's physiques induce a wave of nausea. Feng and Yuan hastily turned their heads away, trembling in fear, their faces pale with anxiety. The princess's tastes were indeed grotesque, dragging them along for such a macabre viewing. Yun Ruoyue, taken aback by the audacity of these brigands, felt her hands regain their freedom. She quickly rummaged through her cloth bag and retreated toward the wall. "Release me, and I shall offer you a fortune, tenfold what you have been promised." The 5 men exchanged glances, their interest piqued. The Princess of Jin had pledged 2,000 taels of silver each for their audacious act of abducting the Princess of Li. Now, with Li Wangfei offering 20,000 each, were they not on the verge of a windfall? They could abandon their roles as shadow guards entirely. Su Changxiao discerned their thoughts with a mere glance and sneered. "What good is wealth if you lack the breath to spend it? They are loyal to the Jin prince. Do you dare betray him? Unless you wish to forfeit your very lives." Her words sent shivers down the spines of the 5 men. They were the Jin prince's shadow guards and would never dare defy him. Chapter 781. The Princess of Li takes a life. "Do not speak of 20,000. Not even 200,000 would tempt us to betray," growled one of the men. "Enough of your prattle. Even if you offered us the entire Li Wang residence, we would refuse." "Brothers, charge!" shouted the tall, lean man as he lunged at Yun Ruoyue, intent on tearing her garments. In a sudden twist, Yun Ruoyue produced a stun gun and directed it viciously at him. A crackling sound filled the air as he emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Oh, the pain! My manhood! This wretched woman is armed. Kill her!" A foul odor wafted through the air, sending shivers down the spines of the others, who recoiled in fear. Yun Ruoyue tightened her grip on the stun gun, her voice cold and resolute. "Do not advance. Whoever dares approach shall face dire consequences. This device is not to be trifled with. Are you fools? Use your swords. Attack from a distance." Su Changxiao roared in frustration. Only then did the dark guards spring into action. The short man hurled a stone at Yun Ruoyue, knocking the stun gun from her grasp before lunging at her with ferocity. "Wretched girl, for harming my brother, I shall deal with you." With that, he lunged towards Yun Ruoyue, aiming to claim her lips. At this critical juncture, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a shadowy figure rushed in with urgency. Upon seeing the short man attempting to approach Yun Ruoyue, he swiftly drew his cold blade, which emanated a chilling bloodlust, and plunged it into the man's back. A splattering sound of blood echoed as the short man, unable to reach Yun Ruoyue, was pierced through, leaving a gaping crimson wound in his wake. He violently coughed up blood and trembled as he turned to see a face etched with frost and brimming with murderous intent. Chu Xuancheng forcefully withdrew his sword and kicked the short man aside, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury as he coldly raised his weapon, striking down upon the others with ferocity. In an instant, blood splattered. The sword's aura surged like a rainbow, its brilliance blinding. A gust of cold wind swept in, lifting Chu Xuancheng's dark hair and billowing his robe as he stood there, sword in hand, radiating an intimidating presence. The dark guards collapsed, bloodied, into the pool of crimson beneath them. Seeing this, Su Changxiao and the others were stricken with fear, their faces pale and bodies trembling. The current Chu Xuancheng was terrifying, his wrath echoing throughout the land, resembling a furious lion, his eyes ablaze with uncontrollable rage, deterring anyone from provoking him. Yun Ruoyue feared she would meet her demise at the hands of these thieves or suffer indignity. To her surprise, Chu Xuancheng had burst in just in time, alongside the furious Mo Li and Feng Air, which eased her anxious heart. "Are you all right? Did we frighten you?" The once furious Chu Xuancheng now discarded his sword and gently crouched down to embrace Yun Ruoyue tenderly. She had never imagined that his embrace could be so warm. "I'm fine. You arrived just in time." "Thank you." Yun Ruoyue's voice trembled like a whisper, visibly shaken by the ordeal. Chu Xuancheng held her close, his fingers lifting her chin, his eyes reflecting concern and worry, yet his words were laced with anger. "Why did you run off? If you had stayed with me, none of this would have happened. Who allowed you to make decisions on your own and hide from me?" Chapter 782. Thankfully, he now understood that had she not deliberately avoided Mo Li, she would not have been lost to them. He held her tightly, his gaze filled with deep remorse and concern, though his tone remained fierce. "I didn't expect such a consequence. I was scared too. I'm sorry, but thankfully you all came." Faced with Chu Xuancheng's explosive anger, Yun Ruoyue dared not argue, knowing she was in the wrong, and spoke softly. His ability to arrive promptly, accompanied by so many others, indicated he had exerted immense effort. She felt remorseful for causing them such concern. Chu Xuancheng looked at her with pain in his eyes. Little did she know, he was far more terrified. The fear of not being able to find her had left him on edge. Never before had he felt such a chill down his spine. Trembling all over, struggling to breathe, his fingers quaking in dread of what might have befallen her. Fortunately, the hound found by Mo Zhu followed her scent and led them to this secluded mountain villa, where they finally located her. Only upon seeing her safe and sound did his trembling heart calm down. He swiftly took her in his arms, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing coldly towards Su Changxiao, his voice chillingly icy. "Did you send someone to abduct her?" "Aye. It was she who first harmed me by selling me a parrot and using fake honey to ruin my appearance. I merely sought revenge," Su Changxiao retorted, her voice laced with fear as she swallowed hard, contemplating an escape. Unfortunately, Mo Li and his companions had already stationed themselves at the entrance, coldly barring her way. Glancing outside, she noticed a throng of people, wielding torches, densely packed in the courtyard. An estimation revealed several hundred individuals. It was evident that Chu Xuancheng had mobilized such a formidable force to seek out Yun Ruoyue, underscoring his profound concern for her. "Seize the princess consort," Chu Xuancheng commanded sharply. Instantly, Mo Li and Mo Zhu advanced, capturing Su Changxiao. "What do you intend to do, Chu Xuancheng? Have you forgotten our past affections? You would resort to such measures against me for this woman?" Su Changxiao exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. Chu Xuancheng paid her no heed. Instead, he cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, gritting his teeth as he ordered, "Drag these bandits' corpses to the mass grave for punishment, and afterward, feed them to the wild dogs. Anyone who dares to harm the princess consort shall have no chance to regret their actions." "Yes, my lord," replied Li San, with a dismissive wave of his hand, signaling the guards to remove the 5 corpses. With the bodies cleared, it was time for Chu Xuancheng to confront Su Changxiao. At this moment, Su Changxiao and her 2 attendants were firmly restrained by Mo Li and Mo Zhu, with Feng and Yuanyuan forced to kneel, trembling in fear, nearly losing control of themselves. The furious demeanor of the king of Li was truly terrifying, akin to the king of hell come to collect debts. "Chu Xuancheng, command them to release me. I am the princess consort of Jin, and I shall not be treated with such contempt," Su Changxiao asserted, raising her chin defiantly, her cold eyes sweeping over Chu Xuancheng. "Princess consort of Jin? Huh. If you dare to harm the princess consort of Li, you should be prepared for the consequences," Chu Xuancheng declared, releasing Yun Ruoyue, and then coldly lifting a sword from the ground. The blade glimmered ominously, imbued with a dreadful aura. In an instant, Chu Xuancheng brandished the sword, placing its cold tip against Su Changxiao's neck, the menacing point aimed directly at her. Chapter 783. Promises of the past. Su Changxiao's face turned pale with fear. "You wish to kill me? Chu Xuancheng, you made a promise to my father. Have you forgotten? Do you intend to break your word?" Yun Ruoyue gazed at Chu Xuancheng in confusion, wondering what promise he had made to Su Ming. Why didn't Su Changxiao simply state it outright? Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng withdrew the sword's tip slightly, suspending it in midair. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Indeed, Chu Xuancheng had promised Su Ming something. His retraction of the blade indicated that he would not kill Su Changxiao. She had thought that even if Su Changxiao survived, she would face punishment, but it seemed that Su Changxiao still held such a trump card. Unexpectedly, her significance in Chu Xuancheng's heart could not rival that of his former love. Chu Xuancheng's gaze was profound as he looked at Su Changxiao. In their youth, when he was with Su Changxiao, he had promised Su Ming that he would protect Su Changxiao for a lifetime, ensuring her peace and safety. The affection of youth was indeed sincere. After witnessing his mother's murder, he had been enveloped in shadows, becoming taciturn and reclusive, avoiding social interactions. It was Su Changxiao who approached him, showering him with kindness and accompanying him through the most arduous times. At that time, he had yet to lead troops in a battle. Merely a boy burdened with national grievances and familial hatred. He was unaware that Su Ming had a hand in the conspiracy to usurp the throne. At that moment, he did not know that Su Ming was one of the villains responsible for his parents' demise, yet he had still promised Su Changxiao he would protect her for life. It was only later, during his campaigns at the borders, that he learned of Su Ming's orchestration through a trusted confidant of his father. He loathed Su Ming. Yet in his youth, with a tender heart and an innate kindness, he chose not to blame Su Changxiao, believing her innocence despite her father. Even with such a father, he was still willing to marry her and protect her throughout their lives. Yet, her betrayal served as a harsh lesson, teaching him that women could not be trusted. Especially beautiful women, akin to venomous serpents, were even more untrustworthy. Over the years, his once pure and kind heart had been forged into cold, unfeeling steel, consumed by national grievances and familial hatred, vowing never to indulge in personal affairs again, until he married Yun Ruoyue. He cast a cold glance at Su Changxiao and suddenly raised the tip of his sword by 2 inches. I never anticipated that a promise made long ago would be used against my wife. You have harmed her, and I will never spare you. Huh, the leery king. The world knows you to be a man of deep feelings and loyalty. I believe you would never go back on the promise made before my father. You surely wouldn't want the countless soldiers behind you to say you are untrustworthy, would you? Who would dare to follow you then? Su Changxiao sneered, confident that a man of Chu Xuancheng's character would uphold his promises and integrity. Hence, she dared to abduct Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, you need not heed her words. She dares to abduct the leery princess and even plots to harm her. She has committed a capital offense. Regardless of her status as the Jin princess or any promises you made to her, her crime warrants death. You need not honor any commitment to her. We all support your vengeance for the princess, and she must be killed. Emily stepped forward, voice cold. Indeed, we all support your highness in executing her, echoed the other shadow guards. The emperor's law applies equally to commoners. The Jin princess's attempt to harm the leery princess and conspire against the royal family is also a capital offense. Your highness, do not show mercy. If you kill her, we will applaud your deed and never claim you broke your promise. The guards voiced their fervent sentiments. Dealing with a shameless woman like Su Changxiao cannot be approached with common sense. Otherwise, one would suffer greatly. They were unaware of the promise made to Su Changxiao. Yet for such a venomous woman, what need was there to honor any commitment? Chapter 784. The Terminator of Love. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Su Changxiao's eyes flared with indignation, astonished that they were so loyal to Chu Xuancheng. She cast a fearful glance at the gleaming tip of the sword before her, terrified that he might truly take her life. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng resembled a vengeful deity. Just as Su Changxiao was drenched in cold sweat and shivering in fear, Chu Xuancheng suddenly inhaled deeply and coldly sheathed his sword. He took a cloth and methodically wiped the blood from the blade. His voice grave, I have no desire to tarnish this sword. The Princess of Jin has conspired against the Princess of Li. Bring her to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, not expecting Chu Xuancheng to actually retract his sword. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. No matter what Su Changxiao had done to her, Chu Xuancheng would undoubtedly spare her, wouldn't he? It seemed that his past affection held more weight in his heart than her status as his legitimate wife. Yet she understood that Su Changxiao, as the esteemed Princess of Jin, was not someone who could be easily dealt with by a mere sword strike. With this thought, her heart felt considerably lighter. Who dares? Su Changxiao suddenly roared. I am the Princess of Jin, the legitimate wife of the emperor's eldest son. I merely invited the Princess of Li for a chat over tea. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. Speak those words to the King of Hell. Who would believe you? Chu Xuancheng replied darkly. Li Wang, are you truly so heartless? Were the vows you made to me once mere fabrications? Now that you have a new love, do you intend to eliminate your old flame? You are truly cold and unfeeling, Su Changxiao spat with jealousy. Hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, her countenance darkening. Realizing her words had struck a nerve, Su Changxiao grew even more audacious. Yun Ruoyue, do you have any idea how much he loved me back then? Would you like to know what transpired between us? Don't be so smug. You are merely a latecomer, and in this order, you are but third. Chu Xuancheng's gaze darkened ominously, his expression calm as the storm approached. Yet, within his eyes, a murderous intent began to surface, his fury mounting. Yun Ruoyue scoffed. I'm afraid I have no interest in the past events between you two. After all, who hasn't he loved a few scoundrels in their time? I am now the Princess of Li, his wife, and thus, I am the terminator of his past loves. In this life, only I shall stand by his side. And the Wang Fu shall have but one mistress, me. Therefore, spare yourself the effort, regardless of your rank. Just know I am the one who remains beside him in the end. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's bold declaration. He gazed at her intently, for the first time realizing the sensation of being cherished. Su Changxiao had intended to provoke Yun Ruoyue, to make her feel discomfort or shame. Yet, to her astonishment, Yun Ruoyue spoke thus not out of love for Chu Xuancheng, but merely to irritate Su Changxiao. What a splendid terminator of love she was. Li Wang, have you fallen for her? In such a short time. You have already fallen for her? And what of me? What of the vows you once made to me? You would cast me into a prison for her. How heartless you are. Warriors, how dare you pledge your loyalty to such a fickle and heartless man? Are you not afraid of being betrayed and exploited by him? Su Changxiao cast a cold glance at Mo Li, attempting to sow discord with her chilling words. Unfortunately, it seemed that her taunts fell on deaf ears. Princess of Jin, there is no need for you to speak such words of provocation. Your affair with the King of Li has lingered for over 2 years. He has taken a wife and built his own family, just as you have your own. Kindly refrain from resurrecting past grievances, Mo Li replied coldly. Chapter 785. The arrival of the King of Jin. Mo Zhu then remarked sarcastically, Princess of Jin, how can you still have the audacity to accuse our Lord of being fickle and heartless, when our Lord once adored you and wished to marry you? It was you who betrayed him and shared a bed with the King of Jin. You were the one who wronged him first. How dare you lay blame upon him? What gives you the right? You coveted the eldest son, the King of Jin, believing he would become the heir apparent. In pursuit of being the crown princess and your ambitions of becoming an empress, you forsook his highness, choosing to consort with the King of Jin and marrying him in grandeur. At that time, his highness was utterly heartbroken, drowning his sorrows in drink, often sitting alone until dawn. You inflicted this pain upon him, and how can you speak such words with any semblance of honor? After dealing with the bodies, Li San swiftly returned, his face a mask of fury. Princess of Jin, would you like us to recount the tale of your betrayal? Of sharing a bed with the King of Jin? I believe the brothers would be quite interested in hearing about this romantic escapade, Mo Li sneered. This was a secret they had guarded for a long time. For the sake of their lord's dignity, they had intended to remain silent. However, Su Changxiao's provocations left them no choice but to defend their lord's reputation, even at the risk of tarnishing his image. Upon hearing this, the shadow guards began to murmur amongst themselves. They were aware that Su Changxiao had betrayed their lord. Yet they were oblivious to the details of her liaison with the King of Jin. They had thought Su Changxiao to be pure and noble, only to discover her to be a woman of questionable virtue. Yun Ruoyue too realized the depths of the enmity between Su Changxiao and Chu Xuancheng. She was astonished to learn that he was the one cast aside and had even been wronged by her. She could not help but cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Faced with public humiliation from Mo Li and the others, Su Changxiao's face shifted from pale to green with anger. She bit her lip, seething with rage. Silence. This is a private matter between me and His Highness. You have no right to interfere. His Highness, I implore you to keep your subordinates in check and prevent them from overstepping their bounds. Seeing Su Changxiao's contorted expression, Chu Xuancheng felt a wave of regret wash over him. How had he ever been drawn to such a woman? He realized he had been blind to her true nature. Yun Ruoyue gently patted Chu Xuancheng's shoulder, offering him a reassuring look. Ah, who among us has not experienced innocence? Who among us has not been deceived? Remain calm. Even the wealthiest and most worldly modern tycoon has fallen prey to the charms of a young lady, let alone a seemingly domineering yet truly innocent man from ancient times like you. Seize the princess of Jin and confine her to the dungeons, commanded Chu Xuancheng coldly, unwilling to indulge in further conversation with Su Changxiao. Who dares? Just then, a formidable contingent of armed guards burst into the courtyard. Countless torches flickered to life, illuminating the scene. As the onlookers turned to gaze, they beheld a grand procession of attendants surrounding a man of opulent attire and a somber demeanor. The crowd froze in astonishment. Was that not the Prince of Jin? With me present, who dares to take the Princess of Jin? Surround this estate at once. Upon entering, the prince's ire was palpable. His entourage swiftly encircled the premises, seemingly numbering in the thousands, double that of Chu Xuancheng's forces. Yet, despite their numerical superiority, they lacked the imposing presence of Chu Xuancheng's men. Chapter 786. Render him incapable. After issuing his command, the prince stormed inside, his fury evident. He advanced menacingly towards Chu Xuancheng, his eyes ablaze with indignation. If you lay a finger on the Princess of Jin, I shall not spare you. My lord, you have finally arrived. Please save me. They intend to imprison me in the dungeons. I am the esteemed Princess of Jin, and I refuse to go, Su Changxiao exclaimed, her voice filled with desperation upon seeing the prince, as if she had found her protector. However, Chu Xuancheng swiftly stepped forward, coldly blocking the prince's path. Looking down upon him with disdain. Your arrival is timely, prince. The Princess of Jin dispatched agents to abduct the Princess of Li, intending to harm her. I have caught her in the act. I have confirmed that the 5 abductors are your subordinates. I request an explanation, lest I take you into custody as well. How dare you? The Prince of Jin, taken aback, retorted, what audacity you have to attempt to apprehend me. Who can attest that my subordinates are responsible for the abduction? Perhaps it is you and your wife who are framing us. His voice was cold and sharp. He had received news en route, aware of the unfolding events. A shadowy figure had contacted him via carrier pigeon, revealing that Su Changxiao had taken 5 of his dark guards and followed her, only to discover that they had captured the Princess of Li. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed to confront it. He had learned during his journey that Chu Xuancheng had already dispatched dark guards in search of the Princess of Li, and he realized that Su Changxiao had escalated the matter unnecessarily. Initially, he believed Su Changxiao had gained an advantage, but upon arriving at the estate, he found Chu Xuancheng present, the Princess of Li unharmed, and Su Changxiao ensnared instead. Though he loathed Su Changxiao's reckless actions that had brought about this turmoil, he felt compelled to intervene. After all, she was the Princess of Jin. Their fates were intertwined. Her glory was his, her downfall was his. Regardless of his disdain for her, he had to protect her. He could not allow the prince's household to suffer as a result. Seeing the prince distort the truth, Chu Xuancheng suddenly approached him and forcefully shoved him back. I warn you, the Princess of Li is beyond your reach. Regardless of your denials, I have resolved to capture her today. The prince stumbled from the push, crashing against the doorframe, wincing in pain. Enraged, he retaliated, striking towards Chu Xuancheng. You dare to lay hands on me, the prince? I shall not let you go unpunished. Upon concluding his words, a powerful gust from his palm struck towards Chu Xuancheng. Chu Xuancheng coldly curled his lips. Could the crown prince, with such mediocre skills, dare to act arrogantly before a seasoned war god like himself? As the crown prince launched a fierce attack, Chu Xuancheng swiftly evaded, bending low and slipping past the crown prince's side, positioning himself behind him. With a swift motion, he delivered a palm strike that sent the crown prince crashing against the opposite wall. With a resounding thud, the crown prince's body slumped down like a rag doll, slowly sliding to the ground, leaving a smear of fresh blood on the wall. Dazed, the crown prince felt as if his very organs had been displaced. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a venomous glare, lashed out at Chu Xuancheng, declaring, You dare to strike me? I shall ruin you. The question of who would be ruined remained uncertain. Noticing the crown prince's approach, Chu Xuancheng deftly retreated, leaping into the courtyard as the crown prince, like a venomous serpent, swiftly pursued him. Chapter 787. 2 To kill one with a wicked smile. Chu Xuancheng seized the crown prince's left arm and twisted it violently, producing a sickening crack, the sound of a dislocated joint. The crown prince let out a piercing scream of agony. In midair, Chu Xuancheng coldly lifted his foot and kicked the crown prince in the abdomen, propelling him straight into a large tree in the courtyard. Another resounding crash echoed as the crown prince's body collided heavily with the trunk, then slid down, the dried leaves cascading around him. All of you attack. Kill Chu Xuancheng. The crown prince roared, spewing another mouthful of blood. Who dares? 1 comes, I kill 1. 2 come, I kill 2. To attempt to assassinate a royal is a death sentence. Chu Xuancheng leisurely descended from the air, his attire billowing gracefully, exuding an air of innate nobility and grandeur that commanded respect, rendering all who beheld him hesitant to provoke him. Meanwhile, his hidden guards had drawn their bows, aiming coldly at the crown prince's men. The crown prince's followers brandished curved blades, advantageous for close combat, yet against arrows, they faced certain death. At that moment, the sound of galloping horses echoed from outside. In haste, the magistrate of Zhang's estate arrived with a large contingent of constables, dismounting swiftly upon witnessing the tense standoff inside. Your Highness the Li Prince, Your Highness the Jin Prince, please, temper your anger. Let us discuss matters calmly, the magistrate implored, drenched in cold sweat and trembling. The sight of the Li Prince and the Jin Prince clashing under his jurisdiction filled him with dread. Should blood flow like a river? How could he account for it to the emperor? His position as magistrate would be at stake. Magistrate Zhang, you have arrived just in time. I trust you have heard about the abduction of the Li Princess by the Jin Princess? The individuals involved are the Jin Prince's hidden guards. I suspect this matter is orchestrated by the Jin Prince himself. Tell me, what should be done? Chu Xuancheng's voice resonated with an imposing pressure. My lord, this matter is of great significance. In my humble opinion, it must be presented before the emperor for judgment. A mere magistrate like myself cannot dare to apprehend a royal. The prince declared, I shall enter the palace to seek justice from my father. The Duke of Jin, sensing the gravity of the situation, understood that remaining idle would lead to dire consequences. Provoking the furious lion, Chu Xuancheng, could result in unpredictable outcomes. This incident demanded a resolution, otherwise, Chu Xuancheng would not let it rest. Only his father remained a pillar of support, thus he felt an urgent need to enter the palace and seek his father's protection. He cast a cold glare at Su Changxiao, blaming her for her reckless actions and lack of foresight, which had embroiled him in such a significant predicament. Upon the duke's request to enter the palace, Li San expressed his concerns to Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, the 5 dark guards have perished, their bodies discarded at a mass grave. If we lack witnesses, what if they turn against us? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, those dark guards deserve their fate. Fear not. With me here, the truth shall prevail. The emperor will uncover the reality. He commanded the Zhang prefect to hastily collect evidence from the scene and present it to the palace, insisting that the 2 maidens be escorted separately, ensuring no one approached them. The Zhang prefect, loyal to Chu Xuancheng but operating in secrecy, promptly complied, stating, yes, I shall attend to it immediately. He gestured for the constables to separate Feng and Yuan for transport. Other officers skillfully began gathering evidence from the ground, including weapons and substances used for incapacitating individuals, all of which would substantiate that this evening was a plot to murder rather than mere tea and conversation. Witnessing Feng and Yuan being taken away made Su Changxiao shiver. Chu Xuancheng was indeed formidable. Later that night, in the imperial palace, several individuals had entered. Emperor Hongyuan, having already retired for the night with concubine Shui, was rudely awakened by eunuch Lu. With a grim countenance, he led concubine Shui to the imperial study. Upon entering, they encountered several figures. The Duke of Jin, in a desperate move, approached the emperor, kneeling before him while cradling his broken arm, exclaiming in anguish, Father, you have finally arrived. I beseech you for justice. Not only has Chu Xuancheng assaulted me, but he has also broken my hand. Furthermore, the King of Li claims that my daughter-in-law has sent people to abduct the Princess of Li and intends to imprison her unjustly. I implore you to see the truth. My daughter-in-law merely invited the princess for tea and conversation. Su Changxiao, following suit, knelt without a change in her demeanor, stating matter-of-factly. The emperor surveyed the 2, both appearing quite disheveled. Su Changxiao's hair was in disarray, her attire disheveled, and despite her veil, her face was swollen from a bee sting. The Duke of Jin bore a similarly bruised visage, looking as though he had been harshly rubbed against a wall. What transpired here? The emperor demanded. His teeth clenched in fury. Your Majesty, my niece has been abducted by the hidden guards sent by the Princess of Jin to a desolate villa, nearly losing her life at her hands. I beseech you to uphold justice for her. As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she had already knelt and recounted the entire sequence of events. As soon as her words fell, Chu Xuancheng interjected coldly. Your Majesty, The 5 hidden guards responsible for the abduction have already been executed by me. I have ascertained that they are indeed the hidden guards of the Prince of Jin. I implore you to discern the truth and administer strict punishment to those deserving. Chu Xuancheng, being the legitimate son of the late emperor and having achieved military merit, did not need to kneel before Emperor Hongyuan, but merely paid his respects. You have already discarded the bodies to the mass grave for wild dogs to feast upon. How can you prove they belong to my faction? I could just as easily accuse you of fabricating this situation. The Prince of Jin retorted angrily. Though they are deceased, there are other witnesses and evidence, Chu Xuancheng replied. Your Majesty, the 2 maidservants of the Princess of Jin were also present in the woodshed at the time. You could certainly order the Governor Zhang to separate and interrogate them to uncover the truth. Furthermore, he continued, when I arrived, those 5 hidden guards were poised to assassinate the princess. After I dealt with them, I discovered that they possessed intoxicating powders, daggers, and other lethal weapons. They were all masked and clad in dark attire. Moreover, there were commoners on the street who witnessed the abduction. I have already dispatched individuals to locate these witnesses, as many citizens witnessed this incident firsthand. He refrained from mentioning that the 5 hidden guards had intended to dishonor Yun Ruoyue for her sake. He would not speak of it. Even if the villains had failed, such a matter must never be allowed to circulate. This incident, in the present and in the future, he would ensure remained unspoken. Chapter 789. The Art of Sophistry. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan quickly reached a conclusion in his mind. This affair was undoubtedly the machination of the Prince and Princess of Jin, and they had indeed shot themselves in the foot. Fools, truly. He glared at the 2 with vexation. Such foolish individuals were beyond his ability to protect. It seemed the position of Crown Prince was not meant for that imbecile of Jin. He must support another son to contend with Chu Xuancheng. Bring those 2 maidservants down. Separate them for detention and interrogation, he commanded. Despite his anger, Emperor Hongyuan wished to safeguard his legitimate son. Thus he resolved to send his own officials to interrogate the 2 maidservants. When both were silenced, with no evidence to contradict, the Prince of Jin would be shielded. Your Majesty, prior to my arrival, I had already instructed Governor Zhang to commence the interrogation. I believe the results will soon be presented, Chu Xuancheng stated coldly. Emperor Hongyuan was taken aback. Chu Xuancheng had already initiated the questioning. With so many officials involved, it would be unwise for him to intervene. Your Majesty, my niece wishes to pose several questions to the Princess of Jin, Yunva interjected at that moment. In truth, she could compel Su Changxiao to confess, but to firmly establish this guilt, an interrogation was still necessary. Very well, you may ask, Emperor Hongyuan replied solemnly. Princess of Jin, you just stated that you invited me to that abandoned villa for the purpose of chatting and drinking tea? Yun Ruoyue inquired coldly. Indeed. I merely invited you for a conversation. There was no intent to abduct or harm you. If I truly wished you ill, I would not resort to direct action that could raise suspicion. Such folly is not in my nature, is it? Su Changxiao felt a pang of guilt, compelled to maintain a facade of calm. The manor has long been abandoned and desolate. Who would go to such a place for tea? Do you think the sagacious and mighty emperor would believe your fabrications? Yun Ruoyue spoke with a heavy tone. The Emperor Hongyuan's face darkened, unsure of how to respond. Princess Li is correct. Princess Jin, why do you not confess? The emperor demanded angrily. Everyone present was astute. He realized that he could not shield the Jin couple today, lest he be deemed a foolish and incompetent ruler. Father, I assure you, I did not harm Princess Li. I merely thought the countryside scenery was lovely, hence my invitation. Su Changxiao stammered. Even she doubted her own words. She had been careless, believing that if she eliminated Yun Ruoyue, no one would be the wiser. Little did she anticipate that Chu Xuancheng would use hounds to track them down, then explain the presence of those 5 dark guards. Everyone witnessed it, even in death. You cannot deny their existence. They cannot possibly be my men. The prince discovered the insignia of the Jin manor on them. Were they under your command or that of the Jin prince? Yun Ruoyue continued her inquiry. Finding the insignia of the Jin manor does not necessarily imply they were affiliated with it. What if you orchestrated this as a frame-up? Su Changxiao retorted coldly. Your arguments are mere sophistry. If you indeed summoned me, when did you extend this invitation, and who delivered the message? Was it verbal or written? If it were verbal, who was the messenger? If written, why did I not receive your letter? Yun Ruoyue questioned icily. I sent a verbal message. Su Changxiao hesitated. Who delivered it? A servant from the Jin manor. I cannot recall. There are so many servants. How could I remember who it was? Su Changxiao replied coldly. Chapter 790. Condemnation. Since you invited me for tea, why were there no tea utensils in that shed? Why did those 5 dark guards carry weapons? And why were my hands and feet bound? Why was cold water poured over my head? Upon finishing her words, Yun Ruoyue suddenly rolled up her sleeves, revealing the crimson marks on her wrists where they had been bound. The skin was broken, and 2 deep impressions were evident, unmistakably indicative of abuse. Furthermore, her hair and upper body were drenched. This was hardly the demeanor of a tea invitation, but rather an act of cruelty. Oh heavens, Princess Li is utterly pitiable. The severity of the assault is alarming. I am terrified. I cannot bear to witness this, Shuefei exclaimed in fear, collapsing into Emperor Hongyuan's embrace, trembling in fright. My beloved, do not fear, the emperor quickly reassured her, while casting a furious glare at Princess Jean. Princess Jean, will you speak the truth? Even he could discern that Su Changxiao's words were nonsensical. How could others fail to see it? As Yun Ruoyue asserted, he was an astute and powerful emperor. If he could not perceive this, what right had he to rule? Su Changxiao clenched her teeth in frustration, casting a sinister glare at Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, the voice of eunuch Lu resonated from outside, announcing the arrival of His Majesty, the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, the prefect of the Zhang family, the Minister of Justice, and the Deputy Minister of Justice. Admit them, declared Emperor Hongyuan. Soon, the prefect of the Zhang family and several officials from the Ministry of Justice entered in a steady stream. Following them was Su Ming, who coldly trailed behind. Upon entering, his gaze pierced like a blade toward the Prince of Jean and his consort, his expression filled with frost. Once inside, the officials bowed to Emperor Hongyuan. After the formalities, the prefect of Zhang presented 2 testimonies, stating, Your Majesty, we have just interrogated Feng and Yuan. The 2 maids have confessed that it was the Princess of Jean who instructed the shadow guards to abduct the Princess of Li. They claimed that this scheme was orchestrated solely by the Princess of Jean, who paid each of the 5 shadow guards 2,000 taels to carry out the act. Furthermore, they asserted that the Prince of Jean was unaware of this matter, and that the princess acted independently. Moreover, we conducted an investigation on Donghua Street. We showed the citizens the portrait of the princess, and many recognized the woman depicted as having been kidnapped, though they did not know she was the Princess of Li. Reported Minister of Justice Geng Tiandao. Geng Tian, an ally of Emperor Hongyuan and a protege of Su Ming, had received intelligence from Su Ming with the intent of silencing the 2 maids to protect the Princess of Jean. However, with the participation of the prefect of Zhang and Deputy Minister Tianzhang in the proceedings, it became exceedingly difficult to manipulate the outcome. Thus, they were compelled to present the unvarnished truth. Su Ming shot a fierce glare at Su Changxiao, his face a mask of anger as he addressed Emperor Hongyuan. Your Majesty, I am guilty of failing to properly educate my daughter. With that single statement, the fate of Su Changxiao was sealed. Observing the unfolding scene, the Prince of Jean realized the matter could no longer be reversed. To prevent being implicated by Su Changxiao, he suddenly rose and kicked her to the ground, exclaiming, Wretched woman, how could I have trusted you so completely? You audaciously mobilized my personnel to abduct the Princess of Li, deceiving even me. You shall explain yourself to His Majesty. Stunned by the kick, Su Changxiao looked at the Prince of Jean in disbelief. He was the truly heartless one. The moment trouble arose, he had cast her aside to shield himself. How cold-blooded. If it had been Chu Xuancheng, he would never have been so cruel. My lord, please help me, save me, Su Changxiao pleaded with the Prince of Jean, her husband, the only one she could turn to now. Though her father held a lofty position, he merely exploited them, viewing them as pawns, favoring whoever proved useful. Once they lost their value, he would sacrifice his daughters for the sake of his reputation. Under such circumstances, for the sake of his honor and righteousness, her father would undoubtedly neglect her. Thus, her only recourse was to implore the Prince of Jean. The Prince of Jean cast a disdainful glance at Su Changxiao. She remained beautiful, and a flicker of sympathy stirred within him. Yet now, with her face marred and disheveled, he felt nothing but revulsion, a shiver running down his spine. What kind of man was he that he lacked for beauty? He certainly did not need Su Changxiao. He coldly remarked, You have committed a transgression. Thus, you must bear the consequences. I had warned you long ago, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. The fate that has befallen you is well-deserved. He lamented the fact that she had also implicated the Prince of Jin's residence. At that moment, he genuinely wished she were not the Princess of Jean. Su Changxiao felt a chill in her heart. Had the Prince of Jean truly forsaken her? All those vows of eternal love, and unbreakable bonds were mere nonsense. Oh, you, Princess of Jin, when I inquired just now? You refused to acknowledge it and instead turned the tables. Guards, take the Princess of Jin to prison and await her punishment. Emperor Hongyuan's voice thundered. Now, in order to protect the Prince of Jin, the only recourse was to cast the Princess of Jin aside. However, given that this was a royal matter, familial disgrace must not be exposed. Thus, the situation had to be handled discreetly. He needed to devise a comprehensive plan for her punishment while also considering the Su family's reputation, for it was impossible to execute Su Changxiao. Nonetheless, appropriate retribution was imperative. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. At that moment, the disheveled empress rushed in, her hair in disarray, having hastily come upon hearing the news. Upon entering, she cast a pleading look towards Emperor Hongyuan. Your Majesty, I implore you, grant the Princess of Jin another chance. She has erred and deserves punishment. But as the Princess of Jin, how can she be imprisoned? Empress, what brings you here? Emperor Hongyuan replied coldly. His gaze was not fierce. Rather, he anticipated someone to intercede on Su Changxiao's behalf, for she was of his bloodline, while Chu Xuancheng was his adversary. Your Majesty, upon hearing the report of the abduction of the Princess of Li, I rushed over. I had not anticipated that the Princess of Jin would act in such a manner. This child, Changxiao, is usually compassionate. She would not harm even an ant. Surely, she has endured great grievances. Observe her face, swollen from bee stings. She must have suffered immensely to resort to such actions. Her behavior is justifiable. I beseech you to spare her. The Empress spoke, casting a pointed glance at Yun Ruoyue. Su Changxiao quickly interjected. Indeed, Father, I sought vengeance because my face was ruined by the Princess of Li. My appearance was destroyed by her. And I could not swallow this bitterness, which is why I abducted her. I never intended to harm her, merely to teach her a lesson. Your face was marred by her. Pray, elucidate this matter. Emperor Hongyuan's gaze pierced through Yun Ruoyue like a dagger. At this juncture, all eyes turned to Yun Ruoyue in suspicion. If she truly had marred the Princess of Jin's beauty, she would indeed be fearsome. The Princess of Jin's retaliation would then be deemed justified, and she ought not to face punishment. Thus, the Princess of Li would not be seen as innocent, but rather as the first to wield a venomous heart. Chapter 792. A revelation of theft noting the collective scrutiny. Yun Ruoyue maintained her composure and offered a cold smile. Your Majesty, prior to my dance, I mentioned to the Princess of Zhao that I possessed a herb called baihuami, which attracts butterflies. Perhaps the Princess of Jin overheard. Subsequently, she seized the opportunity to pilfer my baihuami, aiming to attract butterflies herself. However, I also had another herb, known as enhongyao, which closely resembles baihuami. Both contained in white jade bottles. In her haste to steal, she must have confused the two and inadvertently took the enhongyao, resulting in this calamity. After leaving the palace, I recalled that I had inspected the fabric pouch and discovered that the bee-attracting potion was indeed missing. Connecting this with the sudden desire of the Princess of Jin to perform a dance to entice butterflies, I surmised that perhaps she intended to steal the nectar of flowers, but mistakenly took the bee-attracting potion instead. Could this not be seen as a case of a thief failing in their endeavor and losing their own gain? Chu Xuancheng coldly interjected. Upon hearing this, the officials of the Zhang family began to murmur among themselves. It was thus that I understood the peculiarities of the situation. The Princess of Jin, who was not known for attracting butterflies, suddenly wished to perform a butterfly dance, only to attract bees instead. She had stolen the potion from the Princess of Li and, having erred, found herself in this predicament. This was a consequence of her own actions. The Princess of Li had not even blamed her for the theft, and yet she retaliated, accusing the Princess of Li of ruining her beauty. This bears a striking resemblance to a previous case I adjudicated, where a thief, having pilfered fruits from a neighbor, accidentally choked to death, only for the thief's family to sue the neighbor for compensation. Both incidents share a common thread. It appears that the Princess of Jin is not blameless. She first committed theft and then attempted murder. Combined, these offenses are quite severe. The officials speaking were naturally aligned with Chu Xuancheng's views. Minister of Justice Feng Ling Tian, witnessing the unfolding discourse, hastily remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, though the Princess of Jin has erred, she has also faced punishment. Just look at her face. For a woman, this is the gravest sorrow. Let us refrain from exacerbating her wounds." Furthermore, the Princess of Jin's intent to dance and attract butterflies was also a means of showcasing our nation's prestige before foreign dignitaries. Although she transgressed, her intentions were not malevolent. Given her noble standing, should she be dealt with so harshly? Moreover, she did not cause any actual harm to the Princess of Li. Her actions were incomplete, warranting a lighter sentence. The Empress added in a cold tone. Yun Ruoyue found the situation amusing. She had been nearly killed by Su Changxiao. While he only suffered a bee sting, they dared to claim that no salt should be poured into Su Changxiao's wounds. How precious the Princess of Jin had become. She recalled a line. What you have lost is merely a leg, but Xiling has lost her love. A prince's crime is no different from that of a commoner. The Princess of Jin abducted the Princess of Li, and though harm was not fully realized, according to the law, she should at least face 3 years of imprisonment. Moreover, the Princess of Jin's actions were premeditated. Attempting to murder a royal consort deserves a greater punishment, warranting the death penalty under the law. Chu Xuancheng stepped forward and stated solemnly. Geng Tian immediately countered. Yet the status of the Princess of Jin is exceedingly noble. As a royal daughter-in-law, a harsh sentence would tarnish the reputation of our nation. Your Highness, the Princess of Li, you and the Jin royal family are kin. Why must you confront one another so viciously? It would be prudent for all to take a step back, in my view. Let the Princess of Jin compensate the Princess of Li with some silver as a gesture of appeasement. The foreign envoys are set to depart tomorrow. We cannot allow them to perceive discord within Chu, as it would diminish our national dignity. It is better to downplay this incident. Chapter 793. Buying life with money. Chu Xuancheng coldly curled his lips, his eyes filled with a chilling disdain, and he remained silent. Su Changxiao, terrified that Chu Xuancheng might order her execution, turned pale and desperately pleaded, Your Highness, do not forget the promise you made regarding my father. The brow of Chu Xuancheng twitched coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice. Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes coldly, believing that Su Changxiao would receive a severe punishment this time. However, upon further reflection, the likelihood seemed minimal, for she held a trump card. As long as Chu Xuancheng did not wish to punish her, she would be unscathed. Lord Li, you and Prince Jin are brothers. You should uphold the virtues of brotherly affection and jointly safeguard the state of Chu. This matter arises from the misdeed of the Princess of Jin. This palace apologizes to you and Lady Li on her behalf. Rest assured, I shall impose a penance upon her, requiring her to transcribe the Buddhist scriptures 100 times, and she will also extend her apologies to Lady Li. I hope you can show leniency, considering it is her first offense. The Empress, perceiving the situation, assumed a regal demeanor and advised accordingly. Su Ming sighed heavily, adding, Lord Li, you have always shared a bond akin to that of siblings, with profound affection. Upon hearing these words, Prince Jin's countenance darkened, as if a vast expanse of green grassland had suddenly appeared above him. Lord Li and Lady Li, Master Geng speaks truthfully. The honor of the nation must not be tarnished. Should this incident become public knowledge, it would reflect poorly upon the royal family. The fright that Lady Li has endured shall be compensated with nourishing provisions to soothe her, and I shall also impose punishment upon the Princess of Jin. What say you? Upon posing this question, Emperor Hongyuan felt a pang of humiliation. As an emperor, he was compelled to seek the opinions of his subjects. Were it not for these foolish descendants, he would not have to address a minister like Chu Xuancheng in such a manner. Watching the many pleadings for Su Changxiao, Yun Ruoyue could not help but cast an envious glance at her. Indeed, she was the beloved of the crowd. While the death penalty may be evaded, the consequences of life are inescapable. Given that the emperor was willing to grant her clemency, the subjects naturally would not pursue further grievances against her. However, considering the shock that Lady Jin had experienced and the psychological scars it may have left, if the Princess of Jin were willing to offer reparations, then the matter could be settled without further accountability. The implication was clear. Should Su Changxiao seek to avoid scrutiny from the Li household, she must offer compensation sufficient to satisfy Lady Li. In essence, Chu Xuancheng had not truly spared Su Changxiao. He merely sought to extract a price for her life. In his eyes, money held greater value, while Su Changxiao's life was of little consequence. There would always be opportunities to claim that life. Yet, the monetary compensation was not easily extorted. Yun Ruoyue, who held a penchant for wealth, would surely be pleased with a greater sum, allowing her to forget this recent pain. Chu Xuancheng had no desire to miss out on reparations due to Su Changxiao's predicament. Yun Ruoyue, however, perceived Chu Xuancheng's words as a means to exonerate Su Changxiao. He clearly wished to spare her, simply fabricating an excuse for compensation. She would rather see Su Changxiao's life at stake than accept reparations, yet at this moment, she had no choice but to acquiesce. With a self-deprecating smile, she replied calmly, "Since the prince has spoken, I shall defer to him. What sum do you desire for compensation?" Su Changxiao, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly turned to Yun Ruoyue, fervently hoping that this woman would not demand an exorbitant amount. Let the Princess of Jin state her own price. Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow, responding coolly. The one who speaks first in negotiations invariably loses. 5,000 taels. Su Changxiao proposed. So, it appears that the life of the Princess of Jin is valued at a mere 5,000 taels. Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold shake of her head. Chapter 794. Truly a foolish mind, 10,000 taels? Su Chang laughed lightly. Yun Ruoyue shook her head. Isn't that enough? Surely 30,000 taels would suffice? In matters of negotiation, Su Chang was quite straightforward. She had no desire to engage in lengthy discussions with Yun Ruoyue. At this moment, her only wish was to purchase her life with money and return home to rest upon her comfortable golden silk soft bed. I believe the life of the Princess of Jin is worth far more than 30,000 taels, Yun Ruoyue remarked with an air of calm. You should propose a price that reflects your true worth. Your esteemed self is certainly worth a considerable sum. Her expression was serene, yet those around them felt a surge of anxiety. The Princess of Li, who appeared so unperturbed, was unexpectedly cunning. It was evident she intended to extort Su Chang. But upon noticing the formidable figure behind her, everyone understood that if Su Chang were dissatisfied with the compensation, she might face imprisonment. Now it was a matter of whether Su Chang would be willing to spend a hefty sum to secure her life. Far more. Hearing this, Su Chang immediately deflated. She had assumed a few tens of thousands would suffice to appease Yun Ruoyue, only to realize that this price was not even negotiable. Aware that 30,000 was out of the question, she gritted her teeth and said, 50,000 taels. Upon hearing this figure, Yun Ruoyue remained silent, merely scratching her head absent-mindedly. Chu Xuancheng observed her with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, she was the woman he had chosen, even more shrewd than he. Seeing Yun Ruoyue's silence, the Empress grew anxious and exclaimed, "Princess of Li, we are all family. Why must you be so unreasonable? 50,000 taels is no small sum. It would suffice for a life of indulgence for several generations. Do you truly desire more?" Yun Ruoyue sighed and scratched her head once more. Su Chang, recognizing that Yun Ruoyue would certainly reject 50,000, resolved to bite the bullet and declared, 100,000 taels. This is my entire dowry. I will give it all to you. Will that suffice? Princess of Jin, Yun Ruoyue replied with feigned astonishment. You are willing to compensate me with 100,000 taels? Your sincerity is commendable. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept. Just a moment ago, you did not seem to agree when I mentioned 50,000, Su Chang retorted coldly. Sensing that Yun Ruoyue's tone implied she was insistent on forcing this 100,000 upon her, Yun Ruoyue, puzzled, scratched her head again. When did I express disagreement? I did not utter a word. Then why did you scratch your head? I had an itch, so I scratched it. Is that not permissible? Does scratching one's head indicate dissent? Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow, her expression one of innocent curiosity. I thought you disagreed, which is why I increased the offer. Su Chang's face darkened. Had she known Yun Ruoyue would agree to 50,000, she would not have raised the price. It was entirely her fault for speaking hastily. Fearing that Yun Ruoyue would refuse, and thus she had included her dowry. Yun Ruoyue shook her head in exasperation. I recall that the Princess of Jin once spent 50,000 taels on a parrot. For you, 100,000 is but a trifling matter. Originally, I was hesitant to demand so much. When you offered 50,000, I was prepared to accept it, but since you insisted on compensating me with 100,000, I shall consider it a form of charity from you and graciously accept. Su Changxiao was instantly furious, feeling as if she might vomit blood. It turned out that a mere 50,000 taels could have resolved the issue. She was forced to expend an additional 50%. Prince Jin glared at Su Changxiao with resentment. 100,000 taels was a considerable sum, even for him as a prince. Truly, she was a fool. He would rather have Su Changxiao endure 3 years in prison than part with 100,000 taels of silver to the Li Wangfu. Chapter 795. Are you unhappy? Yet, with his words already spoken, to safeguard Su Changxiao's life, he had no choice but to make this painful sacrifice. Poverty alleviation? The officials of the Zhang family looked incredulously at Yun Ruoyue. The esteemed Li Wangfu, wealthy enough to rival nations, possessed vast riches. How could she speak of alleviating poverty? If this was her definition of poverty, what were they to make of their own circumstances? Chu Xuancheng cast a fond glance at Yun Ruoyue before turning to Su Changxiao. Speaking in a low tone, since the princess consort of Jin is willing to compensate with 100,000 taels of silver, I shall temporarily refrain from pursuing your culpability. However, as a means of atonement, you are required to transcribe this Buddhist scripture, not just once, but 500 times. What? 500 times? Su Changxiao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The Buddhist scriptures comprised 3 canons and 12 volumes. Transcribing them once would take several days, let alone 500 times. Chu Xuancheng was clearly tormenting her as vengeance for Yun Ruoyue. The Li Wang has spoken. Thus, you should heed his words. Return and diligently transcribe the scriptures, reflecting upon your actions, and refrain from further mischief. Emperor Hongyuan intoned gravely. This Su Changxiao was utterly disappointing and needed to engage in serious self-reflection, avoiding such foolish acts in the future. Even if she wished to take a life, she should not do it with her own hands. Moreover, Yun Ruoyue still held value, and she could not be harmed for the time being. Given that even Emperor Hongyuan had spoken thus, Su Changxiao naturally dared not oppose. She quickly replied, "Yes, I understand my wrongdoing." Thus, Su Changxiao expended 100,000 taels of silver to purchase her own life. Eventually, after comforting Yun Ruoyue, Emperor Hongyuan allowed them to leave the palace. By this time, it was already midnight. With the roosters nearly crowing, soon, dawn would break. Knowing that Yun Ruoyue had been distressed that evening, Chu Xuancheng carried her out of the palace. Along the way, Yun Ruoyue could detect the faint, pleasant scent of dragon saliva emanating from him. When she looked up, she beheld his cold yet handsome face. His profile was flawlessly sculpted, with natural, smooth contours. His eyes were piercingly cold, and his long, dark eyelashes resembled a fan, while his gaze held the depth of a 1,000-year-old cold pond. His broad chest radiated warmth, and his strong arms enveloped her securely. Being held by him instilled a profound sense of safety in Yun Ruoyue. Could this be the legendary Princess Carrie? She had experienced it a couple of times before. Yet, the thought of him sparing Su Changxiao left a heaviness in her heart. She was curious about what he had promised Su Ming. "Are you unhappy?" Suddenly, a warm, deep voice reached her ears. "Huh." Yun Ruoyue quickly looked up. How did he know she was feeling down? "Your brows are furrowed in A shape. What troubles you?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. "Is it?" she asked, touching her forehead and realizing that indeed, her brow was tightly knitted, resembling the character. She fell into silence, her heart heavy with discontent. For he had spared Su Changxiao for the sake of a promise. Su Changxiao was, after all, someone who sought her life. This was why she felt so melancholic, a discomfort settling within her. In his youth, the prince had foolishly vowed to protect Su Ming, ensuring her safety for a lifetime. As she pondered, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly resonated from above. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Was he attempting to explain himself? Did he comprehend her concerns? It turned out he had indeed promised Su Ming to safeguard Su Changxiao's life, which clarified why he had refrained from killing her earlier. This man, a soldier, placed immense value on promises. Was this a virtue or a vice? Chapter 796. Little fool, I shall not take her life, but if she chooses to court death, there is little I can do, Chu Xuancheng remarked. He certainly had his methods to deal with Su Changxiao, yet he was a man of his word. Do you not have a fondness for silver? The Li Wangfu possesses ample amounts for your use. However, utilizing another's wealth incurs no pain when the silver arrives. You may cast it away at your whim. Cast it away? Yun Ruoyue inquired, pondering whether he meant it literally or figuratively. Of course, I mean it literally. Do you not know how to skip stones? Would you like me to teach you? Chu Xuancheng replied, setting her down by the palace lake. He retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and, with a flick, sent it soaring across the lake's surface, creating several ripples before it plopped into the water. See, that is skipping stones. I often indulged in such pastimes when I was bored. It is quite relieving, he continued, reaching for another ingot to repeat the act. You mustn't. That is silver. Such wastefulness is simply too extravagant, she exclaimed, snatching the silver from his grasp, unwilling to squander it. Yet, his words somehow sweetened her heart. How peculiar. With a joyful smile, she tucked the silver into her cloth pouch and remarked, I never imagined you had moments of youthful folly. The esteemed Li Wang, wielding life and death, his power overwhelming, was once so naive. So, You still recall your youthful oath to protect her for a lifetime, do you? Even if she has harmed me, you would still forgive her, correct? Yun Ruoyue said with a self-deprecating smile, knowing of his promise to Su Changxiao. It was impossible for her not to feel sorrow. Suddenly, she shook her head. Why did she feel such anguish over someone she claimed not to care for? She wished to dismiss her sorrow, yet her heart ached nonetheless. Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng called her name, his voice low and sultry, tinged with a hint of helplessness. She lifted her gaze to meet his figure bathed in moonlight, a trace of melancholy clouding his brow. He gazed at her with deep affection, but she coldly turned away. Do not call me. Since you have a woman to protect for a lifetime, refrain from using such tender tones with me. I cannot bear it. Not disliking, but unable to endure, he murmured, the raspy timbre of his voice laced with love, concern, and a touch of resignation. I expressed my discontent, forbidding you to address me in such a manner. Yun Ruoyue's face darkened with anger as the man, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, lifted her chin, and his crimson lips aggressively descended upon hers. His kiss surged forth like a tidal wave, fervent and passionate, while his long, slender fingers gently cradled her head, drawing her into his embrace, savoring her sweetness. Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed instantly, breathless from the kiss. She yearned to kick Chu Xuancheng or slap him, yet her body eventually softened, melting into his arms like a puddle of snowmelt. After what felt like an eternity, he released her, resting his head against her shoulder, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair. His voice, deep and sultry, murmured, "My silly little fool. You were utterly beautiful just now." Upon uttering these words, he cast a tender glance at her, shedding his cloak and gently draping it over her shoulders, as if fearing she might catch a cold. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's unexpected concern, retreating a step in disbelief. She hesitated to don the cloak, but her attire and hair were damp, and warmth beckoned. What nonsense are you shouting? I warn you, do not call me recklessly. I have a name, and I would prefer you to use it, she retorted, clutching the cloak tightly, feeling that such endearing terms were reserved for lovers, a bond they had yet to establish. Prompting her irritation, with a huff, she wiped her lips with her sleeve, wearing an expression of disdain. This is the last time. If you dare to act this way again, I shall not let you off so easily. With that, she stormed ahead, persistently rubbing her lips in an attempt to erase his taste. Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng called softly from behind her, from this moment forth. The only woman I shall protect for the rest of my life is you. Believe it or not, it shall always be you. Yun Ruoyue paused, glanced sideways, and then continued walking straight ahead, as if she had not heard him. Chu Xuancheng cast a fleeting glance at the pale moon above, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. What am I to do with you? I can conquer the world, yet I cannot win your heart. As dawn approached, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng finally returned to the Li Wangfu. After a long and arduous journey, as they dismounted the carriage, Yun Ruoyue was met with a pained groan. Your Highness, you have finally returned. Might you grant this humble servant permission to rise? I can no longer hold it. I must attend to the restroom. Elder Su knelt on the ground, a grimace etched on his face as he gazed at Chu Xuancheng in agony. He had been kneeling all day without food or drink, unable to relieve himself, and now he was both hungry and cold, his stomach in distress, with his knees bloodied from the rough surface. Chu Xuancheng regarded Elder Su with a cold, disdainful glare, his eyes reflecting a chilling animosity. To prevent the entrance of the Wangfu from becoming sullied, take him to the restroom. Afterward, he shall continue to kneel until 3 days have passed. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. Yet, I am terribly cold and hungry. If I kneel any longer, this old body of mine shall surely fall apart, Elder Su pleaded, now fully understanding the gravity of his earlier misjudgment. The young eunuchs, having returned to the palace, were not summoned by the emperor, indicating that he had abandoned him. In the territory of the Li Wang, he could only act like a timid turtle, lest he face a worse fate. The Li Wang was indeed not to be trifled with. I never go back on my word. Do you wish for me to become a man known for his deceit? Chu Xuancheng stated, gazing calmly at Mo Li and the others, his words dripping with malice. We do not wish for that. We hope for the prince to be a man of his word, one whose promises are steadfast. Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Li San all stood upright, saluting him. Very well, then kneel. You shall remain in that position for 3 days, Chu Xuancheng declared, taking Yun Ruoyue's hand as he strode towards the Wangfu. Eunuch Su wore a sorrowful expression, wishing fervently that the Li Wang were a man who never honored his word, one who did not adhere to his promises. Yun Ruoyue felt no sympathy for the treacherous eunuch Su, a sycophantic and deceitful figure unworthy of pity. Upon entering the Wangfu, everyone was exhausted from searching for the Wangfei and prepared to retreat to their chambers for rest. At that moment, Nan Gongro, clad in red, rushed over with several maidservants. Her face etched with concern. "Your Highness, sister, you have finally returned safely. I have waited for you for so long. Is sister unharmed?" Nan Gongro exclaimed anxiously as she approached the pond in front of the main hall. "Thanks to your blessings, I am well," Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. Nan Gongro, though feigning worry, likely felt elation within, though her hopes would be dashed. "I was merely concerned for you, sister. Why must you speak with such sharpness? Ever since I learned you had been abducted, I have been worried sick. Had I not been so inept in martial arts, I would have accompanied the prince to find you. The prince showed me kindness, recognizing my frail state, and summoned me back to the palace to rest. Yet, I could hardly sit or lie down, not even able to drink a drop of water, all in anticipation of your news. Thankfully, you have returned safely, and I can now rest easy," Nengongro lamented. "You have donned a new gown and reapplied your makeup, looking quite well, yet you claim to have been restless?" Yun Ruoyue bluntly exposed Nengongro's falsehood. She recalled that Nengongro had previously worn a blue outfit, and now she was adorned in red, her makeup evidently more refined. Clearly freshly applied. It seemed she had hoped for her absence to secure Chu Xuancheng's affections. Chu Xuancheng shot a frigid glare at Nengongro, causing her to blanch. She quickly bit her lip and stammered, "Sister, you think too much. I genuinely care for you. My previous gown was soiled on the way back, which is why I changed. The people of Yuru Pavilion certainly value cleanliness. Not only has the mistress changed her attire, but even the maidservants are in fresh garments." Jiuer remarked coldly, having observed that Danner had switched her light green dress for a pale pink one, creating a rather glaring contrast as she walked alongside Nengongro. Ignoring Jiuer, Nengongro turned her attention back to Chu Xuancheng, asking, "By the way, Your Highness, is sister truly unscathed? She must have been frightened. Should we call for a doctor? After all, I heard from the common folk that she was abducted by several burly men, and I genuinely feared that those scoundrels would harm her." Upon hearing this, Fenger, filled with indignation, retorted, "Lady Ro, what do you imply? Are you casting doubt on the integrity of Our Lady? Rest assured, Our Lady is well. Those ruffians never laid a finger on her, for they were swiftly dealt with by the prince." Lady Nangong Ro's insinuation aimed to suggest that Yun Ruoyue had been taken by nefarious individuals, possibly compromising her virtue. Fenger's response was a declaration that the lady remained unharmed, untouched by those villains. "That was not my intention." Lady Nangong Ro's expression soured as she realized that Yun Ruoyue had been taken by several men, and she had feared for her purity. To her astonishment, she learned that Chu Xuancheng had come to her rescue. "My lord, I have heard that while Mo Li was signaling you, there were disturbances caused by fireworks along the shore. Were those responsible apprehended? We caught a few ruffians, but they claimed they were directed by a woman clad in a light green garment and wearing a veil. We have yet to locate her," Mo Li replied. "Light green attire?" Jiuer suddenly exchanged a glance with Danner, a flicker of suspicion igniting in her mind. She recalled that Danner had worn such an outfit previously when she and Fenger had been hiding behind, jesting that Danner looked like a green turtle in that color. On this lantern festival, fireworks lit up the streets. Surely, they meant no harm, Lady Nangong Ro remarked with a stiffened expression. Who can say? However, they have confessed that a woman instructed them to set off the fireworks. I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. We must investigate thoroughly, Emoju asserted. Since my sister has returned safely, let us not dwell on such matters. My lord, the lantern you purchased for sister. I shall fetch it for you to present to her. If you please." Lady Nangong Ro hastily shifted the topic, fearing Danner might expose herself. "Very well, bring it here." Chu Xuancheng responded coldly. "Kai Dai, bring over the lantern." Lady Nangong Ro called out to Kai Dai, who stood across the pond, eagerly walking over to retrieve the lantern. She then began her way back. Suddenly, she let out a shriek as her foot slipped, her body tilted, and the lantern fell into the pond. My apologies. My lord, it was my carelessness that caused the lantern to fall." Lady Nangong Ro exclaimed in panic, collapsing onto the ground, her face a mask of terror as she shook her head. At the moment the lantern plunged into the water, Chu Xuancheng darted forward like a dark dragon, propelling himself with the swiftness of an arrow, plunging into the pond to retrieve the lantern. When he emerged, lantern in hand, he discovered it had become soaked. The paper had disintegrated, transforming the once charming lantern into a grotesque sight. His countenance darkened, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Imbued with a palpable sense of menace, Lady Ro, how could you let the lantern, which the prince purchased for the lady, fall into the lake? This is indeed the only mushroom lantern in the world, specially selected by the prince for the princess, costing 1,000 taels of silver. Upon witnessing this, Zhu exclaimed in anger. A flicker of coldness crossed Nangong Ro's eyes. This was not a gift from the prince, and she had no intention of disposing of it. I apologize, sister. I understand that this lantern is precious, and it was I who selected it alongside the prince. However, I accidentally stepped on a stone, causing the lantern to fall. I am truly sorry, Nangong Ro said, tears welling in her eyes. Upon hearing that the lantern was chosen by Nangong Ro and Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue suddenly lost her fondness for it. It is of no consequence. It is merely a lantern. I have plenty, so I do not require it, she replied coolly, turning to leave for the Feiyue pavilion with Feng and Jior. Unbeknownst to her, a tempest of fury simmered in Chu Xuancheng's eyes. Once Yun Ruoyue departed, Chu Xuancheng coldly hurled the lantern to the ground. He stepped forward, gripping Nangong Ro's chin tightly and lifting her off the ground. You are well aware of how much this lantern means to me. Was this a deliberate act on your part? I did not intend for this to happen. I am sorry, Your Highness. Nangong Ro winced as her chin was painfully squeezed, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Chu Xuancheng. She could hardly believe he was so invested in a mere lantern. Was this intentional? You know the truth. I never imagined you would be this kind of person. Chu Xuancheng's face darkened, his anger palpable. Your Highness, I am also your wife. Why do you show such favoritism? I merely made a mistake. And yet you treat me this way. Why did you marry me if you feel this way? Nangong Ro gritted her teeth, her voice rising in fury. She was utterly exhausted from being neglected by him. Chapter 800. Danner is suspicious. Yes, she acted out of jealousy, causing the lantern to fall. But was it truly significant enough for him to treat her this way? You are not my wife. You are merely my concubine, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Your Highness, I suddenly recall that Moli mentioned earlier that the masked woman who commanded the rascals to set off fireworks was dressed in light green. Tonight, Danner is also clad in light green. She changed her clothes immediately upon returning to the residence. I suspect she is the one, Jior huffed as she rushed over, speaking loudly. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue and Feng arrived as well. Upon her arrival, Yun Ruoyue saw Chu Xuancheng gripping Nangong Ro's chin as if punishing her, prompting her to turn her face away. Having sensed the connection between this incident and Nangong Ro when she heard Jior recounting the details, she had followed to seek clarification. What? The person is Dano? Did you instigate her? Chu Xuancheng's gaze bore into Nangong Ro with a painful disbelief. He could not fathom that she was such a person. Nangong Ro's pupils dilated in horror as she shook her head vigorously. It was not me. I did not instigate her. You cannot accuse her just because she changed her attire. Danner trembled in fear internally while maintaining an expression of innocence. Jior, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be carelessly spoken. I have no idea what you are referring to. Why accuse me? Is there someone behind the scenes manipulating you to frame Our Lady? No one has instructed me. The princess is entirely unaware. The green garment you wore this evening. Bring it forth and let those ruffians identify it. If you are innocent, they shall not wrongfully accuse you, Jior said coldly. My attire fell into a muddy pit on my way back, and it became soiled, so I burned it, Danner replied, her eyes flickering with guilt. Oh, how fortuitous it is that we wish to see your garment just as you burned it. Clearly, you are guilty, too afraid to present it to us, Jior retorted angrily. Feng interjected, perhaps they intentionally destroyed the evidence by setting it ablaze? If it pleases your highness, we could send someone to the fireworks vendor to inquire who purchased the fireworks. Although she was veiled at the time, she is bound to reveal a clue. If we question those individuals closely, we may uncover the truth. I suddenly recalled that while accompanying the prince to select lanterns, Danner was absent for a time before returning. Zhu remarked. I merely had an urgent need and went to the latrine. What? Is one not allowed to relieve oneself? Danner stammered, growing increasingly flustered. Her complexion paling. You have vanished more than once. I have seen you disappear several times, each instance lasting a considerable duration. If it were merely to use the latrine, such prolonged absences would be unfeasible, Li San chimed in. I had a stomach ache. I was experiencing a bout of diarrhea, which necessitated my frequent visits, Danner explained. Her teeth chattering, her body trembling uncontrollably. Will you not speak the truth? At that moment, Chu Xuancheng had tightened his grip on Nangong Ro's chin and forcefully pushed her to the ground. Nangong Ro felt as though her jaw might dislocate, and she cried out in desperation, "Your Highness, I am completely unaware of the circumstances. I believe Danner is innocent. She has been wronged. You cannot tarnish our names simply because of your affection for the princess." Chapter 801. Torture. Am I slandering you? In the past, I might have believed I misjudged you. But now my trust in you has dissipated. Did you instruct Danner to bribe someone to set off fireworks in order to delay my rescue of the princess? Moreover, are you colluding with Su Changxiao? Have you conspired together to harm the princess? Chu Xuancheng, astute as ever, swiftly connected the two matters. How could that be, Your Highness? I am hardly acquainted with Princess Jean, let alone collude with her. Your Highness, please believe me. I have not harmed the princess. I am being wronged. Nangong Ro wept, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms in the rain. Yun Ruoyue considered that a single garment alone could not substantiate any claims. However, given Nangong Ro's past, she was indeed capable of such treachery. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng's eyes blazed with fury. Bring forth the rack. I shall personally administer the interrogation. Upon hearing this, Danner immediately broke into tears, and soon, Li San returned with the rack. The Li royal household had never employed such a device in its long history, marking this as a first, illustrating just how detestable Danner had become. As soon as the clamp arrived, Li San commanded his men to secure Danner's fingers within its grip. Two guards seized the ends of the clamp's ropes, and with a harsh pull, Danner's delicate fingers would be crushed, bleeding profusely. The agony would be unbearable, and one could only wonder how she would respond in such torment. Your Highness, spare me. I swear I have not harmed the princess. I am being wronged. Upon seeing the bamboo clamp, Danner felt her heart constrict with fear. Indeed, Your Highness, how can you impose such cruel punishment on Danner without a thorough investigation? This is exceedingly harsh for a young girl. Nangong Ro cried as she prostrated herself before Chu Xuancheng. Do you not realize the cruelty of your actions towards the princess? Whoever dares to harm her will face tenfold retribution from me, and I shall see whether she confesses or not. Chu Xuancheng declared in a fit of rage. The memory of the decayed lantern only fueled his anger further. Your Highness, I am wrong, truly. As the guards tightened the ropes of the clamp, the bamboo device cruelly constricted around Danner's hands. Her once fair and tender hands turned crimson, and she let out a piercing scream. With another brutal tug, her hands bled profusely, a sight so horrific that Yun Ruoyue averted her gaze in compassion. Yet, contemplating the possibility that Danner might indeed be involved, she refrained from pleading for her. Speak. Who instructed you to purchase the fireworks and delay? The guard demanded coldly. No one instructed me. It was not me. I did not commit such an act. I am being wronged. Danner bit her lip, crying out in agony. Even now, you refuse to speak the truth? Do you wish to die? If you confess and reveal the mastermind behind this, your punishment may be mitigated. Why persist in this stubbornness? The guard pressed coldly. Danner's hands felt as if they might break, yet she continued to shake her head, insisting, there is no mastermind. I have not harmed the princess. I know nothing of this. I am innocent. Even if you kill me, I will maintain this truth. Having served Nangong Ro since childhood, the bond between them was profound. Once she had pledged her loyalty, it would last a lifetime. As a child, she had often been bullied, but it was Ro who had saved her. Her life was given by Ro. How could she betray her? Chapter 802. Life and Death. Stubbornness in the face of death. Brothers, pull harder. With that command, the guards yanked the ropes mercilessly. The ropes cut into their hands, drawing blood, and simultaneously, Danner's fingers bled as well, her screams echoing in a heart-wrenching crescendo. Ah, my lady, save me. Danner. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Ro shed tears of anguish, her heart aching as she rushed forward to support Danner's back. Suddenly, she produced 3 poisoned silver needles and plunged them into Danner's armpit with fervor, gazing at her with sorrow. Danner, how are you? I would rather endure the pain for you. Your Highness, this is too much. She is but a fragile girl. Can you not spare her? My lady, you. Danner turned her head in disbelief at Nangong Ro's actions. Nangong Ro immediately embraced her, gently shaking her as one would a small child. Danner, if I could, I would willingly bear your pain. Let them torture me instead, but spare you the torment. Madam, thank you. I am sorry I could not protect you. Danner cast a despairing glance at Nangong Ro. Although she had been pricked by her poisoned needle, she refrained from voicing it, instead offering a smile in return. Her life should have ended when she received 50 lashes last time. It was the madam's tender care that saved her, and this time, she would shield her mistress from calamity. Bring forth Consort Ro, commanded Chu Xuancheng upon witnessing the scene. Instantly, guards approached to pull Nangong Ro away, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing helpless and distressed. Only she understood that she had administered her mother's specially crafted poison to Danner. Danner would not die immediately. The poison would gradually seep in before claiming her life, ensuring no suspicion would fall upon her. After a while, when Danner remained silent, the guards prepared to escalate their methods. Suddenly, with a sickening sound, Danner violently coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The guards rushed to check her pulse, only to retract their hands in haste. My lord, her body is too weak. She could not withstand the torture and has perished. What? Danner, you have taken her life. It is your doing. My lord, your heart is too cruel. Though she is not my sister, our bond surpasses that of siblings. How could you treat her this way? Nangong Ro rushed forward, cradling Danner in anguish. Upon witnessing Danner's sudden death, Yun Ruoyue was equally incredulous. She had never anticipated that Danner would perish due to such punishment. Life was indeed fleeting. Suddenly, Nangong Ro lunged at Yun Ruoyue, seizing her collar and shouting angrily, Princess, what have I ever done to wrong you? I have not harmed you. Why does your maid slander us? Just because of a piece of clothing. You sought to kill Danner. Now that she is dead, are you satisfied? Do you not realize that you have indirectly stained your hands with blood? Are you not afraid that Danner will return from the underworld as a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? Just because of your suspicion, a life has been extinguished. She too was born to parents. Is her life not as valuable as yours? Consort Ro, if one wishes for secrets to remain hidden, one must cease all wrongdoing. If Danner were truly innocent, why did she not dare to present that green garment for identification? Why did she suddenly burn it? Was she not afraid of being discovered? In her haste to destroy the evidence, she unwittingly eliminated her chance to prove her innocence. Danner has brought this upon herself and must face the consequences. Yun Ruoyue coldly retorted. Chapter 803. The choices we make, no, it is not so. Danner is innocent, and so am I. She was tortured to death by your cruelty. And I will not allow you to defame her, Nangong Ro exclaimed passionately, her face contorted in rage, appearing both impulsive and furious. In such a state, she resembled someone unhinged, instilling fear in all who beheld her. In truth, she feigned her emotions at this moment. She could only simulate sorrow and pity to lower Yun Ruoyue's guard, preventing any suspicion regarding the corpse. Otherwise, if she were to inspect the body and discover the 3 silver needles, the situation would become dire. Chu Xuancheng cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless form on the ground and spoke in a deep tone. Someone, take the body away. Do not allow it to soil the grounds of the Wangfu. Yes, Your Highness, Li San responded, already commanding the guards to remove the corpse. Who could have anticipated that Danner had not succumbed to brutal torture, but rather had been poisoned by Nangong Ro? Everyone believed that Danner, due to her frail constitution, could not endure the harsh interrogations that led to her demise. Even Yun Ruoyue, known for her propensity to doubt, found herself frozen in place, gripped by Nangong Ro's collar. Forgetting to examine Danner's body, she too assumed that Danner had perished from torture, casting no suspicion upon Nangong Ro. Witnessing Nangong Ro's tear-streaked face, full of anguish, Yun Ruoyue recalled Feng and Jior. Had they suffered the same fate of torment, she would have been equally driven to madness. The concubine Ro requires tranquility. Someone, escort her away, Chu Xuancheng ordered solemnly. No, I refuse to leave. I must see Danner. I must accompany her. How pitiful she is, having perished before even marrying. All of you present are murderers, the executioners of her fate. Nangong Ro screamed in desperation. Suddenly, Emoli stepped forward, raising a hand to strike her neck with a swift motion. She gasped, then fainted in Emoli's embrace. Emoli, take her back to Yuruo Pavilion and ensure she is well monitored, instructed Chu Xuancheng. He had initially considered restricting Nangong Ro's movements, yet this time, the evidence was insufficient. Everyone merely harbored suspicions. Given her profound loss of Danner, he chose to refrain from imposing any restrictions for the moment. Once both Nangong Ro and Danner's body had been removed, Feng and Jior exchanged regretful glances. Jiu'er, her face pale and heart racing, spoke, "I am sorry, Your Highness. It is entirely my fault for being too direct and suspecting Danner without sufficient evidence, which led to her tragic end. All of this is my wrongdoing." With that, she knelt before Chu Xuancheng, her expression one of anguish and remorse. Regardless of Danner's faults, she was still a vibrant life extinguished too soon. And they were all deeply saddened. "There is no need for you to bear such guilt. She had the choice to live. It was her own decision to embrace death." Chu Xuancheng stated coldly. During the interrogation of Danner, her words had been evasive, riddled with lies, and inconsistent throughout, placing her under suspicion. Had she been willing to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, he would not have imposed severe punishment. However, in her determination to protect that individual, she chose death, rendering even divine intervention futile. He was a man accustomed to the cycles of life and death, thus viewing Danner's fate as self-inflicted, unlike Yun Ruoyue and the others, who would be so fragile and distressed over a single life. The most significant witness to Danner's death was that she had no one to corroborate her story, leaving the question of whether Nangong Ro conspired with Su Changxiao shrouded in ambiguity. Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly. He would certainly continue to investigate this matter. Chapter 804. Opening a tavern. Yun Ruoyue sighed with regret. Danner indeed harbored secrets, and she surely knew something. But with the individual deceased, it is prudent to refrain from further inquiry for the time being. We shall revisit this matter once additional evidence comes to light. However, she harbored a foreboding sense that this affair was inextricably linked to Nangong Ro. "You may keep the lantern for yourself. I am weary and shall retire to my chamber for rest," Yun Ruoyue remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the lantern on the ground before stifling a yawn and addressing Chu Xuancheng. She was genuinely fatigued and desired a peaceful slumber, wishing to set aside these burdens for now. Thus, she did not harbor any immediate suspicion regarding Danner's untimely demise. Having concluded her words, she departed with Feng Ling and Jiu'er. Chu Xuancheng observed her retreating figure, his expression darkening abruptly. The gift he had meticulously chosen for her had gone unnoticed, as she had not even spared it a glance before leaving. "Emily, dispose of the lantern," Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly, his demeanor icy as he strode into the Star Pavilion. She must still harbor resentment over his audacious kiss. It was evident she held no affection for him, which fueled her aversion. Contemplating this, his heart felt heavy with melancholy. Witnessing their separation, Emily and Zhu exchanged sorrowful glances at the lantern on the ground. Zhu quickly retrieved it, lamenting, "This lantern cost the prince 1,000 taels of silver to procure, only to be ruined by the consort Ro." Alas, the princess did not even glance at it. The prince must be heartbroken. "Can this lantern be repaired? Did you not mention that there is but one in the entire city, crafted by the artisan who sells lanterns? Let us take it to him and request a restoration," suggested Emily. "Indeed, how did I not consider that approach?" Zhu exclaimed. "Emily, I have just realized that you can be clever at times. You are impressive." Emily shot him a disapproving look. "Oh, please. You speak as if I have always been less astute than you. I have always been the clever one." "Not necessarily. A decade ago, you were quite naive and foolish. Time has passed swiftly, and while you may no longer be naive, you have retained your foolishness," Zhu teased, flashing a bright smile. "You are the foolish one, you brat. Beware, or I shall strike you down," Emily retorted, pretending to advance toward Zhu. 3 days later, the Prince of Jin dispatched individuals to deliver 100,000 taels of silver to the Li Wang residence. Yun Ruoyue and the steward meticulously counted the coins and, once satisfied with the tally, affixed their signatures to acknowledge receipt. This signified that Su Changxiao was now free to transcribe Buddhist scriptures without further concern. Meanwhile, the defenseless Feng and Yuan had met their demise. Wealth possesses formidable power. It can purchase life. Revealing the stark inequities of this world, an essential lesson Yun Ruoyue had gleaned during her time here. With such a substantial sum at her disposal, she resolved not to squander it. After all, money would eventually be depleted. Thus, she must engage in business ventures and investments to ensure her wealth multiplied. Summoning Jiu'er and Xiao Lu, she presented them with 20,000 taels in banknotes, instructing them to seek out suitable premises to lease 2 taverns, one dedicated to serving imperial roasted duck and the other specializing in barbecued delicacies. The roasted duck establishment would be named Imperial Roasted Duck, naturally highlighting roasted duck, albeit with a refreshing approach distinct from antiquity. The barbecue venue, dubbed Red Building Barbecue, would offer a variety of grilled dishes, featuring signature items such as crispy pork belly, whole roasted lamb, and grilled seafood. Furthermore, she envisioned a self-service barbecue table, entrusting Jiu'er to collaborate with artisans for its construction. With the introduction of this barbecue table, diners can indulge in self-service grilling, enjoying the pleasures of culinary creation while simultaneously conserving labor. Both Jiu'er and Xiao Lu are efficient and meticulous in their tasks, prompting Yun Ruoyue to appoint them as the managers of the two establishments. Recently, they have been preoccupied with the renovations of the restaurant, leading them to take up residence within its premises. Chapter 805. Establishing a medical clinic. Having inaugurated the restaurant, she harbors aspirations to open a medical clinic as well, for she has observed that individuals in this ancient society often succumb to minor ailments due to the inadequacies of medical care. Since her system space contains medicinal supplies, she resolves to establish a clinic, extending her assistance where possible. Though she projects an image of strength, deep within, she is quite vulnerable. She cannot bear to witness the suffering of living beings, the sight of corpses strewn across the land, nor the dislocation and despair of the populace. Whenever she walks the streets and encounters those who have perished from hunger, illness, or exposure, her heart aches with an unspoken pain. Thus, she resolves to offer her aid to the best of her abilities, aspiring for everyone to lead fulfilling lives. Her intention is to part ways with Chu Xuancheng and Li before venturing out to establish the clinic for her livelihood. At this juncture, she can already enlist Feng to assist in scouting locations for a suitable clinic. She provides Feng with 20,000 taels of silver notes to seek an appropriate site. With sufficient funds, matters progress swiftly, and within days, Feng identifies a fitting establishment. Yun Ruoyue inspects the location, situated in the heart of the city, expansive enough to encompass approximately half a football field, ample space by ancient standards. Originally a silk shop, the proprietor, plagued by poor management and his son's gambling addiction, has decided to sell the establishment to settle debts. The asking price is not exorbitant, yet due to the size of the shop, few can afford it, resulting in it remaining unsold for a month. The price for the shop stands at 30,000 taels of silver, and upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue compares it with surrounding property values, deeming it quite reasonable. Without further negotiation, she secures the premises. Following this acquisition, renovations must commence. However, the clinic's design necessitates her personal involvement. Additionally, she must recruit several reliable and skilled physicians to assist in consultations, along with a cadre of experienced apprentices, for she cannot manage single-handedly. In the city, there are numerous capable doctors who, despite their proficiency, cannot afford to open their own clinics. Thus, Yun Ruoyue offers substantial remuneration, instructing Feng to recruit them. She proposes a base salary of 1,000 taels of silver per year for each doctor, along with commissions for each patient treated, ensuring that those with exceptional skills are rewarded handsomely. Indeed, having sufficient funds facilitates matters. Soon, Feng brings forth 4 or 5 distinguished physicians who, despite their expertise, lack the means to establish their own practices. Yun Ruoyue meticulously assesses their skill levels, ultimately selecting the most accomplished, seasoned physician to serve as the chief doctor. Simultaneously, she instructs Feng to recruit a group of apprentices, aspiring to cultivate them into future physicians. The nation is in dire need of medical practitioners, particularly those with skill, and she recognizes the necessity of nurturing talent to better serve the populace. She names the clinic Jishir Tang, signifying her hope that it will aid in alleviating suffering and saving lives. In the end, she summoned a well-connected, knowledgeable elder steward skilled in both pharmacology and interpersonal relations, whose surname was Huang. Previously, he had served as the steward at a prominent apothecary known as Benchao Hall. However, he was forced to leave after exposing a physician who was indiscriminately prescribing medications and accepting kickbacks from herbal merchants. After a year of idleness at home, Feng learned of his upright character and vast experience, prompting her to visit him personally alongside Yun Ruoyue, hoping he would agree to manage Jishir Hall. Moved by Yun Ruoyue's benevolent demeanor and recognizing her compassionate heart, Steward Huang consented to join Jishir Hall. Once the personnel were assembled, the clinic continued its renovations, and it would not be long before they could begin consultations. Chapter 806. The side concubine's high fever. Recently, Yun Ruoyue had been exceedingly busy, barely finding a moment's respite. Upon returning to the residence one day, she spotted Mo Li waiting for her at the entrance of Feiyue Pavilion, holding a birdcage. As soon as he saw her, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have returned. Where have you been? I have been waiting here all morning for you." "I went shopping with Fenger. Did you need to see me for something?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, her gaze immediately drawn to the birdcage. She had no intention of revealing her plans to open a restaurant or a clinic to Mo Li and the others. "The prince knows how fond you are of this mystical phoenix parrot, so he inquired with the Zhang family and arranged for me to bring it to you," Mo Li explained, unveiling the green cloth covering the cage, revealing the resplendent parrot before Yun Ruoyue. Upon seeing her, the parrot flapped its wings excitedly, squawking, "Princess consort auspicious. Princess consort auspicious. Such a clever creature. Did you teach it to speak?" Yun Ruoyue asked. "No, it was the prince who taught it. After acquiring it, he took it to the military camp for a few days and taught it many phrases," Mo Li replied. It was heartwarming to learn that Chu Xuancheng had taken such care, knowing her fondness for the parrot, even instructing it to say "Princess consort auspicious." "Please convey my thanks to the prince. I will take this inside now," Yun Ruoyue said, carrying the birdcage into Feiyue Pavilion. "Your Highness, you should express your gratitude to the prince in person," Mo Li called from a distance. "Given the current state of your relationship, perhaps this parrot could help bridge the gap." "Very well, I shall consider it when I have the time," Yun Ruoyue replied, ushering the parrot inside. The parrot quickly became the beloved pet of Feiyue Pavilion, enjoying a status that rivaled Yun Ruoyue's, for it was indeed a rare and protected species. Later that evening, in Xingchen Pavilion, Mo Li reported, "Your Highness, Lady Yu has sent word that concubine Ro is gravely ill with a high fever due to the loss of Danner, and she remains unconscious. She wishes to implore you to visit concubine Ro." Chu Xuancheng, engrossed in official documents, paused at the news. "She has fallen into a coma?" he asked coldly. "Yes, it is said she has been suffering from a high fever and remains unresponsive," Mo Li confirmed. "The individual suffering from a high fever, should the affliction remain untreated, may indeed suffer damage to their intellect. My lord, perhaps you should pay her a visit?" Mo Li suggested. His concern was not for Nangong Ro, but rather the burden her condition might impose on the royal household should she become a fool. "I am not a physician. What use would my visit serve?" Chu Xuancheng retorted, raising an eyebrow coldly. The servant claimed that her ailment might be of the heart, and such maladies require remedies of the heart. "Perhaps, my lord, your visit could aid in her recovery," Mo Li remarked. "Very well, lead the way." Chu Xuancheng rose, resolved to discover what tricks Nangong Ro was up to this time. "My lady, when I went to the great kitchen for meat, I overheard Granny Yu saying that concubine Ro is burning with fever and lies in a state of unconsciousness. Yet, upon your lordship's arrival, she awakened and wept in your embrace, declaring that you would spend the night in the rainy Ro Pavilion, showering her with affection," Feng Er exclaimed, flustered, as Yun Ruoyue fed a morsel of meat to Xiaobai. Chapter 807. The need for the princess healing. What is there to be flustered about? She is his concubine. It is only fitting he attends to her, Yun Ruoyue replied, placing the last piece of meat into Xiaobai's beak. "My lady, you truly embody the urgency of a courtier when the emperor is indifferent. This concubine Ro possesses cunning, and you continually refuse the prince. He has already consummated their union. What if she entices him again?" Feng Er said, her face etched with concern. "They are husband and wife. Is it not natural for them to be intimate?" Yun Ruoyue countered. "Perhaps, my lady, I should accompany you to see for ourselves. At a critical moment, we could summon the prince back, yes?" Feng Er suggested. "I shall not go. If they wish to be together, so be it. Why should I impose myself?" Yun Ruoyue responded, offering Xiaobai a sip of water. The creature flapped its wings in delight, exclaiming, "Yun Ruoyue, I shall always protect you." "My lady, how can Xiaobai utter such words? Has the prince taught it to speak thus?" Feng Er asked incredulously. "I know not. Perhaps it is merely babbling," Yun Ruoyue mused, recalling Mo Li's mention of Chu Xuancheng taking the parrot to the military camp and teaching it many phrases. Could this be one of them? "My lady, Granny Yu has arrived. She wishes to invite you to the rainy Ro Pavilion to tend to concubine Ro," Deng Er announced, lifting the curtain as she entered. Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes coldly and stepped outside to find Granny Yu standing there with an inscrutable expression. Upon seeing the princess emerge, Granny Yu bowed respectfully, saying, "Princess, the prince requests your presence to attend to Lady Ro's ailment. I wonder if you are available. Did she not summon a physician? Why request my assistance?" Yun Ruoyue inquired icily. The physician skills have proven inadequate. Despite their efforts, Lady Ro's condition has not improved. The prince fears that her illness may worsen. Hence he sent this old servant to invite you. Granny, you stated dryly. Go ahead. I shall join you shortly, Yun Ruoyue replied. Intrigued to observe the depth of affection between Chu Xuancheng and Nangong Ro, and to ascertain the gravity of Nangong Ro's condition. Granny Yu, taken aback by the princess's swift consent, quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lady. I shall return to attend to matters. Upon finishing her words, she hastily retreated. Just moments ago, when the prince visited Lady Ro, she sensed his arrival and, as if awakened by love, or rather, the pretense of illness, she feigned consciousness. Following a prearranged plan, she knelt before the prince, pleading for his assistance, claiming that despite her efforts to seek numerous physicians, none could cure her ailment. Aware of the esteemed medical skills of the princess, she implored the prince to allow her to summon the princess for treatment. Initially reluctant and wishing not to disturb the prince's resolve wavered when Lady Ro suddenly spat blood, startling him into consent. Little did he know, the blood was a ruse, a mere illusion crafted by Lady Ro using a medicinal pill devised by her mother to simulate such an event. Unbeknownst to the prince, the motives behind her actions remained concealed, yet she was fully aware. She swiftly returned, biding her time for the events to unfold. Once Yun Ruoyue had prepared herself, she instructed Feng to carry the medicine box, and together, they ventured towards the rainy soft pavilion, lanterns in hand. Approaching the pavilion, Yun Ruoyue suddenly heard the chatter of young maidservants passing by. I thought the prince had grown indifferent towards Lady Ro, yet here he is, anxious for her well-being. Upon witnessing her spitting blood, he was visibly unsettled. It seems the prince still harbors affection for Our Lady. In chapter 808, the prince's concubine engages in heartfelt conversation. Lady Ro, having previously enjoyed favor, now finds her position reinstated, a testament to the prince's lingering feelings for her. After all, had she not consummated her union with the prince? If she were to bear a son or daughter, her status would be solidified. However, caution must be exercised against the lady of the fragrant moon pavilion, who is not to be trifled with. Yet, we fear her not. As long as the prince cherishes Lady Ro, her downfall is merely a matter of time. As long as the prince refrains from her, she remains barren. Akin to a hen that lays no eggs, essentially useless and despised, destined only for the pot. The prince indeed dotes on Lady Ro, even instructing us to prepare nourishing soup for her, a privilege the lady of the fragrant moon pavilion has never experienced. As the maidservants conversed, they made their way to the kitchen. Hearing such remarks, Feng was incensed. Her face darkened with anger as she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, Your Highness, had you not always taught me to uphold decorum and civility, I would have long since confronted them, tearing their tongues asunder. These insolent girls dare to speak of you in such a manner. It infuriates me. We do not tolerate gossip-mongers in the Li Wangfu. Remember their names. When the opportunity arises, they shall all be dismissed, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. She was no fool to be trifled with. These maidservants, drawing a salary from the Li Wangfu, dared to insult her. Such ill-intended servants indeed warranted expulsion. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already memorized their appearances. I recognize them well. When they err and I catch them in their misdeeds, I shall see to it that they are dismissed. By the time they realize how they were ousted, it will be too late. With that, the two continued onward. Upon entering the courtyard of the rainy soft pavilion, Yun Ruoyue noticed Mama Yu standing outside with Kai Dai and Xinger, while the door to the adjoining room was tightly shut. Although it was already March, the air outside remained somewhat chilly. Why were they standing out here? As soon as Yun Ruoyue approached, the expressions of the three individuals stiffened, instantly becoming quite unnatural. Mama Yu hurriedly stepped forward, her face filled with difficulty as she said, Princess, you have arrived? The prince and madam are occupied inside. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment until they have concluded their matters? Then you may enter to tend to the madam. What business do they have? Yun Ruoyue inquired, her heart sinking upon seeing the tightly shut door and the flickering shadows within. Well, the old servants cannot speak of it. However, after the madam coughed up blood, the prince has been inside comforting her. He instructed us to step out and forbade anyone from disturbing them, Mama Yu hesitantly explained. Then why did he summon you to fetch me? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. That was a prior matter. When the prince initially instructed the old servant, I went. Yet, upon my return, the prince confined us outside, commanding that if the princess were to arrive, she too should wait outside until he and the madam had finished their conversation. A conversation? Yun Ruoyue scoffed. Who discusses matters behind closed doors? Was Chu Xuancheng attempting to humiliate her? She could scarcely fathom that the man who had once called her little fool and silly girl could so swiftly turn to converse intimately with Nangong Ro. Indeed, men of this era seemed to be quite accustomed to the life of multiple wives and concubines. At that moment, a seductive moan emerged from within the chamber. Your Highness, please be gentle. This sound shattered Yun Ruoyue's composure, for it was enticing and resonant, akin to a siren's call. Peering into the room, she glimpsed through the warm yellow window frame the silhouettes of a man and a woman. Chapter 809. Consumed by rage, the man, adorned with a jade crown, was currently embracing the woman, engaging in rather indecent gestures. With a thunderous pulse, blood surged to her head, leaving her frozen in place. Your Highness, slow down. I cannot bear it. Another wave of the woman's moans followed, sweet whispers that pierced the air like a dagger, stabbing mercilessly into Yun Ruoyue's heart. In an instant, it felt as though stones had been hurled into her mind, shattering her thoughts and splattering her with anguish. Her face paled with fury. Mama Yu, is the prince and Madame Ro indulging in intimacy within? Feng, upon hearing the sound, twisted her face in rage. A fire of indignation surged within her, threatening to erupt. As she glared at the chamber, wishing she could kick the door open. We did not anticipate that the prince would suddenly take such interest, especially since the madam is unwell and unable to attend to him. What shall we do? Mama Yu said with concern, clapping her hands. Princess, perhaps you should go in and persuade them? Yun Ruoyue's eyes blazed with fury, her heart churning with resentment, breath coming in labored gasps as she coldly replied. If your madam can engage in such activities, then she must surely be well. Feng, let us depart. With that, she inhaled deeply, the discomfort constricting her chest as she turned to leave. Her heart twisted painfully, as if a mass of cotton lodged within her chest was suffocating her. She had never anticipated that Chu Xuancheng could be such a man. Oh, princess, please do not go. You have yet to tend to the madam. Mama Yu extended her neck, pleading. Let Princely take care of her. Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly, believing that after this encounter of passion, Nangong Ro's ailment would surely be resolved. She returned to the Feiyue pavilion in a tempest of anger, having thought she would remain composed upon witnessing such a scene. Yet, why did her heart ache so profoundly? Why was she in such turmoil? Why did Chu Xuancheng treat her in this manner? Was it truly permissible for a man to be so fickle in the presence of two wives within the household? She realized she was utterly unsuited for a life of polygamy. With his power and status, he would inevitably take more concubines, and she was nearing her breaking point. She possessed a certain fastidiousness regarding love. In matters of the heart, she could tolerate no impurities and could not bear to witness the scene she had just observed. She resolved, even at the cost of her own life, to seek a divorce from him. Your Highness, do not despair. Although the prince has favored concubine Ro, his heart still belongs to you. It is likely that he was merely tempted by her, leading to such actions. Feng, upon seeing Yun Ruoyue's sorrowful expression, felt a surge of compassion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lantern and Hong'er, hearing Feng's words, shared expressions of indignation mixed with sorrow. The princess has treated the prince with such kindness, even saving him, unlike concubine Ro, who delights in schemes. How could the prince be so blind? It is utterly outrageous. Hong'er exclaimed furiously. Your Highness, please do not be disheartened. Perhaps the prince's visit to Yuru Pavilion was merely out of gratitude for saving her life. He might only pity concubine Ro and not harbor any love for her, Lantern suggested. The prince, who summoned the princess to cure concubine Ro. Why would he act in such a manner with her? Hong'er queried, bewildered. I do not know. Perhaps he is doing so intentionally, maybe even to provoke you. Yet, their relationship has been warming. There should be no discord between them, Lantern pondered aloud, her eyes wide with realization. Chapter 810. Seventh Young Master asks concern, who says there is no discord? Just because the prince remains silent on certain matters does not mean we are unaware. Could it be that he still harbors resentment toward you regarding the Xiang family's affairs? Feng remarked. What could have driven the prince to toy with your feelings but the deep-seated hatred from the murder of his mother? Enough. I am fine. You may all withdraw and leave me in solitude, Yun Ruoyue said, her voice heavy with distress. The three exchanged a silent glance before cautiously retreating outside. Although they departed, their eyes remained fixed on the room, fearful that the princess might summon them again. They were particularly concerned for her well-being. Recalling how she had once attempted to end her life by jumping into a lake due to the prince's actions regarding concubinage. Thus, they resolved to watch over her vigilantly at the door. Once Fenger and the others had left, Yun Ruoyue stood up, her face a portrait of disappointment. She gazed quietly out the window at the moon, tears cascading down her cheeks. The moonlight was undeniably beautiful, yet her heart was shrouded in melancholy. She had wanted to believe in the sincerity of Chu Xuancheng's words, thinking that perhaps one or two of his declarations of love were genuine. Only now did she realize that all of it had been a facade. She was, after all, the daughter of his enemy. He had always loathed and detested her. How could he ever change his feelings? Perhaps the words he uttered to her were merely a ruse to ensnare her heart. Once she fell for him, he would then shower affection upon Nangong Ro, deliberately neglecting her, all to provoke her and elicit her pain. Chu Xuancheng, how ruthless you are. He summoned her to tend to Nangong Ro, yet in the midst of it all, lavished attention upon her, clearly intending for her to witness this betrayal. Now that she was heartbroken and distressed, he must be reveling in his success, relishing the joy of revenge. He is indeed cunning, fully aware that for a woman, the deepest wounds are inflicted through the treachery of love. Hence he devised such a deceitful scheme. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the back door, her instincts flaring with alarm. Grasping the anesthetic syringe from the table, she fixed her vigilant gaze on the entrance. Xiaoyer, do not be afraid. It is I, young Master Su Qi. As soon as he spoke, the strikingly cold and cunning Su Qi, clad in red, stepped inside. In her sorrow, Yun Ruoyue felt a rush of anxiety upon seeing him, momentarily forgetting her grief. What brings you here? She glared at Su Qi, her voice laced with anger. I happened to pass by, thought I would come see you. What, am I not welcome? He replied, grinning like a sly fox, suddenly producing a paper-wrapped roast duck from behind him and placing it on the table, his smile exuding an air of flamboyance. Do you not realize this is a woman's chamber, a place one cannot enter recklessly? Moreover, I am a married woman. Have you forgotten the lesson from our last encounter? Yun Ruoyue's face darkened as she spoke coldly, recalling how Su Qi had almost been caught by Chu Xuancheng the last time. I merely came to deliver this roast duck. A new establishment called the Royal City Roast Duck has opened nearby, and I must say, their roast duck is quite delectable. It sells out every evening, and I had to pull some strings to procure this one. I hurried here to ensure it did not cool and lose its flavor. See, I treat you well. Do I not? Su Qi chuckled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yun Ruoyue paused, realizing that the Royal City Roast Duck was her own establishment. She knew that business had been thriving, with customers flocking there daily, and was surprised that even someone with such particular tastes as Su Qi enjoyed it. Clearly, under her guidance, her master's culinary skills had significantly improved. Chapter 811. Not a soul is happy. Has your arrow wound healed? Yun Ruoyue wiped away her tears. Her voice icy as she inquired. That minor injury could not possibly incapacitate this young master, Su Qi replied, narrowing his eyes coldly. Just wait. I shall make Chu Xuancheng pay for this. After he spoke, he noticed Yun Ruoyue's demeanor was off. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying, and her expression was distant, burdened with unspoken thoughts. What troubles you? Has Chu Xuancheng mistreated you? Su Qi's anger flared, his fists clenching tightly, his heart twisting with concern. Nothing. Yun Ruoyue coldly turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. It must be something, or else you would not be so heartbroken. Tell me what transpired. How has he wronged you? Su Qi's voice was filled with urgency and fierce concern, his teeth gritted in frustration. He did not bully me. It was merely that I stumbled upon him and his concubine sharing a moment together, Yun Ruoyue said with a hint of self-deprecation. Su Changxiao immediately understood the source of her sorrow. It seemed she had developed feelings for Chu Xuancheng. A weight settled in his heart, rendering him breathless. His celestial being. Alas, his sigh bore an air of both pity and solitude. He took a seat at the table, unwrapped the roast duck, and retrieved 2 flasks of wine from his robe, offering one to Yun Ruoyue. Since we are both feeling downcast, why not indulge in some peach blossom brew? A drunken stupor may alleviate our woes. What do you say? Why are you also unhappy? Yun Ruoyue inquired, puzzled. Su Changxiao smirked wryly. Your discontent brings me disquiet as well. Shall we drink until oblivion? Very well, I shall drink, Yun Ruoyue replied, already burdened with sorrow. Upon seeing the peach blossom brew, her desire to partake intensified. She seated herself and poured herself a glass, closing her eyes and tilting her head back to down it in one swift motion. Coughing violently as the wine went down, Yun Ruoyue was soon in a fit. Su Changxiao quickly patted her shoulder. Take it slow. Though this peach blossom brew is not strong, it is still wine and can choke the throat. Thank you. I am fine. Come, let us drink until we return. Yun Ruoyue declared, pouring another glass for herself and Su Changxiao, then extending it toward him. Su Changxiao regarded her with a flicker of concern in his eyes before tilting his head back to empty his glass. The wine coursed down his throat, twisting and turning, intensifying the anguish within him. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue had already consumed 3 glasses. Her complexion was flushed, and a shadow of sorrow lingered in her eyes. Come, let us continue drinking. With that, she downed 2 more glasses in quick succession. After 5 glasses, she appeared utterly intoxicated yet persisted in pouring herself another full glass. Having drained the entire flask, Su Changxiao, let us toast. You can no longer drink. Su Changxiao suddenly seized the wine, gazing earnestly at Yun Ruoyue. You are intoxicated. We must cease for the night. With that, he coldly tilted his head back, finishing the wine in her glass in one go. Didn't you suggest we drink? Why do you refuse to let me? Yun Ruoyue looked at him, her brow furrowed in frustration. Because I have come to realize that wine cannot dispel sorrow. It only deepens it, adding to our troubles. I must take my leave. Should you require anything, send someone to find me. I shall not refuse if it is within my power. Su Changxiao stated, tucking the remaining flask into his pocket to prevent Yun Ruoyue from drinking further. Chapter 8:12. Where shall I take her? Yun Ruoyue regarded him with a faint expression. Can you truly accomplish anything? I, Su Changxiao, would never deceive you. Even if I were to deceive the whole world, he affirmed with a nod. Very well. Can you assist me in obtaining a divorce? Can you expedite the process? Absolutely. Await my news. With that, Su Changxiao secured the wine flask and gracefully slipped out through the back door, his silhouette exuding a carefree elegance. With no more wine to drink, Yun Ruoyue lacked the appetite for the roast duck on the table and instead climbed into bed to rest. In this slumber, she slept until the sun was high in the sky. It was not until the following morning that Yun Ruoyue awoke, feeling utterly miserable. Upon awakening, she was plagued by an excruciating headache, as if her skull were splitting apart. It dawned on her that she had consumed several glasses of wine the previous night with Su Changxiao, who had barely touched his drink while she had indulged excessively. Given her low tolerance for alcohol, it was no wonder she felt so unwell. In the midst of her discomfort, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld the striking figure of a man clad in fiery red, a smile gracing his lips as he approached her. You're awake? How does your head feel? Su Changxiao inquired with a grin. Why are you here again? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, startled. Thankfully, she had not undressed before sleeping, or she might have fainted from shock. My apologies, I mean you no harm. I have come to take you to a place that will fulfill your wish. Su Changxiao stated, quickly turning away to avoid meeting her gaze. Despite his sharp tongue and flamboyant demeanor, he had never been one to pursue women, having never even visited the brothels. The urgency of the situation compelled him to seek her out without prior consent, thus sneaking into the Wang residence. In her private quarters, he adhered to decorum by keeping his back turned to her. Where are you taking me? Yun Ruoyue asked warily, for she held no trust in Su Changxiao. Her previous act of protection was merely a desire to avert the loss of a life. She had forgotten the words she had spoken to him the night before. It's urgent. You will understand once you come with me, Su Changxiao replied, seizing her hand and leading her away. When she attempted to resist, he swiftly pressed on her pressure points, enveloping her in his arms as they leaped from the back door of her chamber, finally vaulting over the high walls of the estate. Fortuitously, they were not spotted by the patrolling guards. It was also fortunate that her companions, Feng Ling and the others, did not disturb her slumber, or they might have been discovered. Upon exiting the Li Wang residence, Su Changxiao no longer feared her resistance. He promptly released her pressure points and continued to carry her towards the imperial palace. Yun Ruoyue shot him an indignant glare. Where exactly are you taking me? Littleware, have you forgotten what you asked me to do? Besides, I am not a villain. Why do you fear me so? Su Changxiao's heart ached at her mistrust. Although he had been somewhat unruly in his youth, he was now determined to prove himself as a good person in her presence. Before others, however, his reputation remained uncertain. Your nature is hard to change, Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. By the way, what did I ask you to do? Have you truly forgotten? Last night, you implored me to assist you in obtaining a divorce and to expedite the process. Thus, I mobilized my father overnight, urging him for the sake of the nation's interests to persuade the emperor to issue a royal decree seeking a renowned physician to treat the virtuous prince. What if we were too late and someone else revealed the decree? This was the reason for his haste in finding her. What? Yun Ruoyue's head throbbed as the memory returned. Chapter 8:13, The Royal Decree. In her sorrow, she had indeed made such a request. She had not anticipated that Su Changxiao would devise a plan so swiftly. It seemed she had misjudged him moments ago. Look, we have arrived. At this moment, Su Changxiao had already embraced Yun Ruoyue and landed on the bustling street, not far from the palace gates. As soon as they touched the ground, Yun Ruoyue noticed a throng of common folk gathered around the city walls, gesturing animatedly at a piece of paper affixed there. Intrigued, she approached the crowd. Upon getting closer, she discerned that the paper was a royal edict, and the townspeople were engaged in fervent discussion about it. The edict proclaimed that the virtuous prince had been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days, his condition deteriorating to a critical level. And it seemed his days were numbered. In this dire hour, the emperor had issued this decree, hoping to summon talented individuals and find a miraculous healer to save the prince. Unexpectedly, the emperor's affection for his son was evident. He declared that whoever could cure the prince would be granted one wish and rewarded with a bounty of 10,000 gold taels, demonstrating his deep concern for the ailing prince. Regrettably, the prince was marked by misfortune, and his grave illness left many doubting the possibility of recovery. Despite the emperor's wealth and the countless renowned physicians summoned over the years, none had succeeded in curing him. This time, it seemed the emperor was driven to desperation by the rampant rumors circulating outside, prompting the issuance of this royal edict. Such generous rewards were offered, yet no one dared to respond. With a life at stake, who would risk their own safety? If they failed to heal him, the consequences could be dire, even leading to family ruin. Upon hearing the discussions, Yun Ruoyue realized that the virtuous prince had been unconscious for 3 days, a fact she had been oblivious to. The public speculated on his impending demise, and it was clear that the emperor had been compelled by the gossip to seek a healer. Xiaoye, I too only learned last night about the princess' condition while I was working to assist you, Su Changxiao whispered to her. The princess' residence has kept this matter under tight wraps, but I managed to uncover the truth. With rumors swirling, the emperor fears being accused of retribution, hence his search for someone to heal the prince. Only a successful recovery will quell the whispers against him. You should unveil the royal edict. I believe you possess the ability to heal the prince's ailment. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Su Changxiao's swift actions following her mention of the prince. She had hesitated previously, yet after the events of the previous night, her resolve to part ways had solidified. Thus, she nodded at Su Changxiao, expressing her gratitude. Very well. I shall attempt to unveil it. With that, she strode confidently toward the crowd. Su Changxiao, parting the throng, called out loudly, "Step aside. Someone is about to unveil the royal edict." The common folk, intrigued, quickly made way, eager to witness who would dare to challenge such a royal decree. After all, the edict clearly stated that any individual who dared to unveil it without the ability to heal the prince would face severe consequences should anything go awry. Yet, as they observed the approach of a frail, youthful woman, their heads shook in disbelief. Her? This yellow-haired girl dares to unveil the royal edict? Is she seeking to enter the palace for monetary gain? Indeed, she resembled a naive newcomer, seemingly unaware of the grave implications that lay ahead. If I fail to heal the prince, will I truly face execution? Yun Ruoyue suddenly turned to Su Changxiao, uncertain about the archaic characters on the edict and their dire consequences. Yes, it appears so. With a resigned nod, Su Changxiao responded. Chapter 8:14. I can cure you. In that case, I shall refrain from revealing it. Yun Ruoyue had no desire to plunge herself into danger over a marriage. What is there to fear? If you cannot cure him and face execution, I shall take your place on the guillotine. I am willing to die for you, Su Changxiao said earnestly. You may be willing, but it also depends on whether the executioner is willing to kill you, replied Yun Ruoyue, grinding her teeth in frustration. This fellow must have known the consequences all along to dare to deceive her like this. Xiaoye, if you can reattach severed limbs. Surely you can handle a mere case of pregnancy. Su Changxiao narrowed his eyes, intending to provoke her. Very well, I shall give it a try. After all, it's only a matter of life. Worst case, I'll offer my head as a stool for the emperor. The onlookers shivered. Your willingness is irrelevant if the emperor finds it distasteful. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, She was not a rash or thoughtless individual. She knew she could indeed treat him, which is why she was willing to reveal it. Her earlier words were merely an instinctual response of a healer. The instinct of a healer is to never make absolute claims, to avoid saying, "I can certainly cure you," or "I guarantee your safety." Otherwise, should something go awry, the family of the patient might seek retribution. In the incredulous gaze of the crowd, the petite Yun Ruoyue boldly lifted her chin and, with a swift motion, tore down the imperial edict. Her posture was graceful, her actions audacious. She believed herself quite impressive. Yet all that was heard was the sound of tearing as the edict was only ripped halfway, the other half still clinging to the wall. The crowd gasped in horror. She had actually torn the imperial edict. Was this not a crime? Indeed, this was a royal decree, and its wanton destruction could lead to execution. Silence, all of you. Whoever dares to gossip, I shall silence them myself. Su Changxiao glared at the crowd, and with a grand gesture, tore down the remaining portion of the edict. He then joined the two halves together and addressed the palace guards beside him. Go inform Eunuch Lu that someone has torn down the imperial edict, and there is someone capable of curing the illness of the virtuous king. In the palace, the imperial study. At this moment, Yun Ruoyue and Su Changxiao had completed their formalities and stood respectfully before the emperor, holding the imperial edict. Emperor Hongyuan was seated upon his gilded dragon throne, with consort Shui gently massaging his back beside him. The table was adorned with tea, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Yet the atmosphere within the room was somewhat tense. Princess Li, do you claim you can cure the virtuous king's illness? Emperor Hongyuan inquired, his regal presence commanding respect, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe. Your Majesty, I can indeed cure him, Yun Ruoyue replied. Faced with the emperor, Yun Ruoyue dared not conceal her abilities. For to tear down the imperial edict signified her confidence in her capability. Otherwise, what was the purpose of revealing it? Do you know what ails the virtuous king? Emperor Hongyuan asked cautiously. He had witnessed Yun Ruoyue's medical skills, yet he still feared potential mishaps. The salvation of the virtuous king could not afford any errors. Otherwise, he would forever bear the title of the ill-fated emperor. Your Majesty, this illness could stem from three possibilities, Yun Ruoyue answered. Firstly, ascites may occur when the patient's liver is compromised, causing abdominal distension. Secondly, the presence of tumors can also lead to an enlarged abdomen. And thirdly, infection by schistosomiasis, a parasitic disease, can result in similar symptoms. Generally, abdominal enlargement is indicative of one of these three conditions, and fortuitously, I possess the capability to treat all three ailments. Thus, I am confident in my ability to cure the esteemed king's illness, Yun Ruoyue asserted resolutely. Chapter 8:15. Saving the esteemed king in that moment. A glimmer of hope illuminated Emperor Hongyuan's eyes. How quickly can you effect a cure? He inquired eagerly. Your Majesty, it may take approximately a month, she replied cautiously. That is unacceptable. A month is far too long. I shall grant you but 7 days. Should you fail to achieve results within this time frame, I will hold you accountable. His tone was resolute, reflecting the weight of responsibility she had assumed by accepting the imperial edict. 7 days? Your Majesty, this timeline is exceedingly tight. I must undertake extensive preparations, and the necessary medicinal resources are not easily procured. As a solitary practitioner, my energy is limited, and I fear that 7 days may be insufficient, Yun Ruoyue expressed with evident concern. In truth, 3 days would suffice. However, to negotiate terms with the emperor smoothly, she felt compelled to articulate her reservations. No, the urgency is paramount. I can only afford you 7 days. I trust you possess the means to succeed, Emperor Hongyuan insisted. Then, Your Majesty, if I were to save the esteemed king, might I request a condition of you? Yun Ruoyue summoned her courage to ask. It was prudent to clarify the terms in advance to prevent the emperor from reneging, as he had done previously. Emperor Hongyuan narrowed his eyes and replied, Certainly. I declared in the imperial edict that whoever can cure the esteemed king shall have one request granted, along with a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. Speak. What is your condition? I wish to divorce Prince Li. I sincerely hope this time, Your Majesty will grant my request. Yun Ruoyue took a deep breath and stated. The emperor was taken aback. He had not anticipated this particular condition. Her request made it seem as though his prior refusal had rendered him an emperor of broken promises. Now, he understood that Yun Ruoyue was an unworthy pawn, having gleaned no intelligence during her time in Prince Li's residence, while growing ever closer to him. He feared she might conspire with the prince against him. Her desire for divorce likely stemmed from jealousy over a concubine, indicating her sincerity rather than mere theatrics. Thus, he resolved to acquiesce to her request and draw her closer to his side. Cough, cough. Emperor Hongyuan cleared his throat and said, "Very well, I shall grant your condition. Provided you can cure the esteemed king, I will ensure your divorce from Prince Li." Truly? Yun Ruoyue could scarcely believe the emperor's agreement. Emperor Hongyuan's face flushed with indignation. When have I ever reneged on a promise? My word is my bond, and the testimonies of Shui Fei, Su Changxiao, and eunuch Lu can attest to this. I shall even compose an imperial decree for you, which you may present to Prince Li upon successfully curing the esteemed king. I am most grateful, Your Majesty. Yun Ruoyue promptly knelt in gratitude. With the emperor's assurance, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Shui Fei, upon hearing this exchange, experienced a flicker of anxiety. Should she disclose this matter to Chu Xuancheng? She sensed that he would undoubtedly attempt to thwart it, for his affections still resided with the princess of Prince Li. If she doesn't disclose the truth, perhaps they would successfully part ways. But if they do separate, will he truly belong to her? Alas, she is merely a pawn in this game. What purpose does it serve to dwell on such thoughts? It is better to reveal the truth. After meeting with the emperor, Yun Ruoyue proceeded to visit the Empress Dowager. In the meantime, Shui Fei had already conveyed this news to the Prince of Li using her own methods. Given that the virtuous prince had been in a coma for 3 days, the urgency to save him was paramount. Yun Ruoyue needed to hurry to his aid. However, she had to return to the Prince of Li's residence first to retrieve her medicine box and to consult with Chu Xuancheng, as well as to bring along Feng Er and the others to assist her. Chapter 8:16. The Princess Fury Before Long. Yun Ruoyue had returned to the Prince of Li's residence with Su Changxiao, who waited outside while she entered to gather her belongings. Upon stepping into the residence, she noticed the housekeeper and others appeared pale, their expressions peculiar as they regarded her, prompting a flicker of concern in her heart. The housekeeper, upon seeing the princess enter the Feyue pavilion, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was aware that the prince had just exhibited a fierce temper upon hearing Mo Li mention the princess's name. No one was spared from the brunt of his wrath, and he had even punished the housekeeper to remain within the confines of the residence for a month for the mere inconvenience of being noticed. As Yun Ruoyue entered the Feyue pavilion, she found the courtyard eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Her nerves tightened. What had transpired? Feng Er, where have you gone? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, hastily pushing open the door to the side room. As she did, she beheld Feng Er and the others kneeling on the ground, while before them sat Chu Xuancheng, clad in dark attire, coldly sipping tea. Mo Li and Mo Zhu stood beside him, their faces etched with concern upon seeing Yun Ruoyue. What is happening? Feng Er, why are you on the ground? What has occurred? Yun Ruoyue's heart ached at the sight of them in such a state. Your Highness, you have finally returned. You must be weary from your shopping, Feng Er quickly said. Silence her, Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly, just as a guard moved to comply. Mo Li, fearing the guard's rudeness might harm Feng Er, swiftly stepped in front, gently placing a cloth over Feng Er's mouth, saying, Feng Er, the prince is already aware that the princess did not go shopping, but rather engaged in other matters. You need not fabricate lies on her behalf. He acted out of concern for Feng Er, wanting to shield her from the princess' wrath. With red-rimmed eyes, Feng Er lowered her head, at a loss for words. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at Chu Xuancheng. It appeared he was already informed of her whereabouts, his sources evidently reliable. This does not concern them. Dismiss them, and let us speak privately, she said, unwilling to involve the innocent. Chu Xuancheng sneered, his gaze piercing as he remarked, these girls of yours, aside from Feng Er, are all loyal subjects of the Prince of Li's residence. You clearly left with Su Changxiao, yet they chose to cover for you, claiming you were merely out shopping. Bring forth the deceitful girl and administer 30 lashes, exclaimed the noble Chu Xuancheng, who harbored an unwavering disdain for betrayal. Su Changxiao had already forsaken him once, abandoning him for the crown prince. After much difficulty, he had finally developed feelings for Yun Ruoyue, only to discover that she had allied herself with his adversary, conspiring to present demands to the emperor and seek a divorce from him. Such an affront to a prince of his stature was nothing short of humiliating. If a divorce were to be sought, it should have been at his behest. How could it be that Yun Ruoyue conspired with another man to make such a claim? You were aware all along, and you sent someone to monitor me? Yun Ruoyue's voice was laced with iciness. My lady, If the prince had indeed dispatched someone to watch over you, would you have been able to leave the palace? A confidant replied, His Highness has never surveilled you. He wishes to grant you the utmost freedom. Please do not misconstrue his intentions. It was news from the palace that you and young Master Su had made a declaration to the emperor, saying you wished to divorce the prince. Is this true? Emily asked, incredulity etched on her features. They all hoped that the prince and princess would not part ways. After all, they had only just taken a step forward in their relationship. It would be tragic for them to separate now. Indeed, it is true. However, this matter is between him and me. I owe no explanations to anyone, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Mo Li and the others were left in sheer astonishment, as they had never anticipated that the princess would venture out with young Master Su, let alone seek to divorce the prince. It was no wonder the prince had been so furious moments ago. Bring her out, Chu Xuancheng commanded, his voice resolute. Stop. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm the innocent. If you dare lay a hand on Fenger and the others today, I shall leave with them, even if it costs me my life. Never to return. Yun Ruoyue interposed, her tone unwavering. Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened as he regarded her with disbelief, finally declaring, All of you, withdraw. I have matters to discuss with the princess. Should you hear any sounds, do not enter. This implied that he would not punish Fenger and the others. A tacit concession to Yun Ruoyue. Yet, his words left Fenger and the others trembling with apprehension. How would the prince address the princess? Would he strike her, torment her? They were deeply concerned. All of you may leave. I am fine. Do not worry. Yun Ruoyue reassured them with a steady gaze. Ultimately, the group retreated, filled with trepidation. Mo Li even closed the door behind them, though both she and Mo Zhu remained vigilantly stationed outside, prepared to intervene should the prince resort to violence against the princess. Once the room was vacated, an icy silence enveloped the space. Yun Ruoyue lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chu Xuancheng's dark and fearsome stare. A cold smile graced her lips. He had indulged in South Palace Row last night. What right did he have to condemn her for her association with young Master Su? Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng rose, his face a stormy shade of black as he advanced toward Yun Ruoyue, his towering frame bearing down upon her like a mountain, forcing her to retreat until she found herself against the wall. With her hand pressed against it, she glared at him, her eyes icy. What do you intend to do? She could sense the overwhelming fury in Chu Xuancheng's eyes. You are well aware that the Su family is my enemy. Why did you choose to go out with young Master Su Qi? Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth, his anger blazing as he fixed his gaze on Yun Ruoyue. This is none of your concern. I have already promised the emperor that I would treat the virtuous king. As long as I can heal him, I shall divorce you. From this moment forth, we shall lead our separate lives, each on our own path. Yun Ruoyue retorted, recalling the events of the previous night with indignation. You shall not. If anyone is to propose a divorce, it shall be I who does so. You have no right. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xuancheng seized her chin, his eyes reflecting an uncontrollable rage. The pressure on her chin caused Yun Ruoyue to wince in pain, and she exclaimed, Then propose it. Should you be willing to do so, I shall agree immediately. Why should I propose? You are a child of the Li royal mansion in life, and a ghost of the Li royal mansion in death. Whether alive or dead, you shall remain within the Li royal mansion. Chu Xuancheng's gaze was as cold as the stars, yet beneath it lay a profound sorrow. Was he not enough? Did she truly wish to leave him? You already have Nangong Ro. You dote on her so, why must you toy with me here? Those words you spoke to me were all lies, were they not? You wanted me to fall in love with you, only to cruelly hurt me afterward. Unfortunately, before I even had the chance to love you, you began to wound me. Chu Xuancheng, how could you be so heartless? What have I done to deserve this treatment? Yun Ruoyue shouted in desperation, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 818. I have spoiled you. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. What did Yun Ruoyue mean? He had already been so neglectful towards Nangong Ro, yet she still felt jealousy. Was there truly no room in her heart for even a grain of sand? Yun Ruoyue, why do you treat me this way? Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth, staring coldly at her while feeling a sharp pain in his heart. What do you mean? I have always been fair. How you treat me is how I shall treat you. I am determined to divorce. Yun Ruoyue declared stubbornly. You dare. With a resounding thud, Chu Xuancheng slammed his fist against the wall, then swiftly lifted Yun Ruoyue, tossing her onto the bed. His tall and imposing figure immediately loomed over her. Is it that I have been too indulgent with you, spoiling you in the process? I should not have sought your consent regarding intimacy. I should have simply claimed you. Having said that, Chu Xuancheng locked her hands and leaned down to kiss her forcefully. He had long since been entitled to take her as his wife. But he had chosen to respect her, waiting for her consent before making any advances. The more he indulged her, the further her heart strayed. It seemed he needed to assert himself more forcefully, to confine her by his side so that she would no longer wish to leave him. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue bit down hard, and Chu Xuancheng was suddenly met with a taste of salt and iron. When he touched his lips, he realized she had drawn blood. Yun Ruoyue, like a fierce leopard, glared at him with blazing anger. "Do not touch me with your filthy hands. In my heart, you are already tainted. You have no right to lay a finger on me." Chu Xuancheng raised his gaze, pondering whether she still held resentment towards him regarding his union with Nangong Ro. His pupils constricted as he looked at her with profound sorrow. Certain events had transpired, and his regrets were now futile. There was no way to return to the past. If he could turn back time to that fateful day, he would have unequivocally rejected her and would have never laid a finger on her. Even if it meant becoming a treacherous and ungrateful man in the eyes of the world, he would forsake her. His heart belonged solely to you. He now truly understood the bittersweet ache of unattainable love. He deeply regretted the circumstances that led him to consummate his union with Nangong Ro in gratitude for her life-saving kindness. Given a chance to revert to the past, he would willingly embrace the role of the ungrateful one to refuse Nangong Ro. "Do not utter such grandiloquent words before me. You may speak them to Nangong Ro. I am not a fool to be toyed with at your whim. You believe I am unaware of your actions with her? You have deliberately paraded them before me. What pretense are you putting on now? You cannot feign innocence over what has occurred." Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her fury palpable. No one had ever dared to treat Chu Xuancheng in such a manner. His eyes turned icy as he forcefully removed her belt, declaring, "Only when I have truly conquered you will you submit to me. Yun Ruoyue, you shall not escape. In life or death, you are mine." With that, he descended upon her once more. During their previous encounter, he had not felt the sense of conquest he desired. This time, he would claim her, body and soul. "My lord, young master Su Chi has arrived. He is outside demanding to see the princess," came the anxious voice of Mo Zhu from beyond the door. Mo Zhu feigned urgency, concerned for the princess's safety while subtly protecting her. "Young master Su Chi? His arrival is fortuitous. I was just seeking him," Chu Xuancheng remarked, rising from Yun Ruoyue's side. "I shall spare you for now, but once I deal with Su Chi, I shall return to indulge you." Chapter 819. "To leave with the young master, why don't you just die?" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, seizing a pillow from the bed and hurling it at Chu Xuancheng. He merely opened the door with a cold demeanor and exited, resembling a deity. Upon hearing that Su Chi had arrived, Yun Ruoyue sprang up, fastening her belt and adjusting her attire and hair ornaments before hastening out. She even took the medicine box with her. Upon stepping outside, she beheld Su Chi, clad in white, bearing a worried expression as he entered the courtyard of the Fengyue pavilion, surrounded by dozens of guards wielding cold swords. Seeing Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng emerge, Su Chi hurriedly called out, "Xiaoyuer, are you unharmed?" His countenance was rife with concern. They had previously agreed that he would wait for her outside, but after a prolonged absence, he had grown anxious, fearing Chu Xuancheng might be mistreating her. He disregarded his own safety and rushed in. "I am fine. What brings you here? You must leave now and not concern yourself with me," Yun Ruoyue implored, anxious about Su Chi's potential peril given the guards surrounding them. "I came to take you away. You are to treat the virtuous king, are you not? If we delay any longer, it will be too late," Su Chi insisted. He used the pretext of treating the virtuous king to attempt to take Yun Ruoyue away. Having sensed the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from Su Xuancheng, who must have learned of the affairs within the palace, thereby inciting such fury. If he allowed Xiaoyuer to remain in the royal residence, she would undoubtedly fall victim to his bullying. Hence, it was wiser to use the excuse of treating the virtuous king to whisk her away. "To take her away? It appears you hold no regard for this prince. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on her," Chu Xuancheng declared, advancing with a chilling demeanor, his brows raised in arrogance, surrounded by an aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Your Highness, we are merely acting under the Emperor's command to treat the virtuous king. Do you dare defy the Emperor's orders?" Su Changxiao retorted with a cold smile. "This prince knows nothing of your imperial command and has received no edict. Su Changxiao, you audaciously presume to convey the Emperor's will. You shall pay for this," Chu Xuancheng replied. Indeed, it was the king of Li, brazen and dismissive even of the emperor. We have already unveiled the imperial edict. If you do not believe it, go and inquire at the palace. Should any harm befall the virtuous king due to your delay, how will you explain it to the emperor? Su Changxiao seethed. This prince is unaware of any imperial edict. Why should I account to anyone? Su Changxiao, you have repeatedly invaded my Li royal residence and even attempted to abduct the Li princess. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I would be unworthy of my title. Guards, seize him, Chu Xuancheng commanded, displaying his ruthlessness towards anyone who dared to threaten his beloved. At his command, the guards lunged towards Su Changxiao. Stop this at once. I possess the jade pendant bestowed upon me by the emperor. Any who dares approach shall show disrespect to the emperor. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, clutching the pendant tightly as she stepped towards Su Changxiao. Upon seeing the pendant, the guards halted in astonishment. After all, it was a precious gift from the emperor to the princess, and its safety was paramount. As Yun Ruoyue approached Su Changxiao, she raised the pendant for all to see, declaring, "This is the jade pendant granted to me by the emperor. Should anyone dare to harm it, none of your family shall survive. Be wise and retreat at once." Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, realizing that Yun Ruoyue was using the jade pendant gifted by Chu Yao to threaten him. How ironic. For Su Changxiao, she had gone to such lengths. He pondered, if the roles were reversed, would she have cared for him in the same manner? Yun Ruoyue, come back. Chu Xuancheng stepped closer, extending his hand, gazing at her intently. Let me reiterate, return. Forgive me, but I must go save the virtuous king. I cannot return at this time. Yun Ruoyue replied, turning to Su Changxiao, take me away. I know you can. After witnessing Su Changxiao's prowess with hidden weapons last time, she was confident in his ability to assist her escape. This prince shall say once more, return. Chu Xuancheng's voice was frigid. He resolved to grant her another chance. If she was willing to turn back now, he would not hold it against her, continuing to indulge her as always. I have already promised the emperor, thus I cannot. Yun Ruoyue firmly rejected. Yun Ruoyue, do you intend to oppose this prince for the sake of these outsiders? Are you aware of the consequences you may face? Those who dare to betray him meet a grim fate. Can there be a fate more painful than the one I currently endure? Yun Ruoyue retorted with a cold smile. She was aware that Chu Xuancheng wielded immense power, capable of summoning clouds and rain at will. Yet, at this moment, she brimmed with courage, undaunted. Is it true that being with me only brings you sorrow, never joy? Chu Xuancheng inquired in a deep, resonant voice. Images of their conflicts and quarrels flashed through Yun Ruoyue's mind, alongside the subtle sweetness of his protective gestures. It dawned upon her that her thoughts were entirely consumed by his presence. His passionate kisses, his assertiveness, his declarations of love, and those quaintly romantic phrases stirred something within her, yet everything related to Nangongro caused her heart to ache profoundly. The mere recollection of their intimacy from the previous night led her to grasp Su Changxiao's arm, declaring, take me to the Xianwang mansion, we must leave at once. Very well, I would stake my life to ensure your safety, Su Changxiao affirmed, as he released a flurry of hidden weapons and, with Yun Ruoyue in tow, leaped into the air. Yun Ruoyue, how dare you? Chu Xuancheng's voice thundered, his eyes aflame with fury. But your highness, the princess is in Su Changxiao's grasp. We cannot shoot, lest she be harmed, Li argued stubbornly. I command you to shoot. Chu Xuancheng hissed, his teeth clenched, resembling a furious lion. Your highness, you know the princess is merely attending to the Xianwang's health. As per the emperor's decree, she cannot defy it. Please, let them go, Zhu implored. Dropping to one knee, clutching his bow tightly, he refused to relent, for the princess was his savior. Indeed, your highness, the princess is only there to heal. She will return once her task is complete. I beseech you to spare her. The maids, including Fenger, cried as they knelt in supplication. At that moment, Su Changxiao seized the opportunity to pull Yun Ruoyue onto the high wall. As long as Chu Xuancheng refrained from acting, their escape was assured. Chu Xuancheng coldly raised his gaze, his eyes icy as he fixed his stare upon Yun Ruoyue. Abruptly, he snatched the bow from Zhu's hands, drawing it taut as he glared at them. You refuse to act, do you? You disregard my commands? What use are you to me? Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. He tightened the bowstring, causing Fenger and the others to gasp in terror. Suddenly, they lunged forward, desperately clinging to his legs and the bow. Your highness, we implore you for mercy, spare the princess. Seizing this moment, Su Changxiao hurled a barrage of hidden weapons. taking hold of Yun Ruoyue as they leapt from the wall, swiftly making their escape. The guards, upon seeing the incoming projectiles, drew their swords to intercept them. Chapter 821. No dinner tonight. Meanwhile, their lord was being clung to tightly by Mo Li, Mo Zhu, Fenger, and Denger, preventing him from releasing the arrow. Witnessing this unified defense of Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened. Suddenly, he slammed the bow against the ground, bellowing, "All of you, stand aside." Upon hearing this, they hastily released him and retreated a considerable distance. As long as the princess remained unharmed, they would not foolishly cling to their lord any longer. "Your Highness, the princess has departed. Are you unscathed?" The atmosphere was palpably tense, infused with an aura of bloodlust, yet Mo Li dared to inquire. He understood that Su Qi was no match for the prince. With the prince's capabilities, should he truly desire to eliminate him, it would be a trivial endeavor. If the prince aimed to reclaim the princess, it would have posed no challenge mere moments ago. Indeed, had he wished to unleash an arrow, they would have been utterly powerless to prevent it. The prince's decision to allow them to intervene stemmed from his affection for the princess. He did not wish for her demise. His outward cruelty belied an inner turmoil, a pain that surely gnawed at his heart. In his manner, he indirectly granted her freedom. Fortunately, the princess was merely attending to her ailment. Had she truly departed, the prince would undoubtedly descend into madness. "I am unscathed, but all of you shall forego your meals tonight," Chu Xuancheng bellowed, coldly retreating to the star pavilion. The others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation, tears streaming down their cheeks. How heartless of the prince to deny them sustenance. Their very lives seemed at stake. After a day of rigorous training in the barracks, they were physically drained, their stomachs growling with hunger, and they longed for a warm meal, only to be denied. Without nourishment, their spirits waned. And after standing for 2 hours, many could no longer bear it, their legs trembling. Some, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground. Upon observation, they appeared pale and haggard, their stomachs pressed against their spines. Yet, despite their hunger, they stifled their cries. After all, the prince had commanded them to refrain from drawing their bows, and they had complied in order to save the princess. They understood the consequences of defying royal orders. This punishment, however, was the least severe. "Commander Mo, the strategist Feng has arrived," a steward announced. "What business did he have here? Did he intend to mooch off their provisions?" Mo Li, weakened by hunger, retorted with irritation. He had exerted himself most diligently in training at the barracks today, expecting commendation from the prince and an enhanced meal in the evening. Instead, Feng Qingyang, holding 2 flasks of wine, overheard Mo Li's words upon entering, having previously listened to the steward recount the day's events. He had intended to bring forth the wine and coax some meat from the princess, only to discover that she had severed ties with the prince. Glancing around, he noticed several seated on the ground while the others stood, faces ashen. Mo Li, why does everyone appear so dejected? The princess has merely gone to tend to the prince's ailment. She will return in due time. Must you all be so despondent? Look at you, your head nearly touching the ground. And you, Mo Zhu, looking so woeful, clutching your stomach on the ground. What's the matter? Is there not a shred of spirit left in you? Feng Qingyang remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the guards seated on the floor. What are you doing lounging about? Stand up at once. Is this how soldiers should conduct themselves? You bring shame upon our military. Chapter 822. The astute Feng Qingyang. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Feng Qingyang, with his fair complexion, ought to endure a day of training and a bout of hunger himself. Enough of your trivialities, I remarked, and do not feign ignorance. Mo Li, observing Feng Qingyang, who had escaped punishment, felt a twinge of jealousy. Step aside, keep your distance, we are not of the same ilk. Mo Zhu, famished and craving human flesh, wore a disgruntled expression. Here I am, with the best of intentions, yet you drive me away. Is this how you treat your guests? Truly ungrateful. Feng Qingyang, irked, waved a diminutive fan, exuding an air of flamboyance amidst her grace. Military strategist Feng. I neglected to mention earlier that since everyone allowed the princess to escape, the prince has decreed that none of us are permitted to dine tonight. Their hunger did not stem from a lack of spirit. I, too, felt the pangs of hunger. The steward, patting his flat belly, longed for a comforting block of tofu. What exactly did the prince say? Please repeat his words. Feng Qingyang inquired calmly. The steward cleared his throat, straightened his posture, lifted his gaze with a piercing intensity. and declared with haughty bravado, the prince stated, "I am fine. All of you shall not eat tonight." "Is that all?" "Indeed, it is as I have relayed, not a word omitted." The steward stood resolutely, embodying a tragic grandeur reminiscent of a lone hero in a desolate landscape, still reveling in his imitation of the prince. "Huh, what a bunch of fools," Feng Ling lamented. "The prince merely forbids you from dining. He did not prohibit you from consuming vegetables and meat. Are you all so dim-witted? I often feel out of place due to my own cleverness, and now it appears the intellect of the entire royal manor has been diminished by your presence. Mo Li, your foolishness has led your companions to starve. What? The prince only forbids us from dining? We are still allowed to eat vegetables? Splendid. What are we waiting for? Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us head to the kitchen." Mo Li, in his vet, suddenly brightened, springing to his feet. In an instant, all the guards rushed back to their quarters, gathered their utensils, and surged towards the grand kitchen. Within the grand kitchen, Madame Yu was preparing nourishing chicken soup for Nangong Ro when she was startled by a cacophony that shook the very ground. Alarmed, she wondered if wild boars had emerged from the mountains. Just as her thoughts crystallized, she beheld Mo Li and his entourage storming into the dining hall designated for the guards. "Chubby brother, swiftly bring forth the dishes and meats prepared for us. The prince only forbade us from dining, not from consuming vegetables and meat." The steward entered, addressing the kitchen overseer, Chubby Dahai. Due to the prince's prior orders, Chubby Dahai hesitated to serve the food he had prepared, believing it was meant for the following day. To his surprise, Mo Li and the others had arrived. "But the prince has commanded that you shall not eat. Is this appropriate?" Chubby Dahai questioned, uncertain. "Nonsense. Serve them without fear. I shall take responsibility for any consequences," Feng Ling said, casting a sympathetic glance at Mo Li and his companions, speaking with a calm assurance. Chubby Dahai recognized Feng Ling as the prince's strategist, an astute individual. If he deemed it safe, it must indeed be so. After listening, he hurriedly went to prepare food for his brothers. Chapter 8:23, A Desire to Eavesdrop. "Is this the broth of an old hen? It smells incredibly fragrant. Aunt Yu, did you personally stew this for us? Thank you so much," Emily said, as he picked up the cloth from the stove and lifted the pot brimming with hen broth. "Hey, put that down. That was not meant for you. Madame Ro is unwell, and this is for her nourishment. Put it down at once," Aunt Yu said angrily. However, Emily seemed not to hear her. Placing the broth on the long dining table, "Aunt Yu, your culinary skills are truly commendable. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers. You all." Aunt Yu was so furious she nearly exploded. What are they, bandits or robbers? Helpless against this group of brawny men, she could only furiously toss the cloth aside and storm out. Upon exiting the kitchen, Aunt Yu was filled with indignation. How dare these guards snatch Madame Ro's food? They were audacious. Moreover, they were all loyal to the princess. A glimmer of malice flashed in her eyes at the thought. After a short while, Aunt Yu received approval from Li San and stood before Chu Xuancheng, tearfully reporting, "Your Highness, Mo Li and the others actually stole Madame Ro's chicken soup. You should have seen how they charged into the kitchen like wild boars, indiscriminately seizing the dishes and meat, causing chaos. They are utterly unruly, and you had clearly stated they were not to eat tonight, yet they still did. This is blatant disobedience. You must punish them severely." Moreover, that strategist Feng even encouraged them, telling everyone to eat without worry, claiming he would take the responsibility. He is far too arrogant. Chu Xuancheng cast a disdainful glance at Aunt Yu and coldly rose. "What did they consume?" "Your Highness, they devoured the meat and dishes from the kitchen, leaving nothing behind." Aunt Yu replied. "Did they touch the rice?" "No, they seemed ravenous, their eyes fixed solely on the meat, completely ignoring the rice," Aunt Yu retorted. "These men certainly know how to feast, only selecting the most delectable. I only forbade them from eating, not from consuming meat and dishes. Is this truly an issue for you?" Chu Xuancheng's tone turned icy. He detested such whiny old hags. Aunt Yu finally realized that the prince was defending Mo Li and his companions. No wonder Feng Ling appeared so calm and unafraid. "But they also snatched Madame Ro's chicken soup," she murmured. "Will you not stew another batch?" "Leave," Chu Xuancheng snapped impatiently. Ultimately, Aunt Yu slinked out like a chastised dog. Chu Xuancheng glanced at the darkening sky. Night had fallen, and he wondered how Yun Ruoyue was faring with the Prince of Virtue. He too wished to see. Nighttime was most suitable for clandestine affairs. Changing into agile attire and covering his face with a mask, He employed lightness skills to soar toward the Prince of Virtue's residence. Soon, he landed atop a side room of the residence, lifting a tile from the roof, his striking eyes keenly surveying the scene below. At a glance, several individuals occupied the room. Yun Ruoyue, who was diligently preparing for her task, Su Changxiao, who busily assisted nearby, 2 maids, several imperial physicians, and the pallid-faced Jing Fei, the mother of the Xian Wang, all engaged in their respective duties. He initially believed that Yun Ruoyue had commenced her healing. However, it appeared that she had not yet begun. Chapter 824. The commencement of treatment. At that moment, the Xian Wang lay in bed, eyes closed and face ashen, devoid of any signs of life. One could only speculate whether that woman would succeed in her endeavors. My lord, I have discovered that this matter was orchestrated by Su Changxiao on behalf of the Wang Fei. No wonder rumors have been rampant throughout the imperial city. He has been the puppeteer behind the scenes. At this juncture, Chu Xuancheng's advisor, Lu Ruiyan, arrived with remarkable agility, donned in dark attire, resembling a galloping horse as he approached. Upon turning, Chu Xuancheng was met with a deeply tanned visage adorned with a scruffy beard. For reasons unknown, the mere mention of Lu Ruiyan's name evoked a sense of theatricality within him. Though Lu Ruiyan bore a name that suggested femininity, he was, in fact, a robust young man, standing 8 feet tall with a muscular frame, his complexion a mix of brown and red, characterized by a rugged, boorish appearance. Yet, one might wonder why his mother had bestowed upon him such a delicate name. The name's effeminacy was one thing, but his mannerisms and voice further reinforced that impression. Were one to hear him without seeing him, they would likely envision a gentle woman with a soft voice. However, upon gazing at his face, combined with his tender tone, one might be inclined to retch. He regarded Lu Ruiyan with a twinge of discomfort. Had it not been for Mo Li's disregard for his counsel today, he would not have brought Lu Ruiyan along. His thoughts were a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, yet outwardly he patted Lu Ruiyan on the shoulder, acknowledging, "Well done." Thus, Su Changxiao's actions were all to assist the Wang Fei in seeking a divorce. Excellent. Anyone who dares to disrupt another's marriage and meddle between the Wang Fei and myself has earned a place on my assassination list. Lu Ruiyan produced a pink silk handkerchief, delicately dabbing it before his mouth, and then, with a flourish, formed his fingers into an elegant shape, shaking the handkerchief in a flamboyant manner as he stamped his foot in indignation. As the saying goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Su Changxiao has gone too far. He must have set his sights on the Wang Fei and seeks to take her from you. My lord, you must not let him escape unscathed. Is the embroidery on that handkerchief of peach blossoms? Chu Xuancheng's lips twitched as he cast a glance at the handkerchief. Lu Ruiyan, affectionately caressing the silk, blushed and nodded. Indeed, it was embroidered for me by the little butterfly from Yihong Lu. What of it, my lord? Do you fancy it as well? If so, I shall gift it to you, and I will have the little butterfly craft me another featuring mandarin ducks. With Mo Li cast into the cold palace, this was his opportunity to ascend. Thus, he aimed to ingratiate himself with the prince. Immediately, a wave of goosebumps surged over Chu Xuancheng. No, thank you. I am not accustomed to such hues. At that moment, Lu Ruiyan suddenly exclaimed, My lord, look. It seems the Wang Fei is about to begin her treatment. Inside the Xian Wang's chambers, all present wore solemn expressions as they fixated on the bed. Princess Jing sat before the bed of the virtuous king, covering her face with a handkerchief. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Princess Li, you have just reviewed the medical records of Lu Yun and examined his condition. Can you ascertain the nature of his ailment? Originally, when Yun Ruoyue had arrived in the evening, the intention was to treat the illness first. However, Su Changxiao insisted on having dinner with her before proceeding with the treatment, reasoning that the virtuous king would not be inconvenienced by the delay. Moreover, a person who does not have a full stomach cannot concentrate, which would adversely affect the treatment. Thus, Yun Ruoyue shared a meal with Su Changxiao at the virtuous king's residence. After dining, she commenced her examination of the virtuous king. Chapter 825, Medical Examination. Yet, Princess Jing felt that since Yun Ruoyue was there to administer treatment, she ought to have conducted the examination without delay instead of indulging in a meal first, as her son's condition could not afford procrastination. Nevertheless, since she was dispatched by the emperor, she held her tongue. It would be unreasonable to deny someone their meal. After all, moreover, she harbored doubts regarding Yun Ruoyue's medical skills. She could not believe that a mere girl could cure an ailment that even Master Qing Yun could not heal. The swelling in the virtuous king's abdomen was due to ascites, the cause of which was indiscernible from the outside. I need to use an endoscope to further investigate his abdomen to determine the underlying issue, she said. Your Highness, apart from Su Changxiao assisting me, could I trouble everyone else to step outside? Yun Ruoyue inquired. What is an endoscope? Will it harm the virtuous king? Princess Jing asked apprehensively. Not at all. It is a device of my own invention, allowing me to clearly observe the internal state of the virtuous king's abdomen. You need not worry, Your Highness, Yun Ruoyue assured her. She dared not reveal the true nature of her instruments to these ancient people, fearing it would frighten them. Thus, she intentionally referred to it as a mirror to quell any suspicions. Only by having them leave could she conduct her examination. What kind of miraculous mirror is this? Is it a demon-revealing mirror? Let me see. Princess Jing demanded skeptically. Very well, Yun Ruoyue said, retrieving a copper mirror from her cloth bag and presenting it to Princess Jing. Since she wished to see, Yun Ruoyue complied, knowing it was not the true endoscope. With this, you can see what lies within the abdomen. Surely you jest. Princess Jing challenged. If your highness does not believe me, then perhaps you should seek another expert. However, it is the emperor who has sent me to treat the virtuous king. Your doubts should not extend to the emperor himself. If you continue to obstruct or create trouble here, delaying the virtuous king's treatment, you will bear the responsibility for any adverse consequences, Yun Ruoyue replied, unable to tolerate Princess Jing's suspicion any longer. Princess Jing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate Princess Li would be so formidable. Even if the emperor sent you, it was because you revealed the imperial edict. Perhaps you lack genuine skill, and the emperor has simply been deceived. She retorted. The virtuous king is my life. I cannot allow any mishap. I must remain here to watch over him, Princess Jing declared coldly. In truth, she was concerned that Yun Ruoyue and Su Changxiao might engage in underhanded practices, which is why she insisted on staying. Your Highness, since I have revealed the imperial edict, I shall bear responsibility if I fail to cure him. Do you truly believe me so foolish as to harm the wise king? If I were to bring him harm, would I not be sealing my own fate? Our lives are entwined. His existence is my own, and vice versa. If you cannot trust even this, I would rather return the imperial edict to the emperor and bear the consequences of defying it than proceed with such treatment, Yun Ruoyue declared with a piercing tone. Upon hearing her words, the quiet consort finally regained her composure, her eyes blinking in guilt, leading her to relent. Very well, I shall allow you to treat him. But everyone must leave the room. However, I do not wish for the wise king to suffer even the slightest mishap. The final statement served as both a warning and a threat. Currently, only Yun Ruoyue dared to unveil the imperial edict, and allowing her to treat him was the only option left. Meanwhile, above on the rooftop, Chu Xuancheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness upon hearing the quiet consort's threat. It was already commendable that Yun Ruoyue was treating the wise king. Yet the quiet consort had the audacity to threaten her. No one could dare intimidate those under the protection of the Li Wang. Chapter 826. It turns out to be a tumor beside them, Lu Rian playfully remarked, my lord. Why do I sense that young master Su Qi gazes at the Wang Fei in a rather peculiar manner? Does he harbor feelings for her? Should I disguise myself as a man to entice him, luring his soul away so that he no longer pesters the Wang Fei? Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at Lu Rian, furrowing his brows. Who bestowed him with such audacity? He might as well attempt to steal someone else's soul like a specter. Once the quiet consort let everyone out, Yun Ruoyue promptly secured the door. It was imperative to prevent the family members of the patient from witnessing the treatment. Otherwise, complications could arise. This mirror of yours, can it truly reveal what lies within his abdomen? Is it that remarkable? Young Master Su Qi inquired while toying with the mirror, his expression one of disbelief. Of course not. I merely deceived the quiet consort. This is an endoscope, specifically designed for examining the abdominal cavity, Yun Ruoyue clarified. Retrieving a handheld endoscope from her medical kit, which she had previously acquired from the medical system. What is this strange contraption? What material is it made from? I have never encountered anything like it, young Master Su Qi questioned, bewildered. There are many things you have yet to see. I must puncture through his navel to conduct the examination. Come help me, Yun Ruoyue instructed. You intend to insert that needle-like apparatus into the wise king's abdomen? Young Master Su Qi exclaimed in shock. Not only was he astonished, but Chu Xuancheng and Lu Rian atop the roof were equally taken aback. Who conducts examinations in such a manner? Is there not a risk of puncturing an organ and causing death? Indeed, Come wash your hands, sanitize, and don disposable gloves and a medical mask. I will first probe his abdomen. The mask is to guard against any splatter of the wise king's blood, she explained. Having never encountered such remarkable methods, young Master Su Chi leaned closer to Yun Ruoyue and whispered, Little Yuer, do you intend to assassinate the wise king? Does he bear a grudge against you? If you seek his demise, I could assist you without such complications. Yun Ruoyue shot him a fierce glare. Was she the sort of person to harbor such intentions? If she truly wished for his death, she could simply refrain from saving him altogether. It was evident that young Master Su Chi was so shocked by her examination methods that he assumed she was plotting to murder the wise king. Very well, my lord. I shall obey. After Su Changxiao spoke, he gently grasped the wise king's chin. Under Yun Ruoyue's guidance, he opened the king's mouth to facilitate the intubation anesthesia. Kneeling dog. Chu Xuancheng silently cursed Su Changxiao. Such an examination necessitated the patient to be anesthetized beforehand. Soon, the anesthesia was successfully administered. Yun Ruoyue proceeded to disinfect the wise king's abdomen and the endoscope, then firmly held the needle, piercing it into the king's navel to begin observing the condition of his abdomen through the endoscope. Before long, she discovered a substantial tumor on the wise king's colon. The tumor was so large that it had caused a significant accumulation of acidic fluid, distending his abdomen. Thus, the ascites were a result of the intestinal tumor, necessitating a biopsy to determine whether it was benign or malignant. If benign, the tumor could be excised, offering a high chance of recovery. A successful treatment leading to a survival of over 5 years would indicate the complete eradication of the illness, with no recurrence. Yun Ruoyue felt profound gratitude for modern medical technology. Without the endoscope, diagnosis would have been an insurmountable challenge. After completing the endoscopic examination, she utilized biopsy forceps to extract a sample of the tumor tissue, retracted the endoscope, sutured the navel wound, and meticulously dressed it with sterile gauze. In Chapter 827, Master Yun Ruoyue administered an antibiotic injection to prevent infection, administered nutritional fluids to sustain life, and employed instruments to monitor his temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure. Upon confirming there were no significant issues, she finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Su Changxiao, captivated by Yun Ruoyue's composed demeanor and meticulous examination, was spellbound. She was undeniably intelligent and formidable. How had he been such a scoundrel to her in the past? After excising a small portion of the tumor, Yun Ruoyue placed it into a fixative solution, preparing to examine it under the microscope. She feared Su Changxiao would make a fuss, so she concocted an excuse to send him away. Once he exited, she glanced around, then slipped behind the screen, adjusting the microscope from the medical system to begin her analysis of the biopsy tissue. Your Highness, what is the princess doing behind the screen? Lu Rian inquired curiously. From their vantage point, they could not see behind the screen. Chu Xuancheng was equally puzzled. Each time he attempted to steal a glance at her, she would conceal herself behind the screen, engaging in activities unknown to him. This time, he miscalculated his angle of observation and failed to see clearly. Just as he was about to approach to lift the tiles, he noticed Yun Ruoyue emerging, her expression light and cheerful. Having identified the cause of the wise king's ailment through the microscope, she opened the door and summoned Consort Jing. How is it? What did the examination reveal? Is it a fetus in my son's belly? Consort Jing inquired anxiously. Your Highness, how can you say such a thing? Men cannot bear children. How could there be a fetus? Yun Ruoyue replied, perplexed. Really? But they all say the wise king's abdomen has enlarged due to a pregnancy. If it is not a pregnancy, then what is it? Consort Jing asked with an expression of anticipation. If it were not for the pregnancy, how splendid it would be. For then no one would utter the ominous words regarding the virtuous prince. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Your Highness, Master Yun and his esteemed disciple Su Yuyao have arrived. They traveled for 3 days to come to the prince's aid and are currently waiting outside. A maid respectfully announced to the empress, Master Yun has arrived? Quickly, let them in, the empress exclaimed with delight, rising to her feet. Over the years, it was Master Yun who had preserved the prince's life with his prescriptions. Without his expert remedies stabilizing the princess' condition, he would have perished long ago. Master Yun's medical skills were unparalleled, and he was the prince's savior. She held profound gratitude for him. Yun Ruoyue had also heard of Master Yun's illustrious reputation. Known as a divine healer in the kingdom of Chu, and she was eager to witness his prowess firsthand. Shortly thereafter, a servant entered, escorting 2 individuals. Leading the way was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, donned in an ethereal white robe. He appeared slender yet vigorous, exuding an otherworldly aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Surely, this was Master Qingyun. Following closely behind him was a young woman, seemingly no more than 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in simple azure garments and armed with a sword, she raised her head, allowing Yun Ruoyue to glimpse her visage. She bore a strikingly beautiful yet chilling countenance, reminiscent of Su Changxiao but imbued with an air of aloofness, arrogance, and an unapproachable demeanor. Her gaze was piercing. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, she cast a cold, menacing look in her direction, as if harboring a grudge. Simultaneously, she glanced disdainfully at Su Changxiao before turning her head away in disgust. This young woman was undoubtedly Su Yuyao, the talented disciple of Master Qingyun and sister to Su Changxiao and Su Changxiao, known for her exceptional skills in both medicine and poison, and possessing a rather lofty self-regard. She had heard of this name during her time in the Su estate while treating Su Changxiao. It was no wonder that upon seeing her, Su Yuyao radiated hostility. She must have learned of their tumultuous history from Su Changxiao. Master, you have finally arrived. As you can see, Lu Yun has been in a coma for 3 days. Do you possess a method to save him? The Empress gazed intently at Master Qingyun, placing all her hopes upon him, entirely disregarding Yunruo's prior examination. As soon as I received your Highness's message, I hurried here with my disciple. What has transpired? Why has he suddenly fallen into a coma? Master Qingyun inquired. Indeed, Your Highness, my master and I hastened here overnight upon receiving the news. We have not rested for 3 days, traveling tirelessly. The prince was in good health before. How could he suddenly be in such a state? Su Yuyao asked, simultaneously emphasizing the arduous journey they had undertaken to assist the prince. After much toil, Master and Yuyao have arrived at a grave conclusion. The imperial physician has declared that Liu Yun's ailment has reached a critical stage, rendering the master's prescribed remedies ineffective. The physicians concur that Liu Yun's pulse is faint and time is running out. Should he remain unresponsive in the coming days, even the most divine beings would be unable to save him. Upon hearing this, concubine Jing wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Your Highness, please rest assured. My master has devoted himself to researching a new remedy for the prince over the past 6 months in seclusion, and he has developed a treatment that can restore him. If my master administers this to the prince, he shall surely awaken, and his distended abdomen will subside. Su Yuyao assured. Is that truly the case? Has the master really discovered a remedy for my son? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with hope. If so, please, I implore you to administer it to Lu Yun at once. One moment, master. I am Yun Ruoyue, sent by the emperor to treat the prince's illness. May I inquire about the name of the remedy you have developed and its herbal constituents? Yun Ruoyue interjected respectfully, stepping forward. She had already discerned the nature of the prince's affliction, and thus the choice of medication was paramount. A misstep could lead him closer to death's door. For the sake of their lives, she needed clarity. Master Qingyun, taken aback by the sudden interruption, regarded her with curiosity. Concubine Jing hastily introduced, Master. This is the Princess of Li, who has proclaimed her ability to save the prince as per the emperor's decree. Are you the one who treated the empress and successfully reattached General Shun's severed hand? Master Qingyun scrutinized Yun Ruoyue, astonished by her apparent prowess. Was it truly possible that such a young girl possessed such remarkable abilities? He himself had been a medical prodigy, yet even at his age, he struggled to remedy these 2 ailments. Indeed, it is I. May I ask, Master, have you conclusively identified the cause of the prince's illness? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Certainly. Based on my extensive experience, the source of the prince's affliction lies within the liver, specifically cirrhosis, which has resulted in ascites. I have previously managed his condition with medication to prevent deterioration. However, I have now formulated a new remedy, named Zidin Shun, which has a high probability of curing him. Master Qingyun replied. The liver? On what basis do you assert this? Yun Ruoyue pressed. Master Qingyun stroked his beard, his gaze towards Yun Ruoyue, tinged with condescension. The pronounced distension of the abdomen is indicative of a liver ailment, compounded by the prince's diminished appetite, weight loss, fatigue, and recurrent fevers. Furthermore, his liver is significantly enlarged, and pressure causes him considerable pain. I have previously treated similar cases, thus I am confident it is a liver condition. Do you have an alternative theory? Have all the liver conditions you treated previously been resolved? She queried. Indeed, they have all recovered, he replied. Then if the prince suffers from a liver ailment, why has he not recovered under your care for so long? Yun Ruoyue challenged. That may be due to the severity of his symptoms and his inherently weaker constitution, which has impeded his recovery. Each patient's condition is unique and cannot be generalized. However, rest assured, with the new remedy I have developed, he will surely be cured. Master Qing Yun spoke with an air of arrogance. Yun Ruoyue understood that he possessed genuine skills. Individuals of notable prowess often exude a sense of superiority and pride. However, this time, he was mistaken. Master, the symptoms you describe are common to many ailments. One cannot hastily conclude a liver disease solely based on his abdominal discomfort. Given his condition, any pressure on his abdomen would elicit pain. To my knowledge, diagnosing liver disease encompasses several additional factors. First, bleeding gums and nasal cavity. Second, diminished male function and breast development. Third, a darkened complexion, inflammation at the corners of the mouth, the appearance of spider nevi and palmar erythema, along with jaundice. Yet he exhibits none of these signs. Thus I confidently assert that he does not suffer from liver disease, and we must not administer liver treatments, as this could exacerbate his condition. Yun Ruoyue stated solemnly. You insolent girl, how dare you question me? I have practiced medicine for decades and treated more patients than you have had meals. How can you speak so recklessly? Master Qing Yun, who was accustomed to reverence and never before faced such skepticism, felt his dignity severely compromised by Yun Ruoyue's words, igniting his anger. Yun Ruoyue, my master is one of the most esteemed physicians in the state of Chu, ranked first on the list of divine doctors, and has treated countless patients. How dare you challenge his authority? If you claim it is not liver disease, then what affliction does he suffer from? Can you cure it? Su Yuyao retorted coldly. I have just examined the noble prince. He does not have liver disease, but rather a rectal tumor. Once this tumor is excised, his health will be restored. Utilizing liver medications would be inappropriate and detrimental to his well-being, Yun Ruoyue asserted. What nonsense are you spouting? I have clearly diagnosed liver disease. How could I be mistaken? Your Highness, will you trust her or me? Master Qing Yun, accustomed to his authoritative role, found it unacceptable to be contradicted by a junior, fearing the implications of being outperformed by a mere girl. Chapter 830. The choice of the quiet consort. The quiet consort regarded the solemn Master Qing Yun and then turned her gaze to the youthful Yun Ruoyue, resolutely declaring, Master, I place my faith in you. Were it not for your medicinal interventions over the years, the noble prince would have perished long ago. Your expertise has preserved his life. Now that you possess a new remedy, please allow him to try it. No, Your Highness. One may indulge in erratic eating, but one must not use medications indiscriminately. A misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. You should heed my counsel. Allow me to treat the noble prince. I will perform the surgery to remove the tumor, thus saving his life. Otherwise, it may be too late for regrets. Yun Ruoyue truly felt compassion for the noble prince. Driven by sympathy, she resolved to argue her case against Master Qing Yun with conviction. Yun Ruoyue, what exactly is this tumor you speak of? We have neither heard of it nor seen it before. Do not speak so freely. Furthermore, what surgical procedure do you intend to perform? Are you truly considering operating on the noble prince? What if something goes awry and harms his health? Su Yuyao replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue suddenly realized that, during this era, the term tumor did not exist. Such ailments in ancient times were referred to as abscesses or lumps. She asserted, what I refer to as a tumor is indeed a lump. There is a growth on the esteemed prince's rectum that must be excised. I possess a professional surgical knife and the means for blood transfusion, enabling me to perform the operation. What? You intend to operate on Lu Yin? Are you suggesting that you will cut open his abdomen to treat him? This is unacceptable. It is akin to committing murder. Upon hearing this, Consort Jing turned pale with fear. Straightening slightly, she coldly declared, Princess Li, I appreciate your goodwill, but Lu Yun requires no treatment from you. I must ask you to leave. Master, time is of the essence. I urge you to administer medication to Lu Yun swiftly. Do you trust me, old man? Master Qing Yun shot a sidelong glance at Yun Ruoyue. Of course I trust you. You are the one I hold in the highest regard, Consort Jing replied. Very well. Then I kindly ask the princess to have all these onlookers leave, so as not to disturb my administration of the medicine. Princess Li, young Master Su, I must apologize. I will personally send someone to explain the matter to the emperor, Consort Jing said indifferently. Guards, see our guests out. Young Master Su cast a cold glance at her, his eyes ablaze with fury. Consort Jing, your disbelief in Princess Li is tantamount to pushing the esteemed prince towards demise. You have stated that you do not wish for Princess Li to treat him, nor do you trust even the Emperor's recommended physician. Should anything befall the esteemed prince, do not lay the blame at Princess Li's feet. Yun Ruoyue looked at the prince with compassion, sighing heavily. Your Highness, I am sorry. I had hoped to save you. But alas, reality does not permit it. Thus, I can only wish you happiness, health, and a swift recovery. We shall take our leave. She was not one to impose. Since Consort Jing did not trust her, she did not wish to risk her life to provide treatment. She could not force a rescue, as Consort Jing would surely object. Rest assured, there are many witnesses here. All saw you being dismissed by Consort Jing. It is not your refusal to treat the prince, but rather Consort Jing's adamant disapproval, as she places her trust in this quack physician. If anything goes awry, do not let it fall upon your shoulders. Young Master Su finished his statement and took Yun Ruoyue's hand, leading her out. Upon hearing their exchange, Consort Jing felt a tremor of doubt within her. She wavered momentarily, but upon seeing Master Qin Yun, she resolutely shook her head, regaining her composure. Chapter 831. Severing his hand. This is terrible, my lord. Young Master Su just held the princess's hand. On the rooftop, Lu Rian bit her pink handkerchief in fear, glancing around only to find the shadowy figure beside her had vanished without a trace. Panicked, she called out, My lord, where have you gone? Once young Master Su and Yun Ruoyue were expelled, Consort Jing swiftly ordered the doors to be secured, as if fearing they would return to cause chaos. At that moment, a dark shadow descended from the heavens, plummeting with incredible speed like a bolt of lightning. It lunged toward young Master Su, striking him forcefully, causing him to stagger back several steps. Simultaneously, it seized Yun Ruoyue's hand, shielding her behind him, his gaze icy as he glared at young Master Su. How dare you lay a hand on Princess Li? I shall sever your hand. Li Wang, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me, the young master? Su Changxiao struggled to steady himself, feeling a faint pain in his chest, a testament to the force with which Chu Xuancheng had struck. What of it if I did? If you dare to covet my woman, I would be justified in ending your life. Chu Xuancheng's eyes blazed with fury, had the flames within them the power to consume. Su Changxiao would have been reduced to ashes. Enough, Chu Xuancheng, release me. He merely tugged at my arm unintentionally. Why must you be so confrontational? Yun Ruoyue said, shaking off Chu Xuancheng's grip in exasperation. Are you speaking on his behalf? Very well, then I shall render his hand useless. Chu Xuancheng's eyes were filled with jealousy as he drew a silver whip from his waist, striking it against the ground with a cold precision that sparked a multitude of flames. In an instant, he leapt forth like a black dragon, the silver whip slicing through the air towards Su Changxiao, stirring up dust and debris, causing the pear blossoms in the trees to rain down. The spectacle, accompanied by the whip's fiery sparks, was almost beautiful. What a petty man! Su Changxiao shouted in anger, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he leapt into action, releasing a flurry of concealed weapons, poison needles, darts, and blades, all aimed at Chu Xuancheng. With remarkable agility, Chu Xuancheng dodged and redirected these projectiles back at Su Changxiao. In haste, Su Changxiao brandished an iron fan to shield himself while retreating, cursing the treacherous man. Chu Xuancheng, with a grave expression, pursued relentlessly, his whip targeting Su Changxiao's hands. Suddenly, the silver whip struck, landing a painful blow that nearly shattered Su Changxiao's hand. He gazed at the gruesome wound on his right hand, seething with fury as he glared at Chu Xuancheng. Li Wang, do you possess such tyranny? It was merely a tug at her hand. How could you be so ruthless? I shall not back down. Today, I will sever your hand for daring to touch what should not be touched. Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned frigid as he raised his whip, focusing on Su Changxiao's arms. Is that so? I am not to be trifled with. Behold my darts. Su Changxiao unleashed a volley of poisoned projectiles from his sleeve. Yet they were shattered into fragments by Chu Xuancheng's swift whip strikes, showcasing his formidable strength. With a murderous intent, he continued the pursuit, each lash of the whip forcing Su Changxiao to leap and dodge in the courtyard, revealing that Su Changxiao's skills were no match for Chu Xuancheng. At that moment, two figures, one clad in red, the other in black, danced through the air, pursuing one another with breathtaking grace. Both possessed stunning beauty and exceptional martial prowess. Their combat was a captivating display, scattering the pear and peach blossoms throughout the courtyard. Chapter 832. Both are so handsome petals fell like a crimson rain. A sight of exquisite beauty. The onlooking maidens gaped in admiration, their hearts aflutter. Wow, they are both so handsome, with the petals swirling around them as they clashed midair. It was as if they were on the verge of embracing. The scene was nothing short of enchanting. Is this truly the renowned Li Wang? He appears even more striking and captivating than in the portraits. Su Changxiao is not lacking either. He is indeed a handsome gentleman. If I could marry any one of them, I would awaken from my dreams with a smile. You cannot deny that the two of them are quite compatible. Personally, I find Li Wang to be more dashing, even more so than Su Changxiao. I believe Su Changxiao has a more feminine allure, which I find appealing. Oh, do you fancy delicate men? Let me tell you, Li Wang is undeniably more handsome. He is renowned as the most beautiful man in the state of Chu. How many artists has he supported with his mere presence? Countless artists have thrived by capturing his visage. How many families have prospered because of him? Can Su Changxiao boast the same? Why not? Have you forgotten when Su Changxiao once fought and caused havoc in an entire street? Business was bleak there, with food spoiling unsold. It was thanks to Su Changxiao's destruction that his father compensated the merchants thrice over, calming their anger. Had it not been for Su Changxiao, those merchants would have faced ruin that year. Instead, they profited. So who says he cannot support others? Indeed. I recall when my brother Dehei was walking down the street, and due to his dark complexion, Su Changxiao kicked him. He squatted down, clutching his foot and crying out in pain. At that time, Su Changxiao's father compensated my brother 500 taels of silver. My brother, who was poor and without a home or land, could not even afford a wife, suddenly found himself with that silver. He purchased a farm, land, built a house, and married a beautiful wife. How can anyone claim that Su Changxiao cannot support others? He has certainly aided many. At that time, everyone in the city wished to be bullied by him. Yun Ruoyue was astonished, her mouth agape. How foolish she had been not to seek compensation from Su Ming. Perhaps she could have become a wealthy woman. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng's whip lashed towards Su Changxiao's face. Seeing the ferocity of his attack, Yun Ruoyue cried out, "Chu Xuancheng, this is the residence of the virtuous king. Can you not hold back? This man truly is domineering, with a double standard. He allows himself to be intimate with Nangong Ro, yet becomes jealous when Su Changxiao pulls her hand in desperation." Concealed behind the wall, Lu Rian was incensed to see the princess aiding Su Changxiao instead of the prince. In a huff, she leaped down and sweetly declared, "Your Highness, the princess is helping Su Changxiao, then I shall assist you." With that, she suddenly produced a steel ball and hurled it at Su Changxiao. However, at that instant, Chu Xuancheng turned, and the steel ball struck him squarely on the back, causing him to wince in pain. "Your Highness, I apologize, it was unintentional," Lu Rian exclaimed, frightened, covering her eyes with a handkerchief, her fingers forming a delicate shape. "Do not present such gestures before me." Chu Xuancheng shot her a cold glance, rubbed his back, and resumed his pursuit of Su Changxiao. Chapter 833. The air is teased. "I apologize, that was a lapse on my part. Allow me to try again," Lu reinstated, aiming another steel ball directly at Su Changxiao's head. As a result, Su Changxiao nimbly ducked down, but the steel ball, quite unfortunately, struck Chu Xuancheng on the head, causing him to see stars and feel as though smoke might erupt from his crown. Chu Xuancheng, instantly infuriated, gritted his teeth. "Lu Rian, I apologize, Your Highness, it was an accident," Lu Rian whimpered, her handkerchief clutched in her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. How could he be so inept? Hitting the prince twice in a row? Would the prince still want him after this? Speak normally, it's irritating. Chu Xuancheng, while contending with Su Changxiao, found himself distracted by Lu Rian, his brow furrowed tightly. Without Lu Rian, he would have undoubtedly held the upper hand. Yet with her presence, he found himself merely at a stalemate with Su Changxiao, all due to Lu Rian's clumsiness. Had he known, he would have brought Mo Li and Mo Zhu along. At that moment, seeing Chu Xuancheng distracted, Su Changxiao smirked wickedly. Suddenly, from his sleeve, a small venomous snake shot forth, lunging at Chu Xuancheng. The snake was a vivid crimson, almost purplish, with triangular eyes and a sharp snout, unmistakably a highly toxic creature. A bite from such a serpent would be fatal even to a deity. "Your Highness, beware. That is a Qijin snake, extremely poisonous." Lu Rian shrieked in alarm, stamping her feet in distress. In an instant, she dashed behind Su Changxiao, seizing his arms and wrapping him in her embrace, spinning him around in the air. As the venomous snake was hurled toward them, Chu Xuancheng swiftly cracked his whip, striking the snake midair and severing it into several pieces, which elicited terrified screams from the maidservants. Simultaneously, Chu Xuancheng instructed Lu Ruoyue not to harm the princess. He was warning her that while dealing with Su Changxiao was permissible, she must refrain from accidentally injuring him or the princess as she had previously. By now, Lu Ruoyue had safely brought Su Changxiao back to the ground. Despite her delicate voice, her strength was formidable, matching her robust physique. Su Changxiao, slender and delicate, found himself restrained by Lu Ruoyue's iron grip, rendering him temporarily immobile. Nevertheless, he struggled fiercely against her, using his hands and feet to counter her hold. "Who is this ugly creature? Release this young master." Su Changxiao exclaimed in disgust upon seeing Lu Ruoyue's darkened face. "Oh, Su Changxiao, I'm merely a bit tanned. How can you speak of me so?" Lu Ruoyue winked with her large, bell-like eyes, casting a flirtatious glance at him, yet her hands remained firmly gripping him, preventing any wild movements. "Don't cast glances at this young master. It's revolting." Su Changxiao shuddered in discomfort, preparing to strike Lu Ruoyue. "Don't. Young master, don't you enjoy fighting? Come, let me teach you," Lu Ruoyue said, already controlling his hands, spinning him around in place while slowly demonstrating a Tai Chi form. Feeling utterly humiliated, Su Changxiao yearned to punch Lu Ruoyue away, but her strength was too overwhelming, leaving him powerless. In a fit of rage, he declared, "Ugly creature, release this young master, or I shall ruin you." "A man should not be so fierce. Gentleness is what wins affection," Lu Ruoyue retorted. Lu Ruoyue cast a flirtatious glance at Su Changxiao, then embraced him tightly, winking at him with her lips, slightly smaller than a sausage, puckered as she leaned in to kiss his delicate, crimson lips. Chapter 834. The Unwanted Kiss. "What are you doing?" Su Changxiao gritted his teeth in frustration, while his hands and feet engaged in a fierce struggle against Lu Ruoyue. To onlookers, their upper bodies appeared poised for a kiss, yet their lower limbs were entangled in a chaotic battle of kicks. Observing Su Changxiao's flushed face, Lu Ruoyue mused, "Today is indeed his day." Daring to seduce the princess, she was determined to ensnare his very soul. With this thought, she closed her eyes blissfully, pouting her lips as she leaned in to kiss him. "Get away, you shameless wretch." Su Changxiao, unable to endure the sight of her approaching lips, abruptly turned his head, retching in disgust. "Humph, let this be a lesson. If you dare to tease my princess again, I shall return the favor," Lu Ruoyue teased playfully. At that moment, Su Changxiao unexpectedly produced a poisoned needle, swiftly turning to thrust it towards Lu Ruoyue. She nimbly dodged, evading the needle. Although it did not strike her, it succeeded in frightening her away, freeing him from her unsightly presence. Reflecting on Lu Ruoyue's upturned nostrils, her dark visage, and her crimson lips, Su Changxiao could not help but retch violently against the wall. "Damn it! I almost fell victim to that wretch's advances. How utterly revolting. Where on earth did Chu Xuancheng find such a gem? Oh no, the prince is bleeding profusely." Just then, the door of the side room burst open, and a frightened maid rushed out, exclaiming, "Someone, hurry to the palace and summon the royal physician. Help! The prince is in grave danger." Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their scuffle, gathering in disbelief. What happened? Did Master Qingyun not develop a new medicine that could cure the virtuous king? How could this be? Yun Ruoyue, a healer, was the first to sprint forward, grabbing the trembling maid. "I don't know," the maid stammered. After the master administered the purple ginseng to the virtuous king, he began bleeding from all 7 orifices. In the meantime, concubine Jing's anguished cries echoed from within the room. "Lu Yun, how could this happen? Wake up. How can you bleed so much? This is impossible. I administered the purple ginseng to a rat, and it did not die." At this moment, Master Qingyun stood in disbelief, trembling as he stared at the vial in his hand, his face aging a decade in an instant. Su Yuyao, beside him, wore a look of dread, her countenance dark and foreboding. "The dosage you used on the rat cannot be compared to that for a human. It is normal for the rat to survive with a lesser dosage, but administering several times that amount to a human can lead to death. Moreover, I have repeatedly stated that the virtuous king does not suffer from liver disease. You insisted on administering medication. Let me see what this purple ginseng truly is." As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she swiftly stepped forward and seized the medicine bottle from Master Qingyun's grasp. With a forceful twist, she opened the bottle and inhaled its contents, immediately furrowing her brow in disapproval. Within this concoction, you possess pearl grass, cocklebur, mountain bean root, moneywort, scutellaria, schisandra, ginseng, and red sage. Most of these herbs are harmless. However, the mountain bean root, cocklebur, and schisandra are indeed toxic. While they may assist in treating liver ailments, they will yield contrary effects for rectal tumors. Every medicine harbors its own poison. When applied correctly, it is deemed a remedy, yet when misused, it becomes a toxin. You have not discerned the proper diagnosis and recklessly administered these to the virtuous king. No wonder he is bleeding from all orifices. Chapter 835. Blood from all orifices. Though she was not an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, her grandfather was a master in the field, and their courtyard had always been adorned with various medicinal herbs. Growing up amidst such influences, she became well acquainted with these herbs and their applications, despite having studied Western medicine, which did not imply ignorance of the former. What nonsense are you spouting? Perhaps it is the presence of ginseng that has caused the virtuous king's frail body to bleed due to an inability to absorb nourishment. Master Qingyun trembled in reply. You are the one speaking absurdities. Given the quantity of herbs in this bottle, even if it were entirely ginseng, it would not result in bleeding from all orifices. Yun Ruoyue retorted, already stepping into the inner chamber. Upon seeing the virtuous king lying on the bed, it was indeed evident that blood was oozing from his facial orifices. And shockingly, it was black blood. Her conviction solidified. He had surely been poisoned by those medicinal herbs. Fortunately, the blood loss was minimal, with only a small amount, merely the size of a pinky finger, dripping from each orifice. While bleeding from all orifices could be fatal if excessive, if managed promptly, survival was still possible. What are you doing here? The quiet consort regarded Yun Ruoyue with a face full of suspicion upon her entrance. It was unavoidable. The young woman's appearance did not suggest she possessed remarkable medical skills. I can save the virtuous king. Time is of the essence. Your Highness, I implore you to summon everyone outside, allowing me to attend to the virtuous king, Yun Ruoyue expressed earnestly. Impossible. Even Master Qingyun cannot remedy this. How can you? The consort lamented, tears streaming down her face. I have already dispatched someone to summon the royal physician. Perhaps he can save Lu Yun. The virtuous king is bleeding from all orifices, and every moment counts. If we do not act swiftly, he will perish, Yun Ruoyue insisted. No, I do not trust you. Lu Yun is in this state. I cannot allow you to touch him. If you bring about any misfortune, I will lose him forever. I must await the royal physician's arrival, the consort declared, her voice breaking with anguish. She could not gamble with her son's life. At that moment, it was imperative that nothing go awry. She still placed her faith in the palace's experienced physicians. Just then, the tall figure of Chu Xuancheng strode into the room. Casting a cold glance toward the consort, seize the consort and ensure she does not hinder the princess from saving him. At his command, numerous dark-clad guards emerged from the shadows, immediately obeying his orders by forcibly dragging the consort away. In her panic, the consort cried out, her voice trembling with fear, her entire being shaking uncontrollably. The guards, resolute in their duty, swiftly rendered her unconscious and transported her to an adjacent chamber, ensuring she would not disrupt the princess's efforts. Master Qingyun, the virtuous king has encountered trouble because of you. Thus, you cannot leave just yet. This way, please. Chu Xuancheng gestured coldly to Master Qingyun. His gaze icy as a winter's night. Master Qingyun, a luminary in the field of medicine, afforded him a modicum of respect and did not restrain him, instead inviting him to the adjacent room. The fate of the virtuous king would determine Master Qingyun's culpability. How could this be? Why is it not a liver ailment? In the past, the patients I treated clearly had liver diseases and recovered. I believe the previous dosage was insufficient, hence my intention to increase it, but unexpectedly. While muttering to himself, Master Qingyun departed with the shadow guards. At that moment, upon catching sight of Chu Xuancheng, Su Yuyao felt her entire being surge with exhilaration. She gazed at him intently, her eyes brimming with affection. For a fleeting moment, she was entranced, and had it not been for Master Qingyun calling her name, she might have remained rooted in place. In Chapter 836, this king guards you. When her sister was with Chu Xuancheng, Su Yuyao often trailed behind them, secretly observing him. Who could resist such an exemplary man, especially one who stands as a paragon among men? This descent from the mountain was also an opportunity for her to behold his unparalleled beauty. She had anticipated a lengthy endeavor, yet fate had swiftly brought them together. Yun Ruoyue, Witnessing Su Yao's flushed cheeks, cast a silent glance at Chu Xuancheng, bemused by the multitude of admirers surrounding him. Why is it that every woman seems enchanted by him? Such superficiality among those who judge solely by appearances is indeed disheartening. Very well, go inside and save him. This king shall guard this place for you. Rest assured, with my presence, not even a mosquito shall enter. Chu Xuancheng regarded Yun Ruoyue with a complex expression. He clearly wished for her not to save the virtuous king, as it implied she might have the opportunity to part ways with him. Yet, in this moment, driven by her fervor and determination, he stepped forward to protect her, clearing obstacles from her path, allowing her to focus on her healing. Yun Ruoyue was astonished that Chu Xuancheng was willing to assist her. She had anticipated he would take the opportunity to undermine her. If he merely took her away, the virtuous king would undoubtedly perish, and they would not have to part ways. Yet, he chose not to act in such a manner. He truly possessed the grace of a gentleman. Thank you. She nodded at him before hastily entering, knowing that time was of the essence in her race against death to save the virtuous king. I will help you. Su Changxiao, concerned that Yun Ruoyue might struggle alone, leaped inside. I shall go as well. Lu Rian, fearing Su Changxiao might seize the chance to charm the princess, dashed in after him. If Su Changxiao dared to pursue the princess, he would have to contend with her. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng had coldly secured the door, taking 2 exquisite swords from the shadow guards. Channeling his inner strength, he affixed the swords to the door in a cross formation. Gripping his long whip tightly, he stood resolutely at the threshold, his voice ringing with authority. Everyone, secure the virtuous king's residence. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who dare intrude upon this chamber shall face no mercy. He understood that the virtuous king had many subordinates and strategists. Only by standing guard here could he ensure that no one dared to intrude, allowing Yun Ruoyue to perform her duties with peace of mind. In her eyes, he perceived unwavering confidence. He believed in her. As Yun Ruoyue stepped inside, she swiftly located the bleeding points from the prince's 7 orifices and staunched the flow of blood. Only by halting the hemorrhage could his life be saved. Next, she would need to counteract the poison from the purple salvia, leaving the tumor removal for the final step. Before long, she successfully arrested the bleeding, ensuring that he would no longer lose blood and could preserve his life. Then came the task of detoxification. The methods of Western medicine diverged from those of traditional Chinese medicine. Within Yun Ruoyue's medical system, there were remedies, and her first choice was to perform gastric lavage on the prince. However, due to the absence of electricity, she could not utilize the machines necessary for electric gastric washing and was compelled to resort to the most primitive method, oral-induced vomiting. 7th young master, Lu Ruoyue. Please step outside and ask the steward of the prince's residence to prepare towels, teacups, warm water, aprons, and 2 large buckets. I need to assist the prince with gastric lavage to expel the toxins from his body, Yun Ruoyue instructed. During the earlier skirmish, she had discerned that the man with a visage resembling Zhang Fei and a temperament akin to a woman was named Lu Ruoyue. Yet, she had no time to be astonished by the name. Her sole focus was on rescuing the prince. All right, we shall attend to it at once. Although they did not comprehend Yun Ruoyue's words, the 2 hastened to relay her orders to the household. When Chu Xuancheng heard the door open, he lowered his sword and cast a distant gaze at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with deep affection, yet his demeanor remained composed. Yun Ruoyue, you can do it. Chapter 837. The disappearance of the bulging belly. Soon, the 2 brought in the items required by Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by the steward. The task was not as straightforward as it seemed, yet the steward complied with their arrangements, wary of the 2 formidable figures. Once everything was prepared, Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, casting a profound glance at Chu Xuancheng before closing the door. Please assist me in positioning the prince comfortably, fastening an apron around him, and placing the buckets before him. Thank you. Observing Yun Ruoyue's steady demeanor, the 2 ceased their banter and instead approached with an unspoken understanding to lend their assistance. After they had helped the prince to sit up properly, Yun Ruoyue continued, could you please change into surgical gowns and wear masks to prevent any splashing of toxins? With that, she retrieved 2 sets of disposable surgical gowns and masks from her medical kit and donned one herself. This had been prepared in advance from her medical system. Su Changxiao and the others followed her example, putting on their masks. Although they did not fully grasp the reason for this precaution, they were immediately impressed by Yun Ruoyue's professionalism and earnestness. Subsequently, She produced the gastric lavage solution she had previously gathered from her medical system and commenced the procedure on the prince. After approximately 5 or 6 rounds, the prince expelled a considerable quantity of toxic substance until only a pale, watery gruel remained. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue knew that all the toxins had been purged from his body. With the poison neutralized, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite being drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, she resolutely stated, "The prince's poison has been resolved. I will now proceed with the surgery. I kindly ask for your assistance in holding him down." "Of course," the two replied, fearing that the anesthetic might wane. Yun Ruoyue administered another dose at the waist of the virtuous king. Subsequently, she prepared an intravenous drip and arranged the blood bags, readying herself to perform a laparotomy to excise the tumor. She retrieved several gleaming surgical knives from her medical kit and gestured towards the king's abdomen. Even the seasoned Su Changxiao was taken aback by the sight. "Little Yuer, you cannot be contemplating murder, can you? How is it possible? If the princess intended to harm him, would she need to save him?" Su Changxiao questioned. "Surely, you do not harbor a grudge against the king, intending to sever his lineage?" Lu Rian gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you all insinuating?" "I am to perform surgery to remove his tumor so that he may live," Yun Ruoyue retorted, rolling her eyes at them. "Is it possible to survive after such an incision?" Lu Rian bit her lip in fear, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes and mouth agape. "If someone else were to perform the surgery, the patient might not survive, but I can ensure his survival," Yun Ruoyue asserted confidently. With that, she selected the most suitable scalpel and deftly made an incision into the king's abdomen. The two onlookers turned away in shock, unable to bear the sight. As the abdomen was opened, fluid began to spill forth. Soon, Yun Ruoyue located the tumor on the king's rectum, expertly excising it. Having specialized in surgical procedures previously, she performed the task with remarkable skill, swiftly removing the tumor and placing it onto a nearby tray. At that moment, the king's abdomen, swollen for 5 or 6 years, finally returned to its normal state. Chapter 838. The surgery completed. Upon finishing the excision, Yun Ruoyue immediately began suturing the king's abdomen. Fortunately, there was minimal bleeding, otherwise, the situation could have been perilous. Fate sometimes favors certain individuals, and the king was fortunate to encounter her. Just then, an irate scream erupted from outside. "Release me. I demand to see Lu Yun. The Li Wangfei, that foolish girl, is incapable of treating this ailment. What if she harms Lu Yun?" Startled by the commotion, Yun Ruoyue momentarily paused. During surgery, utmost silence is imperative, free from external disturbances. However, the cacophony grew louder, accompanied by the sound of Lady Jing knocking on the door. Her knocks reverberated like the beating of Yun Ruoyue's heart, as she meticulously sutured the king's abdomen, which consisted of multiple layers, each requiring careful attention to avoid errors. A single distraction could lead to catastrophic mistakes. "Someone, restrain her." A chilling voice resonated from outside. It was Chu Xuancheng's voice, reminiscent of a hellish demon. At his utterance, Lady Jing's protests fell silent, and Yun Ruoyue's heart eased. She quickly focused her mind and continued stitching. Before long, she had successfully closed the king's wound. After suturing the wound, the next steps involved applying medication, covering it with gauze, replacing the saline, and affixing a pain pump to his back. Only after completing these tasks did she wipe the beads of sweat from her brow and rise to her feet. As she lifted her head, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she staggered slightly, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Su Changxiao caught her, his eyes filled with concern, tenderness, and profound admiration. "Are you all right?" He had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue's medical skills could be so extraordinary. Her intelligence and resilience were remarkable. Explaining how she could treat the Empress and Deputy General Shan, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that one could incise a person's abdomen with minimal blood loss and without fatal consequences. Moments ago, he had checked the Xian Wang's breath, and it was evident that he still had life in him. No wonder people referred to her as a divine physician. She truly deserved such a title. "I'm fine. Perhaps I merely bent over for too long, causing a temporary lack of blood supply to my brain," Yun Ruoyue explained, hastily wrapping the used disposable surgical tools in cloth and instructing Lu Rian to dispose of them by incineration. "The surgery is complete. Let us depart." With that, she grasped the brown tumor and coolly opened the door to the chamber. At that moment, half an hour had elapsed since she had entered to perform the surgery. Were it not for the inadequate medical facilities, She could have completed it within 15 minutes. As soon as the door opened, Jing Fei broke free from her guards and rushed in frantically. How is my son? Is Lu Yun still with us? Has he? At this point, her voice cracked with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Do not worry. I have successfully performed the surgery, detoxified him, drained the abdominal fluid, and excised the tumor from within him. He is currently under anesthesia and will remain unconscious for a while. If he awakens tonight, he will be saved. Yun Ruoyue reassured her. What? What tumor? Jing Fei blinked in confusion. Is it the peculiar tumor you mentioned before? Indeed, this is it. It is the tumor located on the Xian Wang's rectum. When it was smaller, the abdominal fluid was less, hence a smaller abdomen. Recently, it has grown and worsened, resulting in the Xian Wang's increasingly distended abdomen. Excess abdominal fluid compresses the organs and nerves, affecting blood supply to the brain, which is why he fell into unconsciousness. Rest assured, I have performed the surgery, and his abdomen has flattened. As long as he wakes tonight, he will be saved. Chapter 839. Accusations of murder really? Is this the tumor that caused all the trouble? Jing Fei and the others stared in disbelief at the tumor. It turned out that the words of the Li Wang Fei were indeed true. The Xian Wang did not suffer from a liver ailment, but had developed a tumor. Lu Yun, let mother see. Jing Fei exclaimed excitedly as she rushed inside, immediately spotting the Xian Wang lying peacefully on the bed, his previously distended abdomen now flat. Overcome, she collapsed to the floor, tears flowing freely as she realized, indeed, Liu Yun's abdomen has vanished. It is flat now. He does not have a liver disease. Nor is he pregnant with a demon child. He merely had a tumor. He is not an ill-fated person. He was simply unwell. Li Wang Fei, I misjudged you earlier. I apologize. You truly are a divine physician, and I sincerely thank you. The serene empress, the virtuous king, remains in slumber. To express gratitude at this juncture may be premature. Even if the king's wounds are no longer present, he remains unconscious. How can you ascertain that the methods of the Princess Li will indeed prove effective? What if the king never awakens? At this moment, the elegantly attired Su Yuyao approached. Supporting Master Qing Yun, her demeanor cold. The empress hesitated, casting a glance at Yun Ruoyue. Princess Li, are you certain that Lu Yun will awaken tonight? Master Qing Yun's potion was excessively potent, leaving him poisoned, and his condition is dire. However, under my care, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should regain consciousness, Yun Ruoyue replied. Su Yuyao, suspecting her, resolved to shield Master Qing Yun from blame. If the king failed to awaken, she would hold Master Qing Yun accountable. Had it not been for the latter's arrogance in administering the potion, the king's predicament would not have escalated to such peril. Your master merely administered a potion to the prince. He did not perform surgery. You, however, have opened his abdomen and removed this organ. If the prince suffers, the responsibility lies with you, not my master, Su Yuyao retorted. The prince was merely in a state of unconsciousness, yet after your master administered the purple ginseng, he began to bleed from all orifices. Had I not staunched the blood in time, he would have perished, Yun Ruoyue asserted. Ladies and gentlemen present, who among you has witnessed a person bleeding from all orifices and still lived to tell the tale? No one, from my observations. Those who bleed from all orifices are typically poisoned and destined for death. I have never encountered a survivor, remarked Lu Ruyan, who had fought countless enemies on the battlefield alongside Chu Xuancheng. Bleeding from all orifices is synonymous with death. No physician has ever been able to cure it. They do not survive long enough for a doctor to arrive, added Su Changxiao. Is the king still breathing? If so, it indicates that there is hope. A shadowy figure whispered. Master Qing Yun cast a cold glance at the assembly. As a physician, he was acutely aware that once a person begins to bleed from all orifices, they are typically poisoned and on the brink of death. However, at this moment, he could not concede that his medicine was flawed. Acknowledging such a truth would tarnish his reputation, and the world would deem his skills inferior to that of a mere girl. His authority was not to be challenged. He spoke with a chilling resolve. Princess Li, I have practiced medicine for many years and have always exercised caution. I thoroughly examined the king's ailment before prescribing treatment. His bleeding from all orifices is not a result of poisoning. The king has long suffered from illness, rendering his body frail, with internal damage and stagnant spleen and stomach. A person with deficient qi cannot withstand tonic. The purple ginseng contains a type of ginseng. His temporary bleeding post-consumption is not alarming. As long as the bleeding is halted, he will be fine. If not for your reckless interference, I would have stabilized him, and perhaps he would have awakened by now. His continued unconsciousness is solely due to your invasive procedures. Your method of disembowelment is unprecedented and bears the marks of murder. Indeed, with your reckless incision on the king's abdomen, it would be a miracle if he ever awakens. Originally, the medicine prepared by my master was flawless. But due to your meddling, the virtuous king is certainly beyond awakening now. You are the murderer, the executioner. Su Yuyao pointed angrily at Yun Ruoyue. Faced with their accusations, the concubine Jing was thoroughly shaken, trembling all over. Princess Li, is what they say true? Will my son not awaken? You are not deceiving me, are you? Your Highness. Please remain calm and trust me, Yun Ruoyue replied. Even at this critical juncture, your defiance is astonishing. I have never encountered anyone who could survive having their abdomen sliced open. Concubine Jing, did you not check the king's breath just now? Master Qing Yun snorted coldly, his gaze fiercely domineering. You did not check, did you? Perhaps the king has long since perished, and this woman is merely stalling for time, deceiving us all. Su Yuyao said ominously. They were all incredulous. Who could possibly survive such a grievous wound? This was nothing short of a farce. Even if the one who had been disemboweled still drew breath, it would be but a matter of time. Master Qing Yun sighed, taking the opportunity to express his disdain. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their skeptical gazes towards Yun Ruoyue. She had cut open the king's belly. Could she truly heal him? They leaned more towards believing Master Qing Yun, for they had never encountered such a situation before. Concubine Jing, I assure you, the medicine I used was without fault. The reason the king remains unconscious is solely due to this Princess Li's reckless actions. If anything should happen to the king, I implore you to report to His Majesty and ensure this harebrained girl is severely punished. Master Qing Yun declared arrogantly. Your Highness, wonderful news. The king has awakened. He has opened his eyes. At that moment, the king's personal attendant, Mou, rushed out, his face alight with excitement. Really? Lu Yun has awakened? Concubine Jing exclaimed, lifting her skirts and hastily entering the room. Indeed, my lord has awakened, and he even smiled at me. Let us hurry inside and see. Mou was just as surprised as anyone that the king had roused so soon. It was splendid news. How could this be? The faces of Master Qing Yun and Su Yuyao turned beet red with disbelief, then pale, as if poisoned. They exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a tempest of shock and confusion. Their faces alternated between fiery crimson and a sickly hue. As they witnessed the others rush in, they hastily followed suit. Chu Xuancheng gripped his sword at his waist, walking coldly at the back of the crowd. Once again, Yun Ruoyue had not disappointed him. Each time, she brought him unexpected delight. Her medical skills had surely reached an extraordinary pinnacle. When concubine Jing reached the king's bedside, she discovered he had truly opened his eyes, and a smile graced his lips. Overcome with emotion, she rushed to the bed, crying out, Lu Yun, you have truly awakened. Can you hear your mother speaking? Can you see us? Mother, I am neither deaf nor blind. How could I not see you? The king replied with a gentle smile, his gaze deeply fixed on Yun Ruoyue. You were previously in a deep, indistinct slumber, nearly unrecognizing me, which is why I asked. Do you feel any discomfort? Concubine Jing inquired anxiously. Not at the moment, however. My lower body feels a bit numb, as if I cannot move, the king responded. It is because I administered anesthesia to you, which is yet to wear off. Once it fades, you will undoubtedly feel pain at the site of your wound, but you must endure it. As long as you awaken and tend to your injury, all will be well. Yun Ruoyue spoke. Chapter 841, A Deep Bow of Gratitude. Indeed, it was the noble consort of the Li Kingdom who saved you. She performed surgery, excising the tumor from your abdomen, which is why you are now well. Look, your belly has flattened. You are saved. Are you not filled with joy? The Empress Jing's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed gratefully at Yun Ruoyue. My son, I am aware that even in my unconscious state, I can hear everything. Thank you, noble consort of the Li Kingdom, said the prince, shifting his gaze from Yun Ruoyue to Chu Xuancheng. There is no need for such formalities. I played no significant role. It was the consort who saved you, Chu Xuancheng replied in a deep voice. He had always maintained a distance from the sons of Chu Yao, rarely interacting or speaking with them, harboring mutual disdain and resentment. However, this virtuous prince was different. He had always treated others with kindness and, having fallen from grace due to illness in recent years, shared a sense of camaraderie with Chu Xuancheng. Thus, there was no animosity in their hearts, allowing for Yun Ruoyue's intervention. Lu Yun, your swollen belly has vanished. Your mother is so delighted. Are you not happy? No one will dare to call you a monster any longer. You will embark on a better life, marrying and raising children, exploring the world as a healthy individual. How wonderful that would be. Empress Jing dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing the words marry and have children, the virtuous prince cast a furtive glance at Yun Ruoyue. A fleeting expression of melancholy crossed his brow as he looked at his now flat abdomen, his eyes brimming with joy, tears of happiness welling at the corners. Noble consort of the Li Kingdom, thank you. If my condition permitted, I would bow deeply to you. You are my savior. And I owe my life to you, the prince expressed earnestly. For 5 or 6 years, his ailment had worsened, and each outing subjected him to ridicule and scorn. Even his mother had been looked down upon by other consorts due to his illness. Now that his swollen belly had finally disappeared, he felt as if he had been reborn, ready to begin anew, as if he had shed his former self. All this was thanks to the noble consort of the Li Kingdom. Yun Ruoyue quickly waved her hand. Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy. I merely happened to be able to treat your ailment. It was but a simple task. Had it been another complex condition, I might not have been capable. This is a sign from the heavens, indicating that your life is not meant to end just yet, and you shall enjoy a brighter future. She preferred not to be hailed as a miraculous healer, as such exaltation often leads to a fall. While she believed her medical skills were commendable, she did not possess the ability to cure every malady. What if one day, someone of great power compelled her to treat an ailment beyond her expertise? No one is perfect. She herself is not omnipotent and can only treat ailments she understands. Thus, she refrained from seeking excessive praise. Unlike many physicians who yearn for acclaim to elevate their status and income, fame often attracts trouble, and being overly exalted can be perilous. The serene empress, with tears mingling with her smile, said, Indeed, the Princess of Li speaks wisely. Surviving great calamity surely heralds future blessings. Princess, I am deeply grateful to you for this fortuitous outcome. I must apologize for my earlier doubts and disbelief, which nearly led to grave consequences for Lu Yun. Had it not been for your resolute courage alongside the Prince of Li, Lu Yun might not have awakened. I am truly thankful to both of you. Please allow me to pay my respects. In the presence of her saviors, the Empress set aside her regal demeanor, rising gracefully to bow deeply to the couple with heartfelt gratitude. Your Highness, please rise and do not be overly formal. We are all family here. And aiding the virtuous prince is our duty, Yun Ruoyue replied. This scene rendered Master Qing Yun beside them blushing with disbelief as he gazed at the prince's sunken abdomen and the gradual return of color to his face. How could this be? How could surgery lead to salvation? As he pondered, dizziness overcame him, and he staggered unsteadily, unable to comprehend the situation. He had always prescribed medicine for healing, never had he performed surgery, which he believed to be fatal. Why had the prince not perished? Moreover, what were those suspended vials containing liquid above him? In a sudden rush, he approached, exclaiming, I cannot believe she can cure him. Let me see what these are. Are they demonic? Stop him. Chu Xuancheng barked sharply, as Lu Rian and the shadow guards swiftly intervened, restraining Master Qing Yun to prevent him from approaching the vials, lest he cause trouble. These are not demonic. They are my self-created infusion bottles, through which I administer medicinal fluids into the prince's body. Your Highness, it is imperative that no one disturbs this setup, as it could jeopardize the prince's health, Yun Ruoyue explained promptly. While she had no desire to clarify matters to Master Qing Yun, she feared his misconceptions of the vials. Princess, I am aware and will ensure that Lu Yun is well guarded. The Empress assured. Her faith in Yun Ruoyue had solidified, and she regarded her with profound respect. Your Highness, how should we handle Master Qing Yun and Su Yueying? Mou inquired, recognizing that the prince had bled profusely after taking the medicine prescribed by the master. Mother, although Master Qing Yun made a grave error in judgment, he acted with good intentions. Hire a few individuals, bestow generous gifts, and send them back to Juhua Mountain, he instructed. Then turning to Master Qing Yun politely, he added, Master, you have worked hard this time. Over the years, I have greatly benefited from your meticulous care. Rest assured, I shall never forget your kindness. Upon hearing this, Master Qing Yun turned pale. He had nearly caused the prince's demise, yet he received such courtesy. Others present marveled at the prince's character, truly embodying the virtue of benevolence. Such a kind-hearted individual deserved to live. It would be a tragedy to lose him. The empress also interjected, "Master, your efforts in treating Lu Yun have not gone unrewarded. Even if there were no merit, your toil is recognized. Fear not, this time I shall not hold you accountable. Prepare generous gifts and a carriage to safely escort the master and Miss Su back home." "Thank you, Your Highness. However, my mother insists that I am too old to ascend the mountain again and should remain at home. Therefore, I kindly request that you send several individuals to ensure my master returns safely," Su Yuang added. "Does your mother wish to arrange a marriage for you? Very well. I shall send someone to escort the master back," the gentle consort remarked with a smile. Su Yuyao nodded slightly, casting a furtive glance at Chu Xuancheng before shyly lowering her head. However, Chu Xuancheng seemed oblivious to her presence, his gaze solely fixed upon Yun Ruoyue, rendering others mere phantoms in his eyes. Once Master Qin Yun departed, Chu Xuancheng and Lu Ruoyue returned to their residence, for they needed to rise early the following day to attend the military camp, making late nights ill-advised. Su Changxiao accompanied Su Yuyao back to the Su residence. Yet they did not travel together, each choosing to part ways as if strangers. Yun Ruoyue, however, could not leave just yet. She needed to remain to observe the condition of the Prince of Xian. His health remained precarious, necessitating a 3-day watchful eye. The gentle consort promptly arranged for a splendid guest chamber for Yun Ruoyue, fully equipped with all essentials, and even dispatched 2 maidservants to attend to her. Yet, Yun Ruoyue preferred solitude and declined their service. In haste, the gentle consort sent word to the palace, sharing the delightful news with Emperor Hongyuan and the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing it, Emperor Hongyuan was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue would prove so remarkable, stabilizing the prince's condition and flattening his once distended abdomen in less than a day. When he and the Empress Dowager beheld the grotesque mass on the platter, astonishment washed over them. It turned out that the prince had harbored such a growth, which had induced ascites. No wonder his belly had swelled. With this tumor, the rumors circulating among the literati and common folk would undoubtedly be vanquished. Once the prince's health was sufficiently restored, a grand banquet would be held to celebrate his recovery. At that event, he intended to showcase the prince's now flat abdomen and revitalized health, dispelling any notions of ill fortune and proving that he, Chu Yao, had not met with retribution. He was the rightful successor to the late emperor, the divinely appointed son of heaven, untouched by any curse. As night fell, the prince succumbed to slumber while Yun Ruoyue sat vigil by his bedside, attentively guarding him. The prince's safety was paramount. Any misfortune befalling him would endanger the entire Li Wangfu and jeopardize her plans for separation. Thus, over the next 3 days, she would remain watchful, wary of any machinations from those who wished them harm. Reflecting on her impulsive decision to save the prince earlier, she realized that had she failed, both her and Chu Xuancheng's lives would have been at stake. She had expected him to intervene, but was surprised when he did not. Rather, he stood guard outside, allowing her to focus. This forceful man, typically so dominant, displayed a willingness to yield to her. Yet, thoughts of Nangong Ro pierced her heart with anguish. She knew she must leave the Li Wangfu. "Are you troubled?" A warm, mellifluous voice broke through her reverie. She looked up to find the prince gazing at her with gentle eyes, his face turned toward her. "You are awake?" she exclaimed, quickly lowering her head, her brows knitting together in unease. Indeed, the tenderness in the prince's gaze was profound, imbued with a depth of feeling that made her shy away from meeting his eyes directly. The king felt a slight thirst. Awakening to a glance at the teacup on the table, hesitant to call upon Yun Ruoyue for assistance, as she was not his servant. "Oh, come. Let me feed you some water," Yun Ruoyue said, pouring a cup of warm water and bringing it to the lips of the king. "You are the Princess of Li. This seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should summon Mou to attend to me?" The king's face flushed a shade of crimson. "It's nothing to worry about. I saw him asleep in the side room. He has had a long day. Just a sip of water. I can assist you without waking him." Yun Ruoyue had never been one to trouble others. She preferred to handle matters herself. After speaking, she gently lifted the king's head and began to feed him water. Her actions were casual, her voice resonant. Yet, the king's heart raced with a rapid thump. He averted his gaze, his pallid complexion tinged with a rosy hue. He parted his lips slightly, sipping the water, and caught a whiff of a fragrance unique to women, causing his face to redden further, extending down to his neck. Once he finished the water, he hurriedly expressed, "Thank you. I appreciate your effort. It was merely a trivial task. There is no need for gratitude." Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. The king was truly endearing. Merely being fed water made him blush so intensely, his deep, dark eyes fluttering, appearing exceedingly handsome. Chapter 844, Bringing a Concubine Home. No, you have exerted yourself today. I am aware of the fatigue you endured in treating my ailment. Please summon Mo to care for me, and you should rest in the guest room, the king said thoughtfully. Mo has only just fallen asleep. If I feel drowsy, I can merely doze off here. The most pressing matter is that I have painstakingly brought you back from the brink of death, and I fear that my absence might lead to complications, she replied, her fate tethered to the king's well-being. The king understood her concern immediately and reassured her. Rest assured, my courtyard is equipped with hidden guards, and Mo is quite vigilant. No one can harm me. He gazed out of the window. A flicker of coldness in his eyes. He still possessed some capability. Although his lower body was immobile, his hands retained their agility, and he was quite adept with hidden weapons. Indeed, your skills were remarkable when you subdued that startled horse. With your martial prowess and skill and hidden weapons, should anyone dare to confront you, I, a person utterly defenseless, would be of no use here. I shall take my leave to rest, Yun Ruoyue stated, rising and stretching languidly. She was exceedingly weary. Moreover, with the presence of the concubine Jing's guards in the room, she felt assured of safety. Just as she was about to depart, the king suddenly inquired, princessively, do you truly have no brother or sibling who resembles you? His mind lingered on the kiss that saved him. Truly none, Yun Ruoyue replied with an awkward smile, hastily taking her leave. At the Jin Wangfu, Su Changxiao's face had finally regained its former beauty after a month of careful recuperation. The swelling had subsided, and the red blemishes had vanished, restoring her to her goddess-like appearance. Unfortunately, it did little to quell the Jin Wang's soaring ambitions. According to her informants, the Prince of Jin had recently developed an obsession with wine and women, indulging himself daily at the red lounges and spending nights in the company of courtesans, seemingly having forgotten his rightful consort. She scoffed coldly. A marriage founded solely on mutual benefit is seldom enduring. The prince, a mere wastrel, had succumbed to the allure of vice. She had truly erred in marrying him. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted her reverie. My lord, did you enjoy yourself thoroughly tonight? The voice, sultry and intoxicating, dripped with an unrefined allure, unmistakably belonging to a woman of the red lounges. Su Changxiao was taken aback, realizing that the prince had indeed brought one of those women home, an utter humiliation for her. Thoroughly. I am quite pleased in the company of my lovely companions, the prince declared, his gaze lingering on the woman in his arms. Lan Wu, you are my favorite. None capture my heart quite like you. With that, he leaned in and kissed her fiercely. The woman playfully pushed him away, saying, My lord, do refrain. If your consort were to see this, it would be disastrous. I have heard she is notoriously jealous. Will she be angry when you bring me home? Angry? What right has she to be? Is she not also preoccupied with other men? We are both equally culpable, the prince retorted. After all this time since our marriage, I have not even taken a concubine. How about I make you my consort? He lifted Lan Wu's chin, gazing at her through intoxicated eyes. Does the prince truly favor Lan Wu? If so, I have no objections, she replied, a glimmer of foolish hope flashing in her eyes. She longed to be a concubine in the royal residence, far superior to her current existence in the red lounges, and perhaps even one day become a noble consort. Chapter 845, Preventing the Taking of a Concubine. My lord, do you truly intend to take her as a concubine? Given her status, does she even deserve to enter the gates of the Jin residence? Su Changxiao's icy voice, laced with jealousy, sliced through the air. Ah, my lord, the prince consort has arrived. Lan Wu exclaimed, panic-stricken, as she instinctively curled into the prince's embrace. The prince tightened his hold around her, casting a cold glare at Su Changxiao. Lan Wu, do not fear her. With me here, she dares not harm you. But sister looks quite fierce, as if she might devour me. I am so frightened, Lan Wu whimpered, biting her lip in a pitiable manner. Do not be afraid. My dear, I shall protect you, my sweet Lan Wu, the prince reassured her, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern for the frightened beauty. Su Changxiao let out a cold laugh. Once, these very tactics had been her forte. Little did she expect them to be wielded against her by a woman from the Qin Tower. The provocation had indeed ignited her fury, and with a scornful smile, she retorted, Ah, Chu Tianyu, have you forgotten the vows you made when you married me? You professed your love and promised to guard me for eternity, claiming I would be your sole wife, and that you would never take a concubine. How is it that merely 2 years into our marriage, you have broken that promise?" The prince responded with a chilling smile. "Is there not another man who vowed to protect you? If you love him so dearly, go seek him out and do not disturb my time with this beauty." You are aware of this?" Su Changxiao trembled, her face shattering into a myriad of cracks. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act upon it. In the imperial study last time, even your father acknowledged the bond you share with Chu Xuancheng since childhood. Who are you trying to deceive? What makes you believe I am inferior to him? It is astonishing that you continue to harbor feelings for him. You are indeed a woman of fickle affections. You feast upon what is before you while casting your gaze upon what lies beyond. Your discontent is palpable. The Prince of Jin, fueled by wine, spoke in fury. He had long been aware of the entanglements between Su Changxiao and Chu Xuancheng. He had assumed that Su Changxiao had moved on, yet to his dismay, she often stole glances at him and concealed tokens of their past, including the love token he had once gifted her and his portrait. She clearly still harbored feelings for Chu Xuancheng. Was this not an affront to him as her husband? He, a dignified prince, could have any woman he desired. Why should he settle for one whose heart wavered? You indulge in revelry and pursue other women, yet you dare to cast aspersions upon me. I am yours. How could I possibly desire another? The Prince of Jin, your heart is undeniably narrow. Su Changxiao retorted. Is it my heart that is narrow? Or have you simply been unable to forget him? Very well, I shall demonstrate that you have not forgotten him at all. With that, the prince strode to Su Changxiao's vanity, yanked open the cabinet, and sent its meticulously arranged contents crashing to the floor. Your Highness, who carved this exquisite likeness of the princess? It is so lifelike, it resembles her perfectly. The craftsmanship is remarkable, Lan Wu exclaimed, picking up a small statue from the ground, marveling at its delicate detail. Release it, you wretched creature. Do not touch my belongings. Return it to me. Su Changxiao exclaimed in exasperation, shoving Lan Wu to the ground and reclaiming the statue. It was a gift from Chu Xuancheng, a token from a time when he was withdrawn and solitary, often carving such figures to pass the time. Chapter 846. To be taken as a concubine, this was the first gift he had ever given her, a symbol of their bond, and she intended to cherish it. Your Highness, please do not treat Lan Wu this way. She values that statue. Perhaps it was given to her by someone of great importance, Lan Wu interjected. Someone of great importance? That is her lover, the one she once abandoned, whom she now longs for yet cannot have. Upon hearing Lan Wu's words, the Prince of Jin abruptly set Lan Wu down and marched to the cabinet, retrieving Chu Xuancheng's portrait and tearing it to shreds. Stop! Su Changxiao cried out. But the portrait was already reduced to fragments. After venting his rage upon the portrait, the prince approached Su Changxiao with a fierce glare. From this day forth, I shall keep Lan Wu in the manor, and I intend to take her as my concubine. You shall not mistreat her. You wish to take a concubine? That requires the approval of the Empress Dowager. If she does not consent, you cannot proceed. Furthermore, given her status, what right does she have to enter the Prince of Jin's residence? Are you not concerned that the identity of a woman from the Qin Tower and Chu Pavilion may tarnish the reputation of the Jin Wang's household? Su Changxiao sneered, her gaze fixed disdainfully upon Lan Wu. What of a woman from the Qin Tower? At least she possesses genuine affection for me, unlike you, who is fickle and treacherous. Today, I shall take her as my concubine, and what will you do about it? The Jin Wang declared with ire. I shall not acquiesce. Without my consent, you cannot bring such a woman into our home. Guards, expel this wretched creature. Do not let her defile the Jin Wang Fu, Su Changxiao retorted haughtily. With the backing of the Su family, she felt undaunted by the Jin Wang. Let it be known that I am the master of this Jin Wang Fu, he thundered, his voice filled with authority. Su Changxiao's followers hesitated to act under his piercing gaze, lowering their heads in fear. Chu Tianyu, you have gone too far. You dare to bring such a woman back to humiliate me. I will never allow her to enter. Su Changxiao's heart ached with indignation. My lord, if my sister disapproves of me, then perhaps it is best to let it be. Rest assured, I shall wait for you at the Yihong Lu. I will remain chaste and virtuous, ensuring no other man touches me, Lan Wu said, her head bowed in a pitiable manner. Huh, a lowly creature who is ridden by thousands dares to speak of chastity and virtue. You are shamelessly attempting to ascend the heights of the Jin Wang Fu. Su Changxiao exclaimed in fury. Seeing Lan Wu insulted, the Jin Wang's temper flared, and he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Su Changxiao, sending her sprawling to the ground. With a dark expression, he proclaimed, "If you oppose my decision to take a concubine, then I shall do so regardless. Mark my words. I not only intend to take Lan Wu as my concubine, but also elevate her to the position of secondary consort. From this day forth, she shall be known as the Lan's secondary consort of the Jin Wang Fu. Su Changxiao, you have forced my hand." Upon hearing this, Lan Wu's face lit up with joy, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "Thank you, my lord. Sister, please do not be upset. I will serve you well." "Ignore her. She is unworthy." "Lanner, let us depart," the Jin Wang declared, scooping Lan Wu into his arms as he strode toward the adjacent chamber. In the early days of their marriage, he and Su Changxiao had shared a deep affection, residing together in the same courtyard. Yet, what once seemed like an enviable union, akin to a grand structure built upon fragile foundations of fine sand, had crumbled into ruin all too swiftly. How unreliable it was. Far less steadfast than the infatuation between Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. As Su Changxiao watched their indifferent figures recede, she pressed her hands against her face, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Had it been Chu Xuancheng, even in anger, he would never have struck her. Moments later, muffled sounds of male exertion emanated from the adjacent chamber. "My lord, please be quiet. Do not let my sister hear. Do not fear. From this day forth, I shall only cherish you. She is in disgrace." "Oh, my lord, how wicked you are. She remains the rightful Wang Fei. How can you treat her this way? She brought this upon herself. She deserves it." Upon overhearing the dialogue, Su Changxiao was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face. She longed to throw herself into Chu Xuancheng's embrace, to weep freely and confess her wrongdoings. Gently, she touched her reddened cheek, then fell to the ground to retrieve the small portrait, carefully brushing it off before tucking it away at her waist. Casting a glance at the torn painting scattered on the floor, she hurried over, attempting to piece it back together. However, despite her frantic efforts for what felt like an eternity, she could not restore it. Despairing, she sat on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks and pooling onto the artwork. The following morning, the royal relatives, upon hearing that Yun Ruoyue had successfully treated the illness of the virtuous king, flocked to the prince's residence bearing gifts, eager to ascertain the truth. The Zhao king and his consort arrived, followed by the Ruoyue king and his wife, the Yin king and his lady, as well as the Jin king and his queen, all laden with packages of varying sizes. The flower hall of the virtuous king's residence buzzed with activity, filled to the brim with guests and presents. Concubine Jing welcomed everyone with a smile, a rare look of joy gracing her features. The Zhao, Ruoyue, and Yin queens offered their congratulations, while Su Changxiao sat quietly to the side, her head slightly bowed. Speaking little. "Jin princess, why are you so silent? Do you not feel happy for concubine Jing?" Zhao Wangfei inquired, seeking to provoke her, recalling how Su Changxiao had once conspired with the seventh princess to curse her child. Given their close friendship, it was clear that the seventh princess had been influenced by her. Su Changxiao lifted her gaze slightly, shooting a resentful glare at Zhao Wangfei, yet replied evenly, "Of course I am happy that the virtuous king has recovered. Indeed, my sister Ruoyue is truly remarkable," Zhao Wangfei continued, when suddenly her attention was drawn to Su Changxiao. "Princess Jean, what happened to your face? There are handprints on it. Who struck you?" she exclaimed, incredulous. "Could it be an allergy?" Concubine Jing interjected. "Oh dear. That certainly resembles a handprint, not an allergy. Who would dare strike you, Princess Jean?" Zhao Wangfei exclaimed, contemplating the incident where Su Changxiao had previously kidnapped Princess Li, relishing the opportunity to belittle her. As the crowd exchanged glances, the atmosphere grew tense. In this world, aside from the Jin king, who would dare to strike the Jin princess? One remarked. "It must be him," another whispered. "Keep your mouth shut if you cannot speak wisely. No one considers you a mute," Su Changxiao warned, leaning closer to Zhao Wangfei with a fierce glare. Zhao Wangfei, feigning ignorance, retorted loudly, "Princess Jean, I've heard that the Jin king has recently taken to frequenting the Yihong building, indulging in pleasures and neglecting his home. Rumor has it he brought the top courtesan, Lan Wu, back to the Jin residence yesterday, intending to take her as a concubine. Did he strike you because you forbade it?" Had it not been for Su Changxiao's constant obsession with Li Wang, provoking the ire of Li Wangfei, Zhao Wangfei would not have seized this chance to undermine her. "Is that true?" interjected the Ruoyue Wangfei, who had remained silent until now. "The Jin king has always cherished the Jin princess. Surely this cannot be the case. Could it be a misunderstanding?" The gentle and reserved consort of the Yin king, who has always preferred to avoid conflict, timidly expressed her discomfort. I find the room a bit stuffy. I wish to step outside for some fresh air. You may continue your conversation, she said. Upon uttering these words, Su Changxiao cast a fierce glare at the consort of the Zhao king before leaving the room. Her silence was interpreted by the others as acquiescence. The Zhao king's consort, uninterested in further engagement with Su Changxiao, hurried outside to chat with the Zhao king, who was admiring the flowers in the courtyard. Seeing her charmingly rush out, the Zhao king quickly approached, catching her in his arms. His reprimand was laced with deep affection and concern. Be careful. You are with child. How can you be so reckless? What if you were to fall? I would be heartbroken. No worries. I ran slowly. Please do not fret, replied the Zhao king's consort, leaning trustingly against him. Didn't you say you wanted to eat candied chestnuts? I had someone fetch them for you, still warm. The Zhao king said, producing a small bag of chestnuts from his robe and offering it to her. The consort's excitement was palpable as she salivated at the sight. Wow, I just mentioned wanting some, and you've already bought them for me? My dear husband, you are truly wonderful. Thank you. You are my consort. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat? The Zhao king gently tousled her hair, his gaze soft and indulgent. Will you be like the Jin king? He brought a woman from the Yihong building home and even struck the Jin king's consort. You must not emulate him. Do not treat me like that, she cautioned, peeling the chestnuts as she spoke. How could that be? I am not of his ilk. You are my wife. How could I bear to treat you poorly? In my heart, you are the best, my little darling, the Zhao king responded, wiping the crumbs from her mouth with tender care. Hearing his words, her heart melted like snow. She shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her demeanor betraying her bashfulness. My dear, are you feeling shy? The Zhao king observed, pulling her into his embrace gently. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the corner glinted with jealousy, burning with envy. Su Changxiao glared at the scene before her, her hands tightly twisting a handkerchief into a thick braid. It dawned on her that the seemingly idle Zhao king, who had not held any official position, was indeed quite remarkable. Despite not holding any office, the Zhao king possessed his own fiefdom, collecting rents annually alongside a generous royal stipend, allowing him to live a life of luxury. Such a man, even without pursuing official duties, enjoyed an extravagant and carefree existence. Previously, she had scorned men lacking ambition. Yet witnessing the Zhao king's affectionate demeanor towards his consort, her perception of him shifted unexpectedly. This prince led a leisurely life, indifferent to court affairs and worldly matters, which appeared far safer than following the Jin king, who, despite achieving nothing, lived in constant anxiety. Ultimately, the Zhao king's consort seemed infinitely happier than she, which filled Su Changxiao with a deep-seated envy. Restlessly, she wandered the courtyard, spotting the Jin king shaking dice with several officials, his sleeves rolled up, caught up in the excitement of gambling, prompting her to furrow her brows in discontent. The situation has become increasingly dire. A once promising prince has resorted to rolling dice. Your Highness, are you engaged in a game of dice? Would you care to accompany me inside to see the wise king? Su Changxiao approached, her expression a blend of disappointment and mild reproach. Yet she graciously afforded the Jin prince some dignity with her gentle smile. Do you not see that I am preoccupied? Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall attend to her, the Jin prince replied impatiently. My lord, the emperor has never favored the vice of gambling. I believe it would be prudent for you to partake less. Look around. There are so many witnesses, Su Changxiao remarked, glancing at the crowd. With such a husband, she truly has lost face. The Jin prince's countenance darkened at her public rebuke, incited by her words. Must you speak so freely? Go amuse yourself with the princesses. Do not disturb my revelry. I am in high spirits. However, my lord, should the emperor learn of your gambling, he would be displeased, Su Changxiao expressed with concern. It appears, Jin prince, that you are rather henpecked. Your princess is quite formidable, daring even to manage you. My own spouse would not dare breathe a word before me. Had she shown me such disrespect, I would have delivered a few sharp slaps. Interjected the Shenyang Duke, known for his penchant for revelry and vice. The Shenyang Duke, a son of the Feng Prince, resided in the capital, having declined to take up his post in the harsh land of Shenyang. Instead, he lounged idly, notorious for his lack of ambition. Upon hearing his remarks, Su Changxiao cast him a frosty glare. Shenyang Duke, our prince is not akin to you. He holds a significant military position and bears the emperor's trust, serving as a pillar of the nation. Unlike some, who lack any official role and squander their days in idleness. He cannot afford to indulge in gambling. Ah, Jean Prince, your lady possesses quite a sharp tongue. You have trained her well. The Shenyang Duke sneered, casting a cold glance at Su Changxiao. The Jean Prince, stung by the Duke's derision, felt his pride wounded. Enraged, he glared at Su Changxiao and struck her with his hand, exclaiming, "Wretched woman, do you not understand decorum? I am here to play, and you dare to undermine my dignity? Begone!" The slap sent Su Changxiao tumbling to the ground. The rain-soaked earth soaked her skirts, leaving her in a state of disarray with a distinct handprint on her face, seated helplessly in the rain, prompting gasps from onlookers. What has come over the Jean Prince? Was he not fond of the Jean Princess? Why such a vicious display? My lord, this woman merely spoke out of turn. Surely, a light reprimand would suffice. The Shenyang Duke advised, though inwardly he relished the scene, feeling justified in the punishment meted out to her. Chapter 850. A heroic rescue. The Jean Prince cast a disdainful glance at Su Changxiao, irritated by her interruption during his winning streak. Gamblers detest having their fortunes disrupted, and so their temperaments can swiftly change. Since facing multiple punishments from the emperor and losing favor, he had resorted to gambling and carousing as a means of numbing himself. Having been ensnared in this vice for over a month, this woman, one must not indulge too much. Once you do, she will take it for granted. Let us ignore her and continue our amusement. Jean Wang showed no concern for Su Changxiao, who remained seated in the water, feigning ignorance of the disappointment reflected in her eyes. Su Changxiao, disheartened, observed the crowd pointing and whispering about her. Previously, she had always paraded her superiority, believing herself to be of noble status, looking down upon these people, unwilling to mingle with them. Now, in her misfortune, the laughter directed at her was unbearable, and she felt utterly humiliated. Despite her usual boasting of Jean Wang's affection, she found herself soundly rebuffed. Proud as she was, she could not bear the loss of face, and thus she threatened Jean Wang. "Jean Wang, help me up." "What did you say?" Jean Wang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Changxiao would dare to confront him so boldly. "I said, assist me in rising. If you wish to avoid me informing the emperor and empress about this little incident, you would do well to comply. If you prefer to keep the peace, it would be best if you help me up," Su Changxiao declared coolly. She was unwilling to appear so disgraceful. If Jean Wang were to assist her, she could salvage some semblance of dignity. "Do you dare to threaten me?" Jean Wang stood up, advancing towards Su Changxiao with a menacing glare. His gambling addiction was at its peak, and her audacity infuriated him. "And if I do threaten you? Do not forget, I hold many strings in my hands. Should you show me cruelty, do not blame me for reciprocating in kind and revealing those secrets to the emperor." Su Changxiao whispered as Jean Wang closed the distance. "You wretched woman, you dare to threaten me? You must be tired of living." Jean Wang's eyes blazed with fury as he raised his hand, preparing to strike Su Changxiao once more. At that moment, a dark figure appeared before him, coldly intervening. That individual struck Jean Wang, forcing him back several steps. With a frigid expression, he then grasped Su Changxiao and lifted her from the ground, releasing her only once she was steady on her feet. His gaze icy as he confronted Jean Wang. "What sort of man resorts to violence against a woman? If you possess true valor, take to the battlefield and confront your foes. Venting your frustrations on a woman is hardly commendable. Chu Xuancheng, this is a family matter of mine. What concern is it of yours? Do not meddle." Jean Wang, feeling humiliated after the blow from Chu Xuancheng, yearned to retaliate but recognized that he was no match for him and chose to contain his anger, fearing further embarrassment. "Indeed, your affairs are not my concern. But today we are all here to visit the virtuous king. His condition remains unstable, and I wish to avoid any disturbances that may hinder his recovery." Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, then directed his gaze towards Su Changxiao. "Someone, please escort the princess consort inside to change her attire. This appearance is utterly disgraceful." He held no affection for Su Changxiao. His discontent arose merely from witnessing a man bully a vulnerable woman in public without anyone intervening. Otherwise, how would it reflect upon their royal lineage? Chapter 851. Another attempt to seduce her man. Would the rumors persist that all royals are cold-hearted beings, allowing men to assault women without consequence? He merely sought to restore a modicum of dignity for the Chu family, the former emperor's kin. More importantly, witnessing Su Changxiao being struck evoked memories of Yun Ruoyue, though he had never laid a hand upon her. The bitterness he harbored led him to send someone to administer 20 lashes upon her. This incident remained etched in his memory, an everlasting source of torment. Each time the midnight hour arrived, the recollection would drive him into a cold sweat, his heart hanging heavy with discomfort akin to being pierced by barbs. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that her husband would emerge to rescue Su Changxiao amidst the fray. The archetypal hero saving the damsel in distress was indeed commendable. Yet, a peculiar pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. She refrained from approaching, not wishing to draw attention, and chose instead to remain in the shadows, silently observing. Su Changxiao was utterly taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's intervention on her behalf. Overwhelmed with emotion, she bit her lip, her body trembling from the chill. "Thank you," she murmured, her gaze imbued with deep affection. Chu Xuancheng, however, took a couple of steps back, distancing himself. "I merely wish to prevent disturbances to the patient," he stated before turning away. Noticing this, Yun Ruoyue hastily retreated to the residence of the virtuous prince. Nearby, the crown prince's eyes burned with a predatory intensity as he fixated upon Su Changxiao, observing her blushing expression of gratitude, which unmistakably signified burgeoning affection. He could not suppress his contempt, inwardly berating her as a shameless flirt. Upon her return to the virtuous prince's chambers, Chu Xuancheng followed closely behind. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the virtuous prince, whose complexion had regained a hint of color, suggesting that his health had improved after a night of rest. The stability of his condition indicated that Yun Ruoyue might soon propose a separation from the emperor. "My elder brother, you have arrived?" The virtuous prince attempted to rise, eager to pay his respects to Chu Xuancheng. However, Yun Ruoyue quickly restrained him, cautioning, "You mustn't move. Be mindful of your wounds. Do not let my efforts be in vain." It seemed the virtuous prince had a habit of wanting to greet visitors, and thankfully, she had always managed to prevent him from doing so. Otherwise, any strain could lead to complications that would ultimately burden her. "Very well, I understand," the virtuous prince replied amicably. His pale skin and rosy lips rendered him somewhat endearing. "How many more days do you believe it will take for your recovery?" Chu Xuancheng inquired, showing impatience as he sought to know when the virtuous prince would be able to present himself before the emperor. "He grows restless," Yun Ruoyue responded. "In 2 days, he shall be well enough. His condition has stabilized. With a couple more days of recuperation, he should be able to rise with assistance. At which point I may enter the palace to report to the emperor and simultaneously broach the topic of separation." "Very well, I shall accompany you then. Please inform me in advance," Chu Xuancheng replied. Yun Ruoyue cast a puzzled glance at him, wondering why he was not causing a scene this time. Why did he seem so composed, akin to his demeanor when she previously mentioned separation? Was he perhaps devising some scheme to present before the emperor? She regarded him with caution, deciding to avoid his company and enter the palace discreetly on her own. Chu Xuancheng inquired a few more questions from the virtuous king before taking his leave, for he was a man of great busyness, immersed in military affairs daily. This epitomizes the adage that those capable bear the heavier burdens. The greater one's abilities, the more significant one's responsibilities. As Chu Xuancheng departed, Yun Ruoyue noticed Su Changxiao, now dressed anew, seemingly stealthily following him out. Intrigued, she too ventured outside. However, rather than exiting the estate directly, Chu Xuancheng strolled towards the lakeside of the virtuous king's residence, seemingly admiring the scenic beauty of the lake. Meanwhile, Nangong Ro, having furtively surveyed her surroundings, suddenly followed suit. Last night, while in the restroom, Yun Ruoyue had discerned a narrow path leading to the lakeside, and, upon seeing Su Changxiao advance, hurriedly trailed along that path. Upon reaching behind the rockery, she was met with the sound of Su Changxiao's voice, imbued with 3 parts sorrow, 3 parts anguish, and 4 parts regret. "Your Highness, I never anticipated that after all this time, you would still show me kindness. Thank you for today," Su Changxiao wept, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Chu Xuancheng, appearing utterly forlorn. Chu Xuancheng cast her a frosty glance. Why did she cling to him like an unwelcome remnant? Wherever he went, she followed. He merely sought a moment by the lakeside to reflect on how to address Yun Ruoyue's request for separation, only to inadvertently draw Su Changxiao to him. "I have stated before, I simply wish for you not to disturb the ailing. How many times must I repeat myself before you comprehend?" Chu Xuancheng remarked, exasperated. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon, I truly recognize my folly. I never imagined that the crown prince could be such a man. He spends his days reveling in the brothels. bringing back those wanton women to humiliate me. How humiliating it is for me as the crown princess, Su Changxiao said, a self-deprecating smile playing on her lips. She continued, the crown prince has changed. No, it is not he who has changed, but rather my inability to discern character. I truly regret my decision. If time could be reversed, I would never have wed him. I would have chosen you instead. With that, she collapsed into Chu Xuancheng's embrace, weeping in despair. Crown princess, please maintain your dignity. Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, attempting to push her away with forceful arms. Did she believe that by expressing a desire to marry him, he would acquiesce? He was not a mere collector of discarded sentiments. Do not push me away. Let me hold you for just a moment, please. Look at this, Su Changxiao said suddenly, producing a small effigy of a woman from her hand. This is the one you carved and gifted to me, claiming it took you several days to perfect. I have cherished it dearly. Last night, it was shattered by the crown prince, the hairpin broken. It is truly a pity. Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, such trinkets. I have carved many in the past, not solely for you. The palace maids and eunuchs each possess one. It is nothing of consequence. His implication was clear. Su Changxiao should not dwell on it, for it was merely an object of the most ordinary nature. With that, he coldly pushed her away. Despite her slender frame, she possessed considerable strength, clinging to him like an octopus, refusing to be dislodged effortlessly. Should that woman witness this, she would undoubtedly feel envious. Your Highness, I comprehend your current indifference towards me. I acknowledge that I was the one at fault first. If I were to express my willingness to part ways with the crown prince, would you consider dismissing Yun Ruoyue and marrying me instead? After all, they have yet to bear any children, and it is still timely. Chu Xuancheng regarded her as one might an extraterrestrial. Even in the past, he would never have considered marrying her. Why? You once professed to love me dearly. If your affections were not genuine, you would not have what Nangong Ro, who bears a striking resemblance to me. As a member of the Su family, with the backing of the entire Su estate, marrying me could bestow upon you divine assistance, potentially even leading you to seize the imperial throne. I am now willing to make concessions. Do you truly wish to forfeit such an opportunity? Su Changxiao remarked. I have no need for such assistance. What I desire has always been achieved through my own efforts. I have never relied on a woman. Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly. Even now, Su Changxiao maintained an air of superiority, truly believing herself to be of significance. Huh? Do you really think you can ascend to the throne with the uncherished daughter of a minister, Yun Ruoyue? Can you exact vengeance through her? Do you not desire to avenge your parents? If vengeance is your aim, you should recognize how wise it would be to choose me. With the Su family as your support, you need not fear failure, Su Changxiao stated icily. As the crown prince's consort, do you not fear uttering such treasonous words? What if others overhear? Chu Xuancheng scoffed. Su Changxiao glanced around, relieved to find no one approaching. Crown prince's consort. We are of different genders and both bound by our respective households. I advise you to depart swiftly, should the crown prince catch sight of you. Do not blame me for failing to warn you of the consequences, Chu Xuancheng warned sternly. May I interpret this as your concern for me, fearing for my safety? Su Changxiao tilted her head, unwilling to concede so easily. Chu Xuancheng shook his head. No, I fear my consort may misinterpret the situation and become jealous. With that, he coldly moved behind the rockery and abruptly pulled out Yun Ruoyue, who had been eavesdropping. Ah, why are you pulling me? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, caught red-handed and wishing to vanish into the ground. It was utterly embarrassing. She had come to listen in on their conversation only to be caught by the very subjects of her scrutiny. Clearly, Chu Xuancheng had known of her presence all along, but chose not to reveal it. When did you arrive? How shameless of you to eavesdrop on our conversation. Su Changxiao glared at Yun Ruoyue, her face flushing with indignation. This was disastrous. The words she had just spoken were undoubtedly overheard by Yun Ruoyue, who would certainly mock her for it. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue remarked, what can I say? You always come to entice my husband, and I hear you every time. Perhaps next time, you should find a room to discuss matters privately? Being by the lake, with its rockery, makes it easy to hide but also easy to overhear. You are truly shameless. How can you be so devious? If you have the audacity, step forth and speak openly rather than lurking in the shadows and eavesdropping. Su Changxiao's face remained crimson with embarrassment. To confess her feelings to someone who rejected her, only to be overheard by the rightful wife, was a most humiliating predicament. Compared to me, are you not the more shameless one? Shall we gather everyone to judge who is more shameless, You for seducing my husband, or I for eavesdropping? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, suddenly raising her voice. Jin Wang, are you there? Come and arbitrate this matter. Silence. How could Xuancheng marry a woman like you? You truly resemble a shrew. Su Changxiao shouted in anger, quickly retreating in fear. If she lingered any longer, what if Yun Ruoyue, this madwoman, summoned someone? Yun Ruoyue was fixated on Su Changxiao's retreating figure, gesturing wildly, when she abruptly sensed a burning gaze fixed upon her. Turning around, she found Chu Xuancheng tilting his head, his deep eyes locked onto her. In an unexpected move, he grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, finding herself pressed closely against him, acutely aware of the overwhelming masculine aura emanating from him, powerful yet perilous. Chapter 854. That man is not this king. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being seen when someone arrives? Yun Ruoyue remarked coldly. He was unashamed. Why should she be? On the battlefield, Chu Xuancheng was a god of war, a military genius unmatched in strategy, yet in matters of love, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to approach Yun Ruoyue. Thus, he preferred to seize her as if vanquishing an enemy, unwilling to engage in rational discourse. Regardless, she was his, and that sufficed. This king asks you, did you secretly follow because you feared I would engage with her? Chu Xuancheng's voice, low and sultry, whispered into her ear, making her skin tingle. Caught red-handed. Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of indignation. So you knew all along? Why didn't you say so earlier? You did it on purpose, didn't you? If I had spoken, how would I have known your feelings? You clearly harbor affection for me. Why then do you wish to part ways? Chu Xuancheng tightened his grip on her delicate hand, his demeanor both domineering and resolute. Recalling the events of that night, a pang of sorrow gripped Yun Ruoyue's heart. She gazed at Chu Xuancheng with a scornful glare. Please, cease your deceit. If you favor Nangong, you should not utter such words to me. Your objective has been achieved. Why continue this charade? What objective? When have I ever favored Nangong? Do you still not comprehend my intentions? Chu Xuancheng's gentle gaze turned icy. Continue your pretense. That night, when the maid came to me claiming Nangong was ill, you summoned me to treat her, and when I arrived at her courtyard, I witnessed your intimate actions. Why must you feign innocence before me? Yun Ruoyue's voice escalated into a furious shout, her tears spilling forth. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. What pretense? I never touched her, nor did I engage in any intimate actions with her. Who would believe your words? I saw you both through the window, engaged in that sort of behavior. Spare me your lies. They are futile. Yun Ruoyue retorted fiercely. Chu Xuancheng pondered meticulously before speaking. At that time, Nangong was gravely ill and had coughed up blood. It was at her behest that I summoned you, and thus I dispatched her to fetch you. I intended to await your arrival there, but Nangong assured me that your presence would ease my worries and kindly urged me to attend to state affairs. Coincidentally, I had urgent matters to attend to, so I departed. Subsequently, I too was preoccupied with pressing military affairs and did not visit her. By dawn the next day, she had eloped with Su Changxiao. As he recounted this, he abruptly inquired, did you truly see a man in Nangong's chamber engaging in such acts? His eyes darkened, and his expression bore the weight of an impending storm, foreboding and ominous. Indeed, even Feng Ling witnessed it. Could that man not be you? Yun Ruoyue then discerned the gravity of the situation. Certainly, it was not I. I was aware of your impending arrival. Why would I act in such a manner? What do you perceive me to be? I am not so base. Moreover, did you truly see the man's visage to conclude it was I? Chu Xuancheng's tone grew increasingly frigid, his ire intensifying. I did not discern his features. I merely observed a shadow of a man at the window and presumed it was you. Chapter 855. Once again, she schemes thus. You sought Su Changxiao, intending to sever ties with me and resolutely left with him, did you? At last, Chu Xuancheng comprehended why she had departed so decisively that day. It was, indeed, Nangong who had orchestrated this deception. Could that man truly not be you? Yet, how could Nangong, who professes to love you so dearly, betray you? Observing the storm clouding Chu Xuancheng's countenance, Yun Ruoyue inquired cautiously, you must wait here. I shall return after inquiring further. With that, Chu Xuancheng, his expression grim, departed coldly. Watching his tall, imposing figure recede, Yun Ruoyue felt a sudden illumination pierce through her troubled heart, as if sunlight had broken through the clouds, offering her a sense of relief. It dawned on her that this was a scheme devised by Nangong. Perhaps the man in that chamber was another. She had been deceived. Now that Chu Xuancheng was aware, one could only speculate the tempestuous upheaval that would ensue. Once she realized the possibility that the man was not Chu Xuancheng, her heart lightened considerably. Nangong Ro possessed an audacity to openly consort with another man. Truthfully, she found it hard to believe. With Nangong Ro's cunning, she would not be so foolish. There were likely deeper intrigues at play. Before long, Chu Xuancheng hastened back to the Li Wangfu, arriving at the Yuruo pavilion. As he stepped into the courtyard, Mama Yu swiftly led the others forward to pay their respects, greeting him with, "Greetings, Your Highness. Where is concubine Ro? Where is she?" Chu Xuancheng's voice was icy, his brow furrowed, an air of palpable menace surrounding him that deterred anyone from approaching. Replying to Your Highness, "The lady is resting," Mama Yu replied. "Step aside." Upon seeing Mama Yu block his path, Chu Xuancheng barked in anger. He then strode forward, his presence casting a shadow over the entire room like an imposing mountain. "My lord, have you come to see Ro?" In the room, upon hearing his voice, Nangong Ro exclaimed with delight. Amidst the joy, there lingers a hint of frailty, evoking the feeling of illness akin to the beauty of Shizi, surpassing by 3 parts. When Chu Xuancheng entered with a dark expression, she rose like a small beast. Her demeanor pitiful, her complexion was pale and gaunt, her eyes brimmed with warm tears. "Your Highness, who has offended you? Why does your countenance appear so fierce?" Chu Xuancheng regarded Nangong Ro with a gaze full of sarcasm, reflecting on how he had failed to see her true nature. He coldly inquired, "What transpired on the night you had a fever?" "Nothing happened, Your Highness. What is wrong with you?" "I do not understand why you are angry," Nangong Ro said, lowering her head in grievance, tears cascading down like beads from a broken string. "Do you truly not comprehend? That night, you summoned me to attend to you, and you also requested the princess to come and treat you. Yet, she found you entangled with another man in this very room. She mistook him for me and asked, 'Who is that man?'" Even if Chu Xuancheng no longer loved Nangong Ro, he would never permit her to be intimate with another man. Nor would he allow her to employ such tactics to sow discord between him and Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's face cracked as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, what are you saying? Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? I have loved you my entire life. How could I ever consort with another man? Moreover, am I so foolish as to know you and my sister were coming here and still dare to meet another man in secret? Even if I had 100 lives, I would not have the courage. Indeed, Your Highness, could it be that you have misunderstood? I do not know what the princess has told you." When the princess arrived that night, Kaidai was in the room assisting my lady with a shoulder massage, as my lady had recently fallen ill and often lay in bed, leading to her discomfort. Hence, Kaidai was merely helping her. Perhaps this was misinterpreted by the princess? Mama Yu remarked in astonishment. "Yes." Mama Yu said that after the princess arrived, she stood outside for a while and suddenly declared that since my illness had improved, she was no longer needed here. And then she left. My fever indeed subsided after taking the medicine earlier, and thinking I was well, I did not wish to trouble the princess further. "Your Highness, did the princess accuse me of being with another man? Why would she slander me in such a manner? To tarnish a woman's reputation is a grave offense," Nangong Ro declared, her face filled with indignation, as though she had suffered a great injustice. "Indeed, it is one thing for the princess to refuse to treat my lady. But how could she also defame her? Before the princess arrived, I fed my lady a bowl of herbal medicine, which likely helped her fever subside. Subsequently, my lady complained of severe neck and shoulder pain. Knowing that Kaidai had been practicing martial arts and learning acupressure techniques, I asked her to massage my lady's shoulders. There was no one else in this room but the 3 of us. Not even a mosquito was present, so how could there be a man?" Mama Yu lamented sorrowfully. "Your Highness, Kaidai can attest to this." "Summon Kaidai," Nangong Ro commanded. "Kaidai greets Your Highness and my lady." Kaidai soon entered. As she stepped into the room, Chu Xuancheng gazed at her in astonishment. She was clad in a black martial arts outfit, her hair elegantly tied up, her face untouched by makeup, and a soft whip secured at her waist, an unmistakable embodiment of a chivalrous heroine from the martial world. Such attire, if one were not vigilant, could easily be mistaken for that of a man. "My lord, I understand now. Is it that Kaidai's appearance resembles that of a man, which led to the misunderstanding when she massaged my shoulders that night?" Nangong Ro exclaimed, rising to leave the bed. "It must have been my sister mistaking Kaidai for the prince, and now I find myself embroiled in this misunderstanding. I shall take Kaidai to find my sister and clarify the matter, hoping she does not harbor any anger towards the prince. Madam, your health has yet to recover. You cannot rise from your bed, Yumama promptly interjected, preventing Nangong Ro from proceeding. What else could I do if I did not intervene? Should she truly confront the princess with an explanation? My duty is to prevent Madame Ro from acting foolishly when she is intent on doing something reckless, be it self-harm, running into walls, jumping into lakes, or taking her own life. Why does she suddenly don such an outfit? Chu Xuancheng asked coldly, replying to my lord. The servant wished to practice martial arts to safeguard the madam, hence the acquisition of this martial attire. It is not male clothing, but rather specifically designed for women training in martial arts. Perhaps the princess did not observe closely enough and misconstrued the shadow through the window. Mistaking the servant for the madam, Kaidai hastily knelt and explained. Indeed, my lord, you are the only man in my life. How could you doubt me over a mere misunderstanding? If you do not believe me, then I have no choice but to prove my innocence through death. With that, Nangong Ro leaped from the bed and hurled herself towards a nearby pillar. Madam, Yumama seized the moment, leaping forward to pull Nangong Ro back, theatrically exclaiming, do not. The prince loves you dearly and would never doubt you. How could you entertain such thoughts of self-harm? However, how could he believe such words? To suggest I have an affair with a man, when it was clearly Kaidai and not a man at all. Why did the princess not inquire of me before speaking so recklessly? Nangong Ro wiped her tears, feeling distressed. Alas, I too did not foresee that the princess would think so and convey such words to the prince, Yumama subtly hinted, implying to Chu Xuancheng that Yun Ruoyue had deliberately slandered Madame Ro. Unfortunately, Chu Xuancheng, being rather oblivious, failed to grasp her deeper insinuation. In light of this misunderstanding, I shall clarify matters with the princess, he stated solemnly. With that, he cast not a single glance at the despairing Nangong Ro, turning coldly to exit. None noticed the faint smile that graced his lips, a sweet smile that hinted at relief. Once this misunderstanding was resolved, he believed Yun Ruoyue would no longer misinterpret his intentions. Yet, given her nature, she would likely still seek separation from him. He needed to concoct another plan to prevent her departure. No sooner had Chu Xuancheng left than Nangong Ro seized the white jade porcelain vase from the table and smashed it to the ground. Yumama, this scheme was your design, was it not? What do you think I gained from orchestrating this elaborate charade? Madam, you shivered, catching her breath. Oh no, please, madam. Do not be angry. When I devised this scheme, I only intended to sow discord between the prince and the princess. I never anticipated that the princess would actually confront the prince. Given her temperament, I thought she would keep silent. To my astonishment, she spoke out. Not only did she confess, but she also nearly caused me to be branded a thief of affection. What kind of strategist are you? I see you are but a fool of a tactician. Had I known better, I would have devised my own plan. Nangong Ro fumed. Moments ago, when Chu Xuancheng was consumed with rage, he nearly struck her, believing she had been unfaithful. Thankfully, her quick wit allowed her to execute the prearranged plan and present the colorful butterfly. However, this action unwittingly revealed to the princess that she had not shared a bed with Chu Xuancheng, thus undermining her intent. Once the princess learned the truth, she would reconcile with Chu Xuancheng, rendering all of Ro's efforts futile. After toiling diligently, she would have achieved nothing but air. I apologize, madam. It seems such tactics shall not be employed again. In the future, we must devise a way to ensure the prince truly favors you. For only then can we effectively create a rift between them, madam, you suggested. Indeed, Nangong Ro exclaimed, slapping the table with a flourish, her brow arched in arrogance. That woman is exceptionally jealous. The moment the prince shows me even the slightest kindness, her jealousy flares. If the prince were to touch me further, she might not even return to her estate. If I can drive her away, I will have achieved half my victory. Quite right. But how can we make the prince take further liberties with you? Madam, you inquired. Nangong Ro's face flushed instantly. Madam, you. Are you implying that I am so neglected that it is challenging to even have my husband touch me? Yes, yes. Oh no, not at all. Madam, you hastily corrected herself. What was amiss with her today? Why did she keep misspeaking? Perhaps she was intimidated by the prince. Yet, her words bore truth. Ro was indeed not favored. After finally securing a night with the prince, it would be more difficult than scaling the heavens to ascend his bed again. It must be said, Madame Ro was the most unfortunate concubine she had ever encountered. Even the desire to share a bed with her husband was a daunting task. In other households, such matters would be trivial, would they not? Chapter 858. Using a knife to kill at the Xian Wangfu, Su Changxiao returned from the lakeside, not in a fit of anger, but rather with a pressing matter yet to be resolved. Earlier, when everyone mocked her for being struck by the Jin prince, she wandered alone around the Xian Wangfu for quite some time before returning to her courtyard. At that moment, she noticed the Princess Zhao, Princess Yan, and others entering to see the Xian Wang. She hastened to follow. As soon as she stepped into the chamber, she overheard Princess Zhao speaking. "Sisterly, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Look how well the Xian Wang's health has improved under your deft care. Father will surely be pleased. Indeed, if it weren't for my own lack of talent, I would have loved to study medicine under Sister Li," Princess Yan replied with a gentle smile. "Indeed, Sister Li is exceptional. There is nothing in this world she cannot accomplish. For instance, as a woman disguised in male attire, parading through the streets, she deceived me and extorted 50,000 taels of silver, yet the Princess of Li remains formidable." Su Changxiao entered, giving Yun Ruoyue a thumbs up, her eyes shimmering with icy amusement. "Could it be?" she exclaimed. "The parrot that the Princess of Jin purchased for a hefty sum was sold to her by the Princess of Li? If that is the case, then the ominous words uttered by the parrot in the Grand Hall were also taught by her." The Princess of Ruoyue, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Su Changxiao. The Princess of Ruoyue and the Princess of Jin shared a close bond, making them allies by nature. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their skeptical gazes toward Yun Ruoyue. Moreover, it was rumored that the Prince of Li, upon learning of the Princess of Li's fondness for the parrot, had inquired with the Zhang family official about acquiring it, which now resided in the Prince of Li's manor. Su Changxiao smirked. Today, she intended to publicly unveil Yun Ruoyue's facade, reclaiming her own dignity. The fact that the parrot was kept in the Prince of Li's residence indicated that it favored the Princess of Li and heeded her commands. If the parrot had indeed been sold to the Princess of Jin by the Princess of Li, it was highly likely that the Princess of Jin had been duped. I had long harbored suspicions regarding the parrot. Logically speaking, the Princess of Jin, like us, was a daughter-in-law of the Emperor. How could she possibly instruct a parrot to curse her own father-in-law? The relationship between the Princess of Li and the Emperor, however, remained ambiguous. As the Princess of Ruoyue remarked with a sly smile, "Are you suggesting that the Princess of Li intends to utilize a dagger to harm the Emperor?" In an instant, all present turned to gaze at Yun Ruoyue, their expressions unified in indignation. Meanwhile, the faces of the Princess of Ruoyue and Su Changxiao glowed with triumph. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at the assembly. Rather than being incensed, she elegantly countered, "Princess of Ruoyue, did you not just assert that my relationship with the Emperor is questionable? Everyone knows that the Emperor holds great affection for both Xuancheng and me, treating us as his own children, and we reciprocate that respect as though he were our biological father. How is it that our relationship is suddenly fraught with issues in your narrative? Do you doubt the Emperor's words or his goodwill toward us? Do you not believe in the respect we hold for him?" Her words struck with weight, causing the Princess of Ruoyue's complexion to pale. She had not anticipated Yun Ruoyue's eloquence. With mere phrases, she had invoked the Emperor's authority to silence her. "That was not my intention," the Princess of Ruoyue stammered. "It is well known that the Emperor regards you as his own. My point is, knowing fully well the Emperor's kindness toward you, you still taught the parrot to speak such words and then sold it to the Princess of Jin. This not only endangers the Princess of Jin, but also curses the Emperor. Truly, the Princess of Ruoyue was worthy of her title." In the next moment, she quickly regained her composure and retaliated succinctly. "Who claims that I sold the parrot to the Princess of Jin? Who among us witnessed this? Who is the witness?" "Princess of Jin, without evidence, you must not speak recklessly. I could accuse you of slander. If you wish to accuse me, provide your witnesses first. If I truly sought to ensnare you, why would I personally sell the parrot? I have many subordinates. Why not send them to act on my behalf?" Continuing, she added, "You assert that I disguised myself as a man to sell to you. Who can attest to that? I believe I am not so foolish as to act in a manner that I know would be discovered by you," Su Changxiao remarked, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue would hesitate to acknowledge the truth. She had assumed Yun was a person of conviction. "My maid, Yuan, can testify that you sold the parrot to her. Besides her, there were numerous citizens on the street at that time who could corroborate this," Su Changxiao exclaimed with indignation. "Then summon Yuan and those citizens to confront me. Cursing the Emperor is a capital crime. If you fail to present witnesses, I shall immediately enter the palace to file a complaint, claiming that you are slandering me baselessly without evidence. Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. You know well that Yuan has been executed and cannot testify. Just wait. I will find witnesses to expose you. Su Changxiao seethed, her finger pointed accusingly at Yun Ruoyue, her chest heaving with fury. She recalled that a servant from the manor had accompanied Yuan when she left. That servant was still alive. She would seize an opportunity to summon him as a witness. Is it true that the Princess of Jin could not find any evidence and yet dares to slander the benefactor of this prince? Suddenly, a voice, as soothing as jade yet chillingly distant, interrupted from the bed. It was the voice of the virtuous king. Yun Ruoyue froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Changxiao's outburst had surely revealed to the virtuous king that she was the one who had saved him that day. Hastily, she offered him an awkward smile. That was not my intention. Please rest assured, I will find witnesses to disprove her claims, Su Changxiao asserted. Indeed, virtuous king, you were not involved in these matters and therefore remain unaware of the sordid details. If that parrot did not belong to the Princess of Li, why was it returned and placed back in the Li manor? The Princess of Ruoyue scoffed. The Princess of Li has saved many lives. She holds a reverence for life and cherishes it. She feared that someone might poison the parrot, which is why she rescued it. The fault lies not with the parrot but with mankind. Without guidance, how could it utter ominous words? If she were truly guilty, she would have felt too guilty to approach the parrot, yet she dares to keep it in her household. This, in fact, demonstrates her integrity. In any case, I do not believe that the benevolent Princess of Li would engage in such deeds, the virtuous king stated, his tone firm and unassailable. Indeed, I have never committed any wrongful acts and am unafraid of spectral visitations. Had I not cared for that parrot, it would have surely met a tragic end. A parrot is also a life. It has merely been exploited by others, Yun Ruoyue declared, smiling at the virtuous king with gratitude. The Princess of Zhao interjected. Princess of Jin, could it be that your resentment stems from the last incident when you attempted to abduct the Princess of Li and were subsequently punished by the emperor? By the way, have you completed copying the Buddhist scriptures 500 times as the emperor decreed? Upon hearing this, the gathering of people realized the unfolding situation. They had heard snippets of this incident and were aware of the bitter rivalry between the Jin and Li manors. They were astonished by Su Changxiao's audacity in attempting to abduct the Princess of Li. Fortunately, no harm had come to her, and the emperor's punishment of Su Changxiao must have confirmed her guilt. Thus, it appeared that Su Changxiao was the true instigator, while Yun Ruoyue stood innocent in this affair. Su Changxiao shot a fierce glare at Princess Zhao, retorting, "What business is it of yours whether I have finished my copying? Am I not allowed to take a moment to visit the virtuous king? He is our brother, and as his sister-in-law, it is only natural for me to personally express my concern for him. Yet here you are, disrupting his recovery and creating a ruckus. Is this concern, or merely an obstruction to his peace?" Princess Zhao responded with a scoff, inciting Su Changxiao's ire, which darkened her expression. Enough, interjected Princess Ruoyue hastily. The Princess of Jin is merely harboring doubts, so let us not dwell on it, Princess Zhao. Since we are here to see the virtuous king, let us refrain from further discussion to avoid disturbing him. Princess Zhao coldly laughed, acknowledging that it was Su Changxiao who instigated the matter. Yet now she was being unfairly accused of holding on to it. The demeanor of Princess Yin had always been gentle. Noticing the escalating tensions, she remarked, "Do you all smell that delightful fragrance in this room? What incense is being burned? It is so unique." Pointing to the incense burning by the virtuous king's bedside, she diverted the conversation. Immediately, those with more knowledge turned their attention to the curling wisps of smoke, noting the aroma was fragrant and rich, reminiscent of gardenias, yet also possessing a delicate orchid-like elegance, with a hint of medicinal scent, refreshing and not at all overpowering. Could it be the legendary Jiu Li Xiang? The clever Princess Bao declared, "Indeed, this is Jiu Li Xiang, specially formulated by Master Qing Yun to alleviate the virtuous king's ailment." At that moment, concubine Jing entered, smiling at the crowd. This Jiu Li Xiang is composed of various flowers and medicinal herbs, known for its calming and invigorating properties. Thus, I have instructed someone to light it. It was indeed the specially crafted Jiu Li Xiang from Master Qing Yun, renowned for its healing qualities. No wonder it was so extraordinary. Princess Bao noted, "Yes, the fragrance is subtle yet persistent, weaving in and out like a delicate thread. It is truly a splendid scent." Princess Yin added with a gentle smile, Yun Ruoyue had noticed upon her entrance that concubine Jing had already arranged for the Jiu Li Xiang to be lit. In her view, a patient's recovery depended primarily on rest and nourishing food, rather than inhaling such peculiar fragrances. However, considering that this scent posed no harm to the virtuous king's health, she chose to remain silent, not wishing to dampen concubine Jing's enthusiasm. Concubine Jing, having overheard the earlier disputes, feigned ignorance and said, "I believe everyone must be hungry by now. I have already instructed the preparation of fine wines and dishes. Let us dine first and converse afterward." Having spent considerable time together, the guests indeed felt hungry and complied with concubine Jing's suggestion, making their way to the flower hall for a meal. The lunch was held in the flower hall, with men and women seated separately, a screen placed in the middle. Before long, everyone was seated and exquisite dishes were served. Yun Ruoyue chose not to join them. She preferred solitude. Knowing that concubine Jing would send someone to prepare food for her and the virtuous king. As the others departed, the room was left with only Yun Ruoyue, the virtuous king, and his attendant, Mou. At that moment, Mou stared at Yun Ruoyue in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "My lady, are you the remarkable young gentleman who saved our king?" he exclaimed. "No wonder you look so familiar. It was you." Chapter 861. Realization of her identity, connecting Su Changxiao's words with the timing of the last episode of the prince's illness. Even the dullest mind would deduce that the young lad who rescued their prince was, in fact, not a male at all, but rather the Princess Li. The prince cast a profound glance at Yun Ruoyue and clasped his hands in acknowledgement, realizing that it was the Princess Li who had saved him that time. It seems that he now owes her 2 lives. Caught off guard, Yun Ruoyue's face flushed crimson as memories of performing artificial respiration on the prince flooded her mind. She hastily clarified, "That day was merely a coincidence. However, I hope you can keep this matter confidential." After all, given her status, should it come to light that she had administered artificial respiration to the prince, it would undoubtedly lead to rampant speculation about her character. Her acknowledgement sufficed for the prince, who nodded inwardly. In truth, her adept medical skills and the familiar fragrance she exuded while rescuing him the previous night had already aroused his suspicions. He had intended to confront her once his health improved, but now it seemed that such an endeavor was unnecessary. "Rest assured, this matter will remain between us," the prince assured her. "Mou, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with Princess Li." After Mou nodded and promptly exited, standing guard like a sentinel at the door, the prince's strikingly handsome eyes turned deeply toward Yun Ruoyue. Upon learning that she was the one who had saved him, he felt a bittersweet mixture of relief and sorrow. The relief stemmed from the realization that she was not a man, thus dispelling any fears of him harboring unconventional inclinations. The sorrow, however, arose from the knowledge that she was already married, and to none other than Chu Xuancheng. He would have preferred her to be a man, believing that would have afforded them a greater chance of togetherness. He was confident in his ability to contend with anyone but felt inadequate against Chu Xuancheng. Why did I not see this clearly back then? The prince mused, shaking his head with a smile, realizing that she had already introduced herself, and it was his own obtuseness that had blinded him. "I apologize. I did not intend to conceal my identity from you. It was simply inappropriate for me to reveal it that day," Yun Ruoyue replied awkwardly. She had assumed this secret could be kept for a lifetime, yet here it was, exposed to the prince. "I am aware," he said. "I heard rumors that you sought to dissolve your marriage with the king of Li. Given his remarkable prowess, do you not hold any affection for him?" The prince inquired with anticipation. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Despite his prolonged illness, the prince seemed remarkably well informed. It appeared that nothing could remain hidden from him. Nodding in agreement, she responded candidly, "Indeed, we share no feelings for one another. Our mutual disdain only serves to complicate matters. It would be better to part ways and grant each other freedom. This would also facilitate his union with Nangong Ro. After your divorce, will you remarry?" The prince asked cautiously, a faint blush rising to his cheeks, unsure if his question was too presumptuous. "That is something I have never contemplated. I harbor no interest in marriage. My sole desire is to open a medical clinic to save lives. Of course, if I could earn a modest living in the process, that would be even more ideal," Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. Conversing with the gentle prince is a delightful experience. He possesses a tenderness akin to warm jade, reminiscent of a refined young gentleman. He does not pressure her, nor does he instill a sense of overwhelming burden. In his presence, she feels utterly at ease, allowing her to express her innermost thoughts freely. If you could truly part ways with Chu Xuancheng, it would be splendid, the gentle prince remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 862. The pessimistic prince. Excuse me. What did you say? Yun Ruoyue inquired, unable to hear him clearly, her gaze filled with curiosity. Oh, it was nothing. I merely meant to compliment your medical skills. Opening a clinic will surely yield great profits while also allowing you to save lives, he replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Alas, his inner thoughts almost slipped from his lips. Xiaoyu, if after your separation, there were a man who treated you better than anyone else, who could offer you a life filled with happiness, would you consider him? The gentle prince, unwilling to relent, pressed on. Even if Yun Ruoyue were somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, she could discern the underlying implications of his words. She cast him a perplexed glance, wondering if he harbored such feelings for her. To avert any awkwardness, she hastily sipped her tea and replied, I believe I am still quite young. It is premature to ponder such matters. I wish to focus on my career and establish my clinic first. The rest has not crossed my mind. Her words effectively conveyed a rejection of the gentle prince's sentiments. Instantly, his radiant smile dimmed, his eyelashes fluttered, and his complexion drained of color, revealing a hollow disappointment in his eyes. He felt a pang of bitterness. A sickly prince, bereft of affection, was hardly in a position to indulge in romance. Her rejection was, indeed, entirely justified. Observing his despondency, Yun Ruoyue noted how he resembled a woman, easily swayed by sentimentality. Akin to Shizi holding a heart, she felt reluctant to cause such a beautiful man any pain and quickly added, I heard from your mother that once you recover, she will select a princess for you. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. You are so remarkable. I wonder which fortunate lady will have the honor of marrying you. The gentle prince replied with a faint smile, It is futile. Someone like me has no right to aspire to such things. I would only burden others. Any woman who married me would not find happiness, so it is best that I remain unmarried throughout my life. If only she were the exception, he thought. At that moment, all he desired was to marry her. No one else would suffice. The memory of her gentle kiss when she saved him sent his heart racing, and his eyes sparkled with joy, as though he had witnessed the splendor of blooming flowers. To experience such a moment in life was already enough. You do not wish to marry? She questioned. You are so exceptional. Do not underestimate yourself. Moreover, your health is improving. Once you fully recover, you will be like us, healthy and normal. At that point, you can naturally marry and have children, embarking on a new life, Yun Ruoyue encouraged. The gentle prince smiled serenely, though a hint of inferiority lingered in his gaze. To be a healthy, normal person implied that he was once an unhealthy outcast. He was all too aware of the disdain and ridicule he had endured in the past. Merely surviving that dreadful illness had consumed all his strength. He was immensely grateful to her for restoring him to a semblance of normalcy, yet his gaze remained shrouded in pessimism. I overheard you mention that my ailment requires 5 years of careful nurturing. If I survive this span, it would signify my potential recovery. However, should I fail to endure? The prince's eyes dimmed further, revealing a tinge of melancholy between his brows. Yun Ruoyue discerned that even if the prince's illness were to abate, he would still be inherently self-deprecating and morose. He harbored no aspirations for life, seemingly devoid of hope. She gazed earnestly at him. Your Highness, you must not succumb to despair. Embrace optimism. I firmly believe that you shall recover. I have treated many patients like you, and they have thrived. Your condition is a benign tumor, not malignant. Thus, the probability of complete recovery is substantial. You must have faith in yourself, and rest assured, I shall ensure your condition does not deteriorate. Trust in yourself, trust in me. Chapter 863. Yearning for her. Witnessing the prince's disheartening outlook, Yun Ruoyue, as a healer, felt compelled to uplift his spirits. At times, life hinges on a single breath. As long as the resolve and confidence remain, any ailment holds the potential for healing. Conversely, if one is perpetually ensnared in gloom and despondency, survival becomes increasingly precarious. This was the first instance the prince had heard someone assure him, Do not worry, for I am here. He regarded her quietly, realizing that the most exquisite melody in the world could not surpass this moment. Once, he had been one of the most esteemed princes of the Chu kingdom, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Xuancheng and Prince Jin, both figures of great renown. He excelled in music, chess, literature, and art. His poetry and paintings were celebrated among the people and highly regarded by the emperor. During those days, He and his mother were favored by the emperor, receiving the most accolades at the annual Empress Dowager's birthday banquet due to his remarkable literary talents. The world believed he had boundless potential, the prime contender for the throne. However, everything changed 6 years ago when he fell victim to this peculiar affliction. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the sky had fallen upon him. Upon learning of his strange illness, people began to vilify him, labeling him a monster, and their disdainful scorn turned into ridicule and bullying. The adulation and praise he once received swiftly transformed into mockery and derision. The heights from which he had been elevated were matched only by the depths of his subsequent despair. He had tasted the sweetness of being revered and the bitterness of being trampled into the mud, enduring so much at such a tender age. At times, he gazed at the world, yearning to proclaim that he had already traversed the very trials they were now inflicting upon him. In those moments, when people were too preoccupied with their disdain to offer him genuine compassion, it was Yun Ruoyue who rescued him, assuring him, "Do not worry, for I am here." How wondrous she was. He gazed at her, lost in reverie. "Xiaoya, if only there were another person in this world who resembled you so closely." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. "Your Highness, why do you say such a thing?" She did not comprehend the meaning behind his words. The prince smiled gently. "I merely believe you are extraordinary. There should be more women as remarkable as you." In truth, he feared the prospect of losing her, wishing to conjure a mirror image of her existence. Yet, he was painfully aware that this was but a fleeting fantasy. "You jest. Perhaps your encounters with women have been limited. Once you have recovered, venture outside, and you will discover that there are countless women far superior to me in this world. In comparison to them, I am but mediocre," Yun Ruoyue remarked. The wise king's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, his gaze warm and inviting. Yet, within his heart, a steely resolve began to form. He understood that only through immense power and wealth that could rival nations, would he dare to confess his feelings to her. Without such strength, he could not find the courage to speak. From this moment forth, he would pursue this goal fervently. He aspired to become the most esteemed man in the realm, believing that, in due time, he would be able to claim her as his own. In the flower hall, the serene consort, the intelligent princess, the graceful princess of the Yin, the beloved princess of the Bao, the Zhao princess, and Su Changxiao gathered around a table. As the steaming dishes were presented, the Zhao princess pouted her fair, cherubic face and eagerly approached the table to serve herself. She was too impatient to wait for the maidservants to dish out the food, rolling up her sleeves to help herself directly. In no time, she had secured a piece of sweet and sour ribs, her large, sparkling eyes lighting up as she savored the delicious morsel. Her eyes were round and dark, framed by long, fluttering lashes, a true beauty in the making, albeit still in her youth. Chapter 864. Pinching her stomach. Her endearing manner of eating was a delight to behold. However, Su Changxiao, seated nearby, wore a look of disdain. As a princess, such a lack of decorum in her dining was a disgrace to their ranks. At that moment, she glanced up and caught sight of the Zhao prince behind the screen, gazing at the Zhao princess with adoration. His expression was imbued with warmth and affection, igniting a deep jealousy within her. Why did the Jin prince remain outside gambling, neglecting even their meals together, while the Zhao prince lavished such attention on his princess? As women, what made the Zhao princess superior to her? Why did she endure such unfair treatment? Grinding her teeth in frustration, a wicked idea suddenly crossed her mind. When she saw the Zhao princess reaching for a braised lion's head, Su Changxiao swiftly snatched it away and placed it in the bowl of the Bao princess. The Zhao princess, realizing her coveted dish had been taken, shot a glare at Su Changxiao. "What do you think you're doing, stealing my food?" "My apologies, sister-in-law. I noticed that the Bao princess enjoys lions' heads, so I thought to share." "I had no idea you liked them as well," Su Changxiao replied, feigning innocence with a downcast gaze. From that point on, whenever the Zhao princess attempted to reach for something, the Jin princess preemptively took it first, even snatching food from beneath her chopsticks, either to serve the other princesses or for herself. After several frustrating attempts at securing food, the Zhao princess felt her anger swell. But upon considering that it was merely a few morsels, she resolved not to engage with Su Changxiao and sought other dishes. Just then, Su Changxiao unexpectedly reached out and pinched the Zhao princess's stomach with force. "Ah, that hurts." The Zhao princess yelped, springing to her feet, and glared at Su Changxiao. "Why did you pinch me? That hurts so much." "Sister-in-law, what are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend," Su Changxiao replied, her large, glistening eyes wide with feigned innocence. Gazing up at the Zhao princess. You just pinched my stomach, and it hurts terribly, yet you pretend to be innocent? The princess of Zhao was enraged. Her visage contorted with fury, yet it was the actions of Su Changxiao that incited her wrath. Fortunately, she had not truly been harmed within. The pain she felt was merely from the flesh being pinched. Upon hearing her words, Su Changxiao immediately burst into incredulous tears. Sister-in-law, how can you accuse me so? Is it merely because I took 2 pieces of meat that you coveted that you would slander my name? I did not take them for myself. I was honoring the noble Princess Ba. The noble Princess Ba was significantly older than them, and as juniors, it was only right for them to show her respect. What is it, Where? What has transpired? At that moment, the Zhao Wang, who had been dining nearby, approached with a concerned expression. She is so treacherous. Not only did she steal my meat, but she also pinched my belly. I fear she might harm our baby. The princess of Zhao pointed accusingly at Su Changxiao, her voice rising in anger. The Zhao Wang glared fiercely at Su Changxiao, who lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Sister-in-law, I know you despise me, but you cannot falsely accuse me. I did not pinch you. I truly did not. You still pretend? You clearly pinched me, you shameless woman. How can you act so convincingly? The princess of Zhao, being straightforward, shouted at Su Changxiao. I truly did not. If I had pinched you, you could have Princess Ba and the others examine you for marks. If any are found, I would gladly end my life and apologize to you. Su Changxiao wept. Her head bowed even lower, adopting a submissive demeanor. Chapter 865. Continue the pretense. It is so cold today, and I am dressed so warmly. Of course. There are no marks now. However, the fact remains that you did pinch me. Do not try to wriggle out of it. The princess of Zhao retorted. Even though it was early March and spring had just begun, the weather was still chilly, necessitating heavy clothing for the princess of Zhao. Despite her delicate skin, the thickness of her attire left no marks. Su Changxiao rose, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the princess of Zhao as she reached out to her. Sister-in-law, do not touch me, you venomous woman. What is it that you harbor within you? Is it a heart filled with malice? The princess of Zhao, incensed, pushed Su Changxiao forcefully, shouting, How dare you? In a moment of unguardedness, Su Changxiao faltered and fell to the ground. Her tears flowed like a spring. I truly did not mean to. I apologize for taking the meat you desired. I am sorry. She wiped her tears away, observing her plight. The onlookers were filled with compassion. Having just been struck by the Jin Wang, and now pushed to the ground by the princess of Zhao, she appeared exceedingly pitiful. Seeing this, the noble Princess Ba hurried to assist her, her expression one of deep concern. Oh, poor child, rise quickly. I know you mean well. You were only serving me moments ago. I believe you harbor no ill intentions. Perhaps the princess of Zhao has misunderstood you. Misunderstood her? I have not misunderstood. She truly pinched me, and it was intentional. The princess of Zhao's face flushed with rage. The Zhao Wang interjected, Where, do not act impulsively, no matter the circumstance. You must not push her. She is your sister-in-law. Even you do not believe me, do you? It is evident that she has bullied me. Yet you choose to speak on her behalf. The princess of Zhao, wronged, gazed at the prince of Zhao with a heart full of pain. The prince responded, That is not my intention, nor do I doubt your words. However, we are all family. Harmony within the household leads to prosperity in all matters. There are many guests present. It is better to avoid further conflict. Let us dismiss this matter. She has schemed against me, ensnared me. Why should we let it go? Why do you not condemn her? Do you all believe that I am the one defaming her? Do you not trust me? The princess of Zhao glared furiously at the princess of Bao, feeling that she had misjudged her character gravely. Sister-in-law, I apologize if I have wronged you in any way. But I swear on the life of the crown prince, I did not harm you. I do not understand why you target me so, attributing falsehoods to me. Although the crown prince is not by my side to protect me, and I lack the affection you receive from the prince of Zhao, you cannot slander my name. My current circumstances are already dire. I tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. I wish for no trouble. I merely desire a quiet life. You cannot fathom the envy I feel toward you. If I have offended you in the past, I sincerely apologize. The expression of Su Changxiao was one of profound sadness. As pitiful as it could be, the princess of Zhao was taken aback by her words, realizing the depth of this woman's cunning and her remarkable ability to feign innocence. Continue your charade. You swear on the life of the crown prince. Why not swear on your own life instead? I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. With such a calculating mind, The princess of Zhao retorted angrily. This statement startled Su Changxiao, causing her to recoil, trembling as she looked at the princess of Zhao, transformed into an innocent little lamb, while the princess of Zhao loomed as a fierce wolf. Enough, princess of Zhao. How long will you persist in this farce over something utterly fictitious? Earlier, while dining, you disregarded everyone else and indulged yourself. The princess of Jin has been dutifully serving us, and instead of learning from her, you have the audacity to slander her. Look at your ferocity. Would she dare to harm you? It is you who has defamed her. At this moment, the princess of Bao glared at the princess of Zhao, her voice rising in indignation. The contrasting behaviors of the princess of Zhao and the princess of Jin were striking. One was grounded while the other soared. The elders present expressed their approval of Su Changxiao's conduct, disapproving of the princess of Zhao's lack of decorum and disrespect towards her elders, solely focused on her own consumption. Upon hearing these words, the princess of Zhao trembled, astonished that the usually amiable princess of Bao could display such a countenance. She realized then that she had fallen into Su Changxiao's trap, deceived by her cunning. Yet, everyone believed Su Changxiao over her. Enough, Wayer, it is a trivial matter. Do not dwell on it. Let us depart, the prince of Zhao remarked, observing that the princess of Zhao was acting inappropriately today. Su Changxiao has just been struck by the crown prince. How could she be so pitiful? You hold it against me that I care? Even you do not trust me? The princess of Zhao looked at the prince of Zhao, a cold smile gracing her lips. She had not anticipated that even the prince, who adored her, would doubt her integrity. This king does not lack faith in you. Rather, I believe we should show more understanding towards your sister-in-law, who is already in a precarious situation. If she inadvertently collides with you, it is likely unintentional. Let us exercise magnanimity and refrain from holding grudges against others, the Zhao king advised earnestly. Magnanimous? I have been ensnared by her machinations, and you still urge me to be magnanimous. Do you truly expect me to wait until she brings harm to my child before you believe me? The Zhao princess's eyes were reddened, her gaze sharp as a blade. This was the fierce resolve of a mother protecting her offspring, embodying both tenacity and strength. Sister-in-law, I apologize. It is entirely my fault for sitting beside you. Su Changxiao trembled in fear, her face streaked with tears, looking woefully pitiful, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy. In stark contrast, the expression of the Zhao princess was so fierce that it seemed to convey a sense of bullying. The Zhao king, being rather straightforward, could not discern the differences between a white lotus and genuine emotion. Seeing Su Changxiao in such a pitiable state ignited a surge of compassion within him. But upon gazing at the unyielding countenance of the Zhao princess, his anger flared anew. He felt the shame of being a man unable to control his wife. Grasping her firmly, his expression hardened, and he thundered, Enough! How much longer do you intend to create a scene? Come back to the palace with me. With that, he took the Zhao princess by the hand and marched outside. He had never anticipated that the usually charming Wayer could exhibit such bitterness and relentlessness. Even in the face of Su Changxiao's distress, she still found it in her heart to bully her. As the Zhao king stormed away with the Zhao princess, a chill flickered in Su Changxiao's eyes. Her skill in manipulating men, though ineffective against those who truly understood her, remained potent against other men. The Navi Zhao king and the impulsive Zhao princess were no match for her. The sight of their lost trust and public quarrel brought her delight. Finally, she was not the sole subject of ridicule. Soon, discussions would shift to the Zhao couple's affairs, and the laughter directed at her would cease. The Zhao king, having taken the Zhao princess outside, soon felt a pang of regret. He believed he had been too harsh. I did not doubt you. Rather, we are family. And the Jin princess is your sister-in-law. In front of so many outsiders, why should we incite internal conflict and invite their mockery? She is family now. What of her previous actions in abducting the Li princess? The Zhao princess retorted coldly. I saw her in such a pitiful state. Perhaps she is merely a pawn of the Jin prince, caught in his machinations, a scapegoat. Today, she was chastised publicly and struck. Her plight was indeed pitiable. Just as it was earlier. You are so fortunate. Let her have this moment. It costs you nothing, the Zhao king asserted. Ah, so you pity her now? Do you extend that same compassion to me and our unborn child? The Zhao princess replied with a cold laugh. I do not pity her. I swear to heaven. I do not. I only see a woman left unprotected, which evokes my sympathy, the Zhao king declared. The prince, of course, felt a deep concern for both you and the child. However, Your earlier outburst was uncontrollable. It was out of fear for your safety and that of the child that he hastily brought you both away. After speaking, the prince tenderly tousled the crown princess's hair and embraced her. Feeling the prince's gentleness, the crown princess, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. Despite her earlier grievances, she had been unable to shed tears, but now, held in the prince's arms, her heart ached, and the tears flowed freely. Observing this, the prince promptly patted her shoulder, offering gentle comfort. There, do not cry. It is all my fault. I should not have raised my voice at you. But seeing you in such distress, I could not help but speak harshly. To outsiders, it may appear as though I have spoiled you and allowed you to mistreat her, which is why I reprimanded you. My intention was to protect you from any resentment others might harbor. He believed that his admonitions were far preferable to the chastisements from others. The other princesses, witnessing the reprimand he had given his wife, could hardly blame her further. Yet, I have never bullied her. Am I that sort of person? The crown princess sobbed softly. All right. I understand you did not bully her. It was she who wronged you. Is that satisfactory, my little darling? The prince affectionately ruffled the crown princess's hair. She was aware that while he spoke those words, he still believed she was the one mistreating Su Changxiao, remaining oblivious to Su Changxiao's cunning nature and thinking her pitiable. This realization left her feeling disheartened. Noticing that his wife was still unhappy, the prince playfully tapped her small nose. Do you not adore grilled meat? A new barbecue place called Hongyuan has recently opened in the imperial city, and I have heard their grilled meats are exquisite. Shall I take you there? Is it as delicious as what Princess Li makes? The crown princess pouted, pretending to still be upset. It's quite similar. I wonder if the chef at Hongyuan has pilfered your sister's skills. Regardless, it is quite delectable, the prince replied. Previously, when the crown princess had brought him grilled meat from Princess Li's residence, he found it delightful. Later, when he dined at Hongyuan with his brothers, he noted a remarkable resemblance to Princess Li's cooking, leading him to suspect that the restaurant had stolen her culinary secrets. Nevertheless, as patrons, they were indifferent to such matters, as long as the food was delightful. Since it is as good as what Princess Li makes, I must try it. Xiao Yezi, lead the way, the crown princess exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Yes, your highness. The prince imitated the eunuch's tone and extended his hand to take the crown princess's. In that moment, the crown princess could not help but laugh. Chapter 868. Fainted again in the afternoon, while Yun Ruoyue was napping in her chamber. She was suddenly stirred by the anxious voice of Mou from outside. Not good, your highness. My lord has fainted again. What? Yun Ruoyue sprang from her dream in alarm. Hearing the commotion, she quickly dressed and rushed out, only to find Mou anxiously waiting outside. What happened? He seemed perfectly fine. How could he have fainted? Yun Ruoyue inquired. I am uncertain. Just moments ago, I dozed off in the anteroom, and upon awakening, I discovered that the prince had fainted. I attempted to revive him by stimulating his ACU points, but to no avail. He remained unconscious, Mou murmured. Do not panic. Allow me to assess the situation, Yun Ruoyue replied. Upon her arrival at the prince's chamber, she found the anxious faces of concubine Jing and others awaiting her. The moment concubine Jing spotted her, she rushed forward in a state of distress. Princess Li, you have arrived just in time. Lu Yun has fainted once more. What could possibly be the cause? Is there a flaw in the process? Logically, he should not be in a state of unconsciousness. Please, remain calm. Let me enter and examine him. Yunru reassured them before swiftly entering the room. Upon her entrance, she beheld the prince lying quietly with his eyes closed. A vision of tranquility akin to a beautifully rendered painting. She promptly inspected the intravenous apparatus above him, finding it intact and undisturbed, as was the rest of the room's contents. However, upon examining the prince's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, she was alarmed to discover that both his eyes and lips had turned dark, his breathing and heartbeat faint, and his pulse exceedingly weak. Alas, this is grave. The prince has been poisoned, she declared. Poisoned? Lu Yun has been perfectly fine. How could this happen? Concubine Jing exclaimed in panic. I do not know. We must conduct a thorough examination of everything in this room and inspect the prince's food and water. By the way, is the food and water he consumed today still available? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Yes, it is all here. Previously, you instructed me to ensure that every meal he consumed be preserved for a day, so I had the cook save it, Concubine Jing replied. Excellent. Please have the food brought forth, Yun Ruoyue instructed, her caution stemming from the gravity of the situation. given the prince's esteemed position and her responsibility to heal him. She recognized that many might wish him harm, hence her meticulous approach. To her dismay, despite her vigilance, the prince had encountered peril. Someone, hurry to the small kitchen and fetch all the leftover food. Concubine Jing commanded coldly. Bring forth the cook, along with the servants responsible for purchasing, cleaning, and serving the food, Yun Ruoyue added. Each person here is a potential suspect. Before long, the cook presented the remnants of the prince's meal. Yun Ruoyue promptly began her examination of the dishes. Seeing her scrutinizing the food, the cook hastily interjected, Your Highness, all these dishes are non-toxic. The prince dined with silver utensils. If there had been poison, the silver would have tarnished long ago. Furthermore, we pricked them with silver needles before serving, and they showed no discoloration. Please do not wrongfully accuse us. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at the silver bowls and chopsticks and retorted, Whoever claimed that silver needles and utensils can definitively detect poison is mistaken. Silver needles can only reveal the most potent toxins, such as arsenic or deadly nightshade. If it were a slow-acting poison, it would remain undetected. The cook fell silent, taken aback and sheepishly rubbing his nose. Dr. Zhang, would you kindly examine these dishes? Particularly the stewed chicken, as it contains numerous spices? Yun Ruoyue requested, turning her gaze to Dr. Zhang amidst the gathering. Dr. Zhang and several imperial physicians arrived last night. However, their presence was rendered inconsequential in this setting. Dr. Zhang had previously witnessed Yun Ruoyue's medical expertise while treating the Empress Dowager and held her in high regard. Upon hearing her call, he immediately approached her, as if summoned by a teacher, becoming the center of attention. He inspected the stewed chicken with great care, stating, "This dish is infused with various spices, all of which are non-toxic, and it appears to be quite safe. May I inquire, esteemed physician, which spices are included?" Yun Ruoyue asked, as her knowledge of ancient spices was limited, leaving her unable to identify many of them. Dr. Zhang replied, "This is a medicinal dish known as ginseng stewed chicken. It contains goji berries, ginseng, angelica, longan, along with dried tangerine peel, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and slices of ginger. All these ingredients are commonly used in stewed chicken and are entirely harmless. Indeed, Your Highness, we labor daily to devise suitable meals for the prince. I have heard that ginseng stewed chicken is particularly beneficial for those with weak constitutions, insufficient qi and blood, as well as for those recovering from illness. I prepared this dish to restore the prince's vitality. Is there an issue with it?" the chef implored, feeling unjustly accused. Dr. Zhang reassured him, "In my humble opinion, there is no fault with this dish. Consuming ginseng is advantageous for the virtuous prince's recovery. It serves to remedy deficiencies in lung qi and blood. Such medicinal cuisine is most suitable for his nourishment, and we have often prescribed it for patients in the past. Your Highness, there is no problem with this dish." Yun Ruoyue nodded in agreement, feeling reassured by Dr. Zhang's affirmation. Subsequently, she examined the water and other food consumed by the prince, and after thorough scrutiny, they found no trace of poison. Ultimately, Dr. Zhang concluded that the food and water appeared safe. Thus, the source of the prince's ailment remained elusive. It was inconceivable that the prince had succumbed to poisoning without cause. Could it be the incense? Yun Ruoyue pondered aloud. It is unlikely. The concubine Jing presented the incense to us for examination prior to its use, and we verified that it is indeed non-toxic, merely a standard calming fragrance, Dr. Zhang clarified. The Princess Ruoyue, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh. How peculiar. The food is safe, the water is safe, the incense is safe, everything is devoid of poison. Yet the prince has fainted. Could this possibly be a side effect of the treatment administered by the Princess Li? At this, Su Changxiao seized the opportunity to cast blame upon Yun Ruoyue, as if grasping at her faults. Yun Ruoyue, you previously operated on the prince, and this must be a consequence of your surgery. Your skills are inadequate, yet you dared to open the prince's abdomen. Although he regained consciousness, he ultimately collapsed again. After all this effort, was it for naught? Concubine Jing, how could you entrust the prince to her? Given his current state, it seems hopeless. I wonder how she will explain this to His Majesty. The Princess Ruoyue declared coldly. Yun Ruoyue cast a frosty glance at her. She had not offended the Princess Ruoyue, yet it was evident that the latter was in league with Su Changxiao. Chapter 870. I understand a commoner is innocent, yet the possession of precious things is their sin. Even if she bears no animosity towards the Princess of Ruoyue, the relationship between the Ruoyue Wang and Chu Xuancheng is adversarial. Thus, regardless of whether she provokes them. They shall still seek to oppress her. Such is often the case. One may be kind-hearted and averse to conflict, yet still find oneself subjected to bullying. The quiet consort had already shattered in spirit, tears streaming down her face. What shall we do? Can Lu Yun still awaken? Yun Ruoyue was deep in thought. Offering no response. Consort Jing, the situation with the Xian Wang is dire. Even the imperial physicians are at a loss. You must prepare yourself mentally. The Princess of Ruoyue remarked. Even the renowned healer, Princess Li, could not remedy the situation. It seems there is truly no hope left. Such a pity for the Xian Wang. Had Master Qingyun treated him, perhaps there might have been a chance. Alas, Princess Li's interference has left him in such a state that he is not even whole, having been dissected, missing organs. It is indeed a lamentable fate. Su Changxiao feigned wiping non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, deliberately emphasizing the term healer to mock Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing this, Consort Jing's body weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the Princess Baohua caught her, preventing her from falling. How could this be? Lu Yun, my Lu Yun. Consort Jing's face turned pale, her body rigid, eyes vacant and despondent, her heart pierced with anguish, wishing to depart this world alongside her son. Su Changxiao sighed, dabbing at her tears. Ah, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Had I known it would come to this, it would have been better not to seek treatment at all, sparing Consort Jing the fleeting joy, only to end with a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. The emperor, too, was momentarily elated. He had summoned people to prepare a banquet for the Xian Wang to celebrate his recovery. He has already announced to the officials and the people that the Xian Wang has recovered, dispelling those rumors. Who could have foreseen that the Xian Wang would suddenly fall ill? What will the common people say about the emperor? At that point, public sentiment will be even more inflamed. They will feel deceived and may firmly believe the emperor is an ill-fated individual. Perhaps someone will seize this opportunity to incite rebellion. Is there any hope left for Yun Ruoyue's life? To quell public outrage, the emperor will undoubtedly place the blame on the inept physicians, and then Yun Ruoyue will surely meet her demise. I understand. Just as the Princess of Ruoyue and Su Changxiao wore expressions of triumph, Yun Ruoyue suddenly declared loudly, "Princess, what have you come to understand?" Dr. Zhang inquired hastily. I know how the Xian Wang was poisoned. He was poisoned by the combination of Jiu Li Xiang and Dang Shun. Individually, Jiu Li Xiang and Dang Shun are harmless, but when combined, inhaling the fragrance and then consuming Dang Shun will result in poisoning, Yun Ruoyue explained. She had been reflecting on the traditional Chinese medical texts her grandfather had shown her and suddenly recalled that ancient medical records mentioned this peculiar fragrance, which, when encountering certain medicinal herbs, could indeed cause poisoning. It was fortunate that her grandfather had often insisted she memorize medical texts. She had become intimately familiar with his writings from a young age. Though she ultimately pursued Western medicine, the knowledge she had memorized had never left her mind. Now, it proved to be of utmost relevance. Mixed poisoning? Having savored the fragrance and consumed the party ginseng, how is it that we remain unharmed? Inquired Princess Ruoyue. At the banquet just now, there was also a dish of ginseng stewed chicken that everyone partook of, and we inhaled its aroma. Why, then, are we unscathed? Chapter 871. The beginning of detoxification. A healthy individual, upon inhaling the scent of Jiu Li Xiang and ingesting ginseng, would naturally not suffer any ill effects. However, the circumstances are quite different for one who is frail. The wise king, having recently undergone surgery, bears wounds upon his body, compounded by his weakened vitality, a cold spleen and stomach, and diminished resistance. Prolonged exposure to this fragrance, combined with the consumption of ginseng, would indeed make it difficult to avoid toxicity, asserted Yun Ruoyue with conviction. It is truly laughable. Who decreed that those in poor health must shun this fragrance and refrain from this remedy? Princess Li, is this your flawed reasoning? Princess Ruoyue retorted. Dr. Zhang interjected hastily. Princess Ruoyue, Princess Li has a valid point. The ailments of the sick are vastly different from those of the healthy. For instance, a person suffering from gout must abstain from consuming organ meats and seafood, lest their suffering intensify, yet a healthy individual would not be affected. The wise king, with his vital energy depleted and an imbalance of yin and yang, has recently undergone surgery, leaving him severely weakened and his blood unbalanced. In such a condition, exposure to the pungent aroma of Jiu Li Xiang, coupled with ginseng, would render him susceptible to poisoning. Indeed, I am certain that the wise king has fallen ill due to this very reason. Your Highness, it would be prudent to investigate the kitchen staff thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Consort Jing immediately comprehended the implication. She cast a cold glance at the cook and angrily declared, "You have always been responsible for the wise king's diet, and today's ginseng stewed chicken was your suggestion. I have treated you well, yet you dared to harm the wise king. Guards, take this cook and the others away for severe interrogation. Moreover, this entire group of cooks is to be dismissed and replaced entirely. Your Highness, spare me. I did not poison him. I am innocent." The cook cried out in desperation. "I care not for your claims of innocence. It was your food that led to this calamity. If one wishes to keep their misdeeds hidden, they must not act so brazenly. Guards, take him away, administer 30 lashes, and then interrogate him." Consort Jing commanded furiously. To dare harm the wise king. Even 100 lives would not suffice to atone for their crimes. Once the guards had escorted the cook and others away, Consort Jing promptly ordered the dismissal of all bystanders, including Su Changxiao and Princess Rui. These two had been cursing the wise king, and her resentment toward them was palpable. Yet she could not unleash her fury and had to endure it in silence. "Princess Li, all my hopes rest upon you. You must strive to save Lu Yun," Consort Jing implored earnestly, grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand before departing. She believed that Yun Ruoyue possessed the means to rescue the wise king. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall do my utmost," Yun Ruoyue replied. Afterward, she retained only Dr. Li for assistance and dismissed the others. Once the room was cleared, Yun Ruoyue hastily extinguished the incense and opened the windows for ventilation. Dr. Li cautioned, "The wise king should not be exposed to the wind. It is quite cold, and it may exacerbate his condition." Yun Ruoyue, aware of the traditional medicine's aversion to wind exposure, responded, "He is poisoned. If we do not ventilate the room to disperse the aroma, the poison cannot be resolved. Furthermore, maintaining air circulation indoors is far more beneficial than allowing it to stagnate. Although it may be a bit chilly, it is a necessary sacrifice for detoxification." "Indeed, you are most insightful, Princess," he acknowledged. Dr. Li was suddenly enlightened and gave a thumbs up to Yun Ruoyue. However, a look of concern clouded his face as he lamented, "But we do not know the name of the poison he has ingested, nor do we possess the antidote. How can we detoxify him?" "I have a solution, Dr. Li. Please assist me in supporting the prince while I induce vomiting to expel the dangshin he has consumed. This will help neutralize the poison," Yun Ruoyue replied. Chapter 872. Reviving the Sage King. Traditional Chinese detoxification emphasizes the necessity of an antidote, akin to the detoxifying pills found in martial arts literature. In contrast, Western medicine prioritizes gastric lavage or emesis, followed by medication. This dual approach renders the need for arcane antidotes unnecessary. Without electricity, the tools for gastric washing were unavailable. Thus, she resorted to the most ancient method of inducing vomiting once more. Given the prince's unconscious state, there was a risk of asphyxiation during this process, but fortunately, Yun Ruoyue's extensive experience and meticulousness averted such dangers. In no time, she and Dr. Li succeeded in expelling the consumed dangshin from the prince's system. After tidying the area, she administered a miodoron and provided intravenous sedation to further assist in detoxification. After a strenuous effort, the prince's previously darkened eyes and lips gradually regained their natural color. Dr. Li, witnessing this transformation, was astonished. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The prince's complexion has returned to normal. The princess consort has detoxified him without requiring any antidote. This is the first time I have encountered such a method. It is indeed impressive. In truth, I have employed medication. It is essential to fully detoxify him." The prince has endured quite a bit, Yun Ruoyue reflected, acknowledging that inducing vomiting twice was akin to subjecting him to an abdominal surgery, which had surely drained his vitality. Thankfully, his martial prowess enabled him to endure. Had it been anyone else, they might not have survived. At that moment, she noticed the prince's hand move, and his eyes gradually opened. Upon awakening, he weakly gazed at her, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you, Princess Consort Li. You have saved me once again. I am indebted to you beyond measure. You are awake. How wonderful. Fortunately, your poisoning was not severe, allowing for a swift recovery. There is no need for thanks. For a healer, the greatest aspiration is to cure every patient. The joy we feel upon witnessing a patient's smile surpasses even the thrill of winning a grand prize." Yun Ruoyue replied sincerely, "Thank you. I feel much better now. the prince said, looking at Yun Ruoyue with deep affection. Please rest for a while. I will instruct MOU to prepare some traditional medicine for you to further consolidate your recovery. Given the current conditions for detoxification, a combination of Eastern and Western medicine would be optimal. Outside, those waiting rejoiced upon hearing that the prince had been revived, hastily congratulating the Empress Dowager. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager felt the weight in her heart finally lift. She quickly entered to express her heartfelt gratitude to Yun Ruoyue and then rushed to check on the prince, showering him with concern. Meanwhile, Su Changxiao and Princess Ruoyue both wore expressions of disbelief, having never anticipated that Yun Ruoyue would indeed be capable of saving the prince's life. Once the Empress Dowager finished attending to the prince, Yun Ruoyue inquired, Your Majesty, have you discerned the situation? Is there an issue with the cook? The chef, subjected to severe torture, resolutely refused to divulge any information. He insisted that the fragrant dish was not his creation. He merely prepared a ginseng stewed chicken. Should he be unjustly accused for this? Fearing that he might accuse the Prince of Virtue's residents of cruelty, I decided against further interrogation. The concubine Jing sighed and remarked. Yun Ruoyue nodded, recognizing that without evidence, her conjectures were futile. If someone truly had bribed the chef, he would either die before revealing anything or perish during questioning, indicating the meticulous planning behind the scenes, likely even unbeknownst to the chef himself. Who could that person be? Chapter 873. Is that not Chu Xuancheng? Among those who harbor enmity toward her, who also bears animosity toward the Prince of Virtue, Su Changxiao? Could she, alone, orchestrate such a scheme? The Prince of Jin had been gambling outside, completely disregarding her. Without allies, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to manipulate affairs within the Prince of Virtue's residence. Moreover, when the poisoning of the Prince of Virtue was first discovered, it was the Princess Ruoyue who initially targeted her. Su Changxiao only seized the opportunity to accuse her after being prompted by the Princess Ruoyue. If Su Changxiao were indeed the perpetrator, she would have accused her long ago. Her recent remarks were clearly influenced by the Princess Ruoyue's suggestions. It seems she was unaware of the entire situation. Princess Ruoyue. The mere thought of her name startled Yun Ruoyue. Could it be her? She always found that woman's gaze to be venomous and her demeanor harsh, suggesting she was not one to be trifled with. Perhaps it truly was her. As she pondered this, she looked up and met the Princess Ruoyue's eyes, which held a blend of mockery and amusement. The princess regarded her coldly, her eyes sparkling with a smile that seemed to conceal deeper intentions. Those eyes resembled a dark, ancient well or a vibrant, poisonous serpent. They exuded a sinister aura, as if they could see through her very soul. When she looked again, the Princess Ruoyue had already lowered her head, chatting amiably with Su Changxiao as if nothing had transpired. Lacking evidence, Yun Ruoyue could not be certain of the Princess Ruoyue's involvement and felt powerless against her. She turned to concubine Jing and declared, regardless of whether the chef is guilty, those in the Prince of Virtue's kitchen must be dismissed to prevent any disloyalty that could endanger the prince. I shall ensure that all kitchen staff are replaced with trustworthy individuals. Simultaneously, I will personally supervise Lu Yun's affairs. He cannot face any further mishaps. Concubine Jing replied. The Princess Li might save Lu Yun once or twice, but the third time would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, thanks to Yun Ruoyue's timely intervention, the Prince of Virtue's recent poisoning did not result in severe consequences. 2 days later, the prince's condition stabilized completely. His complexion returned to normal, and his wounds began to heal. He could even take a few steps with the assistance of MOU, indicating that he was indeed recovering. With the prince's health improving, Yun Ruoyue prepared to enter the palace to report to the emperor and discuss the matter of separation. That noon, she removed the prince's foredrip and pain pump, giving concubine Jing a few final instructions before preparing to enter the palace. Aware of her intention to report to the emperor, concubine Jing specially arranged a carriage to escort her. To avoid alerting Chu Xuancheng to her palace visit, Yun Ruoyue chose not to inform him. He must know that he will certainly cause trouble. However, as she stepped out of the gates of the prince's residence, she beheld a lavish azure carriage waiting before her, in front of which stood a strikingly handsome man clad in dark royal garments. Was this not Chu Xuancheng? Today, he adorned himself in a regal outfit embellished with 5-clawed golden dragons, a jade belt cinching his waist, adorned with 4 cat's eye stones and 4 agates, along with 2 jade pendants. Upon his head rested a white jade crown, embellished with 9 jade pearls, radiating an air of unparalleled nobility that rendered him utterly distinct. The aura of grandeur emanating from him was so powerful that it was almost blinding. Behind him stood only Lu Ruyan, his advisor and one of his trusted strategists. Yet, Yun Ruoyue harbored persistent doubts regarding his intelligence. How could he, with such intellect, find his way into one of the 4 great advisory circles? Chapter 874. Is he pampering her? Your Highness, the princess has emerged, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to bite her hand. I am aware, Chu Xuancheng replied. Lifting his gaze, clarity in his eyes, a long-lost smile gracing his features. Come, I shall accompany you to the palace. Bathed in sunlight, his figure appeared almost divine, as he gazed deeply at Yun Ruoyue, extending his hand towards her. Yun Ruoyue cast him a frosty glance, skeptical of the implications of his accompanying her to the palace. What are you doing here? How did you know I was heading to the palace? Have you been monitoring me? She inquired coldly. Do not be angry, princess. The prince is prescient. He anticipated your visit to the palace today and has been waiting here since dawn, Lu Ruyan hastily clarified, fearing that misunderstandings might arise regarding her master. Most notably, it seemed that the princess's presence was more formidable than that of the prince himself. The once invincible warlord appeared somewhat intimidated by her. He was genuinely concerned that the prince might be bullied by the princess, hence his attempt to diffuse the tension. I can enter the palace alone. Your company is unnecessary. Perhaps it would be best if you both returned, Yun Ruoyue stated. Get in the carriage, Chu Xuancheng commanded. And before she could protest, he effortlessly lifted her and placed her within the vehicle, displaying his usual domineering nature, never one to engage in idle words when he could take action. With her in his grasp, there was no chance of her escape. Once seated, the carriage set off towards the imperial palace. After securing Yun Ruoyue in his embrace, Chu Xuancheng did not release her. Instead, he held her tightly, gazing at her with an intensity that left no room for refusal. Without hesitation, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. This man, how can he resort to kissing her at the slightest disagreement? Yun Ruoyue's limbs instinctively struggled, yet his desperate and assertive hunger for her lips gradually softened her resolve. It had been merely 2 days since Chu Xuancheng last saw Yun Ruoyue, yet it felt as though an eternity had passed. He finally comprehended the sentiment of longing encapsulated in the phrase, 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Lately, he had been plagued by insomnia, an affliction he had never encountered before, his thoughts perpetually occupied by her image. Thus, upon seeing her, an overwhelming urge to kiss her fiercely and envelop her within himself surged within him. Emily observed that he was somewhat like the cat on the wall, his heart fluttering in the spring air, leading him to a state of distraction as he gazed vacantly at her portrait and various objects around him. The mere thought of her wanting to part ways with him was unbearable, shattering his heart and tearing at his very soul. Thus, he arrived early to wait for her, resolved to treat her with greater kindness and shower her with affection, hoping to sway her feelings. At last, Chu Xuancheng reluctantly concluded the kiss. Had he not feared for her breath, he would have continued until the end of time. Once liberated, Yun Ruoyue angrily wiped her lips and glared at Chu Xuancheng. Why do you insist on kissing me without a word? How dare you? She felt embarrassed, while he seemed to kiss her so naturally. I am showering you with affection. Do you not perceive it? Emily remarked, noting that women often relish the feeling of being cherished. As long as he adored her, she would have no desire to leave him. Thus, he had kissed her, a rare opportunity that countless young girls longed for, yet she had rejected it. Is this your idea of affection? Who told you that? You did not obtain my consent. This is inappropriate and an infringement, Yun Ruoyue retorted through gritted teeth. Chapter 875. Heart and Mouth Discrepancy. Chu Xuancheng silently lowered his head, his expression one of deep hurt. His large, dark eyes shimmered, and his lips were as red as cherry blossoms in March, resembling a pitiable little creature. Emily had once said that a man should occasionally feign vulnerability before his woman to elicit her sympathy. Seeing Chu Xuancheng in such a forlorn state puzzled Yun Ruoyue. He was usually so assertive. This was entirely out of character for him. Initially inclined to mock him, she refrained, her voice cold. You need not perform these antics for me. Direct them toward Nangong Ro. That kiss meant nothing to me. Heart and mouth discrepancy. Chu Xuancheng cast a sidelong glance at her. She had clearly lost herself in the moment, momentarily forgetting to resist him. Yet she claimed to have felt nothing. Who would believe that? I did not touch Nangong Ro, Chu Xuancheng declared. This sudden revelation startled Yun Ruoyue. Was he attempting to explain himself? If you did not touch her, then who was the man in the room? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that Nangong Ro had indeed dared to engage in infidelity? It was my maid, Kai Dai. She has recently been training in martial arts, bound her hair, and donned training attire. She mentioned she was merely massaging Nangong Ro's shoulders, which led to your misunderstanding. Chu Xuancheng replied calmly. Ah, I see, Yun Ruoyue acknowledged. The manner in which Lady Yu and the others had hesitated to speak, coupled with Nangong Ro's deliberate exclamation of Your Highness, be gentle, certainly did not resemble a shoulder massage. Nonetheless, since Nangong Ro had chosen to speak to Chu Xuancheng in such a manner, she found it unnecessary to expose her deceit. Rest assured, I do not trust her words. However, I must thank her, otherwise, how would I have come to know your feelings toward me? Chu Xuancheng stated, gazing intently at Yun Ruoyue. What nonsense are you spouting? What feelings? I have no such sentiments for you, she retorted, as though he had pierced her innermost thoughts, causing her heart to race in disarray. That night, you wept, Chu Xuancheng suddenly declared, extending his hand to gently caress her face with his rough fingertips, his gaze filled with profound tenderness. Who told you that? I didn't cry. Do I have any reason to weep? I am a strong person. Yun Ruoyue quickly lowered her head, pondering who could have revealed this to him. You need not conceal anything from me. Fenger and the others have already divulged your reactions from that day to me. You felt jealousy and heartache, which is why you chose to leave with Su Changxiao, intending to part ways with me. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her with a heart full of compassion. He could hardly fathom the extent of her sorrow at that moment. Yet it was precisely this understanding that allowed him to perceive her true feelings. Have you overthought it? Do you believe everything Fenger and the others say? Yun Ruoyue discovered that Chu Xuancheng's gentle demeanor caused her to question the correctness of her decision to separate. Chu Xuancheng did not respond, but instead turned to present her with an object. This is for you. Do you like it? What is this? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed upon recognizing the mushroom lamp that Nangong Ro had damaged. It had been restored to its former glory, appearing as if it were brand new. The mushroom-shaped lamp was adorably charming, plump and delightful, with a tender pink hue that captivated her. You bought another one? But didn't Tmo Li say that there was only one such lamp in the world? Yun Ruoyue inquired, curiously admiring the lamp. This is indeed the one I purchased. It was merely taken to the flower market by Mo Li and the others to be repaired, Chu Xuancheng declared with an air of authority, raising an eyebrow. What I gift you must be unique. Chapter 876. Another assassin approaches this lamp is the only one of its kind in the entire realm. How extravagant, Yun Ruoyue mused. However, spending 1,000 taels of silver on a fragile lamp seemed exceedingly lavish. Yet, since it was a token of his affection, she resolved to cherish it, treating it as a cherished memory before their separation. Not good, Your Highness, there are assassins outside. At that moment, the anxious voice of Lu Ruyan pierced the air. The urgent sounds of clashing swords followed, and upon hearing the commotion, Chu Xuancheng swiftly enveloped Yun Ruoyue in his embrace. His voice cold and commanding, hold on tightly to me, and protect yourself. With that, he drew his Dragon Abyss sword, slicing through the curtain of the sedan chair, which fell away, leaving his line of sight unobstructed. Lifting his gaze, he spotted dozens of cloaked figures advancing menacingly toward the carriage from all directions. Meanwhile, many more hidden assassins lay in ambush upon the walls and trees, bows drawn, ready to rain arrows upon the carriage. Stay hidden, I shall deal with them. Ruyan, come protect the princess. Chu Xuancheng barked, summoning Lu Ruyan to his side. At that moment, Lu Ruyan had already dispatched several of the attackers. Despite his effeminate speech and demeanor, he had never lost a fight. After all, how could Chu Xuancheng trust him to accompany him alone otherwise? Very well. I shall protect the princess. Your Highness, please be cautious. With that, Lu Ruyan positioned his formidable frame before the curtain of the sedan. Yes, Chu Xuancheng, please take care. Yun Ruoyue observed the dark-clad figures and sensed that this assassination attempt was of a much larger scale than before. Yet, Chu Xuancheng had brought only Lu Ruyan with him, which filled her with trepidation about their chances of survival. Lu Ruyan, however, cautioned, Your Highness, be wary, do not kill too swiftly. At least leave a few alive for interrogation. Yun Ruoyue shot an incredulous glare at Lu Ruyan, realizing that her notion of caution was of a different nature. At that moment, a dozen shadow guards suddenly emerged around Chu Xuancheng, leaping forth to shield him while engaging in fierce combat with the assassins. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the shadow guards, Yun Ruoyue understood Lu Ruyan's earlier words. It turned out that Chu Xuancheng had indeed prepared a considerable number of guards. One should never judge a situation merely by its surface. Chu Xuancheng, like a dragon in flight, engaged with the incoming assassins. Aware of his formidable skills, the attackers banded together, launching a joint offensive against him. Despite his prowess, subduing such a multitude of martial experts would require considerable effort. And soon he found himself entangled in battle. Loose the arrows. At that moment, the leader of the assassins issued a sinister command from afar. Immediately, archers drew their bows and unleashed a volley towards the carriage. Princess, stay safe. The wood surrounding this carriage is reinforced with heavy iron plates. Those arrows cannot penetrate. Lu Ruoyue reassured her, noting that amidst the chaos, this small carriage was their safest refuge. Upon hearing of the iron reinforcement, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. The overwhelming number of assassins made her anxious, and she instinctively sought a weapon to assist. However, her groping yielded nothing but a decorative lantern. Lu Ruoyue, do you have any spare weapons? Perhaps I can aid you, she fretted, seeing several assassins approaching, swords drawn, ready to engage Lu Ruoyue. I have only this sword, Lu Ruoyue replied, and then, as if struck by inspiration, he suddenly produced a large steamed bun from his bosom and tossed it to Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, you can use this bun as a weapon. A bun as a weapon? Yun Ruoyue caught the bun, which felt as hard as stone despite its appearance. Yes, this is what Xiao Dai made for me. It may not be edible, but it serves many purposes, Lu Ruoyue explained. I shall slay you. You, bearded brute, hideous creature. At that moment, a short assassin charged forward, brandishing a knife aimed at Lu Ruoyue. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyue turned to confront him, and before Yun Ruoyue lay a flurry of blades and the sparks of combat. Noticing that the assassin was shorter, his head positioned beneath the carriage, Yun Ruoyue seized the bun and smashed it down upon the assassin's head. With a resounding thud, the bun remained intact, yet the assassin's head was drawn blood. What manner of weapon is this? The assassin slowly turned his head, bewildered by the large bun, staring at it in disbelief. Then, with a tilt of his head, he collapsed to the ground. He never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere steamed bun. His illustrious career as an assassin ended so absurdly. How utterly insane. This truly reflects the remarkable culinary prowess of that little butterfly. If Lu Ruoyue were to marry her, he would undoubtedly lead a blissful life. Your Highness, you are truly impressive, grasping the art of utilizing this bun on the first try. When Xiao Dai presented it to me last night, I had yet to realize its formidable nature. Keep it up, Lu Ruoyue remarked, as she engaged in combat with the other assassins. Yun Ruoyue trembled in fear. Was this her second act of killing? The first time was to save Chu Xuancheng, when she eliminated an assassin from the Holy Ling Palace. At that moment, two more assassins charged towards her, one of whom leapt into the air, aiming a fierce kick at her. Instinctively, she brandished the bun to defend herself. With a resounding thud, the assassin crashed to the ground, clutching his foot in agony. Peering over, Yun Ruoyue discovered that the assassin's shoe had been shattered by the bun, exposing his 5 plump toes, while the bun remained unscathed. Her admiration for Xiao Dai's culinary skills grew immensely. What kind of bun is this? I swear I will kill you. The assassin, enraged by the destruction of his shoe, drew his sword and lunged at Yun Ruoyue. In fright, she hurled the bun at him, only to hear a piercing scream as the assassin was knocked unconscious. Witnessing this, Lu Ruoyue swiftly thrust her sword into the assassin's heart, withdrawing it with a heavy heart. Xiao Dai, I am so sorry to betray your good intentions. With that, she picked up the bun, channeling her internal energy, and hurled it with great force. The bun transformed into a projectile, soaring through the air like a rocket, striking a line of enemies. Those struck by it fell to the ground, a testament to its immense power. What kind of bun is this? Get away. One assassin, witnessing the devastation wrought upon his comrades, picked up the bun and hurled it back. A thunderous crash followed as a section of the earthen wall collapsed. Chapter 878, She is going to be burned alive. Everyone, concentrate all your efforts on Chu Xuancheng. Today, I demand to see him alive or dead. Onward. The leader commanded coldly, and immediately, a multitude of assassins surged from all directions, weapons drawn, launching an assault on Chu Xuancheng. He stood resolutely amid the chaos, exuding an aura of invincibility. If you have the ability, come at me all at once. None shall escape. Haha, such bravado. Chu Xuancheng, do you truly believe you can escape this time? The assassin leader cackled menacingly. Escape? Do I need to? Chu Xuancheng retorted, as the dragon abyss sword in his hand began to resonate with a chilling clang. Its blade gleaming with a deadly light, pulsating with a thirst for blood. Suddenly, he soared into the air like a silver dragon, charging directly at the assassin leader, who bellowed in fury, "Everyone, attack! Kill Chu Xuancheng!" Dozens of assassins collectively launched an attack on Chu Xuancheng. Simultaneously, he swiftly soared to the adjacent rooftop, attempting to employ a cunning diversion to draw Chu Xuancheng away. However, Chu Xuancheng was not easily deceived. He remained close to the carriage, continuing his fierce battle against the assassins. A glint of malice and calculation flashed in the eyes of the assassin leader as he suddenly turned around. Commanding the hidden archers in the shadows, release the fire arrows. At his command, a rapid rustling sound ensued, and a volley of flaming arrows was unleashed towards the carriage. Lu Rian was engaged in combat with the assassins near the carriage when she suddenly spotted the incoming fire arrows, all aimed at the carriage. The arrows, coated in oil and embedded with sulfur and gunpowder, struck the carriage with an explosive force, igniting it in a fierce blaze. The startled horses reared up violently, causing the carriage to sway dangerously. "Ah, it's on fire." Yun Ruoyue, who had intended to grab a weapon for self-defense, was taken aback as the arrows rained down upon her. In her panic, she hurriedly sought refuge inside the carriage, only to find flames encircling it. The carriage rocked violently due to the horse's frantic movements, forcing her to cling tightly to its sides to avoid being tossed about. "Your Highness," Lu Rian, witnessing Yun Ruoyue, trapped by the flames, pierced through the assassin before her with a sword, determined to rescue her. Yet, countless assassins surged towards her, their attacks insidious, seemingly aimed not at killing her, but at thwarting her attempt to save the princess. Amidst his struggle with the assassins, Chu Xuancheng noticed the carriage ablaze. A pang of dread gripping his heart, and a tempest of fury ignited in his eyes. Clenching his sword, he launched an assault on the assassins before him, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sent them crashing to the ground. "Chu Xuancheng, if we cannot slay you today, taking her life will suffice," the assassin leader stated coldly. "Yun Ruoyue is your ally. Killing her is akin to severing one of your limbs, a worthy gain indeed." This diversion was a scheme devised by their master. Since eliminating Chu Xuancheng proved difficult, they resolved to first extinguish Yun Ruoyue. The carriage was now engulfed in flames, and as the fire intensified, Yun Ruoyue's fate seemed sealed. "Dare to harm her, and you shall meet your demise," Chu Xuancheng bellowed, suddenly leaping into the air, his expression fraught with urgency as he raced towards the carriage. His eyes brimmed with deep concern and desperation, yet the assassins had anticipated his move, converging upon him to obstruct his path. "Clear the way for me," Chu Xuancheng roared, veins bulging on his forehead, sweeping his sword in a deadly arc that drenched him in the blood of the assassins. The sight of Chu Xuancheng effortlessly dispatching several of their number sent waves of fear through the remaining assassins, causing them to retreat in trepidation. Indeed, he was a harbinger of death, his formidable presence deterring all who dared to challenge him. "Maintain your positions. Do not let him pass. Whoever allows him through shall meet their doom," the assassin leader menaced as he sensed the hesitation among his subordinates. Threatened, the assassins dared not retreat. They were born for this moment, and thus they surged forward to confront Chu Xuancheng, determined to prevent his advance. Some are destined to live, while they were destined for death. "Step aside." Chu Xuancheng, noticing the flames escalating, disregarded the obstruction and forged ahead. A flash of silver erupted as his sword cleaved through the assassins, his swordsmanship ethereal and agile as a soaring dragon, unleashing a tempest upon them. Fixated on the direction of the carriage, he bellowed, "Everyone, hurry and save the princess." "Yes, my lord," the shadow guards responded, rushing towards the carriage. However, this time, the assassin leader had prepared thrice the number of adversaries. As the shadow guards charged in, at least 3 opponents materialized to thwart them, each strike vicious and lethal. Soon, several of Chu Xuancheng's guards had fallen. "Lu Rian, are you not going to rescue the princess? Are you seeking death?" Chu Xuancheng shouted angrily while entangled in combat. "My lord, I am entangled with over a dozen foes. I cannot break through," Lu Rian cried out in desperation. In a frantic gesture, he retrieved a signal flare from his sleeve, igniting it and hurling it into the sky. He sought to summon reinforcements, yet with the flames raging, it might already be too late. "Even in death, you must pave a path for me," Chu Xuancheng retorted fiercely, determined to breach the encirclement himself to save that foolish woman, Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue was huddled in the center of the carriage, terror-stricken. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and the curtain of the carriage was ablaze, rendering any escape nearly impossible. Lu Rian stood guard at the door, utilizing both hands and feet to fend off the assailants, wholly absorbed in the struggle and unable to divert attention to her rescue. Yun Ruoyue surveyed the inferno around her. The outer wooden layer of the carriage was consumed by fire, yet a layer of iron shielded her from the flames, albeit it was searing hot to the touch. The fire intensified, and the roof crackled ominously as the wood ignited. Should it fall, it would surely crush her. The sole exit was blocked by flames, leaving her utterly helpless. She longed to cry out to Chu Xuancheng, yet upon lifting her gaze, she saw him besieged by dozens of assassins, each wielding blades with merciless intent. A moment's distraction could spell danger for him, let alone anyone who might attempt to rescue her. Was this truly the day she would perish here? She had so many unfulfilled desires and aspirations. Who had sent these assassins? Should she discover their identities, she would not let them escape unscathed. Yun Ruoyue, hold on. I will come to your rescue. Chu Xuancheng's resolute and impassioned roar echoed from a distance. A spark from a flame leapt forth, landing upon the hem of Yun Ruoyue's garment, startling her into swiftly extinguishing it, though the fire singed her hand in the process. Chapter 880. Do not fear, Yun Ruoyue. Do you hear my voice? Answer me. If anything happens to you, I shall not let you go. From a distance, the anxious yet menacing voice of Chu Xuancheng echoed. Though it bore a threat, it brought her heart a sense of comfort. Despite the searing pain from the flames, Yun Ruoyue called back loudly, I am here. I am unharmed. I am still alive. Good. Do not fear. Wait for me. I shall come at once. This time, Chu Xuancheng's voice was closer, still trembling and choked with emotion. A formidable man, standing 8 feet tall, who had traversed countless battlefields, accustomed to the heart-wrenching partings of life and death, and having vanquished innumerable foes, he had always believed his heart was forged of iron. Yet today, he discovered it had softened. He had a vulnerability, and that was Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, the assassins seemed to conspire against him, forming 2 lines to obstruct his path, their blades glinting ominously, preventing him from approaching the carriage. Chu Xuancheng suddenly gritted his teeth and roared, summoning all his strength to engage in battle with the assailants before him. Almost simultaneously, over 20 assassins closed in, raising their swords in unison to strike at him. With a fierce shout, he raised his sword to defend himself. A resounding clang echoed as his Hongyuan sword clashed with the multitude of blades, sending forth a shower of sparks and jolting his hands with pain. The assassins, after launching their assault, swiftly retreated, forming 2 lines to halt Chu Xuancheng's advance. Everyone, hold the line. Do not allow Chu Xuancheng to approach Yun Ruoyue. I want him to witness her perish in flames. The leader of the assassins hissed. He recalled his master's words. Nothing is more agonizing than witnessing the death of one's beloved. By eliminating Yun Ruoyue, they could deliver a crushing blow to Chu Xuancheng, easing his master's path to the throne. Meanwhile, the leader's master, Prince Chu Tianyu, donned a black mask and quietly lurked in the shadows, relishing the unfolding scene. Having orchestrated this assassination mission, he should not have been present. Discovery would spell doom for him. Yet, his desire to witness Yun Ruoyue's torment compelled him to take the risk, blending in among the assassins to spy. He aimed for Chu Xuancheng to witness Yun Ruoyue's demise, believing that nothing could wound a man more deeply than the death of his cherished woman. Once Yun Ruoyue was eliminated, dealing with Chu Xuancheng would become a trivial matter. He had never seen Chu Xuancheng exhibit such concern for Yun Ruoyue as he did for anyone else. Upon hearing the assassin leader's words, Chu Xuancheng's eyes widened in fury, his teeth grinding audibly as he swung his sword towards the ranks of killers, determined to carve a path of blood to rescue Yun Ruoyue. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng dragged his sword, the tip dripping with fresh blood. The cold wind tousled his hair and billowed his robes, resembling a deity of death as he strode toward the carriage. The moment the assassins approached, he wielded his sword with ferocity, parrying and slaying foes. In no time, he was splattered with blood and sustained numerous injuries. Yun Ruoyue, hold on. I shall come to your rescue shortly, he thought, fearing she might succumb to the smoke-induced haze, and hurriedly sought to alert her. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue had inhaled several puffs of smoke, her mind growing foggy. Fortunately, being outdoors spared her from losing consciousness sooner. Chapter 881. I will never allow you to die. She crouched in the center of the carriage, feeling unwell as it rocked violently. Before her stood Lu Ruyan and the shadow guards, engaged in a fierce skirmish with the assassins. Not far off, Chu Xuancheng clashed with 2 rows of foes. She observed him carving a bloody path through the chaos, surrounded by lifeless bodies, his form drenched in crimson, his body marred with wounds. Despite his evident struggle, he continued to fight fiercely against the assailants. 1 came, he killed 1. 2 appeared, he dispatched a pair. Though the sheer number of assassins could have restrained Chu Xuancheng, fury blazed in his eyes. His murderous intent surged forth, and his combat prowess reached its zenith, swiftly toppling several adversaries. His treasured blade began to dull from relentless use. Yet, while he vanquished 1,000 foes, he inflicted upon himself grievous wounds, blood oozing from his injuries, causing Yun Ruoyue to feel a surge of alarm. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Chu Xuancheng, there are still many assassins here. Do not come any closer. Do not concern yourself with me. While you still possess strength, flee. Otherwise, you too shall perish." She witnessed blood gushing from his arm, and bruises painted his face. Human endurance is finite, and she dreaded that he might not be able to withstand much longer. It would be a tragic loss for a legendary warrior to meet his end in such a manner. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hold on for me." Chu Xuancheng barked angrily, moving closer to the carriage. At that moment, a swarm of assassins descended from all directions, encircling Chu Xuancheng like ants, brandishing their blades as they charged toward him. The Prince of Jin watched this scene with satisfaction. He had meticulously orchestrated this assassination, investing vast resources and incurring great costs, all aimed at eliminating Chu Xuancheng. He had initially thought that if he could not kill Chu Xuancheng today, he would settle for Yun Ruoyue instead. Little did he know, Chu Xuancheng fought valiantly for her, already wounded, yet continuing the battle, revealing just how much she burdened him. Without her, he would undoubtedly have suffered far less. At that instant, Chu Xuancheng, caught off guard, took a blade to his shoulder, sending a jolt of fear through Yun Ruoyue's heart. "Chu Xuancheng, do not approach. Flee at once. I cannot escape, so if death is to come, let it be for me alone. You must leave. I will never allow you to die." Upon hearing the word die, an inexplicable strength surged within Chu Xuancheng. He raised his sword and dashed furiously toward the carriage. He charged forward, regardless of whether he faced arrows or the sharp edge of a sword. This sudden advance startled the assassins, causing them to instinctively retreat 2 steps. The current king of Li had become excessively bloodthirsty, and they dared not approach him. To draw near was to court death. Soon, Chu Xuancheng, bruised and battered, found himself before the carriage, while the assassins behind him sought to close in for the kill. At that moment, a multitude of guards from the Li royal residence rushed in from all directions. Mo Li and Mo Zhu, upon seeing the signal flare, hastened to the scene, only to be met with the alarming sight of numerous assassins besieging the prince and the burning carriage. Their hearts sank in terror. "Quickly, save the prince and princess." Before Mo Li could finish, the guards coldly joined the fray, detaining the assassins, which deterred anyone else from approaching Chu Xuancheng. Upon seeing Mo Li and the others arrive, Chu Xuancheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, his expression turned anxious as he looked at Yun Ruoyue, extending his hand towards her. "Come, allow this prince to carry you out." Chapter 882. Shielding her with his body, the carriage's entrance had been burned into a large hole. Originally, Yun Ruoyue could have jumped down, but the presence of assassins outside, combined with the smoke she had inadvertently inhaled, rendered her body weak and limp, preventing her from escaping. Hearing Chu Xuancheng's words, she reached out to him, her lips curving into a smile. She was saved. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the roof of the carriage was severed, and a half-burned beam came crashing down towards Yun Ruoyue. "Be careful." Before Chu Xuancheng could finish his warning, he lunged toward Yun Ruoyue. The flaming beam struck heavily against his back, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Yun Ruoyue had braced herself for the impact, believing she would be struck by the beam, and closed her eyes in anticipation. However, Chu Xuancheng shielded her with his body, absorbing the blow. She could even smell the scent of charred flesh. The unique aroma of his masculinity, reminiscent of fragrant grass, mingled with the stench of sweat and blood from battle. "Chu Xuancheng, are you all right? Quickly, save the prince." At that moment, Mo Li and Mo Zhu had arrived. Mo Li swiftly severed the beam with his sword and quickly helped Chu Xuancheng to his feet. Chu Xuancheng, gripping Yun Ruoyue tightly, despite his pain, resolutely said, "First, save the princess. Do not mind this prince." Soon, Imo Li and the others successfully dragged them both out. Just before they were pulled free, Yun Ruoyue clutched the lantern tightly in her right hand. She had kept the lantern close to her side, and fortunately, the iron plating around the carriage had prevented it from igniting, allowing her to protect it intact. The moment they were extricated, the carriage suddenly collapsed and erupted into flames. Had they been any later, they would have perished in the inferno. Once safe, Chu Xuancheng immediately embraced Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with urgency. "Someone, quickly summon the physician." "My lord, there is no physician here. We should find a nearby clinic," Emoli suggested. "I am fine. I merely inhaled a bit of smoke. I will recover shortly." Yun Ruoyue quickly reassured Chu Xuancheng, noticing his concern for her well-being. Unbeknownst to her, of late, she has been easily fatigued, having just curled up in the carriage, feeling unwell. In times past, she was not so fragile. She had undergone 2 surgeries without a hitch. Now, after merely assisting the virtuous king with a single operation, she nearly fainted. She is perplexed by her own condition. She gazes at Chu Xuancheng with concern. Noting the multitude of wounds adorning his body, numerous bloody punctures on his shoulder, and burns from the carbon on his back. With a heavy heart, she exclaims, "You are injured. Emoli, swiftly take us to the nearest clinic. I must tend to the prince's wounds." "Wait, eliminate these men first," Chu Xuancheng interjects. "Capture that assassin leader alive. I must uncover who orchestrated this assassination attempt. I will not spare the mastermind behind such a heinous act against Yun Ruoyue." However, as soon as Chu Xuancheng speaks, the assassin leader harshly commands, "Everyone, retreat at once. The main forces of Li Wang are approaching. If we linger, we shall be at a disadvantage. And should anyone be captured, the identity of Jin Wang may be revealed. Dare to retreat, and you shall face death without mercy. Fire the arrows." Chu Xuancheng coldly rises, his gaze filled with malice as he focuses on the assassins. With a single command, his guards begin to unleash a volley of arrows. In an instant, they slay more than a dozen of their foes. Witnessing this, the assassin leader swiftly attempts to flee. Trying to escape, Chu Xuancheng seizes the bow from Mo Zhu's hands, drawing it with chilling precision, and the arrow finds its mark, striking the leader. "Quickly retreat." The leader's shoulder is pierced, and with a fierce cry, he discards a smoke bomb, clutching his shoulder with one hand before vanishing onto the rooftop. Hidden in the shadows, Jin Wang is frightened and hastily retreats. With Chu Xuancheng's current prowess, they are no match for him. If he does not escape quickly, he faces certain death. Disguised as an assassin, his original intent was to witness the demise of Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng, yet miraculously, they have survived. He was so close to success, but alas, he fell short. Having invested such a significant cost, his failure incites his wrath. "Your Highness, I discern the voice of that assassin leader bears a striking resemblance to Li Ao, one of Jin Wang's esteemed guests. His physique and martial skills align closely with Li Ao. He must indeed be the first guest under Jin Wang," Emoli observes, fixating on the receding figure. "Indeed, I have crossed swords with him before. It is Li Ao. Furthermore, several of these assassins are also guests of Jin Wang. I have encountered them previously. It appears they are all under the direction of Jin Wang," Mo Zhu adds. "Chu Tianyu? Very well. I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death." Chu Xuancheng declares with fury, "Do not pursue a cornered foe. Let us refrain from seeking vengeance for now. We must find a place for me to tend to your injuries," Yun Ruoyue implores, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazes at Chu Xuancheng. She fears he will rush off to hunt the assassins. If he neglects his wounds any longer, he risks infection. She had initially believed that his feelings for her were insincere, yet just moments ago, he had risked his own safety to save her. Shielding her from the beam without a second thought, cradling her in his arms. In that instant, she comprehended his true intentions. The words he had spoken to her previously must have been genuine. Otherwise, he would not have exerted himself so fervently to rescue her. Chu Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue and noted her pale complexion, her frail appearance, and the beads of sweat that adorned her skin. Yet, she clutched the lantern tightly in her hand, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. It was inconsequential. Such minor injuries could not harm him, for he had long since grown accustomed to them. Standing tall, his demeanor exuded arrogance and an air of cold dominance. The word accustomed encapsulated the struggles, hardships, and sacrifices of a martial general. Soon, Emoli led them to a nearby medical hall. Upon seeing the large characters Ji Shirtang on the sign, Yun Ruoyue felt an inexplicable sense of fate. Was this not her own establishment? Having only opened 2 days prior, it had already attracted a distinguished guest like Chu Xuancheng. Fortunately, she had previously informed manager Huang and the others to keep her identity as the Princess of Li a secret from the outside world and not to disclose her connection to the medical hall upon encountering anyone from the Li royal residence. As she assisted Chu Xuancheng into the Ji Shirtang, manager Huang and the others were momentarily taken aback before bowing their heads and resuming their tasks. Pretending not to recognize her, Yun Ruoyue helped Chu Xuancheng to a seat within the hall and instructed Mo Li to prepare scissors, disinfectant cotton, gauze, bandages, and tweezers, items she had in her cloth bag. Chu Xuancheng's clothing was in tatters, stained with blood, some parts even adhering to his flesh. She first removed his garments, carefully cutting away the sections that clung to his skin, revealing his strong upper body. Upon inspecting his torso, she noted several sword wounds on his back and shoulders, remnants of his fierce battle with the assassins. A significant burn mark on his back was a result of the flaming beam that had struck him while he saved her. The flesh surrounding his wounds had begun to rot. Some areas were already festering and scabbing, while others continued to bleed profusely, a grisly sight. The burn was particularly alarming. A stark red, with the dermis charred away, oozing bodily fluids and smeared with soot. Fearing infection, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly cleaned his wounds, rinsing them with saline solution. For the smaller injuries, she applied antiseptic and covered them with gauze, securing them with bandages. The most severe sword wound, measuring about 4 to 5 centimeters in length, required suturing, which she promptly attended to before applying medication and bandaging it. Next, she addressed the sizable burn, first cleansing it with iodine, followed by thorough wound care, and finally affixing medicated gauze, securing it with bandages. At last, her task was complete. Fortunately, due to Chu Xuancheng's initial clothing and the timely intervention of Mo Li and the others, his burns were only minor, not severe. With proper disinfection and care, he would heal without complications. Although he bore numerous wounds, they were generally minor injuries that would heal swiftly with timely treatment. Relieved to find no life-threatening injuries, Yun Ruoyue let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, she suddenly noticed how alluring Chu Xuancheng appeared while seated. His upper body was quite captivating. His back was impeccably straight, and his 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were evenly toned without a hint of excess flesh. His physique was not exaggerated or overly lean, but rather exemplified the perfect blend of strength. The contours of his body were exquisite, with the enticing V-line leading to a set of solid and healthy pectorals, all enveloped in sun-kissed skin that radiated a powerful masculine charm. Yun Ruoyue found herself nearly drooling at the sight. Such a physique was undeniably exceptional, complemented by his ruggedly handsome face. Together, they were utterly bewitching. "If you desire, I can offer myself to you," came Chu Xuancheng's deep and seductive voice unexpectedly close to her ear. "Who would desire that? Not me." Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly turned her face away. "Aren't you supposed to head to the palace? I shall accompany you, lest time slips away." Chu Xuancheng insisted. "You are injured. Perhaps I should go alone." Yun Ruoyue had previously arranged with eunuch Lu to enter the palace today and felt compelled to keep her word. "No need. Such minor wounds are commonplace for me," Chu Xuancheng replied, already rising to don the new garments crafted by Mo Li at the nearby tailor's shop. Recognizing his determination to accompany her, Yun Ruoyue conceded to his company as they made their way to the palace, her heart in turmoil. Chu Xuancheng had just fought valiantly to save her. Was she truly going to propose a separation? His connection with Nangong Ro was something she could not endure. Yet he had sacrificed so much for her. Would it be cruel to bring up separation now? As they approached the palace gates, Chu Xuancheng suddenly gazed at her, a flicker of suppressed emotion in his steadfast eyes. "If you wish to propose a separation, then do so. I have resolved to support your decision." As he spoke, his fingers trembled slightly, his dark lashes appearing dusted with a fine frost. Despite his inner turmoil and pain, he feigned strength. Each step he took exacerbating the discomfort from his injuries. Observing his struggle, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang in her heart. It dawned on her that Chu Xuancheng was a profoundly pitiable individual. Orphaned at a young age, he had relied solely on the Princess of Chang, living cautiously without anyone who truly loved him. Now, he suffered for her sake, enduring agony while pretending to be strong. "Do you truly wish to support me?" she asked, a sense of melancholy creeping into her heart. In that moment, she yearned for him to be as possessive as he once was, rather than acquiescing to her wishes. Chu Xuancheng nodded. A reluctant fruit is not sweet. No matter how much I may yearn, what can be done? Whatever you desire, I shall support. It is simply a pity that this fine body of mine shall no longer be enjoyed by anyone. He sighed dramatically, feigning disappointment. Yun Ruoyue's expression darkened. How could he say that no one would enjoy his physique? There were plenty who would wish to revel in it. For instance, within the confines of the palace, there are figures like Nangongro, and beyond its walls, Su Changxiao. They ponder, does this prince truly intend to offer himself? I have resolutely decided that my being shall be devoted solely to you in this lifetime. Should you refuse, I shall remain forever solitary, denying anyone else access. Chu Xuancheng proclaimed. How could you possibly entertain such notions? Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in astonishment. Even if I were to part from you, you would still have a new life ahead. For men, the notion of multiple wives is commonplace. Inevitably, you would marry and father children. I find your words hard to believe. Men are often drawn to the idea of multiple wives, especially someone as esteemed as the Li Wang. She could not fathom that he would not seek another. Listen to me, Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng suddenly turned her to face him directly, his expression earnest. I speak to you with utmost sincerity. I am not like other men. Perhaps before I met you, I thought that having multiple wives was natural, but since knowing you, my perspective has transformed. Transformed in what way? Yun Ruoyue regarded him with disbelief. You once told me that you are a jealous man, intolerant of even the slightest infidelity. Your man should cherish only you, love only you. He cannot marry another, nor can he lay a finger on any other woman. Should he do so, you would cast him aside without forgiveness. In your heart, love is sacred. True love must be exclusive. You profess belief in monogamy and disdain for the feudal customs of polygamy. Hence you and I are destined not to be together. At that time, I could not comprehend your words, for historically, men have held dominion, while women have been subservient, with men having multiple wives being common. While women were expected to adhere to traditional virtues, becoming the private property of men, reliant on them for existence. However, since my acquaintance with you, and through your teachings, I have come to understand that women deserve to be cherished and respected. Women are not mere possessions of men. They can shine in their own right, independent of a man's support. Women do not need to placate men, nor bow in servitude, nor be shackled by archaic customs. I have had a mother and an elder sister, and perhaps one day I shall have a daughter. I am acutely aware of the challenges faced by women, and thus, I strive to change myself as much as possible. Every transformation I undergo is for you alone, for it is only you who inspires such contemplation within me. Chapter 886. Reflecting once more at this juncture, he gently cupped Yun Ruoyue's delicate face, his voice low and earnest. You are right, love is inherently selfish. We men cannot bear the thought of sharing our women with another, just as you cannot accept our having multiple wives. All this entanglement and suffering arises from love. I once failed to grasp this until I fell for you, realizing that between two individuals who genuinely love each other, there is no room for another. Therefore, I am willing to adhere to monogamy, to remain steadfast, and in this life, I shall marry you alone. If you were to leave the Li Wang residence, I would never remarry. Chu Xuancheng's words struck a profound chord within Yun Ruoyue. She had assumed him to be an untouchable war god, impervious and arrogant. She never expected him to alter his beliefs. Thank you for your willingness to change for me. Alas, it is too late. He has already consummated his marriage with Nangongro, and having touched her, she can no longer remain by his side. Soon, they arrived at the imperial study. Upon learning that the virtuous prince had been poisoned and subsequently revived by Yun Ruoyue, Emperor Hongyuan felt a weight lift off his heart. He had been eagerly awaiting her return to the palace to report, and upon seeing her, a wave of joy spread across his face. Princess Li, your medical skills have indeed not disappointed me. Is the virtuous prince's ailment completely resolved? Emperor Hongyuan inquired. Your Majesty, as long as there are no significant issues, the virtuous prince will recover. He will be able to live like a normal person, marry, and have children, no longer fearing the scrutiny of others. Yun Ruoyue replied, clasping her hands respectfully. I trust you, but you mentioned that his condition still requires observation for 5 years? Emperor Hongyuan asked. Indeed, he has a benign tumor, and generally, survival is expected after 5 years. However, to be prudent, it is necessary to monitor him for that duration. If he can endure these 5 years, he will be fully healed, Yun Ruoyue explained. Emperor Hongyuan tapped his fingers on the table in contemplation. The virtuous prince no longer had his prominent belly, which had dispelled the rumors circulating in the city. Even if he were to pass away in 5 years, the impact on his reputation would be minimal. Nevertheless, he was still his son, and the emperor felt a pang of sympathy, wishing for his recovery. During these 5 years, I hope you will take good care of him and ensure his complete healing, Emperor Hongyuan declared. Yes, Your Majesty, Yun Ruoyue responded. The emperor glanced at Chu Xuancheng, noticing his cold demeanor, likely realizing what Yun Ruoyue sought, which explained his discontent. The more unhappy he appeared, the more pleased the emperor felt. Yun Ruoyue, since you have revived the virtuous prince, I shall keep my word. I will reward you with 10,000 taels of gold, and I shall also grant your previous request. I ask you once more, are you certain you wish to part ways with Princely? If she answered affirmatively, he would acquiesce. Yun Ruoyue cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xuancheng, observing the forlorn expression on his face, as if he were a discarded spouse. His pallid visage and visible injuries evoked a sense of pity that was hard to ignore. She momentarily hesitated. After a careful consideration, she suddenly said, Your Majesty, may I take a moment to reconsider? After all, I would be going back on my word. Chu Xuancheng's eyes immediately brightened, but he quickly masked it, his expression still resembling that of a forsaken wretch. Emperor Hongyuan was taken aback, staring at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief. This time, he had not reneged on his promise. Yet she was contemplating retreating. His expression darkened, becoming so grim it seemed as if it could drip with gloom. Your Majesty, if you would allow me to reconsider, I would forego the 10,000 taels of gold. I have heard that the northern regions have suffered from a snow disaster this year, and I would be willing to donate this gold to Your Majesty to aid the disaster victims, benefiting the people of our Chu country. In return, the populace will surely be grateful to you, Yun Ruoyue proposed. After a moment of reflection, Emperor Hongyuan nodded. Very well, your compassion for the disaster-stricken has greatly pleased me. I shall reserve your right to divorce. Whenever you wish to part ways, come to me, and I shall grant your request. Such a willingness to negotiate. Yun Ruoyue could hardly believe her eyes. Indeed, money can move mountains. She was reluctant to accept such a reward, yet the emperor consented with surprising swiftness. Suddenly, she recalled a time when she purchased an irrevocable garment online. Upon receiving it, she found it ill-fitting and sought to return it. The seller, of course, resisted her request, prompting her to offer to cover the return shipping costs. The seller immediately acquiesced. The emperor's willingness to compromise was akin to this transaction. One must ensure the other party does not suffer losses to encourage their concession. Although the sum of 10,000 taels of gold stung her heart, it was only such a grand amount that could appease the emperor's appetite, for the desires of the sovereign are vastly different from those of a mere merchant. Chu Xuancheng had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue would change her mind. She chose not to accept the 10,000 taels of gold in order to avoid separation. Known for her fondness for wealth, her willingness to forego such a substantial fortune revealed her affection for him. His spirits soared, blooming like a flower in exuberance. Yet, the thought that she retained the right to divorce set off alarm bells in his heart, leaving him in a state of anxiety that ebbed and flowed. He resolved to nullify that opportunity when the chance arose. The emperor's concession was also a result of Yun Ruoyue's remarkable achievements at the banquet for Prince Xian and the envoy, which greatly enhanced the nation's prestige. He admired such talent and sought to win her favor by granting her the privilege of retaining her right to divorce. Had it been anyone else, such audacity would have earned them nothing but death. Regardless of any gold offered, the emperor would have swiftly executed them. When Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng departed from the palace, night had fallen. This time, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, opting to walk out of the palace and savor the magnificent scenery rather than taking the royal sedan chair. The palace attendants quietly followed at a respectful distance, wary of disturbing the mood of the prince. In the early spring night, the air was brisk, and as they passed by the lakeside, a gust of wind brought a chill. Concerned for Yun Ruoyue's comfort, Chu Xuancheng removed his robe and draped it over her shoulders. As he adjusted the garment around her, his gaze was tender, filled with a fiery intensity and profound depth. Above them, the night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, twinkling brilliantly and enhancing the enchanting ambience. Yun Ruoyue had never before witnessed such a breathtaking celestial display in the modern world. They stood beneath a peach blossom tree by the palace lake, surrounded by a sea of peach orchards, where the blossoms bloomed in all their resplendent glory, crystalline, and exquisite. This enchanting scene felt ethereal. Petals danced in the wind, and the air was perfumed with a delicate fragrance that was utterly captivating. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried over from a distance, carrying a flower lantern. Upon reaching them, he respectfully handed the lantern to Chu Xuancheng and scurried away. Yun Ruoyue recognized it as the very mushroom lantern Chu Xuancheng had gifted her. "Isn't this lantern from Emily? How did it find its way into the palace?" she inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps it grew legs and walked here by itself." Chu Xuancheng replied with a smile. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, and he promptly elucidated. "When I entered the palace, I thought it might come in handy, so I had the little eunuch bring it along." A sudden clarity washed over Yun Ruoyue. Indeed, it was time to utilize this lantern. "Here," Chu Xuancheng said, extending the lantern towards her with a voice deep and alluring. "It complements your beauty splendidly." "Thank you," Yun Ruoyue replied, accepting the lantern and weighing it in her hands. The delicate, pastel lantern was undeniably charming. The lakeside at night was tranquil, with a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of peach blossoms and a hint of romance. Yet, the profound silence made her feel somewhat awkward, particularly as Chu Xuancheng gazed at her tenderly without uttering a word. In their interactions, silence often left her unsettled. Perhaps it was the depth and allure of his gaze that rendered her so. "Look, the stars are breathtaking," Chu Xuancheng remarked, pointing to the twinkling heavens. "Let me see." Yun Ruoyue instinctively tilted her head to gaze at the stars. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng stealthily approached from behind, gently encircling her slender waist, embracing her. "Oh," she gasped softly, about to speak, when he leaned in and kissed her neck. A wave of tingling sensations coursed through her limbs, and before she could react, he had captured her lips. Her heart trembled, and feeling somewhat disoriented, she succumbed to his kiss. This moment felt different. His tenderness was so profound it seemed capable of melting her very being. He then closed his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows as he trailed kisses from her neck to her chin, and finally her lips. He exuded a fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass, clean and invigorating. Utterly delightful. This time, she did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes, bashfully reciprocating his affections. Noticing her response, Chu Xuancheng's eyes sparkled with mirth, and he embraced her even more gently. Before long, she found herself languishing in his arms. Fortunately, his tall stature and strong arms easily enveloped her. It dawned on Yun Ruoyue that this seemingly domineering man, when tender, could be as gentle as flowing water, cherishing her as if she were a precious gem, fearful of causing her even the slightest harm. As she opened her eyes, she was met with his sparkling gaze, dark and lustrous, shimmering with warmth. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her gaze, but he gently lifted her chin, tenderly drawing her attention back. It was as if a parched soul was desperately seeking a source of water. Above, the stars blinked shyly, and the moon hid behind the clouds, while the little eunuchs and palace maids turned their heads away, too bashful to steal a glance. Who would have imagined that the usually aloof and proud princely could exhibit such gentleness? Standing together, they were a striking couple, a perfect match, as if heaven itself had crafted them. After a while, Chu Xuancheng finally released Yun Ruoyue from his embrace, his eyes glimmering with delight as he looked at her. "Did you cancel the divorce because of me?" Yun Ruoyue lowered her head, her face as flushed as a ripe apple. "No, it's just that you saved me, and your wounds have yet to heal. I cannot be so heartless. At the very least, I must ensure your injuries are treated first. Such are the contradictions of the heart," he mused. Xuancheng shook his head, pondering when she would finally acknowledge her feelings for him. In chapter 889, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, he smiled deeply at her, as if he could never get enough of looking at her. When Yun Ruoyue met his enchanting eyes, she felt overwhelmed and bashfully stamped her foot, pleading, "Could you please stop staring at me? It's rather embarrassing." "Very well, I shall avert my gaze. Instead, you may look at me." Xuancheng gently cradled her face, compelling her to meet his eyes. "I shall not look either. What is there to see? You make me feel shy just by looking," Yun Ruoyue replied, turning her face away. Xuancheng's striking handsomeness and alluring gaze, both charming and provocative, reminded her of modern-day idols. Who could withstand the intense scrutiny of the handsome man they admired? Noticing her flushed cheeks, Xuancheng suddenly swept her off her feet and, with a tender smile, declared, "All right, I shall no longer gaze at you. I will carry you back to the manor." His voice was melodious and magnetic, making Yun Ruoyue feel as if her ears were about to give birth. Overwhelmed by shyness, she buried her head in his embrace, inhaling the comforting scent of masculinity that enveloped her with a sense of security. Seeing her bashful demeanor warmed Xuancheng's heart. He had never witnessed her in such a state. As if their bond had grown closer. At the Jin Prince's residence, the private physician finished bandaging Li Ao's wounds and swiftly knelt before the prince, clasping his hands in supplication. Your Highness, I am to blame. It is my incompetence that failed to eliminate Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. What a useless fool. The Jin Prince bellowed in fury, shattering a teacup against the floor. After nurturing you for 1,000 days, you squander it all in a moment. I invest so much silver in your training, and what do you accomplish? A multitude of you could not subdue a single Xuancheng. And you even let him shoot you with an arrow in return to report your failure? It is my inadequacy. Please punish me, Your Highness, Li Ao replied. Of course, punishment is warranted, the Jin Prince retorted. After painstakingly feigning weakness to catch Xuancheng off guard, you all turned into timid turtles at the sight of him fighting. Even a mere woman, Yun Ruoyue, you could not defeat. What use are you to me? Li Ao, visibly troubled, responded, Forgive me, Your Highness, but at that moment, Xuancheng seemed to be invigorated, fighting with extraordinary prowess, able to take on 100 opponents single-handedly. We were no match for him. He is a battle god. Formidable and ruthless, our shadow guards faced certain death if they approached him, which is why we retreated. Are the men I trained so afraid of death? How is it that Xuancheng's people do not fear? Even he himself charged recklessly into your blades without fear. Had you not faltered, you could have slain him. But in that critical moment, you shrank back. Because of your cowardice, he was able to break through the encirclement and save Yun Ruoyue. If you had stood your ground, my vengeance would have been fulfilled long ago. The Prince of Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming like those of a wolf. Your Highness, grant us another opportunity. Rest assured, we shall succeed next time, Li Ao implored. Next time? How many more next times are there? This time, I have lost many men and spent considerable silver. Who knows if Chu Xuancheng will retaliate against me? I must conserve my strength to defend against him. The matter of assassination can be considered later. The Prince of Jin replied, seething with indignation. Chapter 890. Inappropriate attire to deceive everyone. He had recently feigned a fascination with gambling and the pleasures of the brothels, all to orchestrate this assassination. Little did he know, he had learned that Yun Ruoyue intended to part ways with Chu Xuancheng. Because of his assassination attempt, Chu Xuancheng saved her, and she had surprisingly decided against the separation, their bond having deepened significantly. He realized that his schemes had inadvertently crafted a wedding gown for another. Your Highness, there is, after all, some gain from this assassination. Our men have gained experience, and through repeated attempts, we shall ultimately succeed, Li Ao argued. I see your repeated experiences only lead to being annihilated by Chu Xuancheng. You may have increased your assassination experience, but he too has enhanced his defensive capabilities. The Prince of Jin retorted angrily. My lord, through this assassination attempt, I have uncovered a secret and a vulnerability of the Li Prince. If we target this weakness, we can cripple him and inflict great pain. This vulnerability lies in the Li Princess, who lacks martial prowess. We can focus on her first, and naturally, the Li Prince will be brought down, Li Ao declared with shrewdness. The Prince of Jin narrowed his eyes coldly. You have a point. I previously thought that Chu Xuancheng did not favor Yun Ruoyue and paid her no mind, but it appears her status in his heart is quite significant. Hidden behind the door, Su Changxiao's eyes gleamed with a predatory coldness upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would fight against dozens of assassins to save Yun Ruoyue, showing no fear of death. He even shielded her from the blazing beams of the carriage roof, a kindness he had never shown her during their time together. Jealousy consumed her, driving her to the brink of madness, wishing to eliminate that wretched Yun Ruoyue. The pain was unbearable. The man who had once belonged solely to her was now lost, loving another woman and worrying for her. The envy was overwhelming. However, an even more jealousy-inducing sight unfolded before her. In the distance, Lan Wu approached, clad in revealing silk, accompanied by two maidservants. Upon seeing Lan Wu's skin partially visible through the sheer fabric, Su Changxiao's face contorted in disgust as she and her two maidens swiftly positioned themselves in front of Lan Wu. Her maidservant, Xiahe, stepped forward with an air of superiority, disdainfully addressing Lan Wu. How dare you, concubine Lan, fail to greet the princess? Do you not have eyes? Startled by Su Changxiao's sudden appearance, Lan Wu quickly responded, I apologize, sister. It is Launer's fault for not noticing you. I shall pay my respects to you at once. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, the Prince of Jin had also heard the commotion outside. He waved at Liao, who swiftly exited through the back door. He then rose coldly and walked towards the entrance. Outside, Su Changxiao cast a disdainful glance at Lan Wu, her eyes filled with contempt. Lan concubine, is it not a tad too scant for you to dress like this before summer has even arrived? Truly, one can see you hail from the Yihong Tower. Such behavior is utterly unrefined. It is shameless, a conduct unbecoming of a daughter from a noble family. Lan Wu lowered her head, a picture of delicate charm. Sister, I did not wish to dress this way, but the prince favors it, and I have no choice. I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe retorted angrily, indeed, a base seductress, bringing the vile practices of Yihong Tower to the Jin Wangfu. As a concubine of the Jin Wangfu, could you not conduct yourself with more decorum? Do you think this is Yihong Tower? Chapter 891, Slapping Her Face Impudent. A mere servant dares to reprimand my beloved concubine? The Jin Wang's cold demeanor was akin to that of a ferocious wolf as he glared at Xiaohe. Your Highness. Xiaohe and the others hastily greeted the Jin Wang. Seeing the Jin Wang's arrival, Lan Wu quickly moved to his side, trembling with fear, looking pitifully up at Su Changxiao. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. Sister seems to have misunderstood me. The Jin Wang's icy gaze shifted from Su Changxiao to Xiaohe. His anger palpable. This servant dares to offend Lan concubine, seize her, and strike her. Wait. Su Changxiao stepped forward, positioning herself before Xiaohe. What crime has she committed that warrants such punishment? She merely spoke the truth. She has overstepped her bounds and offended her superior. She deserves punishment. The Jin Wang's eyes bore into Su Changxiao with a menacing glare. She is under my protection. One must consider the master when punishing a dog. By what right do you strike her? Su Changxiao raised her chin defiantly, her eyes filled with animosity. Her words are an affront to Lan Wu, and thus an affront to me. Is she not correct? Look at how Lan Wu is dressed. She wears nothing but a thin veil, her skin exposed. Even the undergarment is visible. What will others think of the Jin Wangfu? They might assume it is a den of debauchery. Recalling the day the Jin Wang struck her publicly, Su Changxiao's eyes flared with resentment. Impudent. What right have you to speak of Lanner? It is I who permitted her to dress this way. Do you have an issue with that? As the Jin Wangfei, am I not entitled to my opinions? Her attire is scandalous, bringing disgrace upon the Jin Wangfu. As its mistress, I have the right to oversee her. If the empress were to learn of this, she would certainly not let it slide, Su Changxiao threatened. Seeing Su Changxiao invoke the empress to intimidate him, the Jin Wang's fury erupted. Call forth someone to strike this servant. I did not command you to stop. Protected by the Su family, he could not act against her. Yet, venting his frustration on this servant was permissible, was it not? Two guards approached, raising their hands without hesitation, and struck Xiaohe with a resounding slap. The guard's hand struck Xiaohe, sending her staggering, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The guards, skilled in martial arts, were far from ordinary maids. A single strike bore the force of 10. After a series of slaps, Xiaohe's face was swollen and bloodied, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Lan Wu, frightened, nestled into the arms of Prince Jin, her voice soft and pleading. Your Highness, please, I am so afraid. I cannot bear to see blood. Fear not. For I am here, he reassured her. Should anyone dare to bully you, come to me, and I shall avenge you. Prince Jin held Lan Wu tightly, convinced that no one would dare to harm her in his presence. His actions served as a warning, a clear message to Su Changxiao that she could not provoke his people. A cold smile crept across Su Changxiao's lips, her eyes brimming with pain and disappointment. Oh, Your Highness, how well you strike. You are slapping my face. He had publicly humiliated her at the Xian Wang's residence. There was nothing he was incapable of doing. A man who has turned his heart is the most ruthless of all. At this moment, Xiaohe had endured numerous strikes, her face bruised and swollen, nearly unrecognizable. Your Highness, please, I fear blood, Lan Wu said, her arms wrapped around Prince Jin's neck, her body pressed against him, exuding an air of temptation. Chapter 892. The vanity of the Prince Jin, tempted by her allure, suddenly lost his desire to continue the violence. Very well. I shall spare this maid's life for Launer's sake. However, should she disrespect you again, I will not be so lenient. With that, he lifted Lan Wu effortlessly and carried her into the chamber, leaving the door ajar. Xiaohe. Su Changxiao rushed over, embracing Xia tightly alongside the maid, Dong her heart aching at the sight of her friend's battered face. "My lady, I am fine. Do not worry. I will recover," Xia insisted bravely despite the pain. "Rest assured, I will avenge you," Su Changxiao vowed, her gaze fixed with hatred upon the chamber, a flicker of murderous intent evident in her eyes. Rising, she caught sight of Prince Jin seated in a chair, while the shameless Lan Wu had already crawled into his embrace, her head resting against his chest. Soon, sounds of an intimate encounter echoed from within, causing Su Changxiao's face to flush with indignation. Prince Jin, eyes closed in pleasure, appeared utterly indifferent to Su Changxiao's presence. Anger surged within her. Indeed, such a woman, emerging from the brothels, was shameless. Were she in Lan Wu's position, she would never debase herself to please a man in such a manner. Nightfall. As Chu Xuancheng escorted Yun Ruoyue to the entrance of Feiyue Pavilion, he suddenly sighed, stating, "I should truly be grateful for today's assassination attempt." "What did you say?" Mo Li's voice drifted from behind, mingling with chatter, and Yun Ruoyue turned to Chu Xuancheng in confusion, unable to hear clearly. "Nothing," Chu Xuancheng replied haughtily, turning his face away. If he were to admit his enjoyment of the assassination attempt, would Yun Ruoyue scorn him? Without Prince Jin's interference, he would never have had the opportunity to be the hero saving the damsel in distress. His injury elicited her sympathy and prevented her from severing their engagement. Thus, he ought to thank Prince Jin for dissuading her from such thoughts. Truly, fate favored him. The assassination had come at just the right moment. It seemed even the heavens conspired to keep them together, unwilling to part such a destined pair. Lost in thought, a sweet smile blossomed on his lips. "What has caused you to smile? You are injured, yet how can you still manage to smile? You should return and rest properly." Yun Ruoyue regarded Chu Xuancheng as if he were a fool. At that moment, the expression on Chu Xuancheng's face was nothing short of a foolish grin. "You go in first. I shall watch you enter," he declared, insisting on witnessing her entrance for his own peace of mind. Initially, he had intended to join her in slumber, but given his injuries, he feared he would be restless and disturb her, so he relinquished the thought. "Very well. You have all worked hard, so do rest early," Yun Ruoyue said, her heart aching as she glanced at everyone. Today, all had exerted tremendous effort to rescue her, particularly Chu Xuancheng and Lu Ruyan, both of whom bore injuries. Once she departed, Mo Li and Mo Zhu rushed forward, surrounding Chu Xuancheng, inquiring, "Your Highness, is the princess truly not seeking a divorce?" "Humph, I am a dragon among men. How could she bear to part with me?" Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. "But I have heard that it was the princess who petitioned the emperor for the divorce. If she truly did not wish to separate, why would she take the initiative to propose it?" Emily questioned. "That was merely a misunderstanding." She later realized her error. "She covets my presence and cannot bear to let me go. She regretted it and thus changed her mind at the last moment. To avoid separation, she even forfeited the emperor's rewards, which speaks volumes of my excellence and her affection for me," Chu Xuancheng proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Chapter 893. Mo Li is not without merit. He seemed to forget the scene in the palace where he feigned helplessness. Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Lu Ruyan exchanged awkward glances, their lips twitching in disbelief at his vanity. "Your Highness, we have heard that you pretended to be pitiable before the princess, which led her to feel sympathy and retract the divorce." Mo Li delivered a sharp retort. "Moreover, the princess still retains the right to divorce, should she desire. She can still approach the emperor," Mo Zhu added with another jab. "It is said that when you implored the princess not to leave you, your demeanor was exceedingly pitiable, resembling a forsaken wife abandoned by a scoundrel," Lu Ruyan chimed in, waving her handkerchief delicately. "Who told you such nonsense? I would never plead with anyone. Am I that kind of person?" Chu Xuancheng shouted in anger. The three trembled before him. He was furious, humiliated by their revelations, and his pride was wounded. Igniting his wrath, "Our scouts relayed the news ahead of time. They even mentioned in the message that you, Your Highness, displayed remarkable magnanimity, willing to fulfill the princess's desires by agreeing to the divorce. You lamented that after the divorce, it would be a pity for such a fine physique to go unappreciated," Mo Li said, feeling a pang of bitterness. How utterly sour. Who would have thought that the prince was so self-absorbed? He was merely slightly taller, more handsome, more domineering, wealthier, more influential, and better built than they were. Was such narcissism truly necessary? I was merely retreating to advance, with my involvement. How could the princess ever consider leaving me? Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow. I find this quite believable. The prince has adeptly utilized the strategy of retreating to advance. The princess has always been soft-hearted, and since you've rescued her, feigning a willingness to fulfill her desires will undoubtedly evoke her sympathy. You truly are clever, Your Highness, and I admire you for that. To avoid undermining the prince's dignity, Emily gave a thumbs up, flattering him. Chu Xuancheng patted him on the shoulder, remarking that he too had derived and expanded upon the method from Emily's ideas. Your Highness, my brother is an old bachelor who has never even touched a woman's hand. How could he possibly devise such a plan? What has he told you? Zhu expressed disbelief, doubting the intelligence of her somewhat dense elder brother. Chu Xuancheng glanced up at the sky, a hint of melancholy not typical of his character crossing his face. Emily asserted, a man should occasionally feign vulnerability before his woman to garner her sympathy. With a smile gracing his lips, he entered the Star Pavilion. The crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. No wonder the prince could convincingly play the role of the pitiful one before the princess. It was evidently a lesson from Emily. It appears that Emily is not entirely devoid of merit. He possesses some redeeming qualities. Lu Rian approached and embraced Emily, her small hands playfully touching his chest. Could you help me devise a plan to win back Xiao Dai? Go away. I have no desire to converse with someone like you, Emily retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at Lu Rian. What do you mean by not entirely devoid of merit? That's an insult to me. Who are you calling a mere filler? Lu Rian retorted angrily. I'm referring to you. You are nothing but a mere filler. Originally, the prince had 3 chief advisors, but you insisted that 3 sounded incomplete, claiming that 4 sounded more harmonious. For instance, the 4 beauties, the 4 handsome men, the 4 great classics. Thus, the prince appointed you as a substitute. Designating you as one of the 4 advisors, Emily replied, rolling his eyes at Lu Rian. Chapter 894. Nauseating and disgusting, unfazed by Emily's sarcasm. Lu Rian fixed her gaze on him with a playful grin. At least I am one of the 4 advisors. What about you? You don't even qualify as a substitute, yet you dare to criticize me? Just wait. I will soon wed Xiao Dai and have 10 or 8 children, leaving you forever a bachelor, unloved and uncared for. Who told you to be foolish? You all think I'm foolish, but let me assure you, I am not. I know everything. Do you believe that I want to find a woman tomorrow and have a child to show you? Emily declared through gritted teeth. Lu Rian shot him a disbelieving look. Is that all? And you still claim not to be foolish? Brother, you really are foolish. How can you expect to have a child tomorrow? That child won't even be yours. Zhu expressed her concerns anxiously. It seemed her elder brother was somewhat simple-minded, and she genuinely worried for his future. Returning to retrieve her lantern, Yun Ruoyue overheard their conversation. So, it turns out that Chu Xuancheng had been feigning vulnerability in front of her all along. A lesson imparted by Emily? He truly is concerned about his image. He portrays himself as the one seeking to avoid separation, while it is he who wishes to remain with her. However, considering that he selflessly saved her, she decided not to hold it against him. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of recent days, Yun Ruoyue slept until noon the following day. Your Highness, it is now time for lunch. I have prepared a nourishing chicken soup, braised pork ribs, steamed base, and soy-braised pork knuckle for your health. Allow me to assist you in dining. Upon seeing the princess rise, Feng Ling hurriedly entered. Upon hearing about these rich dishes, Yun Ruoyue felt a heaviness in her heart and an uncomfortable sensation. I do not wish to partake in these. They are far too greasy. I would prefer something lighter. You all enjoy them instead, Yun Ruoyue expressed with unease. These are all your favorites, Your Highness. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Feng Ling asked with concern. I am fine. Perhaps I have been overly fatigued from treating the Prince of Virtue recently, which has left me feeling weary and in need of rest. Please prepare something light for me. What would you like? I shall make it for you, Feng Ling replied gently. Please make me some steamed buns and bring some sour fruits. Beyond that, I have no appetite for anything else, Yun Ruoyue stated. Sour fruits? Feng Ling looked at Yun Ruoyue in confusion. Why the sudden craving for sourness? Why do you stare? Hurry and go, Yun Ruoyue said, stretching lazily before rising to freshen up. Once she had completed her morning routine, she stepped out of her chamber and found the dishes Feng Ling had prepared still quietly arranged in the parlor. The aroma of the food immediately caused her to feel nauseous, and she turned away to vomit into her makeshift trash can. After a prolonged bout of retching, she managed to expel only a few mouthfuls of sour liquid, leaving her empty. What is happening to me? Your Highness, why are you vomiting? Feng Ling entered, her face lighting up at the sight. What nonsense are you speaking? Since the one time with Chu Xuancheng 5 months ago, we have not been intimate again. How could I possibly be pregnant? If I were, it would spell great trouble. Yun Ruoyue quickly retorted. Indeed, the prince has only been with you once, and given the time that has passed, it is certainly improbable. Feng nodded. Of course, I am simply fatigued. However, my monthly cycle has been delayed for over a month now. It seems I must refrain from staying up late. I need to adopt an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. Staying up has disrupted my cycle, Yun Ruoyue explained. Chapter 895. Nangong Ro's pregnancy. She attributed her delayed cycle to irregular menstruation. Given her youth and weak constitution, it was easy for her to experience menstrual irregularities. Her previous cycles had been erratic, and thus, this time, she did not notice the delay of nearly a month. Most importantly, she had not engaged in any intimate relations with a man, so how could she be pregnant? This realization eased her worries further. Feng nodded. Indeed, Your Highness. You often stay up late to read medical texts. You must stop this. From today onward, you must adopt an early sleeping and waking schedule. We shall visit the apothecary to obtain remedies to regulate your cycle. Only by doing so will you have the opportunity to conceive. Conceive? I have no intention of becoming pregnant. She had not progressed further with Chu Xuancheng, so how could she possibly conceive? Your Highness, the prince's heart is entirely with you now. You must conceive. You need to bear him an heir to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage and solidify your position as the Princess of Li. Otherwise, if that lady from the rainy soft pavilion were to conceive, and if she were to leverage her motherhood for power, your position would become precarious. Feng expressed with a worried countenance. Pay no heed to such matters. I shall first devote myself to managing the medical clinic, ensuring its prosperity, Yun Ruoyue declared. Her aspiration was to build an empire, to amass wealth until her hands ached from counting coins. Your Highness, trouble arises. A grave situation has unfolded. The concubine Ro is with child. Came the frantic voices of Dinger and Hongyuan from outside. What? The concubine Ro is pregnant? Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. It has been over 2 months. It was Mo Li who informed me, and the physician has just confirmed it. The Lord has already gone to the rainy soft pavilion to see her, Hongyuan replied, her face clouded with concern. With a resounding thud, it felt as though a stone had struck Yun Ruoyue's mind, leaving her in disbelief as tears welled in her eyes. A heavy weight settled upon her heart, making it difficult to breathe, extinguishing any semblance of appetite. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. How could this be? How could the concubine Ro conceive? The Lord has only been with her once. What extraordinary fortune is this? Feng exclaimed in anger. I know not. Her fortune simply seems to be exceptional. Upon learning of her pregnancy, the Lord hastened to her side. Consider this. It may well be the first child of the royal household, possibly the heir to the throne. Naturally, the mother of such an heir will be afforded special treatment, Hongyuan said, her eyes glistening. I told you, men are always like this. They claim disinterest. Yet when a woman becomes pregnant, they rush to her side. Your Highness, you must strategize for yourself. The Lord previously wished to stay in your chamber. Yet you dismissed him. Now, with Nangong Ro pregnant, as a man, he will surely feel compassion for her and the child. I fear this may rekindle his affections for her, Feng said anxiously. Yun Ruoyue, feeling weak, sank onto a stool and sighed. I have come to regret my decisions. Your Highness, what do you regret? Do you regret sending the Lord away? Feng inquired sorrowfully. Yun Ruoyue shook her head. No, I regret canceling the divorce yesterday. At the rainy soft pavilion, Nangong Ro lay in bed, allowing the physician to take her pulse when she noticed Chu Xuancheng and his entourage entering the courtyard. She quickly sat up, leaping from the bed and rushing into his embrace. My lord, it is wonderful. I am finally with child. We have the fruit of our love. I am so thrilled, so happy. Are you happy? Chapter 896. Do not indulge in other fantasies. Nangong Ro gazed at Chu Xuancheng with excitement, her eyes glimmering with joy. My dear wife, you are with child. How can you jump from the bed? Do take care. Madame Yu, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with joy, wiping away tears. Though she had none. Sometimes, those in servitude must play their roles to perfection. In truth, it was not her daughter-in-law who was pregnant, and her joy was feigned. Madam, I am simply overwhelmed with happiness, Nangong Ro exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Chu Xuancheng's neck, her face adorned with shyness. Dr. Li, is it true that she is truly pregnant? Chu Xuancheng coldly removed Nangong Ro's hands and stepped aside, deliberately distancing himself from her. Upon hearing of her pregnancy, he hurried over immediately, for he could hardly believe it. He was there to verify the truth. Nangong Ro had always been cunning. Could it be that her pregnancy was a ruse? Your Highness, it is indeed true. I have taken the pulse of the secondary consort 3 times, and the signs indicate a smooth pulse, flowing fluidly like the rolling of beads, suggesting a vigorous vitality nurturing the fetus. I can assure you, the secondary consort is genuinely pregnant, and it has been over 2 months, Dr. Li stated earnestly. Chu Xuancheng's countenance turned icy at once, as if he were enveloped in a chilling frost. Dr. Li found this perplexing. Typically, when a lady is with child, the household rejoices. Yet why was the prince so despondent? However, such matters were beyond the concern of a humble doctor. Your Highness, I have recently felt unusually weak and drowsy. The mere scent of greasy food makes me nauseous. Initially, I did not realize it was due to my pregnancy. It was only after my monthly cycle did not arrive that I summoned Dr. Li. To my astonishment, it turns out I am truly with child. Thank you for this delightful surprise. You have fulfilled your promise, Nangong Ro said, caressing her abdomen with a tender expression. Chu Xuancheng regarded her coldly, inhaling deeply, his heart heavy with unease. He did not perceive this as good news. He felt that with this child, any possibility with Yun Ruoyue would be extinguished. Are you not pleased, Your Highness? I never imagined I would soon become a mother. From this day forth, I have a purpose. Even if you do not come to Yuru Pavilion, I will find contentment with our child by my side. My greatest wish was to bear your offspring. Thank you for realizing my dream, sparing me from a solitary and desolate existence. At last, my lonely days hold promise, Nangong Ro spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her expression was one of profound sorrow, as if recounting her grievances. Everyone, please take good care of the secondary consort, she implored. Chu Xuancheng did not respond to Nangong Ro's words. After delivering a cold retort, he turned to leave. Your Highness, are you leaving just like that? Will you not feel joy for me? Nangong Ro gazed at him in disbelief. She thought that bearing his child would win back his heart. Yet he remained as indifferent as ever. You and this child will be well cared for in the Li Wangfu. As for anything else, do not harbor delusions. Chu Xuancheng's voice was frigid, and without a backward glance, he departed. Watching his unfeeling retreat, Nangong Ro's body faltered, and she collapsed onto the ground. Madam, please rise. The ground is cold. Mama Yu rushed forward to assist her. I thought that by carrying his child, he would change his mind, yet here we are. He is so heartless, not even sparing me a glance. What am I to do? Nangong Ro buried her head in despair and began to weep. Mama Yu cast a glance at her, sighing. Alas, who could blame you? You have only yourself to account for. The prince once favored you, but you squandered that affection. After dismissing everyone, Nangong Ro sat alone in her chamber, her gaze venomously fixed on the peach blossoms outside the window. She coldly caressed her belly, acutely aware that this was not truly Chu Xuancheng's child, but rather that of the wretched Jiang Hong. How splendid it would be if it were indeed Chu Xuancheng's. For over a month, her menstruation had been delayed, and she lived in constant trepidation, fearing she might be pregnant, for if so, it would belong to Jiang Hong. Thus, she had not dared to summon a physician for examination. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If she were carrying Jiang Heng's child, she could simply turn the situation to her advantage and attribute it to Chu Xuancheng. After all, that night, Chu Xuancheng believed he had been with her. Everyone assumed it was indeed him, and she merely needed to assert that this was his child. Even if she could not earn his affection, this child could serve as a bridge to him, perhaps even allowing her to overshadow Yun Ruoyue. However, Jiang Heng knew the truth of that night. What if he discovered her pregnancy and assumed it was his? No, she must devise a plan to eliminate Jiang Heng, thus eradicating future complications. Kaidai, go to the Nangong Manor and summon my mother. Tell her I am pregnant and wish for her care. Bring her to Li Wangfu for a few days. Nangong Ro instructed Kaidai, having resolved her thoughts. Her own capabilities were limited for such matters. She had no choice but to seek the assistance of her mother and brother. After leaving Yuro Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng proceeded directly to Feiyue Pavilion. With each step into the courtyard, he felt an immense weight upon his legs, as if they were leaden. Before entering, he spotted Yun Ruoyue sitting alone in the courtyard, lost in thought, appearing quite sorrowful. Instantly, he lacked the courage to enter. He turned back and returned to Xingchen Pavilion, addressing Emoli. Do you have any wine? My lord, it is broad daylight. Do you wish to drink? Emoli. aware of his master's troubled spirit and the perils of excessive drinking, attempted to dissuade him. Fortunately, it was a day of respite for him, sparing him from the burdens of the military camp, or else he would have to bear his heavy heart there as well. Yes, go fetch the wine. Why the unnecessary chatter? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Emily cast an exasperated glance at him. Was it truly worth such sorrow over a mere concubine's pregnancy? In his opinion, the prince had no reason to lament. Having two beautiful women vying for his affection was a fortunate circumstance. As an old bachelor himself, he envied the prince immensely, feeling only joy rather than sorrow. Before long, Emily, Zhu, and Lu Rian brought in several jars of fine pear blossom wine. My lord, this is the newly arrived pear blossom wine, more potent than the peach blossom brew. Shall we indulge together until we are inebriated? Emily inquired. Not necessary. I wish to be alone in silence. You may leave, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. The three exchanged disappointed glances before retreating. They had prepared for a revelry with the prince, only to find him desiring solitude in his grief, unwilling to share in their merriment. Once outside Xingchen Pavilion, Emily quietly remarked to Zhu, why is it that only Ro the concubine is pregnant from that night's incident, while the princess is not? Is her luck truly so unfortunate? Who knows? This pregnancy is not like planting rice. Sowing seeds does not guarantee a harvest. My heart aches for the princess. Zhu gazed sorrowfully at the sky. Chapter 898. I have always been waiting for you. What planting rice? What are you two talking about? Lu Ruoyue leaned in. Her curiosity piqued as she stared at them. And nothing, they replied, averting their eyes, too afraid to disclose the events of that fateful night to Lu Ruoyue. If the prince were to discover that they had facilitated his union with Nangong Ro, leading to her pregnancy, they would surely meet a dire fate. Had they not meddled that night, perhaps the prince would have already dismissed Nangong Ro. Humph, even if you don't say anything, I already know. Lu Ruoyue said mysteriously. What do you know? They asked, suddenly tense. With a dismissive glance, Lu Ruoyue replied. The prince is a farmer who planted rice in the lands of concubine Ro and ultimately reaped a harvest. Isn't that the crux of the matter? There's nothing to hide. With my intelligence, I can discern the truth without your confession. Pleased with her own cleverness, she sauntered away, leaving Emily and Zhu exchanging exasperated glances. Once the crowd dispersed, the great hall fell into a profound silence. Chu Xuancheng, shrouded in shadows, poured himself a goblet of wine and drank deeply. The aged pear blossom spring wine was potent. As it entered his throat, it ignited a burning sensation. The wine coursed through his being, twisting his heart with a myriad of sorrows, leaving him more troubled than before. As the saying goes, nothing intoxicates more than flowers and wine. Flowers are beauty, and wine is sorrow. Who claims that wine can alleviate worries? This wine embodies sorrow. The more one drinks, the deeper the despair. Nightfall arrived swiftly, with the weather growing increasingly pleasant. The evening was no longer bitterly cold, merely touched by a gentle chill. Yun Ruoyue stepped out of her chamber and wandered into the courtyard to gaze at the stars. Her spirits were low, and she wished for solitude, instructing Feng Ling and the others to remain indoors, embroidering, rather than accompany her. She longed for a moment of quiet reflection. The night sky was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, with only a few solitary stars scattered across the expanse. They were distantly placed, their light faint, barely perceptible unless one looked closely to witness their struggle to shine. Alas, despite their efforts, hidden beneath the clouds, they could only emit a dim glow. Such loneliness mirrored her own. Across from her, the star pavilion stood dimly lit, devoid of sound, creating a truly silent and desolate night. Suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the stillness, the sound of a footstep upon a branch. Yun Ruoyue turned to see a noble figure in dark attire emerging from beneath the pear blossom tree. Chu Xuancheng, what is he doing here? Standing beneath the pear tree in her courtyard? It appeared he had been waiting for quite some time. What brings you here? Yun Ruoyue's voice trembled, choked with emotion. The thought of Nangong Ro's pregnancy pierced her heart, and her eyes brimmed with tears. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. At last, you have come out. Chu Xuancheng approached, his gaze filled with concern for Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue looked at him in astonishment. When did you arrive? Why didn't you come inside? It's so cold standing out here. As he approached, she was immediately enveloped by the strong scent of alcohol, unmistakably indicating that he had indulged quite a bit. The gentle breeze wafted the slightly intoxicating aroma towards her, surprisingly evoking a pleasant sensation. The faint fragrance of wine was refreshing, stirring her heart. "Is it cold?" he asked. "I only feel a delightful coolness. Not at all cold," replied Chu Xuancheng. As he removed his robe and draped it tenderly over Yun Ruoyue's shoulders, adjusting it gently while speaking in a soft, deep voice. "Are you still cold?" "Thank you. I am no longer cold," Yun Ruoyue said, lowering her gaze, though in truth, she did not feel particularly chilly. "What brings you here?" "The gentle consort is pregnant." "Why aren't you by her side?" Yun Ruoyue stated with an air of indifference. "I am truly sorry. It was merely an accident, something I never intended." Chu Xuancheng replied, cradling her face in his hands. "What has occurred cannot be undone, and since she carries your child, you both should lead a good life together. As for me, I shall step aside." As she spoke, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. The sight of her tears pierced Chu Xuancheng's heart with anguish. He gently lifted her face, his long lashes softly closed as he leaned in to kiss away her tears. His touch was tender, as if he feared causing her pain. His lips brushed against her cheeks, tenderly kissing away the tears, before he gazed at her with sorrowful eyes. "How can you bear to say such things to me? How can you bear to leave me? If you go, what will become of me?" Yun Ruoyue stood there, seemingly frozen like a statue, blankly staring at him. "You need not feign pity before me. My heart has already perished, and it is of no use." "Who says I am feigning pity? My feelings are genuine. I truly ache for you. I cannot allow you to leave me. I wish for you to remain by my side forever," Chu Xuancheng implored, pulling her tightly into his embrace, as if fearing she might slip away. Yet Yun Ruoyue continued to struggle against him, her voice cold and resolute. "It is impossible. Had she not been pregnant, we might have had a glimmer of hope, but now that she carries your child, it can never be." Seeing her resistance, he held her even tighter, using all his strength. "I have thought this through. I will provide her with a sum of silver and send her away, ensuring she will no longer appear before you and will not disturb you." "Why must it be so? She carries your child, and the child is innocent. Why treat her this way? If you proceed with this plan, others will accuse me of jealousy, of being domineering and intolerant. The child will always be your blood. How will she navigate her life thereafter? Thus, it would be better for her to leave. Above all, this is Chu Xuancheng's child. Presently, he loves her and can send this child away. But what if one day his love fades? Will he then not regret the child? Perhaps even harbor resentment towards her because of it? After all, they share a deep-seated enmity. They are not just an ordinary couple. The hatred between them cannot be resolved with mere words." As Yun Ruoyue spoke, a sudden waft of smoke from the small kitchen caught her attention, likely signaling that Feng and the others were preparing a late-night snack. As soon as she caught a whiff of the scent, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her and turned away, retching beneath the tree. "What is the matter with you? Are you unwell? Shall I summon the royal physician?" Chu Xuancheng swiftly approached, supporting Yun Ruoyue. His hand gently patted her shoulder, filled with concern and confusion. "I'm fine. Perhaps I overexerted myself treating the Prince of Virtue recently, and I haven't eaten much today. It must just be my stomach acting up," Yun Ruoyue replied. Rising to her feet, Chu Xuancheng promptly extended his blue silk handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing her words, his eyes filled with deep remorse and care, along with a hint of anger. "Is it that Feng and the others did not take proper care of you? How could you neglect your meals? It's not their fault. I simply didn't wish to eat. I will take care of myself. You needn't worry," Yun Ruoyue reassured him. "No, you cannot be in this state. Come, I shall take you to eat something," Chu Xuancheng insisted. "Where are you taking me?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Do you not relish roast duck? A new restaurant specializing in royal roast duck has opened in the city. I shall take you to try it." "Absolutely not. The mere thought of that roast duck makes me feel ill. I only desire something light at the moment," she replied disdainfully. "What would you like to eat?" "I shall have them prepare it," Chu Xuancheng said, his eyes brimming with concern and restrained pain. It was evident that her lack of appetite stemmed from the matter involving Nangong Ro, and he felt responsible. "You need not concern yourself with me. Just go." Yun Ruoyue's tone grew cold at the mention of Nangong Ro. "I will not leave. Someone, fetch the princess some light dishes," Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly towards the small kitchen. After issuing his orders, he imperiously bent down to scoop Yun Ruoyue into his arms, striding confidently into the chamber, resembling a victorious general returning from battle with a beautiful prize in tow. At times, Yun Ruoyue found herself truly captivated by Chu Xuancheng's domineering nature. Despite her desire to send him away, he insisted on holding her close. She raised her gaze to meet his striking profile, his perfectly sculpted chin, and his sharp, deep-set eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul, making her shy away from direct eye contact. Before long, Feng Ling and the others presented a selection of light dishes. Having anticipated that the princess had not eaten much that day, to their surprise, their preparations were indeed timely. Witnessing the prince's genuine concern for the princess lightened their spirits a tad. As Yun Ruoyue beheld the array of light dishes before her, her appetite began to stir. "What would you like to eat? I shall serve you," Chu Xuancheng said tenderly, his voice deep and alluring, causing Yun Ruoyue's heart to race, stirring feelings reminiscent of youthful affection. "I would like some mustard greens congee." Yun Ruoyue initially intended to decline, but Chu Xuancheng's profound gaze and gentle tone overwhelmed her, and she suddenly craved a taste of his affection, deciding not to refuse. Perhaps before her departure, she could indulge in his kindness just once more, for she feared she might not have the opportunity again. Very well. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xuancheng served her a bowl of mustard greens porridge. The porridge was rather hot, so he gently blew on it to cool it down before handing it to her. "Here, eat up," he urged. "Thank you," Yun Ruoyue replied as she accepted the bowl and began to eat slowly. At that moment, Emily unexpectedly peeked in from outside, gazing at the prince with concern. "Your Highness, you haven't eaten all day either. Should you not have something to eat?" "What? You haven't eaten?" Yun Ruoyue looked at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief, but upon seeing his composed demeanor, she assumed he had already had his fill. "I have no desire to eat," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. "How can you not eat? Skipping meals will make you ill," Yun Ruoyue insisted, promptly serving him a bowl of porridge as well. "Here, you should eat." Realizing that only he was concerned for her, while she had not reciprocated that care, she felt a pang of sympathy seeing his lonely and somewhat pitiful state. Thus, her heart softened. "Thank you." Chu Xuancheng accepted the porridge and began eating politely. His manner of eating was exceedingly graceful, and he savored each bite, as though he were indulging in the pleasures of life rather than merely consuming a meal. In contrast, Yun Ruoyue, driven by hunger, ate somewhat hastily, which made her appear a bit uncouth. She quickly slowed her pace to avoid embarrassment. After finishing her meal, she felt considerably better. Perhaps due to the lightness of the food, she experienced only mild discomfort without any urge to vomit. Seeing Yun Ruoyue's complexion improve, Chu Xuancheng finally felt a sense of relief. "You are unwell. I shall rest here tonight," he declared with an air of authority after their meal. "There's no need. I feel much better after eating, and I prefer to sleep alone," Yun Ruoyue replied coldly, rising to enter the room. At that moment, she could not bear the thought of sharing a bed with him. Although rejected by Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng did not press the issue. He let out a slight sigh and departed, his silhouette imbued with melancholy and solitude. "Your Highness, I have prepared your favorite grilled skewers. Would you like some?" As soon as Chu Xuancheng left, Feng Ling hurriedly brought in a skewer, hoping to replenish Yun Ruoyue's strength, as she had consumed very little that day. Upon catching the scent of the meat, however, Yun Ruoyue felt her stomach churn violently. She turned and vomited the porridge she had just eaten into the waste bin, until her face turned pale and her body felt weak. "Your Highness, why have you vomited again?" Feng Ling approached anxiously, tears brimming in her eyes. "Quickly take that skewer away. I can't stand the smell. It's too overwhelming," Yun Ruoyue said, covering her nose and crouching down in discomfort. What was happening to her? Why did the mere scent of meat provoke such a reaction? Feng Ling, frightened, quickly took the meat outside. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I thought you might enjoy some snacks to stimulate your appetite since I assumed you didn't like meat dishes. I had no idea you would also react this way to grilled food. What a calamity. Are you unwell? It shouldn't be serious. Perhaps it's just the change in weather that has caused me to catch a chill," Yun Ruoyue responded. "A chill can also cause nausea. Should I prepare some ginger tea to dispel it? Would you like me to fetch a doctor for some medicine?" Feng Ling inquired with genuine concern. "No longer. For I am a physician myself and possess the necessary medicines." Once Feng Ling tidied herself and departed, Yun Ruoyue rinsed her mouth and returned to her chamber, feeling somewhat weary and longing for slumber. However, a nagging suspicion lingered in her mind. Why did her symptoms resemble those of pregnancy? Apart from a singular encounter with Chu Xuancheng 5 months prior, there had been no further intimacies. Strangely compelled, she retrieved a pregnancy test from the medical supplies. Regardless of her previous encounters, it would be prudent to ascertain the truth. 5 minutes later, upon witnessing the 2 vivid crimson lines upon the test, she was so startled that the apparatus slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. What was happening? Why were there two red lines? Could it be that she was with child? Impossible. She had not engaged in such activities with a man, so how could she be pregnant? Surely, the test must be defective. She needed to procure another. Yet, after replacing it thrice, the result remained consistent. 2 lines, indicating pregnancy. It was improbable for one test to malfunction, let alone multiple. She still held faith in science. As the implications of these results struck her, her body quivered with apprehension. In this era, with a husband who offered her no affection, to suddenly find herself with child signified a grave situation. Goodness, how had this transpired? Had she been rendered unconscious one fateful night, leading to this unforeseen consequence? Chapter 902. To keep or not to keep, she had no recollection of such an event. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. 2 months prior, on the night when Chu Xuancheng and Nangong Ro consummated their union. She recalled having a vivid dream wherein the leading man was indeed Chu Xuancheng. Upon awakening the following morning, she had found herself sore all over, her lips tingling, and her neck adorned with numerous red marks, which she had initially believed to be insect bites, though they did not resemble such. In retrospect, she recognized the unsettling truth. Alas, could it be that she had been administered an aphrodisiac that night, allowing someone to take advantage of her? Such a scenario would indeed clarify her predicament. Your Highness, I have brought you water. Please soak your feet. Feng entered with a basin of water, her concern evident. Feng, on the night of the prince and concubine Ro's union, did any intruders breach the Crimson Moon Pavilion? Yun Ruoyue inquired. None at all. That night was perfectly peaceful. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Has something occurred? Feng responded. Perplexed. Nothing of consequence. I was simply inquiring. Yun Ruoyue hastily reassured her. After soaking her feet, Yun Ruoyue retreated to her bed to rest. It would undoubtedly be a night fraught with insomnia. She pondered the identity of the child, yet she understood that in this society, governed by stringent feudal doctrines, a woman was shackled by numerous constraints. Should she bear a child from another man, she risked being subjected to a horrific fate, beaten to death, burned alive, drowned in disgrace, or otherwise rendered infamous. Therefore, this child could not be kept. Otherwise, her life would be irrevocably ruined. She caressed her abdomen, feeling a pang of sorrow for the child. Yet the origins of this life were shrouded in uncertainty. How could she retain it? If the father were a rogue, a bandit, or some other nefarious character, it would be even more imperative to part ways. It seems she is determined to find a way to terminate this pregnancy. Within her medical system, she possesses the necessary medication. With these drugs, she can induce a miscarriage. However, it is important to note that medical abortions carry the risk of severe hemorrhaging. Yet given the early stage of her pregnancy, this may be the opportune moment for such a procedure. In a few days, she may only have the option of a surgical abortion. Contemplating this, she hastily retrieved mifepristone and misoprostol from the system. These 2 medications, when used in conjunction, can successfully end a pregnancy. After preparing the medication, she poured herself a glass of clear water, seated herself at the table, and ready to take the pills. With the drugs in her left hand and the cup in her right, she trembled as she brought the medication to her lips. Suddenly, her hand quivered, and within her mind, a fleeting image of a delicate, rosy-cheeked infant in a cradle appeared, gazing up at her with innocent curiosity, its tiny hands in its mouth, drooling and smiling joyfully. The sight was undeniably adorable. In that moment, she hesitated. After all, this was an innocent life. The thought of terminating it weighed heavily on her conscience. Furthermore, self-administering a medical abortion could easily result in severe bleeding or incomplete miscarriage, potentially harming her health and leading to lifelong infertility. She decided to reconsider her options. My lady, the gentle consort Ro has come with her mother, Lu, announced a voice. Early the next morning, Yun Ruoyue had just finished grooming herself when she heard the voice of Hongyuan. This consort Ro, who flaunted her pregnancy so soon, was undoubtedly here to display her superiority. My lady, we should ignore her, said Feng, who was arranging Yun Ruoyue's hair with ornamental hairpins, visibly upset. It matters not. If I do not see her now, she will come to boast sooner or later. It is better to face her and see what trick she intends to play. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly as she rose. Chapter 903. Nangong Ro comes to show off upon stepping outside. Yun Ruoyue was greeted by the sight of Nangong Ro, resplendently adorned, accompanied by Lu, who wore a smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger. While Lu's attire was not ostentatious, it exuded understated elegance. The gown appeared simple, yet was intricately embroidered with delicate patterns and adorned with silver threads that shimmered with every step, revealing her subtle cunning. Examining her appearance, Lu was in her early 40s, yet her complexion was a radiant pinkish white, better maintained than that of an 18-year-old maiden. Her visage was kind and gentle, exuding an air of grace and charm, making it no wonder she had remained favored in the Nangong household for so many years. Such a woman, seemingly harmless, would naturally endear herself to others. Yet, Yun Ruoyue was acutely aware that she was Lu's daughter, like mother, like daughter. Nangong Ro's success in the Nangong household was certainly not as simple as it appeared. Sister, I specifically brought my mother to pay my respects to you. As you know, I am with child, and I thought it best for my mother to care for me for a few days. The prince has already consented. So you will agree as well, one to you? Nangong Ro approached Yun Ruoyue, speaking softly. Lu immediately smiled at Yun Ruoyue. This lowly servant pays her respects to the princess. Please do not stand on ceremony, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Observing the two women, who clearly harbored resentment, yet were compelled to bow to her, she suddenly felt a sense of pride in her position as princess. It was rather gratifying to wield the authority of her title over them. Dear sister, you jest. The royal residence is governed by the prince. And given his fondness for you, how could I possibly disagree? Why pose such a question? Yun Ruoyue remarked. Regardless, as the legitimate wife within the royal household, I must adhere to the established customs. Although I am with child, my mother shall temporarily reside in the Yuru Pavilion. However, with my pregnancy, the number of attendants in Yuru Pavilion is insufficient. I came to seek your assistance, dear sister, in advancing some funds for Mama Yu to hire additional maidservants. Nangong Ro stated, proudly caressing her modest abdomen, a triumphant expression upon her face. You carry the air of the prince, yet you wish to acquire several maidservants? Yun Ruoyue inquired with a hint of indifference. At least 12 are necessary, 8 to attend to me, and 4 for my mother. Do you think that feasible? Nangong Ro replied. What audacity. As a secondary consort, we, the princess, have but 5 maidservants. You already possess 5 or 6, and yet you desire 12? Such extravagance surpasses even that of the ladies within the palace. Feng retorted coldly. Nangong Ro, still stroking her belly, smiled lightly. What can I say? I am carrying the royal family's treasure. The prince has decreed that everyone must take good care of me. I am merely following his orders. Feng, if you are discontent, you may voice your grievances to the prince. After all, I am a consort of the royal household, while you are merely a servant. How dare you mock me? Sister, your upbringing as a servant is truly commendable. As she concluded, Nangong Ro's tone turned icy. Indeed, my lady, within the Nangong household, the master speaks, and the servants must remain silent. Such insolent servants deserve to be reprimanded. Lu Shi remarked coolly, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Ruoyue. She raised her gaze, fixated on Yun Ruoyue, convinced that as the princess of the estate, she would never allow a servant to tarnish her reputation before outsiders. For the sake of her dignity, she would surely punish Feng, or at the very least, feign a reprimand. Unexpectedly, Yun Ruoyue grasped Feng's hand and said coldly, I apologize. But Feng is not merely my servant. In my heart, she is akin to a sister. To see her is to see me, and her words reflect my own sentiments. According to the royal regulations, a princess may have 12 maidservants, while a consort may have no more than 6. Out of consideration for Ro's pregnancy, I shall make an exception and allow you to bring in 2 maidservants. Anything beyond that is unacceptable. Immediately, the expressions of Nangong Ro and Lu Shi stiffened. Lu Shi had presumed Yun Ruoyue to be easily intimidated, thinking she would be wary of Ro due to her condition. However, Yun Ruoyue sat there with an air of authority, exuding the regal essence of a princess, instilling a sense of respect. Regarding the acquisition of maidservants, my lady, ever since Jiuer and Xiao Lu returned home, we only have 3 individuals attending to you in the Feiyue Pavilion, which is even fewer than the maidservants of a mere concubine. Would you not consider hiring a few maidservants to better serve you? Feng suggested with a look of concern towards Yun Ruoyue. Nangong Ro had intended to flaunt her status and provoke the princess, but Feng deftly countered, ensuring that Nangong Ro's petty ambitions would not prevail. In accordance with the regulations, this concubine could at least purchase 9 more maidservants. However, the Feiyue Pavilion does not require such a multitude. Feng, please procure 4 maidens for me, Yun Ruoyue instructed. Nangong Ro chuckled coldly. Sister, you are not even with child. What need have you for so many maidservants? My 2 maidens are hardly sufficient, and my mother has no one to attend to her. If any misfortune befalls this child, can you bear the responsibility? Your mother is not from the Li Wangfu. Why should she be attended by those of the Li family? Can't she bring maidservants from the Nangong residence? Furthermore, according to the regulations, your maidservants are already adequate. It is only my magnanimity that permits you to acquire 2 more. Do not be so ungrateful. If you find this unjust, you may certainly appeal to the prince. Upon concluding her words, Yun Ruoyue struck the table with a resounding clap, her demeanor imposing and formidable. Nangong Ro's gaze turned frosty. Is this how you treat your guests, sister? Do you not fear that word may spread, branding you? The princess consort, as a harsh stepmother who neglects her maid's family? Go ahead and spread it. I can stand in my defense. Let us see whether your claim as a concubine desiring numerous maidservants holds weight, or if my stance is justified. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. The repetition of concubine struck a nerve in Nangong Ro, her countenance darkening and her body trembling with indignation. Realizing that her hopes of acquiring maidservants were dashed, she said icily, the prince has declared that since I am with child, my provisions must be of the finest quality. Currently, my monthly allowance is merely 2,000 taels, which is insufficient for the expenses of the Yuruo pavilion. I expect you to raise my allowance to 5,000 taels. Such audacity from the side consort. Feng scoffed. Our princess consort's allowance is only 3,000 taels, and you dare to demand 5,000? Truly, you are a lion seeking to devour a whole herd. In most households, a mere few taels sufficed for monthly expenses. With 2,000 taels, Nangong Ro needed not worry about her daily necessities, as the palace would send someone to procure them. This money was essentially her private fortune, more than adequate for her needs. Her insatiable greed to suddenly demand 5,000 taels was beyond comprehension. Did she believe herself to be of higher standing than the princess consort? Nangong Ro rose, placing a hand on her abdomen. Alas, I am feeding 2, not just 1. Should the princess consort one day find herself with child, I would not object to a request for 10,000 taels, without hesitation. Moreover, I am the prince's savior, sister. You would not want others to label you as envious and ungrateful towards the benefactor of the prince, would you? Chapter 905. Directly dismissed. Yun Ruoyue smiled faintly. Very well. Our Li Wangfu has always been a house of benevolence. We shall not neglect the savior of the prince. Summon someone to the treasury for the funds. Had it not been for this act of salvation, Yun Ruoyue would not have acquiesced. Thank you, sister. By the way, the prince mentioned that he wishes to nourish my health, instructing the grand kitchen to prepare delicacies such as monkey brains, bear paws, exquisite bird's nest, shark fin, and sea cucumber. Would you care to partake? Nangong Ro declared with delight. In truth, these were not words of Prince Chu Xuancheng. They were fabrications, entirely unfounded. She merely spoke to provoke Yun Ruoyue. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue stood up, visibly alarmed. Side consort Ro, you wish to consume bear paws? Are you not aware that each bear paw represents an act of ruthless bloodshed? The bear was skinned alive, its flesh stripped away, its paws severed, and it was subjected to a gruesome disembowelment for its bile. Such acts are utterly heinous. How can one consume such things and hope to bring fortune to their children? The bear's paw is a protected species in the 21st century. Consuming it could result in imprisonment. It is shocking that the typically gentle and kind concubine Ro could exhibit such cruelty, resorting to the consumption of bear paws. She shows no concern for accumulating virtue for her own child, but must beware of the repercussions that may befall her. Feng remarked coldly. Not only is the consumption of bear paws barbaric, but the eating of shark fins is even more atrocious. Shark fins are obtained from sharks brutally hunted by fishermen, who, in a cruel act, slice off the fins while the sharks are still alive, and then cast them back into the sea to die slowly. Sometimes the blade is dull, requiring multiple cuts, which is often when the sharks experience their most agonizing moments, bleeding out until they perish. Each large shark is sacrificed for a mere morsel of fin to satisfy human appetites. Concubine Ro, do you not find consuming such delicacies to be cruel? Yun Ruoyue stated with a chilling demeanor. Nangong Ro's expression darkened instantly. Upon hearing these words, she suddenly found the bear paw and shark fin unappetizing. Losing her appetite entirely, she had come to boast, but left feeling disheartened. Coldly, she said, Sister, I have finished my greetings. We shall take our leave. Shall we not stay a bit longer? I have the truth about eating monkey brains, where a living monkey has its skull shattered, scalding oil poured into its head, and its brain matter extracted for consumption, all while the poor creature dies in agonizing cries. Yun Ruoyue continued coldly. Enough, we shall leave now, Nangong said, fearing further revelations would render her unable to eat anything. These items had not yet touched her lips. They were merely ideas she had entertained. Having heard her mother claim that such foods were nourishing for her body and beneficial for the fetus. Yet, upon hearing such truths, her desires to consume these foods were shattered. Now, she could hardly fathom eating anything at all. At this point, Yun Ruoyue felt a sudden wave of nausea rise within her, and she turned away to vomit. Your Highness, why are you vomiting again? You've been ill several times today. Feng rushed to support her. Upon reaching the doorway, Nangong and Lu Shi exchanged sharp, incredulous glances, turning to gaze at Yun Ruoyue's retreating figure. Finally, the two exited the Feiyue pavilion, their expressions laden with suspicion. Mother, did you see that? Yun Ruoyue also vomited. What could be the matter with her? Nangong squinted her eyes, her gaze fiercely penetrating. Could she be pregnant? Lu Shi speculated ominously. Impossible. As far as I know, the prince has only been intimate with her on the night of their wedding. It has been 4 or 5 months already. If she were to conceive, it would have happened long ago. She cannot be pregnant. Should she truly be so, it would make for an intriguing spectacle, Nangong sneered. The heir has married the princess for such a duration and has only been with her once. How can you be sure? What if he has been with her more than once? Lu Shi asked cautiously. Such matters must be clarified. Without clarity, one should refrain from making unfounded statements. Mother, you underestimate me too much. A tiger's offspring cannot be a mere dog. With your intelligence, do you think I could be so foolish? I have bribed the prince's servant, Chen Feng, to keep an eye on every action of the prince and the princess, as long as he is on night duty at the Star Pavilion. He knows the prince's whereabouts with utmost clarity. If the prince had truly approached the princess, he would have informed me by now. He mentioned that, during this time, he has only witnessed the prince making a move towards the princess once. A flicker of disdain passed through Nangong's eyes, yet her heart felt a tinge of sorrow. For even if the princess had once been neglected, she had been favored at least once, while she herself had never experienced such grace. What if the prince had indeed approached the princess during Chun Feng's days off? Would you not be unaware? Lu asked. Chun Feng takes 4 days off each month to visit his elderly parents, but with so many individuals in the residence and my numerous informants. If the prince had truly approached the princess, I would have known by now. Mother, rest assured, I am confident that apart from that one instance of consummation, the prince has not touched her at any other time. She cannot possibly be carrying his child. If she truly were, it could only be an illegitimate child. There are always oversights. One cannot know everything. If he had touched her, it would be hard to say. Moreover, look at the princess. Her complexion is pale. She can hardly eat, and she cannot retch anything out. This mirrors how you appeared during your pregnancy. You must be cautious and observe her closely. Lu expressed her concerns. Mother, do not worry. Even if the prince had rested in the princess's chamber a couple of times before, it has been a long time since. If she were to conceive, it would have happened long ago. Ever since I consummated with the prince, he has not once rested in the Feiyue pavilion. How could she possibly become pregnant? Let us carefully monitor her. If she truly is with child, it must undoubtedly be the bastard of Su Changxiao, and she will have her reckoning. Nangong stated with resolve. Su Changxiao? The son of Su Ming. What connection does he have with the princess? Lu questioned in confusion. I have heard that he often sneaks into the princess's chamber in the dead of night to see her. On 2 occasions, he was caught by the prince, who was furious enough to want to kill him. A solitary man and woman together in the dead of night. Mother, do you think the princess might be carrying Su Changxiao's child? As Nangong contemplated this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. If that were true, it would be splendid. She would need do nothing, and Yun Ruoyue would be doomed. Given the princess's current intellect, she would not engage in such self-destructive behavior. She does not possess the audacity to betray Li Wang, Lu remarked. Mother, even if she has not been unfaithful, we must make her appear as such. If she is indeed pregnant, even if it is the prince's child, we will ensure it is not perceived as such. Moreover, Su Changxiao is charming and handsome. This woman cannot withstand the attention of a man, and perhaps with a bit more pursuit, the princess would yield to him. Sometimes people fail to appreciate their fortunes. You have witnessed such transgressions, have you not? Furthermore, Yun Ruoyue was previously unappreciated and had conflicts with the prince. Perhaps a mere word of comfort from Su Changxiao could lead her to his embrace. Mother, I have a premonition that this time I will surely outmaneuver her and become the mistress of the prince's residence. Nangong Ro analyzed. Let us hope so. Lu's brow furrowed, a nagging sense of complexity lingering in her mind. Chapter 907. Where did this bun come from? As spring arrived, the earth rejuvenated, grass flourished, and the melodious chirps of birds filled the air. The pear and peach trees lining the streets competed in a splendid display of blossoms. A vibrant tapestry of colors unfolded before the eyes, exuding the essence of spring. Su Changxiao donned an exquisite garment of pure white adorned with red and gold edges, cinched at the waist with a crimson jade belt, meandering aimlessly along the thoroughfare. As he strolled, he admired his recently acquired pair of boots. These boots, known as the golden silk flowing cloud boots, were lavishly embroidered with golden threads depicting auspicious clouds, a paragon of elegance and opulence. Purchased for a princely sum of 3,000 taels of silver. With his new boots, he was eager to showcase them. Suddenly, his foot inadvertently struck a hard object. Ouch! He yelped in pain, glancing down to discover he had kicked a bun. Upon further inspection, to his astonishment, the front of his boot had split open, revealing his 5 lustrous toes. In disbelief, he wiggled his toes and glared at the bun on the ground. Who crafted such a bun? So hard that it could damage his footwear? Fuming at the thought of his beautiful boots being ruined, he swiftly changed feet and kicked the bun with all his might, sending it flying far away, the destination unknown. A distant sound of crumbling earth echoed back to him. Looking down again, he was aghast to find that his other boot had also been destroyed. His face darkened in anger, pondering whether it was the poor quality of the boots or the bun's extraordinary hardness that had caused this calamity. Which scoundrel had made this bun? Such culinary skills were deplorable. If crafted by a man, he would struggle to find a wife. If by a woman, she would face a lifetime of solitude. In the distant Yihong building, a young maid named Xiao Dai, engaged in styling the lady's hair, suddenly sneezed heavily. Who was casting aspersions upon her? Nearby, behind a dirt wall, a vendor was preparing and selling buns. 2 passers-by sampled his wares, only to erupt in indignation. What sort of bun is this? It's both dry and hard, harder than stone. How dare you sell such fare on the street? I refuse to eat this. Refund my money. One customer, in a fit of disgust, hurled the half-eaten bun at the vendor. At that moment, a resounding crash drew everyone's attention. They looked up to see a grayish object hurtling towards a dirt wall, smashing a hole through it. The wall collapsed, and the object, propelled by inertia, hurtled towards the vendor's stall. With a loud bang, the vendor's stall was obliterated. What on earth is that? The vendor cried out in desperation. The 3 rushed to examine the debris, only to be met with astonishment. The object was none other than a bun. Could a bun truly demolish a wall? Upon witnessing the scene, the guest stepped forward and inadvertently crushed the steamed bun beneath his foot, instantly causing him to yelp in pain. Hopping on one foot in a fashion reminiscent of a golden rooster standing alone. Goodness, this bun is exceedingly hard, harder than the very ground, he exclaimed, his face adorned with 2 streams of tears akin to wide noodles. He bent down, carefully retrieving the bun he had previously discarded, cradling it in his hands with utmost reverence. With a gentle sigh, he addressed the proprietor. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. There is no need for a refund. Your buns are truly exquisite, unparalleled in flavor and texture, a delight to savor. Chapter 908. Recruitment at the Wangfu. Half an hour later, Su Changxiao had procured a new pair of boots and resumed his leisurely stroll along the street. Look, the Li Wangfu is hiring maidservants, and the monthly salary is as much as 10 taels of silver. One exclaimed. Let me see, the princess is seeking 4 personal maids, while the concubine requires 2, all with a salary of 10 taels. Isn't that rather extravagant? If I were a woman, I would certainly apply. Generally, a maidservant earns merely 2 taels, but for the Li Wangfei to offer 10, the standards must be exceptionally high. An ordinary maid would surely not suffice, let alone a man like you. Come, let us move on and abandon such fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing these remarks, Su Changxiao hurried forward and noticed a notice posted on the wall, announcing the Li Wangfu's search for maidservants. An idea suddenly struck him. Having been troubled about how to approach Xiaoyue, fate had now presented him with an opportunity he could not ignore. At the Feiyu Pavilion, my lady, trouble is brewing. A multitude of applicants has gathered at our main gate. Hongyuan exclaimed anxiously. They must have been drawn by the generous salary you offered. You should go and take a look. In the afternoon, after Yun Ruoyue had awoken from her nap, she was met with Hongyuan's urgent voice. Stunned. She had not anticipated that her simple notice would attract such a crowd. No matter, instruct them to form a line, 10 at a time, to enter. I shall personally select, Yun Ruoyue replied. Sister, may I also participate in choosing the maidservants? After all, I have 2 slots to fill and wish to select personally. Came the voice of Nangong Ruoyue from the entrance. Upon glancing up, Yun Ruoyue saw her accompanied by Lu Shi and several others, all exuding an air of superiority as they entered. Nangong Ruoyue was resplendently adorned today, draped in extravagant clothing and bedecked with jewelry, her presence almost overshadowing that of the princess herself. It seemed that since Nangong Ruoyue's pregnancy, her arrogance had soared to unprecedented heights. Ruoyue concubine. The princess is the rightful mistress of the Wangfu, and it is she who shall select the maidservants, not you. Feng'er interjected coldly, positioning herself protectively in front of Yun Ruoyue. Impertinent maid, I too am a mistress of the Wangfu, and I carry the prince's child. How dare you disrespect me? The rightful authority? Nangong Ruoyue retorted, her eyes glinting with malice as she commanded, You Momo, silence her. Yes, madam, Yu Momo replied, a sinister expression crossing her face as she advanced toward Feng'er, raising her hand to strike. Stop. With this esteemed concubine present, who dares to lay a finger on Feng'er? I shall repay such transgressions 100-fold. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, lifting her chin, her eyes glinting with a cold light, radiating an aura of authority. Sister, I carry the prince's child. How can you allow your servants to mistreat me? Do you truly regard me as lesser than a mere servant in your eyes? If this matter were to spread, it would surely tarnish your reputation, painting you as cruel and heartless, permitting your subordinates to challenge the authority of their mistress. Upon witnessing a group of prospective ladies entering, Nangong Ruoyue deliberately raised her voice for them to hear. She intended to let others know of Yun Ruoyue's oppression of her as a secondary concubine. She sought to cast Yun Ruoyue in the light of a malevolent matron. The moment those women heard her, they cast indignantly glances at Yun Ruoyue, astonished that the princess of Li could be so cruel, permitting her servants to bully a concubine. Such a mistress instilled a sense of trepidation within them.